Don't stare at the drip, it is blinding. Spaceships flying, just give us our land and the science. Patience, grinding, just focus on money, no violence. Big drip, styling, straight in the face of these tyrants. 500 years and some days, they all expect us to slack. Yes, we still bottom in wage, so keep your whole focus intact. Same type of problems as slaves, we gon' get justice and tax. So I give fuck what they say, keep your perspective on black. They are so mad that we waking up, now we got dripping intelligence. There is no chaser inside of our cups. Look at these gangsters be gentlemen. Yes, we did timing when timing was tough. Learn fast, there is no settling. Took on their games and we called out their bluffs. Had to learn game from the veterans. Look at the time that we sat up and put in. Rolled out the bunks with no comfort for cushions. Learned all they ways in this maze and we took ones. Straight in their face of their lies they was pushing. Now you staring at refinement. Ain't no breaking this alignment. Gold plated with some diamonds. 24/8 is the timing. Black skin, shining. Don't stare at the drip, it is blinding. Spaceships flying, just give us our land and the science. Patience, grinding, just focus on money, no violence. Big drip, styling, straight in the face of these tyrants. They bite off our styles and our different gifts, then they play games with our minds. Microaggressions and inferences, try to throw shade on our shine. They watch to make fun of our differences, that plus the hate made us climb. Walk through the miles, count them distances, no you not taking from mines. They drug us and want us to stay asleep, they blatant as hell with they moves. Now we got crips and all different keys, dripping with berries and juice. We doing it loud, no being discreet, shining with all of our jewels. We pushing for people that's hearing deceased, big stepping on they rules. Black skin, shining, don't stare at the drip, it is blinding. Spaceships flying, just give us our land and the science. Patience, grinding, just focus on money, no violence. Big drip, styling, straight in the face of these tyrants.
We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We'll hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. Where we hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this where we from, so yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. We came out the streets, came up from flames, came out the beast, came up from pain, came up from cops, came up from Cain, came up from judges that's playing their games, came out the plots, came up from plots, came up from all of us playing our lanes, came up from crackers that's focused on killing our leaders and stopping our queens and our kings. All the days on that concrete, how did we ever get past? Short change, red line, see, so you may hustle for cash. Yeah, we did struggle to have, yeah, we did struggle to mask, but we knew troubles could last, plus we get muscle and math. Remember them days in the dark, hustling, not grinding that smart. Remember them days and them times, family was stuck on the move, family was stuck on the lines. So we push all our times up, push the case till all our files shut, push the feet till all our mouths touch, push the street cause all we got is us, yeah. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We'll hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. Where we hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this where we from, so yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. Nights on the food is grinding, focus on food, had to find rent. Trapping and cruise with timing, move or you lose or you're dying. Life for the fools and the blind men, cops and the rules and they finding. Hung by a noose of they lying, play like a fool by these tyrants. It's all that we know, remember the pain that we put in for dough. Remember the nights that we on the floor. Remember the schools with their hand in our clothes. Remember the cribs with the roaches and mold. Remember the nights with the hood on the stove. Remember your skin with no third wasn't cold. Remember the programs that open and close. It's all that we know. The life in the hood. Yes, it's the life in the street. The garrison cold. Life by the curb. Life in the beefs. It's life in the cold. Yeah, the life in your feet. The garrison cold. Life by the curb. Life in the beefs. We birthed in these streets, came up from problems and slums. We hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. Where we hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this is where we from, say yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know.
What's good, Black family? Hope everybody is doing well. Black power to you, and you. And you, I'm not going to talk to you because you a coon and you a Sambo. Oh, my goodness, you a Sambo. I ain't working with you. I ain't shouting you out. But everybody else in the building, what's popping? Hope everybody doing well. Black power, black power, black power. So, today is Father's Day. I don't really celebrate shit. Shout out to all the fathers. Happy Father's Day to y'all. Shout out to all the women who want to say, what about me today? Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. And yeah. Now, today's conversation, shout out to George Macon. Math, I gotta tell George to pull up on this one. I should have made the title, Can Black Americans Talk About Other People? But that was what George was saying yesterday. But shout out to everybody who participates in the conversation. Should Black people in America, Black people in, and let me start there first. Black people, Negroes. Let's see, what do I want to use first? See, I'm ready to go in, but I can't. I didn't have all this stuff pulled up. Let's see. But we're gonna get into that conversation today. So I think the misconceptions and that I hear are centered on personalized definitions, anecdotal arguments, false equivalencies, gross generalizations, right? These things plague our growth. They're natural. They naturally happen. Gross generalizations, anecdotal fallacies, all right? And that's why we keep these on the screens, right? All right? See, this is a false analogy, slippery slope, right? Jamaicans are going to take over the Black experience, right? Hasty generalizations, right? The lack of sources. You see that? These are things that really challenge an intellectual conversation. And I know many of you who are of the opinion that we shouldn't work together largely base much of your opinion and argument on fallacies. And in doing so, you become a pseudo. You become a pseudo. You know, just what it is. I didn't create these fallacies, definitions. I didn't create the way an argument should be structured. I didn't create these things. And hearing people stand on squares that are circular is hilarious. But I think a lot of it is also in part due to the fact that many of us have characteristic flaws that have not been checked. And when entered in conversations, they too challenge the growth that we can have. Right? And for me as a Pan-African, this is why I try to stand on these squares in alignment with these this direction in the conversation. For example, the word black. I've heard multiple people in the FBA and ABOS world make the word black only for Black Americans. And a lot of times they'll say Jamaicans call themselves Jamaican first. You know, or Nigerians call themselves Nigerian first, whatever, so on and so forth. You know, it's very weird. You know, our understanding of our story and our shared understanding of our story throughout the Western Hemisphere and, of course, in Africa isn't aligned. I think that should have been one of the earliest objectives. You know, I think we assumed that we all understood our story. We assumed that people in Guyana completely knew the stories of people in the Garifuna, people in Trinidad, people in West Africa, we don't. You know, what's going on in California is not understood by people in New York. We may share and empathize with what's going on and the atrocities and challenges. However, we largely don't know. And we try not to be disassociated, but it happens. It happens. And so just as much as the word black gets thrown around and reworded and redefined, so does Pan-African. You know, so we're going to have the definitions in full force today. And anybody from any community, please join in. Now, I do want to bring back to the point that some of us have characteristic flaws. We don't listen. We listen to respond. We're argumentative. We're disrespectful. We don't have decorum. We're ignorant. We have shallow personalities. Like, these things also plague the conversation. And if we really want to have the conversation grow, we got to check that shit. We got to recognize that I'm an asshole. I'm a derelict. I'm a piece of shit. Excuse my language, but some of y'all really have some of y'all really create the need to be described this way. And I'm not putting myself in no high horse. We all have characteristic flaws. You know, we all have characteristic flaws. It's part of life. But we have to make sure we at least acknowledge that that's also part of the conversation. And you could be a coon Sambo derelict. Well, let me see. You could be a Sambo ignorant derelict from the Barbados. You could be a conscious pro-black person from freaking Panama. You could be a whole full-blown fruitcake liberal black social justice weirdo from New York. Like, our descriptions are crazy, and the black conversation is very vast. It's vast. And so I asked us to have some grace, man. Even myself, there's times I jump out windows. I'm like, damn, Q, I gotta give them a little grace, man. I'll be ready to be like, cancel that order. Cancel that order, bruh. But all we got is us. And in today's global economy, Black should be a global perspective, in my opinion. And why should we harbor on our global perspective? Population, sheer numbers, using the Black component, descriptor first, race base, of course, gives us more numbers, straight up the bat. Increases our network capabilities, our capacity for growth, our outreach, our connectivity becomes worldwide. And this is needed. When we say Asian, you're describing Indonesians, Vietnamese, Koreans, Japanese, Chinese, all of them, Indians, all of them in that category. When you say Latino, you are talking about Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, Colombians, Ecuadorians, all of them people in one box. And that creates political power, which is what we need. So when we say the Black Caucus, we talking about everybody. Now we know a lot of us done got sampled out. That's a reality. We cannot just throw it aside. The Sambo is a reality. The Sambo is a reality in all facets of Black culture. That's a reality. The Black person who's going to do and be in alignment with white. Got to make sure the T is capitalized, the W and the T, white. I said white. You got to be in alignment with white. See the H, you got to have W, H, 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 I, capital T, and about, let me see it, and the strong E, white. You got to be in alignment with white. And that alignment, shout out to Diddy, but I'm not gonna shoot at the R&B club because Judah's not here yet. Shout out to my boy Judah, all my R&B heads in the chat. But yeah, that community within our group is no joke, bruh. No joke. I'll just be here. We have it's crazy. It's crazy the depths of Samboism in our community. All right. And the face of it is all over now. We add the sports community, the millions of dollars in our billions of dollars in our entertainment world, our political world. So I kind of tread lightly with the use of the word Sambo now, because it's like, we just Black folks trying to figure it out. Black folks trying to figure out life, trying to do our best, and we got beat in the head by white folks. Now I want to be clear. Oftentimes in these conversations, people have minimized white folks. And we hyper-focus on Black folks through the lens of a xenophobic, angry, biased individual. Like, no, all Caribbean people, all Africans, all Black Americans, all Black women, we throw that all out there, them generalizations be crazy. Fox News develop. In the corporate office of Fox News, coming to you with a great Black perspective. all Caribbean people don't work with black people in America. Black people in America should be the only ones saying, right? This is pure Fox News rhetoric, right? And it's hard to get in between it because you have individuals who are in many ways perpetuating it, and the conversations being unguided often lead to just further turmoil. They further the divide. And then you have the grifters. Oh, the grifters. The grifters, the grifters, the grifters. Beautiful family. And I definitely understand the need for the FBA conversation. But FBA as a term was created by a bozo. A bozo. Let me shout out. 4 Black said, so not agreeing with you gets a Sambo name. I never said that. Listening skills. Right? I never said that. Let's just understand. Do you know what a Sambo is? 4 Black. And everybody, this is what let's remove my opinions. And let's just look at the definitions. Right? So the coon, see this? Everybody knows the coon. Everybody throws around the coon. Coon. But now remember, the Sambo is different. Indeed, Sambo was offered as a defense for slavery and segregation. How bad these institutions have been asked the racialists if black people were contented, even happy being servants. See this? As with the Sambo, the coon was portrayed as lazy, easily frightened, chronically idle, right? Buffoon. The coon differed from the Sambo in subtle but important ways. Sambo was depicted as a perpetual child, not capable of living as an independent adult. See this right here? That's the Sambo. When we say we can only move politically through the Democratic Party, you're a Sambo. We can't build up our own scientific systems for learning and developing, Sambo. We need white Sambo. In order to grow, we need white Sambo. How are we going to get our white Sambo? You see that? So when you start hearing the people that need white people and can only perceive black empowerment through white breast milk, you know what I'm saying? White breast milk. Use a Sambo. If you want to push the white system as a form of black power, Sambo. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it is. So you need not be agreed with me. We can all figure out who's in the description. Now, I argue that many of us, unfortunately, are Sambos by default. We're not trying to go out there and create the new black world. We're not trying to shut down white America. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be real, bro. I'm mad happy. I got a job working at the buildings and tunnels. I work for the feds. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm good, bro. I got good credit. I got this new house in this HOA. The ice now that I have is mad cold, bro. I remember them days, that hot ass ice I had in the projects. Now my ice is cold, the motherfuckers. That shit overfroze, B. Oh my goodness. Yo, this is the world, you know what I'm saying? And we've seen that. Shout out to the Latino community, because we've seen that growth in such a crazy way. Like, I'm talking about the whole window. Like, Mira Holmes, I know black, I know Spanish, I white. It is like Donald Trump. Oh shit. Oh no, ICE. And ICE got a whole new definition. I thought that the ICE done got so cold, niggas don't want ICE no more. That's a knee slap. I'm sorry. That was a knee slap. I'm sorry. Because the Spanish Sambos was going after that white ice. Yo, I made that up first. Spanish Sambos wanted the best of the white ice. Oh, shit, let me stop. That's wrong. That is fucked, but that's a true story and joke. I'm blaming that joke on Truth, because that's some shit Truth would say. True story and would say, yeah, Latinos wanted the best of the white ice. And you got it. Hello, ice. Yo. Yo. Oh, my goodness. That's Fox News. Oh, my goodness. I would love to just say that. I would start such a fucking war right there. Oh, my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I was just joking, y'all. That was a bad joke. T. Ray K said, "We don't go to your countries with attitudes. Y'all come to ours with an attitude." I don't even know I don't even know how to respond to that. I don't. Oh, I don't. Oh, we don't go to y'all country, but y'all. Oh, okay. If y'all immigrants and Africans are so smart, why y'all here? I don't understand you, T-Ray K. America is about immigration, historically. I think y'all need to understand that. America makes money off of taxes. That's how the federal government makes money. So immigration and immigration policy, and as a colonial policy, that is one of the tools that the British introduced. Immigration. You can come to our colony and you can make money and just pay taxes. America took that further and was like, yes, open the doors, come here, make money. And you can get reclassified. You can become white. You know what I mean? But like I said, the sentiments that some people have, I, as a pen advocate, don't align with, and I get y'all experiences. I get it. So you get it off your chest, right in the chat. But like, if we're not moving black forward, I don't know. One dude the other day was just completely drunk and was just like, "I got CDL licenses. Fuck your Institute Q. I got CDL licenses for niggas." I'm like, so Jamaicans is keeping y'all from being able to get CDL licenses for black people? And I don't understand these challenges people have. Only willing to help administrative and clerical work that's needed. Shit. We need that in Zayax, like yesterday. Dev, what's goody?
What's up? You finished the website editing yesterday, right?
Oh no, I'm actually doing that while I'm on the stream.
Oh, okay. Yeah, only been coming on the stream long enough. She should have your email at the bottom of the at the banner there. If you want to sign up for the next session.
I don't know what this person T-Ray K. You can click the link. You sound angry. Let's get that angry energy up first. You know what I'm saying? If you got hate in your heart, if you hate Africans, if you hate big lip Africans, if you can't stand Caribbean accents, get it off your chest. I think this is weird. Oh my goodness. I don't have that in my heart. Because I've experienced life with many people who are dope and nonstop dope. Like Dr. Bo. What's Cuddy?
Watch out. Vehicle on shoulder.
What you doing?
You sound far away, sis.
Oh, my bad.
You got the YouTube on?
Hold up. I got, no, it's on my, I'm on mute until I stop. I'm almost where I'm going.
All right. Yeah, I posted the article and the link that was actually did a study on how much time people spend in talking versus listening. They actually did a survey research on a sales group, and they found that individuals that speak with a maximum of 43% of the time and listen 57% of the time got the most highest production results. Just to give you a reference. So I know no one's actually keeping track, but for people that observe, they can clearly determine when someone is actually exceeding the 50-50 mark very easily. I thought I'd just throw that in there because that's what I was gonna make the title. But yeah, where the FBA's at? Come on up. Y'all hit the link.
Yeah, I was told I talk too much. I had to learn how to. I'm still learning, but they definitely
You
said, "Girl,
talk
you
good. You said
talk too."
exactly what you need to.
Yeah, I'm still learning. I would, I had to learn how. Well, I had to learn how, if you're facilitating, how to allow the audience to participation through questions versus preconceiving the answers to the questions and then feeding it to them like it's the right or it's what they want to do versus gathering information from them. I'm still learning though.
We all are. We all are.
Right.
Yo, what up, Q? What up, Dad? Peace, sis.
Yo.
It's
Yeah, y'all
going
can
well.
make the panel, man. Oh, you Spanish. T-Ray K is Spanish. ¿Cómo
Okay.
está? ¿Cómo está familia? ¿Cómo está familia? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Latinos in the chat. Lena is looking for signups. She's doing an all access boat ride to Colombia, sponsored by Donald Trump.
One-way trip.
So I just wanted to just know what was the contention between the different groups and different ethnic groups in the diaspora sticking together. Is it that do people do not want to stick together, or just people just want to stay within the nation that they're from and just be associated with that, and let everybody else just figure it out on their own?
I
Like
think we should just outwork them, bro.
like psychologically, like what's going on? Like what is the real issue? Is it that some people from this particular country over here thinks that everyone from this country over here don't like them, or is it like I don't understand like what's going on really? Like what is the main problem?
The
Are
reason
you
you don't understand because there is no damn contention. It's all pretend and fake.
Well, no, there's stereotypical statements, and niggas be riding with Fox News shit. So a lot of Caribbean people, when they get mad at Africans, they pull out the Fox News cards. Y'all Caribbean niggas and Africans got to get angry and learn how to insult without going to Fox News.
Mm.
That shit is really telling, and it's not cool. So people like Buddha, you know what I'm saying? It's happened with our men sometimes. We gotta insult from a personal space, not from a white generalized space. So for example, if you hear somebody Jamaican and you told them that they don't know what they talking about, and your Jamaican ass turns around and say, well, you just another black American crack dealer, you lost. You took it somewhere else. Talk about that black person's mother. And just don't bring up the suck your mother shit. Really insult them and break down their argument. We have to manage our insults, y'all. The insults create a whole space. It happens with me. You know what I mean? It happens. We all got to be mindful of how we generalize with our insults and how we take our insults from him to them. You know what I'm saying? We just got to be mindful of that shit. I think that should be happening a lot, man. When you start throwing
Yeah, that's what's going on with a lot of Hispanics and Mexicans. Most Mexicans don't even know what Mexican mean, so they just is confused. They was colonized, so they don't know no better,
Oh, so is it so I see some people saying things like you guys want to be able to like wave your flags with pride and stuff like that. Is like what's going on is like the Africans and the Caribbeans that but they're not allowing you to fly the American flag or show off the American flag,
Well, you
is
know what?
it
I think Marley.
is it that y'all ashamed that y'all cannot fly the American flag, being that we've been in the nation and the stuff that is historically done to us, and you don't feel the pride to wave the flag, and you may feel a certain way about other group and ethnic groups from their country that wave their flag and they have that pride. Is that something that could be going on?
Yeah, I think some dudes. I don't know. This is a different part of the conversation because I don't wave the American flag.
Right. And a lot of us wouldn't feel the pride to, right, because of the history of what this country did to black people.
It's very, and so this new conversation.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. This is a new space for me. I'm saying like I don't like. I feel like a lot of the black folks. Do y'all be having the American flag during the 4th of July? Like we don't get. I don't. This is new for me. I don't know. This is that's a
Well,
different space in and I'm not insulting nobody. Just I think that there's a historical line conversation that has to happen with that because I also know, and I do hear that with Caribbean people because I've told up some Caribbean people like that. Y'all niggas is just proud about countries that was technically created by white folks. Yeah, I'm not the original people. Y'all arguing about Trinidad better than Guyana, Guyana better than Jamaica. And it's like, what? Y'all sound retarded to me, son. I've been, yo,
I
bro. If you go to some of the colleges and you go to the Caribbean Student Association, it be up.
Yeah.
And straight arguing with Trinidadians. The Haitians don't fuck with nobody else but the Haitians. Dominicans
Hmm.
don't fuck with nobody but Dominicans. So maybe I think some people think that is just how it is.
That's just how it is. And
Yeah,
I think too, and
nobody
I think
fucking
too, they think
I think
like all of the Caribbean people is together, and it's
hell
not.
no.
Yeah, it's not
Hell
like
no.
that. So they think, hold on. So they think that. I think you know what it comes down to. So I think it's like American culture. Like you gotta remember too, America controls a lot of the media in the world, and it promotes that this is the best country in the world. Like what I'm saying, it's been promoting that for a very very long time. So no matter what race you are in the world, if you're born in America, at some time or point, you're going to associate that, well, we are the best people of our race in the world because we're from America. You know what I'm saying? We could associate it with that, and I think that's what happens sometimes. And in these other places, they really not promoting their countries in the sense of how America promotes it in the media, like with the military, what I'm saying, things that's going on, movies, entertainment, and things of that nature. So I think a lot of that plays a role too. And then, just like how we up here in New York compared to the rest of the country, a lot of people would say like, yo, we're self-centered based off of how we behave and, what I'm saying, the things that we have access to and resources and stuff like that. So I think like America as a whole, when you could look at it, we could say it's like New York, right? Or like New Yorkers. Like, but we just, in this little one bubble, we just see things from our own perspectives and shit like that. Cause, we get a lot of complaints around America, New Yorkers, for our mentality and the way how we are, how we think and how we see shit, and I think like sometimes people become self-centered, based off of, where they from and not being exposed to other things. And they just see things from a narrow perspective.
Well, I think psychologically, when other people come to this country, and just like most black people, we've
Hmm.
been trained to think backwards. Like we don't think like we should. Everybody, to me, most immigrants that come here, a lot of times they get trained into thinking backwards. Some of them don't, but most of us do because we was trained to be American first, right? Support America culture, put your culture to the side, support America culture, and next thing you know, you waving the flags, and you proud to be an American, and you forget your whole culture. And to me, a lot of us been trained to think backwards.
Yo, shout out Black Revolutionary Now, always supporting through $50 in the super chat. Shout out to the family, just tapping in, keeping the good work. As always, been busy, but I always make time to show love and support. Shout out to you, man. He's always supporting.
Yeah, I think.
Hold on, one more. Logical black. Let me just do it like that one quick. Logical back. You can say something real quick.
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, what's up? I just wanted to say something real quick. I'm African American on all sides. My line goes back to 1790 Alabama in the trenches. So for all the FBAs about to come on my neck whenever you don't agree with them, they say you ain't one of us. You from Africa, call you a booty scratch or whatever. If we look at this thing, what it is, a lot of this movement is older black people that are mad that integration didn't work. I mean, let's be honest. A lot of black people in the 80s, early 90s, we thought we made it. We thought we was in. We thought Rocky, he went to go kill the Russian over his black friend. We thought we was in. And then they just switched up the game on us when Obama got in there and we started getting it again. The movement is like, when I tell people, it's like a woman who's been in a relationship where she's getting abused. And instead of, now listen, now I'm not even trying to be funny. Instead of leaving the man, she stays and she makes excuses and she abuses the other kids. And that's what's going on right now. Now, we do got issues. All black people got issues, whatever, with tribalism or whatever. But when I was in Africa, 20%, there might have been some haters, but 80% of the time, I lived in Botswana and Namibia for 2 years. It was all love. It was like being a celebrity. Like, so I know it's not there. They just going there. But it has nothing to do with other black people. They're lashing out because the integration failed. And that's just the honest to God truth. And they don't want to accept it, that the dream is over. That's just the truth.
Well, I don't think integration failed. I think we mentally just failed.
No. Expand on that.
Meaning, we can see how Chinese people can integrate with people, but still keep their moral code and their customs and their morals, their norms, and all that. You see what I'm saying? So integration didn't really fail us. We failed ourselves mentally by thinking we was what they call it, the illusion of inclusion, so to speak. So
yeah,
I think, if we would have kept ourselves mentally strong instead of conforming to the ways of the white people, I think that's what. I don't think integration failed. I think we mentally failed by not keeping our norms, our customs, and our ways. Just like when Chinese come over here, they do that. They keep they all they shit standards. And I think that's what we failed.
Let me push back on that. Now there's a little bit of truth to that, but let's be honest. Our own government put the crack cocaine in the neighborhood. Our own government said you could have welfare, but you can't have a man in the house. That's not something that a government who's for the people, who considers these people citizens, do. The attacks started then, and we're in a COINTELPRO now. We're going to find out in 20 years they're doing a whole bunch of more shit to us. So it's not just that we messed up. They're still attacking us. It never stopped.
It was, part of the reason my father and my grandfather and his father never voted was that sentiment. Like, America never fucked with us. Like, they never respected black people, black men, black women. So that was like, it was weird, it was just real, like, yeah, it's that alignment that we have with the country and that sentiment. And then today's conversation, it is so weird hearing it. I'm not gonna lie, it's really, because it's like, America don't fuck with black people on paper. You know what I mean? The federal government had to come in and try to force, and then that didn't even work. They still needed affirmative action, and still needed DEI. And it's like, bro, America racist. America don't fuck with black people. You got people in the country that fuck with black people, but they don't fuck with black people. And everything's been anti-black, and the world has seen the greatest media propaganda machine promote 50 years of anti-black culture.
Facts. That's
you right.
You know what I mean? Like, that's and the history of black propaganda is older than most of the independent movements. The idea of the Sambo minstrel, the dancing nigger, tap dancing Negro is older than almost every Caribbean island except for Haiti. Jamaicans who were in office, who fought for the independence, so-called independence, grew up watching American television as well. The Sambo is not just the American perspective of our blacks. This is the white perspective of like how we gonna deal with blacks. That's, you know what I mean? I don't really know how that's escaped or skipped. It's like, what are we talking about? That's that. I don't know how that's skipped. Majority of the independent movements are very short. And the Caribbean and the African independence movements need to be understood just as much as we understand how our independence movements and pushes were infiltrated, targeted, and subjected to all types of white bullshit for the whole sole purposes of maintaining their position of power. So I just linked to long. Jamaica is like, what, 65 years old? 1962, Jamaica became an independent nation. Let's understand, Jamaica has the Queen of England on its dollar today.
Facts.
Jamaica's parliament was still being ran by whites. Let's just be clear.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, those are facts you can't get around, you know. And when you look at that, you can see why the people in the condition and the mentality of the Jamaicans is the way it is, and the way our mentality, the way it is as well, because we conformed to the ways of our enemies. You know what I mean? Instead of holding on to our culture that we holding on to parts of it, but for the most part, it all goes back to the mind, because it's the mind that makes you fold the COINTELPRO. It's the mind that makes you turn a traitor to your own people. It's a mental illness that makes you collapse under pressure. Instead of putting the pressure under you under pressure, which is understandable from a beast. You know what I mean? So I think it all, you know, the mental mind state is just it's sick.
Let me add one more thing, because I heard this dude TK talking in the chat. Another thing about people being mad, or people being mad at the failed integration, is it's a lot of, when you go on like Twitter and all this online mess, it's a lot of losers. People that didn't accomplish much in their life. Be honest, people that got low IQs, that haven't read a lot of books, and they just lashing out because they mad because they see other black people do better than them. I noticed this when I was in Africa too. The entire black race, we got a crab in the barrel mentality. We don't like another black doing better than us, but we'll be okay with the Chinese man owning the weave store. But if some black woman owns the weave store, then we got a problem with her, and they're gonna try to rob her. That's a reality that we have, and it's these losers who failed and they lashing out. I just got my master's degree. When you go around these, I've been going
That's
around.
black power right there. What's the degree in?
It's media arts, minor in game design. I want to talk to you about that later, Q. But when you're over, I'm in Atlanta. When you're at Morehouse, when you're at Clark, when you're dealing with these upper echelon and black people, you never hear that problem and then be like, we don't like these other black people. Like in my class, it was 3 black people. Me, this other girl, she's from that rural rich suburb in Maryland. I forget what it's called. She's from there, and a Nigerian. And like, what am I going to say? I don't like the Nigerian because he ain't one of us. When you're at the upper echelons of black people, you don't see it. It's the low class that's reaching out. I don't want to say hood niggas or something like that, but just people who haven't read, low IQ, and the enemy found a niche in that to grab them up, to push them. And this is a COINTEL movement. And we got to be honest with it. They don't like that I'm pushing back, and they get mad when we call them out. But it's got to be blunt. Y'all are losers and y'all failed, and y'all are trying to lash out. Now we got a problem. There is some coons coming over here, getting the microphone, talking bad about us. But that's not the real problem. We got bigger problems than that.
Well, it's also, that's why I want to show the structure, because I think some of us have this perception of these countries as if they are actual black countries. And so when somebody hears Jamaica, they hear Jamaica's being ran by blacks. And I'm like, no, Jamaica. You see, Jamaica is still ran by England.
Mhm.
See that? The prime minister, they're trying to have the prime minister and the parliament and monarch not still running. So let's understand the travel visas, the organization, the structure is still in alignment with white folks. It's
Yeah,
the same issue we have in America. The father of Pan-Africanism was also known as the father of the Boule damn near. Yeah, it's very challenging, our story.
yeah, that's a fact, man. Because when you look at it, if we put that in hood terminology, we could say that Jamaica is England. Is still one of England's bottom holes. I know that sounds harsh, but that's a reality.
You can say the same shit about Black Americans in America.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I mean, it's and trying to have an outside perspective. It's like, yo, it's crazy. It's like it's really challenging because you're not getting triggered by the conversation points, but just looking at like, look, bro, we all fighting for independence, and then you got white folks that's still running the strings. True story, and I'll take that argument, and I will take your perspective. We need to promote that, but unfortunately, that's not what's on most paper. Most papers have W.B. Du Bois as the head of it. Like that's, you know what I mean? Like I can understand why you're saying that, but if somebody went to the Library of Congress, they're gonna see W.B. Du Bois being one of the first organizers, biggest proponents.
But yeah, you're right, Q. When you look at that from a world perspective, or in my opinion, it makes Black people look like we don't know how to run a nation. You know what I mean? Because we still gotta be subordinate to a degree, whether it's Jamaica, Haiti, Cuba, well, maybe not Cuba, but Puerto Rico, Dominican, all these little islands is pretty much filled with indigenous or melanated, what we call melanated people, but the people who run it are always European most times. And when you look at it, to me, it makes it look like Black people don't know how to run a nation or control a nation, even though we know what's really involved with that. Like true story, he don't know how to run a country. Now let me stop. What else true story? He can give you all the history on the Negro League. Nah, I'm done. I'm done, true.
But yeah, it's a that's why I said we gotta give us a little bit more grace in the conversation. I think just hearing certain things is like, and the expectations we have. Nigeria, 1960. You know what I mean? We barely been 65 years. We still fighting for like DEI is a conversation still.
Yeah.
Black independence. Like I just would be like, it's not like affirmative action according to the judge didn't work. It's like, the world in racism is extremely real, and white folks' influence on the game is not to be underlooked, undertaken, misinterpreted. The FBI agents that plagued the Black liberation movement in the 70s, the way in which the FBI and the CIA, or whatever, whichever one of them two, or whatever the letter groups, orchestrated gang wars, infiltrated us with drugs. And that's just forgotten about. It's not even, it's like, that's just whatever. It's whatever. Nah, we went through some shit, and the black world went through some shit. Still going through some shit.
Yeah,
Haiti had to pay reparations for its independence. That is crazy.
Yeah. Not only are we experiencing a Holocaust, we paying a hell of a cost at the same time.
It is crazy.
Yeah, but when you look at that, man, it's damn near breathtaking, man. When you think about all, and like you said, how people like to push that part on the rug or make it look like tears in the rain when it comes to how the government flooded our communities with all these different drugs and chemicals, and the list goes on. So I understand what you mean by, like, you know what I mean, like how young we are up from, like, when you name those dates, like 1962, the other date of Jamaica. Uh, we still young as a people at this shit and still experiencing proness, and all that other FBA alphabet shit.
But no, I just wanted to push back on that real quick. Anyone who's American African, we got to push back on that because you can't have them looking bad. We can't let this COINTEL 2.0 push back because that's exactly how Rwanda started with the genocide. I ain't saying we're going to have a genocide. It starts with tribalism, then boom, look what happens. And that's what they're trying to do, get us off focus. And it is crazy, like you said, Q Better, because I remember in 2020, we wasn't thinking we wasn't Americans. In just 5 years, they done turned it all around on us, man. That's crazy.
Yo, T-Ray K. Yo, I heard your moms and your sister got the link for the oranges. Let me know. I'm trying to get some boxes and shit.
Yo, man.
Yo, put the link to the oranges in the chat. And if any of your family members lost, I'm sorry that they might have got taken up. But if they have any food trucks for the low, we got some people interested in buying food trucks. Okay. But
yo. Damn.
You know what I'm saying? Gotta shoot. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Come on, G's.
Yeah, you got to, man. You got to.
So Pan-Africanism. Right? The idea that peoples from African descent have common interests and should be unified. Right? Should be unified. It doesn't give the instructions on how to be unified. Now, if you want to go back to the oldest writings, right, Pan-Africanism is older than most of the independent movements. Let's be clear, right? And let me go down this rabbit hole right quick. Since we are here, let me go down this rabbit hole just to bring it to the see. I'm supposed to be working on the website. Let's see, where are you at? Because I think some of us think that Pan-Africanism, like I'm gonna state that Pan-Africanism, and we always state, started on the shores as soon as we got off the boat. And Gaspar Younger would be to me, the representative of that, right? And so when you hear these people state this, right, I would like for you to first hit the panel and tell us why Pan-Africanism doesn't have It doesn't work. Just this one statement here. So black people throughout black, because if you remove this part, should black people work together in America? You know what I'm saying? Like, I just want to know where that how that stands. The work that's been done by Pan-Africans for over 125 years is crazy. Judah's in the chat. Judah, you got your American flag out? Go get that American flag. Africa has never been Pan-African. They are tribal. The world is tribal. Humans are tribal. Get over it. That doesn't mean that tribes can't work together. What are we talking about? You got NATO. Come on now.
Yeah, and what a lot of FBAs, I think they realize, but they try to suppress it. Pan-Africanism is what got us to these platforms on YouTube. Pan-Africanism is what all the teachers push, all of what we call master teachers, all our black educators. That's what they pushed for years, like you said, since we stepped off the boats. But it's but so when we look at it, right, the FBA is only was birthed out of Pan-Africanism. But they don't want to see that. They don't want to. You know what I'm saying? They
motherfucker, FBA ain't got shit to do with Pan-African, man.
No, I said Pan-Africanism gave birth to FBA. Because the FBA niggas, all these niggas who claim the FBA, if you go back and look at their history, bro, they was with the Pan-Africanism.
Are you going to keep capping for the rest of the day, or are you just going to take a break?
That's not a cap, bro. When you look at, bro, I've been around, bro. Most of all these people that's pushing FBA was practicing Pan-Africanism.
Like who, Madon?
Tariq Nasheed, Dame Calloway, Top Cat, you name all these so-called who they call FBA Top
Cat was practicing Pan-Africanism?
Yeah.
Malcolm X, one of our great leaders of the civil rights movement, Malcolm X, so Pan-African. Organization of Afro-American Unity, like Pan-African School of Thought, operations to get us to work together. And our greatest minds saw the need for us to work together and the challenges in doing so, but recognized the need because of the common enemy. So when we say Black people in America should isolate ourselves, while America is actively recruiting Black people from other countries, are we going to politically not associate ourselves with them? Are we not going to seek to educate them? Are we not going to try to find ways to educate these people before they get to the country? Are we bugging? Where's the power in that? Where is the economic logic in that statement? Where is the political logic in that statement? When they come to America, the white people classify them as niggas.
Yeah, because what it is this. The fact remains that FBA is what they call one of our renegade child is one of our disruptive kids. FBA is one of our babies that's running around here reckless. You know what I'm saying? And want to disassociate herself from her parents. You know what I mean? That's all it is, man. Just a rebellious child. That's all FBA is. It's a rebellious child of Pan-Africanism. You know, because we birthed many kids. Pan-Africanism birthed many kids. And FBA is just one of them. And it's just rebellious. It's hard-headed and stiff-necked.
Yeah, I ain't even gonna make. That's why I didn't even put FBA in the title. Black Americans, Black people in the Caribbean, Black Africans. That by definition, America, y'all are all Negroes. When y'all get to America, motherfuckers need to work together. Internationally, we need to focus on trade and resources information, political understandings. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the focus. We don't need 10,000 Nigerians coming to America this year who are completely lost into the black conversation. No, they need to understand black people are focused, and this is what we're here to do. And we want to take y'all 10,000 and add to our circle. Keep adding to it. Keep adding to our circle. Oh, 20,000 Haitians came in last year? Yeah, where they at? What y'all, how we connecting y'all to what we got going on? Nigerians, I got mad Nigerian friends. I don't know what y'all say Nigerians hate us. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm understanding that. Like, who do these niggas come with? What do they say to y'all? They say, fuck you, get out my face. Like, what happened? Did they say that, like, well, I'm trying to figure out, understand, like, what is the experiences that y'all have had with these individuals?
You know, in Africa, they say the same thing about Nigerians. Nobody wants them in the country. Them is like our closest relatives. I know we're a mixture of both all over Africa. Nigerians are very arrogant. They're very intelligent, but at the same time, they got that chip like us because it's not working. They are the most beyond black people. They're some of the most intelligent people on the earth, but their country is a disaster, and it's not because of intelligence. It's because of culture. They got old buffoons running the show and like thievery, and it's just a disaster. But they got some of the most brilliant minds too, and it hurts them that they don't have a beautiful country, even like Rwanda or even like Kenya. And so they kind of their arrogance and they try to they attack other black people just like the FBA movement because they got it's a low like a shameful thing also. They covering up for what it really is.
Yeah, y'all can click the link. You know what I mean? Keep it respectful. If you have genuine sentiments, get them off your chest. I don't want you to feel like, what you're saying is not being heard. Let's just be mindful of how we say it and understand that it's about growing. If you have an issue with growing black people globally, this is an area for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know where you're cool at, you know what I'm saying? But go find that area. You know what I mean? If that's what you're doing. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, some of their greatest. Oh,
No,
some
I'm
of
just
their
saying.
greatest. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Q.
Nah, it's just math. On paper, everybody got to fuck with China. On paper, everybody fucks with China. Asia got everybody by the balls. Pause. Blacks need to be able to say the same shit.
Exactly. Exactly. But see, that's the thing about the Chinese. They was able to integrate into American society and keep they mental and keep they pretty much they keep they goals and they what they or they preferences and they morals and hey, you got to work with the world in my humble opinion.
Can you hear me too?
Yes, sis.
Is it static,
Yeah, it's staticky.
Okay. I go back out again. Okay, it stopped, I think. Okay. Maybe. I'm working with some Nigerians. I'm not getting that same outlook. And I don't know. Maybe it's where you are and who you're
You said
affiliated with.
Nigerians don't fuck with you. You said, huh?
I work I work with a group. The website is each one teach one, like EACH one number one teach. I know true story and they got the same name. One. They teaching. So we connect. They connected with us um, because we're connected with the at-risk youth group near Fort Jackson, the military academy, and we're teaching. We are connected because they have certifications in the IT world, and so they're training whoever wants to. They have a free program and they have a paid program, but they're training our community, those who are interested, on those different career certifications. They do a free 12-week class Saturday.
Hold on, sis, your
Saturday.
mic is mad messed up. Nobody, it's really. Yeah, I want to hear what she was saying.
Yeah, got to get that Nigerian phone back. No, let me stop.
You said the Nigerian got the Obama phone?
Yeah, he got the flip phone, the old what is it called? Motorola. I mean Prime Code. Switch my Motorola to a Prime Code phone.
It just sounds like niggas just got low self-esteem and shit like that. That's what it sounds like to me.
That's the truth, brother. That is really it.
Yeah, it just seemed like niggas be having low self-esteem, and you know, niggas be trying to find some type of way of, you know, justifying their, you know, their ways and shit like that.
We Black Americans, we're not being truthful about the situation. Like I said, like a lot of screaming in the chat. We always scream like we the best black people. We're the greatest nation on earth, and we but here's the thing. I believe we could be, but we're not. Instead of being independent, like Malcolm told us, we chose to sign a deal with the devil, and now we got to pay the consequences. We are not a nation. We're a subjugated people inside that should have broke off a long time ago, and we got to deal with them facts. We don't have a nation. We don't have our own land. We don't even have a reservation like the Choctaw and the Cherokee when land was promised to us, and we don't want to fight for it either. We want to get behind them. Where's the land at? Where's the borders?
Right here. We're a nation. We just don't.
We're an ethnicity. We're not a nation.
We just don't recognize it. We're a nation, bro. We're a nation of black. That's why you have a thing called the black vote and all this other shit. They recognize us as a nation, but we just don't claim it. We just it's just mentally fragmented. That's all.
If we was really for that, then we would go for the Gullah Geechee region and the 40 acres that was supposed to be owed to us, and we would get our tribal land at the least. We don't even want that. We just want to be behind Mr. Charlie and go up in the movie theater with them and you know, just try to say that we a part of this stuff when look how we get treated. And we don't want to listen to that. We could have been the greatest nation on earth if we would have listened to Malcolm, but we made a major mistake and we got to admit to that. And I believe we have to pivot right now, and we should at least go for our 40. The reparations is good, I'm for it, but also the land is a major part.
So this is the part that I think this is why colonization and imperialism has to be taught to black people. Globalization, right? From the early onsets of colonization with the Dutch and the British, and of course to what the British, you know, the sun never sets on their empire. There's a reason why they said that to the American military industrial complex with capitalism. Globalization is real, and the world platform is a real thing. And black people are not to be allowed to enter into there. England and America represent the birth of eugenic ideologies, Zionistic philosophies. All of the white shit that the white shits we talk about was birthed in these two areas. So let's just be clear when we're talking about black people and black nations jumping out of the window to do black power shit. Anything associated with black independence and black power shit is a threat to white people. Let's be clear. I don't know where, and if anyone can argue that, please don't. Because I will show you systematic murders, killings, policies enacted, programs pushed to keep black people worldwide from gaining a high level of power politically. You know, so let's just be very clear on that. Now, white people are the biggest challenge in the black world. You know, so let's be clear. Black and white Americans are far apart in their views for reparations, for slavery, right? 77% of Black Americans compared with 18% of white Americans support reparations. Let's understand that. Let's understand that. 18% of whites. That means 82% of whites are against reparations. We all agree on that, what it says?
Yeah, some things speaking. They only on the talking shit about niggas.
Yeah, so let's be clear. Whites are the biggest group. You know what I'm saying? White folks.
Not other black people.
80% of whites. Spanish, 60%. And I'm going to say the Hispanics also claim to be white. So damn it, white folks. So I'm going to tangent back to that one just to, throw this out there in terms of discussing Pan-Africanism. The link is there. If you got the ability to come, shoot some rocks, please do, man. I'm waiting to hear these arguments because I want to see some data, some sources that validate some of these things that y'all are saying. Because I'm like, I don't know. People like Caribbean people don't need to do for black people. I'm like, I don't know. I thought Kwame Ture did a lot of stuff for black people. I thought we screamed black power. I thought we loved screaming black power. I thought that was cool. I thought Kwame Ture was cool. We all know he was born in Trinidad. I'm confused. You know what I'm saying? Like, I thought Shirley Chisholm was cool. I'm confused. They didn't do nothing for black people. I'm confused. Kwame Ture was 60 years ago. The independent movement for black people is still only 60 years old. It's 2025, Jay Sanders. You're right. What we got? Tariq Nasheed? What are we talking about? Please show me the opposite. I mean, because I'm celebrating our successes. Now, if you want to just pull up a bunch of ones that's not, please go ahead and come up and do it. You got the floor. You know what I mean? You got the floor. But I don't know how you're going to cherry pick, because either you're going to talk about Black American greatness and you're going to try to skip W.B. Du Bois, or you're not. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where you at. So I'm promoting pushing us going forward. Now, if you can show the data on how, and that includes tribalism, because when you're developing programs, you have to have a specific target, a locality that you're focused on. We're not dumb. So even in America, you creating a program in Chicago is for people in Chicago. Unless you're on the internet, your program is going to be subjected to the region it's in. It's just that simple. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, please click the link. Please. Because it's just that simple for you to just show besides the fallacies, right? You cannot provide any of this right here. You're going to be stuck in one of these areas of fallacies. You know what I mean? And we hope that you could do something besides present fallacies. But I'm betting that not one of you can come up here and present something that will not end up being a fallacy. Please.
What exactly do you want subjects to do as far as like what are we refuting exactly? What do you want people to refute?
That black people should, from the Caribbean and Africans, should not work together. Show us on an argument. I'm arguing politically. I'm arguing economically. I'm arguing scientifically. I'm arguing resource based. How y'all want to play this game? Tactically, I can argue is tactically our priority to work together. From a military perspective, I can argue that. And we still, in every one of them, includes tribalism. Black Americans need to focus on Black America. And then we need to still break that down. Black people in the West Coast need to focus on Black people in the West Coast, Black people in the East Coast, and then we need to work together. Black people in Jamaica need to focus on Black people in Jamaica, but we need to share tactical information. We need to share resources. If I have access to a program in New York and you don't know about it in Texas, I remember Baba Aminina when we first met. He didn't know about IXL. I was gonna keep it to my no. He hold this, yo, by my money, and then he put me on this stuff. Marcus Klein. That's what we're supposed to do. A tribalistic mindset's gonna be like, nah, you in Chicago. Well, you ain't got that in New York. Well, it's too bad. That's what we doing? No, that's not what we doing. If you in Jamaica, I'm trying to work with you. You in Trinidad, I'm trying to work with you. You in California, I'm trying to work with you. In North Carolina, I'm trying to work with you. However we can. We got the internet. So yeah, please show me an argument why we shouldn't and how it's beneficial.
I'm on your side.
And we got Dr. Walmart, please.
Duplicating processes, tactical, technical, training, curriculum, no reinvent the wheel. I think one of the biggest issues or concerns out there is we get stagnated. It's not a continuous thing. You think it's a one-time work hard, get it implemented, and then there's no follow-up. There's no scaling up or elevating, or we accelerate too quick, and then we got to pull back. Remember we talked about the conversation with the Slutty Vegan and then Black Mama Vodka. Both businesses, both made a lot of money. One was able to capitalize by bringing in other alternate products to stay afloat, and the other one got so big where they had to get a little help, sell it off, and then come back and get it again. So on the success side, we need it both ways, but continuous training and then understanding the levels that you're getting to. But you can't do it one way. So I like crossing the lines, the state lines, neighborhood lines, then the state lines, and then, oh, by the way, let's cross the oceans. But it's work. It is work involved, and it takes a team, but it takes the skill sets as well. And all skill sets don't trump another. Like I think that's one of a problem as well, where you may have someone who may be technical proficient and maybe not scientific, and so maybe they'll scale back or want to try to supersede the other, where they both should all complement each other and work in unison.
I'm with that.
Yeah. So I'm working with the Nigeria organization right now. I know people always say, "Boy, she only come up about that money." I am, because I sure can't pay them bills without it, right? So, um, and one of the things I have to tell him, because he's so fast, like he be like, "What do you mean, Monica?" I be like, "You got to take it back a little bit, you got to make it basic." He's like, "No, they need to read." So sometimes, when you're trying to, I know when we're trying to connect, um, we we have a language barrier sometimes. We have where if one is a subject matter expert in a field and another is not, the one that's not want the easy way, or they want the quick way. They want the what you used to call that little test out, clip notes. They want the clip notes. But sometimes some of the avenues that we get in, you can't use clip notes all the time. You can only use that when you're a little advanced. You got to take a step back and you got to go back to the basics, and then you have to know the basics before you know the technical. And sometimes when we're trying to connect groups or we're trying to connect different cultures, it's a barrier of patience and time. Like I'm gonna give you an hour, but sometimes it may take 2 or 3 hours, or it may take a few weeks, or we're not governing with a planning stage, implementation stage, and a testing stage. And that's why research is important. And I think a lot of people should learn research first because it teaches you how to slow down. And sometimes we go into our plans biased. We're putting programs together the way we want them and not what may be the need of the people. And so it's not that your program is a failure, it's just that you didn't survey the land first. So I like this conversation. Um, I know people probably thinking like, damn, ain't no way she into all of that, but I actually am. I actually kind of dip and dab because I have a time management. I do time management very well, but I'm interested in how, we're working on duplicating process. I talked to you guys a lot about our intellectual disability. And then now we just met a lady. Oh, I just met a lady from New York. She had a veterans home in New York that she did for 9 years. So she know the know-hows, and she just bought 31 acres in Eastover, South Carolina. And as soon as they drop that zoning, change that zoning, she's breaking ground. And when she breaks ground, we ready to rock and roll. So we introduce her to the intellectual disability because she already has the veteran side of it, and she's not even a vet. But we gonna duplicate that program, well, two programs in one actually, and you know move around. So I love it, Q. I love if you have a program in New York, why shouldn't I duplicate that program in the Carolinas and in wherever else or everybody? But it takes work and time, and I think sometimes people like to talk about what we're not doing, but as soon as you try to put them in the work group, they're not there.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what's up. I'm gonna try to refrain from the gaslight comments in the chat.
Yeah. Let's tone it down in the chat, y'all. That's everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's make the jokes general. You know what I'm saying? FBAs, y'all gotta stop shooting at the Pan Africans. Pan Africans, whoever y'all are, stop shooting at the FBAs. You know what I'm saying? It's Sunday. It's Father's Day. It's Jesus Day. It's Baby Jesus Day and all that good stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Heritage,
Deity
not
is about to
culture.
tell us why black people in America should not work with anybody else.
When you say damn heritage, not culture, right?
Yeah, nah, boy.
If you ask some of them to explain their culture, they couldn't. It's just something they throwing around. Um, you know, even within their own area. So it's kind of weird. I get confused, be honest with you.
Yo, truth. Now, Big Cheese, I definitely agree with you, bro. I get confused. It's weird as hell. I'm learning. That's why I say let's learn through the communication because there's a lot of things I'll learn, and hopefully y'all are learning from us as black folks and how we've experienced America and abroad, and how we converse through it. But
Yeah.
Big Cheese said, "I'm walking on the pier, looking out at the Pacific Ocean and checking out snow bunnies, trying to get a suntan on the beach." That's who you arguing with right now, True. Come on now, let's just cool down. This is a nice Sunday, man.
I'm near the airport. I don't know why my connection acting crazy. Maybe it's the planes or something. I don't know. I'm gonna jump on my iPad, see if it does something different.
Well, yeah. So, Deity, you ready to tell us why Black Americans should not work with anybody? I'm fucking with you, Deity.
You say not?
I wouldn't say we definitely, shouldn't advocate for not voting. I'm not voting, not voting, but for working with or collaborating with other black like-minded, because that's what's important. People that are all skin folk ain't kinfolk, and people that look like you don't necessarily think like you. So, but I definitely wouldn't. I'm definitely not opposed to that. Like you said, we need to work together, like all the other Spanish and Latinos and Mexicans and all that, how they work. Yeah, we need to. Yeah, for real. I would concur with that. Definitely.
But motherfuckers need to watch their mouth when they talking and get angry. So that's what I'm gonna say again to my Caribbean folks and African folks. When y'all and black folks, I'm gonna separate it because everybody jumps out the window with the Fox News shit, and that's the shit that's annoying because it's like the manosphere. Like I've heard the Fox News insults, so it's hard for me to just. I'm first say it to the Caribbeans and just understand if you got an accent and you jump to Fox News insults. Fox News insults is saying black people are all crack dealers. No, go take care of your kids. Stop selling drugs. Everybody's a gangster. You start throwing those, your daddy wasn't in your life sits, and you got an accent, it's up. I know you might hear black people saying the same shit to black people. Just understand it's different coming from you with an accent. You know what I'm saying? And black people in America, just understand if we throw it around the same, it's sit, and it's also the reverse stereotypes. Not all Caribbean people came here on a boat. Not all African people walk around barefoot. You know what I'm saying? Like we gotta be mindful of some of these generalizations that we throw around from television. You know what I mean? So just be mindful of that. So when it gets thrown, and even if you say it, at some point, just be mindful that you did say it. And then, throw a little like, you know what, my bad. I did violate, you know what I'm saying? That's just be mindful of that. That's my suggestion. You don't have to, but if you're here and you're aligned with trying to grow the conversation, should be something that you set as a standard for yourself in any conversation you have. And again, that's why I said earlier, characteristic flaws. Be mindful of the person you're engaging with. It don't matter where they from. If they exhibit, communication characteristic flaws and just blatant characteristic flaws, and you're taking this person with these characteristic flaws and allowing the rest of this shit to be a standard for how you see everybody. Just remember, there's shitty people everywhere you go. Every part of the world has shitty ass people. Terrible, good for nothing, shitty people. You know what I mean? And that's everywhere. And you can't judge. If you're gonna judge the world by shitty people, then you're gonna just pretty much say you're gonna be one of those people that hate humans. John Goat, what's good, Ken?
You had a pretty catchy title, so I figured I would chime in. The interesting thing about your title is like, why shoot for Latinos? Shit, the Asians and the Indians and the whites are doing better than Latinos. Why act like Latinos?
It's saying about acting like Latinos, but the title says we need to act like Latinos with all due respect.
You say work together like Latinos, which is
but that doesn't mean act. To act means to embody
the
behavior. No, we're not trying to act like them. We can't act like them. We
whatever,
black,
right? To mimic or whatever, right? Like, why not? Do whatever that has the white people or the Indians. And I'm just asking it kind of rhetorically. I don't necessarily believe that. But I'm just starting to think, man. Like, I don't know if if black people can work together like Latinos, that may be their skill set. That may, their innate skill. They may be wired to work like that.
So you saying we're incompetent at birth?
No,
I mean,
that was
born defective from birth.
But John, I'll be honest. That was a trigger. I did that as a kind of on purpose.
I get it.
Latinos are whites.
Okay. Yeah, okay. All right.
You know what I'm saying? That I know with the language thing.
Right. Yeah.
But
yeah.
I'm gonna push the card and say, like, look, when they come to America, the large percentage of Latinos identify as white.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair.
So it's but it is still this same statement though. But the language component as a describer, I would say, creates the alignment. I think, and I said in the beginning of the video, we've taken the word black, and there's people who are making black a synonymous only with Black Americans, and that's created a divide in something that could be used equivalently to me like the word Latino.
Well, let me ask you this question. If you look at the most successful Black people, by and large, they've done it largely individually, and there's nothing wrong with that. Michael Jordan is the GOAT.
What the fuck you talking about individually?
Well, I mean, you say a rapper, right? He may have ghostwriters, but by and large,
that's the worst example you could give is any type of entertainment reference.
Well, let him finish the whole
entertainers
thing.
Don't individually. Yeah, go ahead.
Our most successful financially, people that have been able to infect the broader culture have been in the entertainment and sports and shit like that. That's just what it is. And those people, by and large, have been individuals. Deion Sanders was the ultimate individual. Michael Jordan, there's no, and I'm not criticizing any of those people. I'm just naming names. Carl Lewis. I'm not naming any bands here. I'm naming individuals. And that is probably our strength as individuals. We're able to do things that other groups of people collectively would have to do. Right?
All those names that you named, they relied on corporations that were ran by white people in order for you to make that statement.
That's fair, but
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Two black men are billionaires and they're not in sports. One married to a white woman and the other one's got a black wife. They're in tech.
Our most prominent people, right? Our most prominent ones, by and large, have been individual entertainers, athletes, so on and so forth. That could be like how we're wired to be very successful individually for the ones that are successful individuals. Successful.
None of them examples work by themselves.
Well,
there were some bad examples that you gave, bro.
Well,
they needed other people to.
I'm not saying
keep them afloat. Pin the link up when you get a chance, man.
They happen to be black men.
I'm not saying that they don't need other people, but excuse me.
But black people always been working together since we've been over here. I don't know where you get this independent, isolated by itself. And another thing that's been a misnomer is when people say black folks, a lot of the times it's primarily referring to black people in urban environments that are not thriving.
No, yeah, I just, I don't know. From what I've seen, maybe you're right. It's an urban environment. That's why I live.
What's the argument or the statement? I'm lost.
I just think that, like, we may not be the people that are wired to work collectively. We may be more individualistic people.
Bro, you not know here.
And that's not a criticism. Again, it's just maybe it's just an observation.
What are you basing that off of?
Well, a lot of the attitudes and the prevailing mindset about, say, working together as relates to black people versus, say, other people tends to be different. Kind of, from birth, a lot of times you hear a lot of black people say, don't do business with friends and family. Whereas, other people tend to be more likely to do business with friends and family. They're more insular. Black people may be more extroverted and be more likely to do business with friends and family, with strangers. And that's why you see the Jay-Z's, the Oprah Winfrey's, they got rich, as people say, with other people's help, not black people's help by and large. It just could be a personality trait. Individually, we're probably stronger than we are collectively. It's possible.
But what do you base
mathematically? That don't even make sense. I mean, just from a social standpoint, it's a fact that when you group up, when you cohesive with with not only self but with like-minded individuals that correspond with self, that you're going to be more successful. Like, I'm trying to understand, like, when you say that,
not if you have
power in individualism, I'm trying to understand that.
If you got two individuals,
you don't even get so far. Everybody needs somebody in life.
If you got two individuals and both of them want to be the captain, if you got two individuals and they both want to be the captain, even if they want to go in the same direction, they would spend more time fighting each other over who's going to be the lead dog or the alpha versus rowing together. And so, in that sense, if you have a lot of alphas in your population that aren't necessarily going to take the back seat and be the beta to somebody else, then those guys need to go their own way, because trying to pair them up with someone is going to lead to a lot of conflict and problems and shit. You know, somebody's going to have to bend, and if nobody's willing to bend, like, you're not going to make them work together. That's just human nature right there. Somebody's got to bend, bro. And short of that, then they need to go their separate ways.
We have 115 African American organizations that are working together in its respective career fields. So we have, and not to mention, and that may not include the the sororities and fraternities. These are just the professional business organizations. I think we have organizations by respective career fields. We have organizations by social groups. We have people working together. I don't think that others are no different than us. I think they have divides too. It's just that we only tune into what we would like. Now, what we do we want others? I think the more of a conversation would be, how do we get those who are not being productive to be more productive, or to affiliate either with an association that's already there or to form one of their liking.
I mean, you say you have 115 organizations working together. That's
Yeah,
that's damn near impossible to get much done with 100. It's damn near impossible to get 115 people to get their head screwed on together and marching in the same direction. And 115 organizations would be damn near, it would be very hard to get the most out of 115 organizations that may represent thousands of people, right?
No, I think well,
But both can be true.
Yeah, that's a
Both can be true at the same time. And I think
right.
I push individualism, but at the same time, we need to understand, and that's when I had to take with my student. This is why we have to make sure that individuals are developed and have that background as a community leader. So yeah,
Right.
you know what I mean?
So
So
that's creating a successor.
you're creating a successor, you're creating a pathway, and you also are a representative. You know, these things are, and you're putting on. So Cecil Rhodes did more for white people than most white people, you know what I'm saying? And they were, you know what I mean, like JP Morgan, these people put on for white folks. The Rockefellers, and so we need to be able to look back into our history and say, yeah, Jay-Z put on for black folks.
Hey, let me ask you this, Q. You ever heard the interview from I think it was Donald Sterling when they put him out of the NFL, out of the NBA, sorry. He was talking about Magic Johnson. He said, man, in my community, the Jewish community, he says, we give back money. We loan money to help establish businesses in our community. He said, what the hell has Magic Johnson done? He said, I don't understand. He said, what are all these rich black people doing? He said, this would not fly in our community. That you just got rich and you just turn your back, you never built anything. And I've been to Marcy Project. You're probably familiar with it. You're not far from there. Shit, look at, like, Jay-Z became a billionaire out of that shit. And them people still living the same way they were 30 years ago when I first went to Marcy Projects. Like,
no, that's why you can't remove it. You can't remove.
There's something wrong there, though, bro. They're like,
that goes back to
even all the people around him were broke. And if he left the people around him broke, bro, he don't give a fuck about anybody else. It's just the way it is.
Well, that goes back to education.
Magic put up 3 facilities in South Carolina. One of them is in one of the communities that I work in. The issue, the facility, they created the groundwork, put up the funding, the building is paid for. The facility was to be used for, I'm sorry, the flight The facility was to be used for career development, workforce training, a space for you to house events, things of that nature. What happened is that once the initial funding ran out, folks seem to act as if they can't come up with a plan to keep it going. So the facility just sits there. So my question would be, how much do we want them to do? They can't be our running faucet of finances. We still have to be creative enough to create a succession plan that has continuous cash flow into these avenues that they give to us.
Well, it's not going to be 150 organizations, right? Like, you're going to have some big men, guys with experience and money, to come into these communities and more or less, steer the ship. And other people are just going to have to get on board. And that's what I'm saying. So people are going to have to, if you want to work like Latinos, then it takes an element of subordination among some of the men, right? They're going to get behind Magic, and Magic Johnson is going to say, okay, it's what we're doing, guys. You're going to be the workers, you're going to be the management staff, and I'm going to be the owner. But, in the Black community where everybody kind of wants to be their own guy, Magic he doesn't have the workers. He may get the management staff, but he doesn't have that pool of workers, that Black ecosystem that will allow him to really build. And that's really, in my opinion, the problem, because I'm down on the streets every day and I deal with these issues every day. And so those are my thoughts on it.
I, being from Louisiana, I used to have an issue with going to places that couldn't generate revenue, right? Within, because I used to watch festivals go up, conferences, music, whatever, and we should just sit back and plan how much we needed to start it, and then generate revenue. I'm sorry. Um, I think when I mentioned the 115 organizations, these organizations are already self-sustainable, right? There are pathways for the younger generation to come through so that they can land in a sustainable job of some sort. These weren't organizations that just there. So, for example, like I'm a part of the National Association of Black Accountants, all Black folk, all prominent CEOs, CPAs, CFAs, economics, whatever you want to call it, financial advisors that host conferences so that the young adults, whether from elementary on up, can come and be exposed to a particular career field. So, as I said before, I think it's more people, continuous effort, time management, and what are we, lending our attention to, because it's continuous. I think that people think it's a one all catch all, and I don't think. And I said this on my live, that Latinos work together more than Black people. I think we only see what we see, but I think we turn a blind eye to what they're not doing. And they all don't work together, just like any other group. And I don't like when people say, they stick together with their culture. Well, they only like one generation removed, and some of them ain't removed. They coming out of their culture and just crossing over to the border. Where
Let me ask you a question.
But before Renee, Dr. Mo, that was also part of my setup, because Black people historically have been working together longer globally, and that's why I call it the Pan-African conferences, because it's like, hold on, technically no, and we've been pushing it, but the agenda from white folks is against Black independence. It has been that. The murders follow it, the assassinations follow it, the policies and programs initiated by multiple governments against Black independent movements in America and throughout the Caribbean and Africa all displayed it. Like the economic narrative centered around white folks, resource management, and political power over Blacks. isn't bullshit. And we throw it around like it's like, yeah, we know white folks is doing that, but why them Africans ain't sending money to America? And the understanding, like, if the structure in Black America is largely still underdeveloped and all over the place, what do you think a lot of these countries should look like? It's crazy. I don't know what he's
Q-Butter, you know, I can explain to you with just one example of what the problem is. You have about 100 people in the audience. I've done this before. I think I did it here on your channel. If a man came up or a woman with a good idea to start a business in the neighborhood, in the hood, I've been up here and I've shown you talked about how much money these bodegas make in our neighborhood. We're not far from each other, Q-Butter. And if a Black man came up here or a woman and said, hey, I want to open up a bodega in the corner store, I want to buy one that's for sale, how much money do you think we could come up with right now? I got the first 1,000 right now, I promise you. If we could find someone that wanted to open up a bodega and sell the products to our people in the hood, it'd be very fucking difficult to come up with that money. That's the problem. It's a very serious problem because any other group can go get that money.
That's not true. I mean,
let's do it.
Look at Umar. I'm just saying, look at Umar. Look at how. I mean, look at Tariq. Tariq raised $1 million. So I'm saying, like,
I'm talking about some real shit.
I'm just saying, still the concept of. So you saying that we are unable to? You're coming with this.
He's scammed. Yeah, niggas will go for scam. Black people will go for scam. I'm talking about something real though, right now.
Saying we're predisposed to not be cohesive with one another.
Right now, there's someone in the chat, maybe even on
all the Black towns and blacks, hundreds of blacks. Like
right now, how much you looking for?
Right now,
you said you want to open up a bodega. How much you looking for? Since you putting it on the chat room of 100 motherfuckers. How much money you looking to get from 100 Black people in the chat room on YouTube on Father's Day 2025, Jack?
Hold on. I just like that.
Anecdotal.
We can raise money.
Just trying to take a scientific approach.
Right. Like you got to raise money, bro. You got to
like. So all right. So I would suggest this is the Gentleman's Factory in Brooklyn. You familiar with them?
Mm-mm.
All right. So this is an organization I work with as well. It's made by a Black man, multiple Black men for the sole purpose of empowering Black men who are professionals. So I would definitely suggest you look into them. Multiple facets from the mayors connected to previous people in government and
niggas just remedial.
All types of pro-Black people. Like this is a dope, you know what I mean? And this is right up the block too.
But Cuba, again, man, like I have Koreans and shit to come on my channel, bro. Like, and I'm be honest with you, like,
damn, did you acknowledge what he just trying to show you on the screen, bro?
I do. I'm listening to everything.
Or are you trying to get your point out?
Well,
or do you really give a fuck what he's showing on the screen?
I do see what he's showing on the screen, but
so why are you still coming at him on some? I don't think we can do it. Like that's the tone that keeps coming from you. Like Black people just don't have the capacity to work together for some reason.
All right, that's your opinion. Okay, I'm not gonna try.
And he's showing you the opposite. He giving you like one prime real life example, like you was trying to tell Diddy.
I don't disagree with you, but what I'm saying is that, like, for the average guy in business, understand, like this is very formal, right? Like the average guy in business needs money kind of informally, right? I'm not sure if you understand that or you agree with that. It doesn't matter. But a lot of times, bro, like a lot of people lose their houses over less than $1,000. I promise you. A lot of people lose their business $10,000, $20,000. They don't have working capital. I don't know if you understand what working capital is. Those are the things that you gotta bridge that gap that the banks can't bridge it for you. Wait, damn, they got a sale on Ciroc, and I'm a liquor store. I need to buy 100 bottles of Ciroc to get the sale price. I might need to go to my buddy and say, yo, bro, loan me 10 grand so I can buy these 100 bottles of Ciroc and I'll pay you back when I get up off this shit. It's business, bro. It's down on the street level business. The Koreans, the Indians, all these other people you talk about that work together, that's how they really killing it. I talk to these people. I'm a landlord, nigga. I do business with these people. And see what's going on, right? Like, it's that fun. Like, just one thing. You know, like, bro, we can move mountains right here, right now. I put the first $1,000 up. Let's see what we get. We get some solid people that say, hey, I'm willing to contribute. I guarantee you we'll make mountains. I had a dude call in on my stream. This nigga got hit.
We're relocating to a bigger space right now. And right now I think I'm at, I don't want to say 16K, but it's about 20 to get in. You know, landlord working with me is about 4,000 square feet, and I got access to the whole 10. And well, there's 10,000 square feet on the building, on the floor. You know, so if anybody else can present, but that's what I'm working on right now. But I don't want to change that. I want to keep us on the point where we systematically, and this organization is comprised of Black men from all backgrounds: Haitian, Jamaican, Caribbean, African, Black, and their whole focus is on pushing Black people forward, Black men specifically. So I'm like, it's how you choose to make your conversation and what you choose to be around.
Well, Q, it all comes down to money, bro. And it's like,
it comes down to intent.
I see the pictures that you're showing. They got tuxedos and shit on there. A lot of times these people they have nice fancy events, black tie events and shit. But like nigga, I'm a nigga from the street. Like, it all come down to money. I don't even have a fucking tuxedo, bro. I can afford one, but most of the days I'm out here cutting grass.
All right, I got another one for you. This is the legend I can't. GA. I'm getting to Houston this month. If I can, there's the Bullet Center. This man right here is the father of environmental social justice. Round the country, Black men. And his mission, you know what I mean, he's put millions of dollars into the community. All in the environment. I'm rewording and editing my website so that way when we go to connect with him specifically, we in the right language, trying to get our programs up. So if you have a garden in New York City, I'm introducing a smart garden applications. So we would like to partner with your garden. We're just looking at least to do a pilot program. Anybody has a garden in New York City, it has to be it doesn't have to be, but we would like to do a community garden, smart farm, or if anybody has any farming applications or locations in the city, or if you're in a city, in your own city, and you have a connection to a farm or vertical farming or any of those things, let us know. We want to get connected with that. And if you're interested in doing air and water quality sampling and monitoring stations and research on small local areas, very specific localities, like your block alone, how does the air affect? And I'll just be stating because I'm working on this paper this week. The structure of how we're going to approach these papers. But this is something I'm introducing in a way where we can platform this to other areas where Young Deity can grab a school in Seattle, like, all right, Q, we're going to partner with Zyx, and we're going to be working with them out there to see how does the air affect growing, the air in urban communities affect the growth of vegetables. That's
I'm just a regular guy. All this shit sounds very, interesting to me, but I bet you there's a guy maybe in your chat that owns a car wash, and maybe he needs a new, I don't know what they thought they use, pressure washer, and maybe it's $10,000 for a commercial pressure washer. I don't know. And his only other options are go to the bank or come to people like us. And the bank, they're gonna hit him over his head with terms that make it hard for him to stay in business. Maybe there's a landlord like myself that got a property that he would like to put some money into it. He think it would bring him more money, but you don't want to go to the bank to borrow that money.
That's why I just gave you the link to the Gentleman's Factory, bro.
But I think a lot of this shit has to be informal. If you want to act like the Latinos don't have Gentleman Factories and 503Cs. Like, them niggas don't know what the fuck all this shit is.
I disagree.
It's from Mexico.
I disagree.
Well, I guarantee you that some of that.
Yo, respectfully, bro. We appreciate your input, but it sounds like you hang around some people that don't
That's
are
cool.
not associated with building. Yeah,
So,
I'm
man,
just saying, there's a lot of other people that are listening and will
yeah,
be listening to the rebroadcast. And the more I can't or I don't see that they hear, that's going to be ingrained in them, and they're not going to be interested in listening or looking at the remainder of the stream, which will provide obstacles and other methods of getting around all stuff that you've been saying or something else that they may have run into. Or they may not have any obstacles at all. They just may not know.
hey,
It may
Cuba,
just be a matter of clicking and that's it.
Cuba, I put a
So
link in.
so if you don't find a value to it, cool. But don't get in nobody else's way.
I'm
That's
not
not
getting.
fair to them.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
You want to do something on your platform, on your stream, you can
Yeah,
do whatever you want. It's that'll be your platform.
I'm gonna
But
give
we
you a link.
appreciate you. We appreciate your contributions upon this platform.
Yeah, Cuba, I put a link in the back chat. You can listen to it at your leisure. There was a black guy. He lost his job, and he saved up some money, and he bought a Smoothie King, and so far so good. He's doing very very well. But the seed money to get that Smoothie King, he went to friends and family, and I think it's a very inspirational story, but there is nuggets of what you need to do to get ahead. And I think that's how the Latinos and all the other groups are doing it. Like there is that foundational group that they can go to get the first 10, 20,000 before they go to the larger audience and ask for 100,000. But if you have nothing and you come to me asking for 100,000, it makes it kind of difficult.
Q.
Yeah,
Pull your
I'm
chat
just
GPT
okay.
up.
Yeah, huh?
Q, you see what I put in the back? Pull your chat GPT up and put in because I think you can take advantage of this time period and do a city garden tourism project in Brooklyn as it relates to that revolutionary time period. Pull up your chat GPT and
I'm on
let's
this
see
site
what
right now. I'll pull it. I'm
You
gonna
bet.
go.
You better airport, Dr. Lamb.
Man, I think they don't want me to give y'all this information. I'm gonna go out and come back.
Where you at?
But you saying as a project idea, Mo?
Oh, I forgot.
Mo, you said as a project idea? But yeah, truth. You're gonna have to click the link and show me that one because you see right here, Professor Bullitt is often called the father of environmental justice. He is the co-founder of the HBCU CBO Gulf Coast Equity Consortium and the HBCU Climate Change Consortium and co-chair of the National Black Environmental Justice Network. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Bullitt is author of 18 books that address environmental racism, urban land use, housing, transportation, sustainability, smart growth, climate justice, and community resilience. Dr. Bullitt is the proud Vietnam era U.S. Marine Corps veteran. Yeah, I gotta meet some, man. I gotta meet some, man. Like no cap. Oh, let me go. You said read the link. Let's see. John Francis, environmentalist. From 1972 to 1994. Yeah, son, resume not fucking with the bullets. I'm just letting you know, bullets it. Oh, you gotta show. I can your bullet. Nah, bullets on another level. Jeez, I'm just being real with you. Son is on some different. Son is on some different shit. Look, like son is on some different shit. You know what I'm saying? This is 1991. Like I'll give you the 70, but son is on some different shit. But you gotta show me the. You gotta. I gotta see it. You gotta show me the papers, the money. You know, son, get into it, son. For years. But if you go, if you want to say that, you true historian, but Yeah, I don't know, geez. Yo, like, I don't know, man. Son, yeah, he's the head of the Region 6 EPA. Yeah, all out. Yeah, he's he's the bag man down there. He's in a different black. So they got black, old black. Yeah, son. GA no. GA was there without when we found this. Yeah, this was like, hold on now. Son is on some different shit. Here's what we're supposed to be pushing. Right here, black folks doing this. This is working together. Like, yeah, man. I'm in New York. Like, yeah, this is a legend.
All right. Is it better now?
Nah, you'll
Yeah.
see a link. Some was fighting in the 60s.
Yeah, I know you went to the environmental theme. I want you to. I think you could capitalize on this in such a simple way.
Well, the only reason it's this because I'm looking at I'm with the tourism, but it is I'm trying to align it with the specific things that we do with environmental engineering and computer science. So
Hey, good afternoon. Oh, I'm sorry.
You took that fishing bait?
So yeah,
Yes, Devin, I just came up here for something specific. You know I don't interrupt when Q get in serious mode and I'm walking outside, but you're a demon, Q, and I challenge you to put up that guy against John Francis any day you're ready. And he has books. He actually teaches in universities. He took a goddamn vow of silence for this planet for 20 some odd years, my nigga. I want you to set it, Q, butter. I'm ready. I'm ready for you, brother.
So
True
we're gonna pull up his
story.
wiki. This is his
Hold on,
wiki right
Dr.
here.
Mo. He done interrupted something. He knows how I feel about the environment, and he
There you
brought
go.
up this other
I'm telling
Negro
you,
on purpose.
we're gonna look. We're gonna do this publicly right here. Look. This is John Francis.
Read it, please.
I ain't reading shit. We looking for pictures.
Look, now you're not gonna read that though, right? Look how long the Wikipedia is, my nigga. Let's go.
I know we on this wiki shit. What's his website?
It's Planet Walker. He is the Planet Walker, my nigga. Go look. That's right. Go Google him. That's right.
So he's a. Where's his website? All right, here we go. This is John Francis. Here we go.
It should be up there, yeah.
And here we go.
That's not even the main one because he got the one dealing with Planet Walker. That might be some other stuff. You trying to usurp?
No, yo, bro. You see the screen?
Water.
Tell me which one to click on. These is dope. First of all,
know. It might
this
be,
is dope black men. I'm about to reach out to Sun too. These are dope black men. So this is Planet Walker. This is what inspired.
That's his book
Truth.
right there. That's his book right there.
This what inspired Truth to walk around Manhattan with fucking open toe shoes and shit.
That's what I'm saying. He could be your man. True. Can you connect him with this tourism thing so we can get him some money?
Yes.
Okay. Look. After y'all do that, then I'm gonna send.
No, Mo. I'm not.
We got your purse.
There's all right. So the curriculum GA and we've been working on is specific to also computer science and the technology and applications of it. They have a cross application, and we want to be in that world because it's extremely niche and ahead of the curve in the terms of STEM. So smart applications, smart irrigation systems, smart response systems, monitoring systems, and then the IoT application for it is a whole environment that we're introducing. So it's like, because there's a lot of things with gardening, because they're like, yo, why don't you just have the kids come by and garden? I'm like, nah, no.
You should. Yes, that's where you're wrong. Please don't make me. I'll yell at you behind the scenes.
You know what, Truth? I'll say this.
Yes, sir.
We need. I'll show you. I'm editing the website right now as I speak. And I really do need people who are really strong into. Because I'm an environmentalist. But I'm a technologist as well. So I'm looking to see.
They have the garden in East New York, and that's where the fun.
I'm not just. I'm listening to what the solution. So with the game plan So I'm rolling out projects, and the idea for the projects is to find ways to introduce an interdisciplinary component with it. So we want to have the computer science application with environmental engineering. So at the schools, there's a disconnect between that, and it creates a space where you have to go to a third party to create whatever device you need. So we're teaching children and people how to create the devices themselves and increase student and citizen science and
So
research.
one of them is Grow NYC, and they will get you the funding. And the other one is Harlem Grown, and Harlem Grown has the most mature program as far as they've been around the longest, and they have the most of the because we use the lots or whatever. But Harlem Grown and Grow NYC that's the one that's through the city or whatever. But we'll talk about all that stuff offline. I didn't come up here for no damn peace accord. John Francis is the king of the environment, and thank you for introducing me to another black man because I never heard of him. But John Francis is king. Y'all have a great day.
All right, so hold on.
Oh, wait, don't leave, don't leave, don't
Look,
leave.
He gonna take his ball and go home.
look, because I look the Bullet Center, son walking around. Bullet put over $500 million in multiple black communities across the entire Gulf Coast. And he also did hold on, let me understand. The Bullet Center was built by funding he got from the NSF to build the center, which is part of TSU. Let's understand, this is TSU College, and the college agrees with him being the father of environmental engineering as we social justice. Now, tree huggers, shout out to my tree huggers out there. But this black man right here, yeah, nah, whole different level. And it's not just, and let's be clear, Biden, that's according to Biden. That's not according to my opinion. That's according to multiple presidential administrations who were like, yeah, hold on, you know what? Yeah, you run the South. Whole is 300 million, whole is 60 million, whole is 40 million. And what does he go do? He puts it all over the community. All over. You see this whole region? All the environmental engineering shits he got hands in. All environmental social justice, bro. No cap. GA is on the I cannot make this shit up. I am so hyped when I can't meet this dude, son. So I got this dude is putting on for black folks on a whole nother level, B.
Nah, he still got his Wikipedia tab open, yo.
Oh, y'all not. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong shit. I got like 1,000 tabs open, man. That's because of y'all FBAs, man.
Nah, let's always pull that up.
Yeah, my son doing work. My son doing big work. Big work. Black man. People color directory does this. He's one of the people color people. That's just, what I mean? What it is. Yo, GA, what's good?
Hey, what it do, Q? I came up to ask Q. I mean, Truth, what his smoke was with Dr. Bullet.
He's not a tree walker. He's not a tree hugger and barefoot walker.
Yeah, but okay, you remember that white lady we was looking at up at in New York? They got that whole. I mean, I think he's on that level with his initiative.
It's nice, you know what I'm saying? But it's just you got goats, and then you got Sam Perkinsons. You got what was the other dude? What was I don't know. You pick somebody in the NBA that everybody forgot. I don't know.
Okay, well he putting tangibles out there, and I don't want people to be saying that he's a fraud. Or if he is, where is he a fraud?
Yeah, his own website don't even call him the father. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? Father of environmental justice, 18 books, CNN. Come on, man. You gonna leave my man alone, man. Look, tell your man, step his marketing game up. Black man. It's Father's Day. Happy Father's Day, man.
No, wait, hold on, Q. We don't want to pit two brothers doing work against one another. I just misunderstood.
Nah, they wouldn't. I don't think he was bashing the other guy. I'm trying to get the reference. So is he going on seniority? Who came in first? Who's older? who's got more
Oh, nah, Smooth putting in work
yeah.
from a minute the dude he put up since the 70s.
Oh, okay. Here you come.
But I don't know if he did environmental social justice.
Wait, hold on. First of all, GA and Q, you guys should know better. You know damn well this ain't no him or versus that or fact or
Nah.
fraud. No, come on, man. Don't do that. That's not what I'm saying at all. I ain't calling nobody no fraud or nothing like that, man. Not at all. My point is particular for Q because he want to bring up some damn environmentalist who's probably doing super great things. I guess I got to caveat that of your sentence for y'all to try to go. It's a slight. It's John Francis, Q. That's why you refuse to read the goddamn Wikipedia.
No, because he's an
This is between me and
environmentalist.
Q. This ain't got nothing to
No,
do
no,
with
no.
the
There's a
Wait,
difference.
environmentalist.
All right, so
You
look,
just want to pull him
They
out.
got different
all right, so look,
criteria. They don't do different criteria.
I'll go back to his Wikipedia. There's a difference in the argument.
You are a demon. He been doing this since the 70s. That's how you have a movement of
but wait,
environmentalism.
No,
This
I
nigga don't
but
come
hold on,
around.
when
Yes,
you say
GA. Go ahead.
environmentalist, right?
Yes, sir.
Bringing awareness is
Uh-huh.
not, and social justice is two different categories.
Not
That's
true at
what I'm
all.
saying.
I
So
disagree.
the reason why I'm saying that because Dr. Bullard has created the scientific argument to environmental racism, and he's whooping white people.
Absolutely not. Dr. John Francis did the research and has the data because he walked around the planet. Go ahead. Let's go. That's why he's the planet walker.
Wait, Q, please let me get in here because we really overlooking a point. So you say Truth,
Uh-huh.
your guy, he's pioneered this from the 70s.
Yes.
Dr. Bullock came in. I mean, we really got to understand this is a pet peeve of mine because we get stuck on the last playbook and we don't evolve the playbook. Dr.
Okay.
Bullock, he may be standing on bro's shoulders, but he's bringing into this whole Internet of Things thing, and he's bringing it into a modern era, and he's also bringing in applications to
GA,
combat.
GA,
Wait,
GA,
wait,
did
wait.
you really? I just want to ask you this before you keep going. Did you really think you had to defend this brother to me? Do you really think I in any way ambassador to me? Gee, I'm insulted that you would even have to do that. Really?
Okay, well, my
This
bad,
ain't what this
Truth.
about.
No,
Come
but
Okay,
on, man. You know that this is
that's what I'm
specific
saying.
to what
They're in,
Q is trying to do.
no,
And
I'm saying
and
they're in,
wait, hold on, Q. Let me say this because to GA's point, that may very well be the case. You get what I'm saying? I don't know that for
it's
sure.
two different.
It may be.
That's what I'm saying. It's two different categories. Like it's not the same category of science, like in conversation. Even though
You
it's
see, that's why you can't
environmental.
even joke around with woke. Y'all niggas get too serious, man. God
no,
damn.
well, I'm a little sensitive. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a little sensitive. I get
It's
triggered.
just interesting that out of nowhere you got black people even talking about environment, but that's what's a great thing to understand that shit is more than one at that. But nah, don't take this as no this versus that. That's not even why I did that. I just did it to have a little fun, but sheesh, huh?
Fuck your basketball, nigga. Fuck your basketball.
Yeah, man. All that shit is a go. But for Q to come up here, now let me pivot around and talk about you don't want the kids to come out to the garden to get this work and get free food every goddamn Saturday
I
from
didn't say I
chicken they
don't want
grow.
to. What I'm
And we
saying
got
is,
chicken. Go
no,
ahead,
it's
brother.
a very specific angle that I'm going. If anybody wants to be ahead of bringing kids to the garden to grow food, cool. Q is about using the technology and the computer science applications as a cross interdisciplinary program for research and
Yes.
for IoT applications.
So you
that's the
have
specific.
lots growing up in parks where they're gonna need everything from soil testing to the
You
environmental
got all
testing
of that
because
right
there's a
there. So
lot
that's I'm just looking
right.
for.
But I'm trying to tell you that's where the food gardens happen. They happen
No,
on
we
those
already,
lots.
bro. The research project is already set up. It's just
Right.
I not to say set up. Let me
Mm-hmm.
speak slower because I know I'll be speaking fast. The
Mm-hmm.
goal of it is to partner with. I already went to 3 gardens. I've got the letter that we. That's why I'm editing the site. So by tomorrow, I can send this to the gardens with the hope of introducing this. I'm not even hope. We're going to introduce this by September. So I just need 1 or 2 gardens and partnering schools with it. So the schools I'll be able to introduce the
Harlem Grown. Harlem Grown
Mhm.
has the gardens and has the schools through Harlem. Look it up. If you want it, I'll introduce you to the person.
You
That's
said
what I'm
Harlem
saying.
Zone?
Harlem Grown.
Harlem Grown?
GRWN. Yes. There's
They're in
multiple
Harlem?
sites. Yes. Oh, no, they're in Brownsville.
Oh, they're in
Good
Brownsville.
Lord, man. Yes, they're in Harlem. They have about what is it? About 6 locations. They have the program in the school. They actually partnered with, I believe, Whole Foods or somebody to get the seeds so that that school down on 135th that they have vegetables growing. That's a partnership with Homegrown. And then there's the ones out in Brooklyn doing it. That's serious. You know this is my area. This is why you
No,
doing this
Wait,
shit to
I've
frustrate me.
seen that name in the Chicago area for a
I,
community garden.
Deb, I tell you, I go and get my eggs, and y'all laugh at me like I don't believe it. I tell you, I go and get all my vegetables straight from the ghetto, and y'all laugh at me.
wait,
That's
true. So
all.
you outside right now? You out at the park right now?
Yes, GA, you
With
want to
his
be
feet
funny?
out.
I'm
True.
sitting in the park,
GA with his
man.
feet
Yes.
out, looking
Mm.
like a crazy.
Nah, I
No,
got
I'm
my.
I'm just wondering. You looking for that orange chicken for dinner? Or
Nah. I was hoping, this the part, this the time of day you hope you find somebody with the Father's Day barbecue so you can go out and get some free food. That's the only reason I came outside.
Free?
oh,
Yes,
you
my
you
nigga.
late, bro?
I'm a ghetto nigga, Dad. This is
No,
free food season.
no.
Yo,
You late?
Yes.
HGF, hold on real quick. HGF, you have posted over 100 comments about nothing but negative. Do you have nothing but hate? Can you unsubscribe? Can you please
True.
unsubscribe? Like I don't like to be around people that's like that. That you just have this. I don't know how on Father's Day. Are you a dude too? Nah, cool. I don't want to make the pen. I would prefer you just unsubscribe, act like I never existed. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't worry, like, please, because like I don't that the level of like, damn, bro. I'm just saying, like, damn, so nothing. He didn't say like, oh, this black man is dope. That's a nice program. He's still going in about asking those Caribbean. Like, this is crazy. Like,
I gave
Can you turn your? I'm trying to. Okay, true. I want you trying to get Q to turn this science fair into a tourism event so we can get this money.
Oh no, we're not gonna
Okay.
turn. No, we're not gonna do that, Miss Mo. No.
No, not okay. Don't misunderstand it. The science part you keep, but you just add on that one little thing. That one little thing.
no, the garden thing, sis. I'm just saying, I need people that would lead that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Like, I can only speak for what I can lead, and
Yeah,
I
he
got
needs a
30.
agriculture director or something
Somebody
like
wants to
You
do a
that.
garden
you don't.
tour.
No, you got True Story, and he can do the
True
tour.
Story is not going to show up for no garden tour with no black kids.
wait a minute, but
Damn, look
Mo,
at wait, listen to this demon in real time. My nigga, every
no,
Saturday morning
No,
I'm up,
y'all
my nigga, at
missing
the fucking excuse me,
no,
at the garden. I love it.
Mo,
Now I hear you.
no, Mo. You the one that got us on this social justice, environmental justice
I
kick.
know, I know. I'm not trying to take you away from it. I'm trying to show you how to use different streams of revenue for the same cause.
Oh no, Mo, I'm with it. Oh no, Mo, look, Mo, I'm literally editing the website. I just know I need more people for specific things. So I'm with that, put it on the website, add it up, we write the program, send them the email with that. But then they're gonna be like, all right, who's doing it? Who's leading it? And I'm like, all right, I'm trying to line things up to specifically that overlap. So like everything I know I can do with the computer science with G, we know I already have it already memorized. The automated irrigation system, pH monitors, water monitors. Like I have that shit in the back of my head. You know what I mean? I can do that right now. You know, so
On that computer screen, because I forget the name, type in East New York Urban Garden. 'Cause I remember when I said which one is the biggest one. They're the ones that got the money for that area to do it.
So y'all telling me that it's gonna be a big hassle to get one bus for a true story to navigate through all these city gardens and explain the historical content behind it in 2 to 3 hours and be done and go into the next day into the science fair. Is that what y'all telling me?
No, what
That
I'm
is
telling
too
you is that
difficult?
it's too.
there's a farmers market every one during the week and on the weekends as well. And part of it, since some of the kids come from underserved communities, they work at the farmers market, so they learn the business skills to deal with the products that are coming from upstate as well as the local farmers, and they take home food. One of the problems was with the kids is they're taking home these type of vegetables and fresh foods, and the parents don't know what to do with this. So the classes came about because they now have to teach the kids how to cook the products that they're growing because mama or daddy don't necessarily even know what to do with the fresh food. That was where the courses came from. And then they expanded from there to the things that Q's talking about, the whole cycle. Then they have a compost. And then we get into soil testing to a degree, not with the equipment that Q was talking about. That's what I'm saying. That stuff is, yeah, that's ready for that because they're at that level now.
Wait,
Right,
wait,
But
wait,
it's,
which is even
wait.
better. Okay.
what?
Who's going to coordinate all that? First of all,
Wait,
GA
let's slow
already
down.
over his head. No,
Mm.
who's? Oh,
Hold
wait,
on,
no, no, no.
GA.
No,
All I'm telling you is Harlem Grown and others have the programs. What Q is saying is an addendum to the program, so you don't have to create the whole program so they're in place. He's bringing something unique, championed by your guy Bullard that you mentioned, which is what you just said, which is the IoT or the technology part. So you don't have to worry about the other part. There's now you're bringing your skill set to the garden, which is the IoT piece.
Oh, y'all talking to the principal then? Y'all did not. I shouldn't even be speaking right now. Go
no,
ahead,
No, but
I
Dean.
what
want
I'm saying is that what I'm saying is the programs are always so the emphasis on how do we create the program. No, you have your part that you're adding to a program that is already in place, which is the environmental science part added to it.
Yeah, nothing's from scratch.
No, you're going to the place already. Q or whomever
Yeah,
is the kids. Even the kids can go by there on the weekend and they got the little what y'all got. You know the thing. Well,
yeah,
I'm not gonna. I don't know the name. The thing you stick in the ground and test the oil, the
all that.
soil and the
Yeah,
air. Yeah, the
Yeah,
water
yeah.
tester. Yeah, you don't. It's not like you're going there where you got to develop a whole program. These are already running gardens where I go get food from every damn week or plants and shit.
and
We're
So
I'm
that's a
not
just
test
building
site.
nothing
I'm
from
just
scratch.
saying I'm just saying the science fair is already on a Saturday. Just add a Friday, get a bus, and you just visit each of these places. That's called tourism. Bring in other folks from town to get the narrative, and that's it. That's no sweat equity
No, but I
whatsoever.
would separate like the science fair. The science fair is one thing. The challenging with the part with the science fairs is that the students need to be able to do research level competitive projects or high level engineering projects. So that's the space that I'm trying to focus on. So the automation technology, once we relocate, we going crazy on that. So anybody into automation technology, we going
Hey,
crazy.
I got a new protocol for you. Rabbit MQ. That's what I'm trying to do with the cloud computing right now. But
Mm.
and it's all about the APIs and everything that we've been talking about in the cloud. So I don't know if
J,
it's MTQQ. Go ahead,
you
True.
try. You use Zapier. You use Zapier or Make because
True.
those are look Zapier or Make is free and they're GUI based and it's all API connection.
Yeah,
Real quick,
man.
who's the only black king? The only black king? Only black king, you about to get kicked off.
the mic working.
What up? What up? No, I'm saying that the logic is flawed inherently. Uh, Number
Hmm.
one, as far as the topic itself, an African or Caribbean organization specifically, I don't think we need, as Black Americans, we need to work with any organization outside of America.
Oh
But
wow.
first, we need to start with ourselves currently, straight up.
All right, so lay out the argument.
I think the fundamental issues in America, as far as Black people go, are problems related to our culture and things that we should change at hand now. And we could supply the funding to other organizations outside of ourselves in the future. But right now, I think that we should focus on building. Well, I don't even think that we have the basic blocks for us to be unified in America, much less us working with people across the world. It's
What are
just
those
simply that.
basic blocks?
The basic blocks, fundamental things like, and let's take a step back. Uh, when I say the basic blocks of unification, I mean we're not consistently unified across America in general as Black people. So
What does that mean? I don't
I'm
understand.
breaking it
How
down
can you
for
give
my
me?
bad. I'm breaking it down for you. Got to let me finish speaking, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, you got to
Uh,
like trying to find some
I got you.
coherency
I got
before
you.
you throw a random point.
No, I didn't throw a random point yet, but you got to listen
Yeah,
to
so
open your ears real
coherency
quick.
is what I'm looking for.
I got
Examples.
you. So check me out. Basically, I don't think that we, as far as culture wise, for example, music splits the black culture in such a way that we're not able to unify ourselves with one singular goal. You have paid politicians basically masquerading and walking around as rappers, uh, pointing out and picking ideas that they want, vocalizing their groups, in response, but not
Kendrick
collectively
Lamar
bringing
performed
everybody
at the
together.
Super Bowl. Kendrick Lamar performed at the Super Bowl. He had
Boom.
Black Uncle Sam and all these Americans there.
But yeah, I don't want
What
to
are you
get too
talking about?
wordy about it. When it comes to
Right. So
that
I'm going
type
to
of
give
stuff,
you an actual fact on how you're dead wrong because he
boom.
was at the Super Bowl, which is the biggest event in probably in the world besides the World Cup. But go ahead.
Yeah. In Super Bowl, one of the biggest events in the world, like you said, is a prime example of the culture. You had the Uncle Sam aspect of it. You had Kendrick Lamar going out there with the gang aspect of it. You had Serena Williams, the sports aspect of it. But I don't really think those are real things that represent our community as a whole in society and don't
They weren't
lead
supposed
us
to
to.
represent the whole.
Sorry. I'm just saying that specific things like that don't aren't what we need to build blocks. And there's a lot of investment into things like that as far as the black community goes. The commodification of those things, such as gang
But
culture.
you said it was separate, and that's the music that brought us together from coast to coast in every black community. They Don't Like Us was it, so much so that it was the central theme of the performance at the Super Bowl.
Correct.
So where's the disunity with black people with music that you mentioned?
It might, okay, repeat what you just said.
Where is the disunity with black music that you mentioned?
The disunity, you said, okay, you
That
just
you
told
mentioned.
me, you just said that you just said rap
No.
culture collectively
Okay.
brought us all together from which time period? The 90s up?
No, just in the last 2 years. Well, that's why I mentioned Kendrick Lamar in the Super Bowl. Let's
Well, if you
let's
give
tail it
those
down.
examples, then if you give those examples for why we are connected, then why wouldn't you look at the opposite side, which would be the many examples of us
Because I
being
gave you
disconnected?
the example to disprove everything you said with current information within the last year or two. So where is the disunity in music that you speak of?
The disunity in music, rap in general. Okay,
Kendrick Lamar's a rapper.
you want me to? Do
You're
you want
wrong
me to
again.
use Kendrick Lamar as an example?
I'm giving you the example. You have nothing to disprove that. You're just talking.
What?
You know that,
What?
right?
Disprove what?
This disunity in music, the same thing that you stated
Disunity
that
in
I
music,
asked you about, bro.
bro.
You
The gang
said it,
culture,
not me.
literally, the gang culture in music is causing many people to die, and people are isolated. The West Coast versus East Coast war that it almost just started. The
You
Toronto,
said the
if
gang
Kendrick did, people
culture
were worried.
in
People,
music. So it's not the music, it's the gang culture.
hold up. See, I got to supply facts to you now because you got to use your brain.
Yeah, because you haven't done it
Because
yet.
this is what no, sir.
You
You got to use your
haven't
brain.
done it yet. It's just like
You
jibber jabber.
fake
Sounds good.
intellectuals, man. I
You
got to put
haven't
you on,
given an
man.
example. You came
I got
up
to
here
put
with
you on.
music is disunity and can't
Nah,
prove
man.
that single point.
You're telling me that music unified the entire rap.
I
This
just
one
gave you
rap
an
beat.
example. Show me how it's not.
This one. Okay, so when Drake dissed Meek Mill back in the days, that unified the whole culture.
Back in the days, I gave you an example from the year or two ago.
See, that's
Come
what I
on,
mean.
snap out of it.
You're logically not putting together what you're saying.
No, I'm living in today. What's wrong with you?
You want an example for today? Kendrick
I gave you the
Lamar's
example for
rap
today
beats
because we live in
literally
today. Are
inspired
you slow?
tons of gang members in the West Coast to mimic
To
and
do
copy
what?
that entire flow and cause
A
so
flow?
much
You
drama
talking
and
about a
nonsense
flow?
in the
How
rap
old are you?
industry in itself.
So rap gangsters took a flow that Kendrick took from someone else? What are you
Bro,
talking about,
you
dude?
got no brain cells, dog.
No, you're stupid. You came up here to try to sound smart, and you don't have one example, and you go back in the day with Drake and Meek Mill. When you came up here and your whole thing was black music or rap music was disunity, what are you talking about? I'll wait. Give me the example. Oh, I forgot. A rapper gangster stole Kendrick's flow. Sit your simple ass down somewhere. Oh, I could keep talking. What, you're not going to talk? And you sound dumb and ridiculous. And Q, what was the point?
I think he
Disunity in
gone.
music?
True. Yeah, that's yeah, back to back was yep. Cause they still banging, they not like us.
disunity in music. What kind of nut ass shit is that?
I ain't
Must
never
be the
heard that.
music. Oh, it must be the music, man. Y'all remember that song? Must be the music. Oh,
And couldn't even give an example. Like, I mean, damn, son. Jumped out the window with that one. Back to the environment, Q. What you were saying about the plants? I like when you talk about flowers and trees and shit.
Yeah, I don't know. You do. I'm trying to.
It's the one thing that you probably can find some unity on.
yeah.
I don't
Right.
know where you get it.
Because I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear. He started off with black people. Like, yes, black people in America can do a lot. Can do this shit by themselves. I don't think. Do we need to work together? My argument is from a global perspective. Rolling too much. You didn't run. You can come back. You know what I mean? Like that's
Yeah, you
the.
can. I ain't trying. Yeah. But
Yeah.
Q, I just want to ask you this. Musically, now I'll start it. Like I told you before, ain't nobody in the PJs listening to Afro beats. Sorry.
Well,
So
I
he could have went
mean,
there.
I don't know, but
no,
I don't even know what while we were discussing music. It's
I
literally.
don't know.
no, yeah, me neither. But I can say I can get with that sentiment if he can say that we need to police some stuff up or do some housekeeping before we start reaching out globally. I can get with that. I can get behind that argument, but I don't think that's where he was going. But
I think we can do both at the same time.
I agree. The sentiment don't have to be negative. I ain't fucking with you till I get mines, or I don't think like that.
No, but he said black culture is not unified. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. But I don't know. He was saying that we black people shouldn't. You can come back and clear. That's why I didn't want to interrupt you, bro. You know what I'm saying? But you just know sometimes when y'all have certain statements, like they are triggering. And people that want to speak on certain things. I try not to respond. I was like, let me just hear.
Nah, he specifically said outside the United States.
So this was a problem in the late '60s, going into the '70s with Pan African movement, and it was spread too thin because of all the change that you mentioned that was going on with different countries in Africa and where we put the emphasis. And a lot of people got frustrated to a degree that the emphasis is there while we were going through our challenges in the cities here. And this is why one of the reasons that people began to pull back from Pan Africanism in the way that you talk about it, because we were going through so many challenges here that the emphasis couldn't be on the regime change somewhere or what Data and Kamafi's doing or what was changing X, Y, and Z over in Africa. So it was, what I'm saying, people began to pull back a little bit. Okay, what's going on in Watts? Remember, Newark is on fire, Detroit is on fire, Watts is on fire. All these things are going on here. So to then bring into we need housing for people over in Liberia as well is kind of tough when it's worrying about housing and police brutality here. When it's worrying about, like somebody mentioned, like you got welfare and all of us depending on the system in various ways for survival, but then and include the kids with the flies flying around their head in Ethiopia. And I don't mean it to be facetious like that, but it's like, okay, we got to take on all these struggles is what our parents and them was trying to work through. That's what causes, some of the dissensions, because you look in the college ranks, right? You got organizations like the All African People's Party and all these other variants and stuff like that. That focus began to come more on, not necessarily, yes, it was, you wrap it in socialism, which expands it more globally, but it becomes locally like, okay, we got problems with what's going on in the university here, on the streets here. I mean, I don't want to go, talk a whole lot, but that's where some of the taking on the whole diasporas thing, people began to pull back because of so much of the challenges we have at home. You know what I'm saying?
But see, true, my experience is a little different though, bro. That's what I'm saying. Just growing up in the South, I ain't really. Now we grew up listening to like a Bob Marley, Steel Pulse, Eco Mouse, and all that, but I ain't even really meet real Caribbeans until I joined the military. And then while in the military, I started meeting people that was just dark as me, look like me, but don't speak the English. From
Yeah.
France, UK,
Hmm.
and all that. But guess what? After some interaction, you find out they got the same damn struggle. So I don't even understand where the disconnect comes into play with they not like us, even though they look like us. And
Yeah, but that
just the
struggle,
sentiment.
Okay, I'm sorry, go.
No, I'm just saying when the sentiment it's not even like that when you still find yourself abroad and you outnumbered and you're dealing with white supremacy
But
or
we're talking about people. We're talking about the people, and I don't mean to be disrespectful. Where a big world trip was going down south for the summer. So our exposure to the rest of, I mean, if a New Yorker goes to Cali, we might as well be going to Italy as far as we're concerned. You get what I'm saying? So this idea of then expanding to even Jamaica, Haiti, or Sierra Leone, it just seems so far. Your experience, and I understand that, you see the world through the military and all that, so you can maybe have some more understanding. But of people who go one state over for, you know what I mean? I don't mean to rude, but this is the reality of what we do. We're not traveling the world like that. The extent of our experiences, maybe the trip to Cali or the down south or to New Orleans or something like that.
no, that's
So
fair. That's fair.
So then open it up where you see, okay, there's starving this, starving that. No, it's all good. Starving this and starving that, and be able to help is different. Okay, we have Mother Hale as a shining example during the AIDS period. All the babies were AIDS and crack babies and all that stuff like that. Okay, Mother Hale is an icon in New York, and then, the ones that's around Chicago and all the other cracked out places we were. So the money and the emphasis goes there because that's the babies right here. So when you see the TV, you see stories of, like I say, Africans going through this or Haitians eating mud pies as they present it to us. It's hard for me to then take more of that dollar and go in that direction when I got cracking AIDS babies right here is I'm just trying to paint the picture of how the mind is going, where it's like I can't boil the ocean, I can't save the whole world.
No, fair point, which is why I say, hey, I got to get myself together before I can, extend outward. I can get that sentiment, but to just go totally isolationist and then just antagonize a whole ethnic group.
Another can of work. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not. I understand where that the antagonism comes from somewhere dark. That's being too American in my opinion. But
yeah, I think
no.
the opposite benefits them more than us. You know what I mean? Like
I agree.
Really, you know what I mean? Us not working together. Yo, this nigga psycho, son. Yo, psycho, I gotta call you later, bro. I need help with my artwork, son. This nigga psycho, son. I'm still mad at that Black Panther shit you made. That shit was fire.
It
That
is.
shit was fire, son. That shit is in my head. I'm like, yo, son, I need to make the whole video with that shit, with the Panther, with the RBG face, with the leather jacket. So I was gonna take that shit, make a video with that shit. Is fire. I was like, I need some rock.
Shit, I thought he was gonna play the whole video. Shit.
Oh, this nigga psycho. I used to that one.
I know he got some more coming out. He probably a whole fucking movie and shit.
That one is fire. So I was like, nah, son, I was like, nah, I gotta put that somewhere. That one fire, son.
Yeah.
No, they look like
GA,
AI to me, man.
GA. Don't tell me nothing, GA.
I'm not gonna say nothing, True.
It was
see how the demons, they all demons, GA. I told you, every last one of them, GA. You see that, right? Cuba, Devin, Psycho, all of them is demons.
We need, we gotta be diligent with the conversation. I think in the media conversation, Psycho's a media technologist. He got to be in that I was in it with Logic. And matter of fact, yeah, Psycho, we gotta have a meeting because RBG was saying that we should have a media meeting on Zoom sometime this week and shit. Because Guapo was saying like, yo, we just need to exchange all the ideas, all the shit we know how to do on AI, and one group setting and just OD. Like just to straight the RBG heads and Pan African. Not ain't like look, no, you ain't talking about nobody else. Just us. That's all that shit. So we can really make the upgrade the look and the attack and how we organize certain shit. Because yeah, that's definitely was a conversation.
GA, I just want you to hear the demon time in real time. GA, you hear that, right? Demon.
Not because to fight because right now I'm arguing that all agencies of major government, major corporations and agencies are in alignment with white folks, and that alignment is against Black people. And so the propaganda machine is always going to be against Black people working together, especially on an international platform. It is.
So you mean popular culture is a weapon? That's what you mean, right?
But wait.
From the beginning is not, and that goes back to the fear of Nat Turner and the fear of Haiti. They don't
So,
want to go back again. So everything is centered on don't let these niggas congregate and don't promote education.
but wait, Q, hold up. I mean, because you said something that's kind of near and dear to me. I'm a firm believer that we got to control our own narrative, and I'm like, what better time than now?
That's why what Psycho is doing. That's why Guapo was like, Guapo was serious. He's like, no, and y'all know Logic. He's like, nah, let's really organize it right. You know what I mean? Because like we gotta upgrade the look, upgrade the swag, upgrade the organization, like from across the board. Even the way we organize the shows, you know what I mean? Like the conversation, like that's what it was centered around. Hold on, who's this? Jose? Jose?
Yeah, you can hear me. Are you
Yeah,
guys?
yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I'm seeing the topic. I'm listening. I'm listening to what you guys have to say. I'm tuned in, I guess.
Hey.
Okay.
Okay. Are you black?
No, I'm not black, man.
I
I'm
don't think
Latino.
so.
I'm Cantu.
You
But I
Mexican?
What's
mean,
can too?
You
What's
Mexican?
that?
yeah, well, I can't see the topic now, but I was listening in on the topic that you guys had on the screen.
Right. Are you Mexican?
Yeah, I'm Mexican.
Oh, okay. Did you vote for Trump?
No, I don't entwine myself in those in politics like that. I mean I do understand how people do believe it or do believe in the influence it has on our culture, but no, I don't
You
myself.
don't think?
I didn't vote.
Do you think politics affected the Mexican community?
Uh, it has it does in ways, but it's I understand it.
Where you from?
I'm from here I'm from America. Texas.
Okay, Texas. Okay.
Oh, you're
You
the
grew up
border
in Texas?
state. You what part of
Huh,
Texas?
I'm down.
Man, you
I'm right
asking
there.
questions.
I'm right here.
You ain't gotta answer that.
Texas.
Don't
Oh, you should.
I'm
You should.
I'm by the water.
you good, bro. Don't answer that.
Like I
You
said,
by
by the
water.
water. God
So you
damn.
by the Gulf. So you over there by
Kind of
Galveston and
icy
all
What
over
that.
there, ain't it?
You over there
what's
by
it
Houston and Galveston and all that.
what's
Yeah,
it called?
Shut up, Q.
he in
Shut
the
up, Q.
water. Yeah.
But like
Said it's
so
icy over there.
so we're talking about like how the politics affects the Latinos, right? And
Yeah.
but okay, but I'm gonna go ahead and like all right. First, do you guys believe it affects? I guess the black community. You know,
A faith?
No, I want. Yeah, it does.
Wait,
But
like a religion? What are you talking about?
no, not religion. We're talking about the politics, right?
yeah, politics
It's
Yeah,
cause
so
affect.
what
I'm
do you
it's cause man, I'm also an American. You get me? So I understand all the way it has to go. You get what I'm saying?
Do you out of
no.
Wait.
Thing,
Hey, can you say
what's your
what part of
thing?
Texas again? I missed it, bro. What part of
He didn't
Texas?
really say. He didn't say. He said something over there
By
by
the
the Gulf.
water.
By the Gulf.
by
I'm
the
assuming.
beach?
By the water.
That's what it got to be by the Gulf then, because ain't too many places. Texas is surrounded by
Wait a
water.
minute, you
Hold
down
on,
in
bro.
the
Real quick.
valley? You down in
Hold
the
on. Hold on.
valley? Brownsville,
Yo,
Corpus Christi?
They don't come on. You know
He
it's
really
real
didn't
out here
want to
right
say
now.
I'm over there.
Trying to get that ice money.
Nah, we don't got no
it.
what's it what's it called
Stop tree.
so right now the politics that's going on like the deportations, right?
Well, hold on before you go there, real quick, right?
Yeah.
So there's a statistic that says that 68% or something like that, 60% of Latinos identify as white. Do you identify as a white Latino?
Well, I'm Mexican.
What that mean?
Like I'm Mexican American. Like my people, I'm come from across from the border from the south, and
What does that mean on the
Was your
census?
parents born here?
huh?
Was your parents born in this country?
No, they weren't.
No. No, come on.
Was you
But
born in
I
this
What do
but
country?
you
I
check?
was, you know,
Right,
Oh,
right.
so you're an anchor baby.
Oh
I'm a what?
shit.
Yeah, he first
Good
generation.
lord.
Yeah, he first generation. Yes.
Yeah.
You know, the
Yeah,
reason
so I'm
was like,
first.
okay,
So I'm first generation. You know what I'm saying? So I'm with the people coming over here. You get what I'm saying? But
no.
there is some way that we got to do it so we know who's coming over here. You get what I'm saying? And you guys, you Biden lovers, you all let in a bunch of
There you
people
go. There
in.
you go, champ. There you go.
As Biden lovers did it.
Right now, let him go, psycho. Let him go. He's gone. See?
Nah, so y'all Biden lovers, y'all let in a bunch of people that we don't know for the last 4 years.
Right,
So now we
right.
gotta we now
I
we
didn't know
gotta
we love
spend.
Biden. That's news to me.
So you don't want
Hey,
your cousins. You
Yeah,
don't
let
want
him
your
finish. Yeah,
cousins
yeah,
to
go
come
ahead.
over.
Finish what you're saying. Finish. Yeah, let him finish what you said. So now we got to do
yeah.
what?
So what I was gonna say was that so now we got a whole lot of people in from coast to coast that we have no idea who they are. So I mean, in a way,
Don't you know them?
it's it's smart
Okay.
to pick up people who came in illegally, undocumented. You get what I'm saying?
Did your parents come in documented?
They did
Did
it,
your parents? Uh huh.
They did what?
but America
Did your
has.
parents come in documented?
I just answered you. I said they did it, but
Okay. So now
America.
you want others who came in like your parents not to come in the same way your parents did.
Yeah. So
Okay. That
you
makes sense.
know,
Oh man,
Somewhere.
now that's a walking contradiction, dude. Come on, man.
no. Let me explain
Yeah.
myself. So
Please
you
do.
know,
Close the doors.
so let me explain myself. So this that was when they were young. My mom's almost 70, 80 years old. She came over here when she was very young. So laws have changed. There's been programs
Oh
that
no
have
no wait
allowed.
hold on wait oh no no
Hold on,
one
hold on.
second. I
Wait,
don't
let
mean
me
to.
finish.
Let
Let
I
me
him
don't mean
finish.
finish
to.
Let him
myself.
finish. Let him
You're right.
finish.
Now
You're
let me
right. I'm
finish.
sorry.
I gotta
I'm
explain
sorry.
myself
You
because
got it.
there's
You got it.
remarks that gotta be checked. You get what I'm saying? So
No, but go ahead.
so so yeah. So then so there's a lot of laws that have been changed.
I'm nice
So
to the
so
queue.
now we live in a time that like you can be documented when you come over here. Any form. You know what I mean? And so yeah, it's just
So they
different.
didn't have immigration when
Right.
your parents came? There was no
They've always had
immigration in America
immigration.
when your parents came? No, no, I was asking. So you said that times have changed. When your parents came, did America have an immigration system?
Theirs has been laws from 70 years ago
Uh-huh.
until now that have
Uh huh.
made it possible for people to become legal here.
Right.
Right,
Just
but they
say,
came right. So they came illegally, and there were laws that made them legal, right?
just
Yeah.
say different
But
games.
what
But
about
it was
immigrants?
rougher for them,
Wait? Do
though,
the
right?
immigrants come illegally? Do the immigrants who apply do they come illegally?
Well, what I was understanding right now, like there's immigrants that do come legally. Like I
Right,
met
and
some
there's always
Haitian
been yes.
brothers. Some of them came. They I mean they got it either way. They got a war going on over there. So some of them come legally, some of them came illegally. But I mean,
But there
Mm-hmm.
was a
best
process for them
Comparative.
to come legally.
best for both of them. But
Hmm.
for some of them, yeah, it was. But some come legally, but some of them can't come legally. So the ones that come legally, they bring the ones that they got to bring them across that water,
Jesus.
man. However they can.
So how are you against it when your parents got here like that? It's confusing.
It's not that like I'm against it, but time has passed, and there's ways so that
Oh,
people will come over here documented.
now that y'all here, the rest of them got to get in where they finna.
Yes, I mean
Basically,
see.
that's what I'm hearing.
The what?
I mean, I actually agree with your position. They need to stay their ass in Mexico. I'm just confused how that's your position, though. That's your people. That ain't my people. So
No,
I don't need
there's
to that.
there's
There.
This is people there's
Sambo. This is
there's
Sambo.
people there's
The
people that have to
Zambo.
there's
The
people
Z.
that don't that have to come over here because there's not much over there where they're from.
They don't have to come over here because of that.
Yeah, they
What do you
do. I
mean?
mean, it's who are you to say they can't?
You just said it. What are you talking about?
You just
I,
said
I
they
You
didn't
can't.
I
just
didn't
said it.
say. I said they could
Now that
come
I
over
say it is
fight.
a problem,
I'm
you just
saying there's
called
a
us
way
all.
that they.
You just called us all a bunch of Biden
Hold
supporters
on.
and
I'm
said it's
saying
our fault why the illegals are over here. You just said that.
that what?
You just called us all a bunch of Biden voters and said it's our fault that your
Yeah,
people are sneaking over
Biden
here.
lovers. Nah, I
Yeah.
was just kidding about that, man. I was kidding about that.
How'd that
but
work out?
How about Sam? Corey says Sambique.
but how do you all feel about what's going on? What do you all
Sambico.
feel about it?
I feel like you're a Sambo. Sambico. How about Sambico? What's Sambico mean in Spanish? Now down there they call
I don't know what
down there.
That's
I don't know
No,
what
nothing.
that
no.
is.
In Texas,
Corey making up New Eurekan. That means
wait. In
nothing.
Texas,
I'm Mexican, bro.
Well, in Texas they call them coconuts.
Q. They call them
Man,
coconut.
I've never heard that word.
Nah,
Never
we're
heard
gonna
that
go
word.
side.
Nobody ever
You're
called
probably
it.
talking to like some
Nobody
Puerto
ever called
Ricans
it.
or something.
No Mexicans. I heard this term. I lived in Texas. I heard this term from Mexicans, and they told me what they call you self-haters. They call y'all coconuts. Y'all brown on the outside and white on the inside. That's what they
Oh
call it.
my Jesus!
But he may not
I
be
don't know.
blind.
I never heard that.
Shout out
But,
to
guys,
Summer Hayek.
but do
You
you
gotta look
I
at
identify?
know
the
the
other
white.
state
I
because
know
they
the
say
white
it.
man calls people like me Cajuns because we're Caucasian
That's
and Indian.
Louisiana. Oh, says you coast of Louisiana.
No,
Wait,
bro,
hold
you
on,
is
hold on,
not
hold on,
no
hold on, hold on.
Cajun.
What
No,
about
don't do that.
who's
Don't do
Indian
that.
in your family?
Huh?
Cajun.
You say you Indian? What kind of Indian are you?
Like they're from Mexico, brother.
Right. So you name the Indians that you are. Go ahead.
Don't do that, bro.
No,
You
No.
I
not
So
in
what
can't.
it
I
the
is,
can't.
you
He's
don't
not
know
an
the
abo
Indian, and
troop.
you just
I
added
don't
that
know
Indian
exact.
in there. Wait, hold on.
I don't know exactly like what.
European psycho. You see? You see? Y'all understand that? Y'all just give them Indian. Really?
No.
These
That's
are
No,
why. That's why I
well,
have it on the screen. Like,
Spaniards.
that's why I want to
well,
ask you on
like
the screen. Do you?
let
Would
me
you?
see.
So in this the Census Bureau,
Let
majority of
me
Latinos say their race is white. Do you agree with that?
say what was your question? Right now, I gotta explain myself too. But what was your question?
The Census Bureau standard for measuring race, according to the Census Bureau, in 2020, majority of Latinos say their race is white. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, I mean,
okay.
it can't be like that, man. Because like when I do my ancestry test, we come out 50-50.
So you're
I
Right.
half
mean,
50
white.
50 what? Wait, hold on. 50 50 what?
We come out. Let me tell you.
50 50. Why, psycho? Go ahead.
No, he's
No,
right
no, no.
about
Let him
that.
please. Let him 50 50. He said 50 50 what?
it's crazy. So Cajun wasn't an option on the census.
What was the 50
Yeah,
50,
Cajun
please?
wasn't an option. Yeah, why you don't want to say?
Nah, he getting ready to say it. Come on up. 50 what? And then 50 what?
Gotta be a first. Now, if he's 50% native, I know he might be
Nah,
50% white, but that
no,
50,
Get
I
the
want
fuck
to know
out of
about
here.
that
nah.
50.
There ain't no 50% there.
I had the numbers up the other day. They said the average Mexican is like 50 to 60% native, 30 something percent European, and like the rest like some African. Yeah, some African up in there too. And
Native
Nah, I
what?
want
that's
to.
the average Mexican.
This is for all you J-Lo lovers
Yeah,
talking
but
about, oh, they black.
wait, let me be specific. The average Mexican who identifies as non-white, because you know you got the non-white Hispanics and the white
Okay, that makes
Hispanics.
more
The
sense.
ones that identify as non-white
Exactly.
Hispanics.
But
Yeah,
that percentage is the smaller group.
the ones that
No, Psycho, we want to know what that gumbo
out of
and
these
that
numbers,
toupee
yeah.
do,
Out of these
bro.
numbers that you're showing, it would be I'm talking about the ones that identify, yeah.
How does it take you this long to know what 50 50
No,
is?
I could agree with that type. I can see that. Because if this
Am I
60%
the only
of
one,
them,
Dad? Like,
Mm-mm.
help me out, bro.
I'm still trying to get the native part. The
Goddamn.
native what?
no, but no, that makes like if you listen to what Psycho said,
Yeah,
those numbers, if
Uh-huh.
60% of them identify
yeah.
white, those are the ones who are going to have majority of their blood is going to be European.
Right. And that's
Puerto Rico different. Puerto Rico, that shit like 10%.
The numbers are worse in Puerto Rico. Yeah, they less
Yeah,
native than
Mexico
Puerto
still
Rico.
got that. Yeah, Mexico, you got Veracruz, you got parts of
Way
the
more.
Guatemala, you got the Mayan. Remember the Mayans fought the white folks
oh,
on the
now he a Mayan. God damn, he an Inca too?
No, because that's the argument I bring up to the Abos. I'm like, yo, bro, the Mayans fought for
Aztec.
like 200 years. Like that's
Do
just a
you
fact.
realize the Europeans
Mm.
caught wreck out there? Do you know what peninsulars and all them other different type of European Spaniards are? Don't
Yeah.
y'all pull up the Costa paintings and how they was making shit up and making, okay, let's put a
Yeah,
nigga
but
with this swing,
I
nigga with
mean, but
that
just
swing.
it's a fact
Really?
that the Mayans still fought for longer. They didn't have the same. They ran through the Aztecs on the other ones. They didn't do that with the Mayans. They
It's a
ran
fact
through,
you
and
couldn't
so
show me a
Yeah.
Mayan within the last 500 years.
no. This is why it gets mixy because Mexico goes to Guatemala, and you got the peninsula for you got the Guatemalan. What's that? Fucking
Mm-hmm.
What's the peninsula? I can pull it up on the map. It's well known. They fought for 20 years. They didn't get ran
Facts.
through like the
Okay,
rest of
y'all
them.
ready for it?
Like Puerto Rico got wiped out
Facts.
in 60 weeks. You know what I mean? It
Hey,
was over.
can you guys hear me or am I muted?
We hear
Yeah,
you.
50-50.
Now we hear you. Yeah.
So it's
50 Cent.
oh shit. Hold on.
Let it go, G.
Getting cursed out by his Mexican mother.
Or the white side of the 50-50.
Could be the white
Yo, they
side.
talking to the negritos.
No blacks.
So by it being 50-50, does that mean that one of those people was white people that came across the border?
Yeah, I want to know what they gumbo do.
I'm
I
saying,
would say
GA, if it's 50,
the
yeah.
red ones are the ones that's crossing the border illegally.
So no, but Psycho, if it's 50-50, that means one of them was white that came across that border, or white people coming across the border, Psycho.
I wouldn't call them white because they ain't out there.
Now you're not gonna call them
Not
white,
the
but they
ones
from
in the
Spain.
not the ones the ones in the red, the ones that out in the
Mm-hmm.
red. I wouldn't call them white. No.
You hear him, GA? So you just don't want to admit that white people were coming across them borders, huh?
No,
That's what you
no,
trying to say?
true.
No,
No, go
They
back to
all Indians, right,
I don't
Psycho?
think the white Mexicans got do all that sneaking.
no, truth. You got to go back to your poster, man. You remember that poster you did a few months back?
Yeah, which one? Which one?
I can't even remember the name of it, and I'm driving, and I can't even. The one with the had
No,
all the different people that came from the different people.
As a
no, let's
matter of
just let
fact,
them go.
I
Because
would shoot you one
Psycho,
better,
go
truth.
ahead,
I would
Psycho.
shoot you one better, truth. I think
Uh-huh.
most of that yellow in that stat was created
Yeah.
here. I would say most of that was created here. I would say the red is the ones coming here and they eventually turning yellow. Same thing's going on in the black community.
What are you
Yes,
talking about?
and we know more than us that they have Costa paintings where they literally mapped it out because they did not bring
That's
enough
it.
women.
That's yeah.
Yeah, I
They
understand all
did
that.
not.
Yeah, I
But
understand
what
all
I'm
that.
saying is that's not just what we think. That's all of what they want back now. And I mean, I ain't mad at them. Kind of with California and all, they made them come. Listen, if y'all don't get down, y'all won't eat. That ain't just in America. That's all through Mexico.
Yeah,
Or
but
what is now Mexico.
it depends on what part. Like from what I understand, that was the Aztec side. The Mayan side was a whole different animal because it wasn't.
Bro, Veracruz and them, I get what you're saying with the
Not
Nanga
Veracruz.
town,
No,
all that history.
Veracruz is the other side.
Well, anyway, 50-50 back. That's 50 Cent. Go ahead.
So
Bravo. Yeah.
so what's it called? So yeah, man. I don't think you guys know a lot about Mexico, but let me tell you, this thing.
You can share your stream, post links. Like right here, this
Are you out in the water now? I think you seem to have a connection issue.
You see right here?
It says 35% Indigenous American, 3.1% Sub-Saharan African, 55% European. That's what I am.
So hold on.
So
So
you're
you just
white.
said,
Oh, you ain't got your shit?
so you just told
Damn.
us we couldn't read, but you read your shit completely backwards. So you're mostly white.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I'm
they
a
white
And
yeah.
dude.
white.
I'm a
Wait,
That
hold on, hold on.
motherfucker
conquistador. You
said
know.
Psycho, you just died.
55%.
Wait,
God
wait,
You,
wait.
you,
So
damn.
how did you go from 50? How did you get 55 from? Where the hell did 50 come from?
It's because
Wait. So
Now
go
y'all
ahead,
wonder.
bro.
See, y'all died with Psycho.
No,
White people
no,
came
no.
across the border. See?
Wait,
That's white folks. No,
wait. So wait.
I'm on both sides of that one. These are white folks. This is
I don't call 55%. Even if it's 55, I don't call that white. I wouldn't call
Wait.
somebody. Wait, true. You got to be talking to. I don't call 55%
Sorry.
Sub-Saharan African black. So
No, he
don't.
said 3% psycho.
He said what?
And he said 3% sub-Saharan, but he
No,
said
Psycho talking about
40.
No,
indigenous black
I
people
just
though.
talk about the numbers. I just talk about the numbers.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
Oh,
as far as like why
but
I wouldn't call them
okay.
white. I wouldn't call them white either. I would call them a schizo.
I would
But
call them
we got
predominant. I would
yeah,
say
that's
but
what I
predominant.
okay.
am. I'm a
Well,
Wait.
mestizo.
you
Oh,
listen,
Finally, you said
there
something
goes
listen,
right.
Psycho, the same
truth.
standard they
Listen,
use
chat.
for Psycho, the same
Listen,
That's your
standard
chat.
they use for
poster.
school,
That's the
the same,
But you see, the
the
thing
same
is
standards they
that
use
you
for
guys
school.
have probably have the English blood in you. You know.
Nah,
But
not
wait a minute.
55%,
Wait a
bro.
minute.
Y'all probably
Wait. Can
y'all
I
probably
just
y'all have
look,
the white man's blood
Thomas?
in y'all,
Wait.
like the
Well,
Englishman.
Yeah,
let me
but
ask
not
this one
55%.
question.
Not
Wait.
Y'all have
55%, bro.
the blue-eyed white man in you, you know?
You're not
Wait a minute.
55%.
So
Let's hold on.
Hey,
Let's think
but
right there.
wait.
did you hear me though?
You
Did you hear me though?
55% white. So
But
let's
do you know that? Hey,
you
but do
talking
you
to
hear
a white
me?
boy.
That
So yeah.
you guys have
So
the
wait a
white
minute.
man's blood in you, like
No, no,
the
no. Hold on. Let's
blue-eyed.
be clear. Let's be clear. Your 55% represents the white man.
Yeah,
And the
but you
CQ
left
see,
smell
over.
blood in the water.
I'm the original European though. You remember they
You think
arrived with
you're
boats.
original? No, no, that's cool. So
Hey,
that's why. So
see,
Wait a
I know
minute.
my
You're the
you're a
history. You
original
know,
colonizer.
European.
You're a
How about that?
I know
colonizer.
my
Wait.
history.
Hey man. Come
What's
No,
on.
you
Can
don't
y'all
know
hear
your
me?
history.
Hey, but
You don't know your history.
you all
Who
have
did,
the Englishman's blood in you
yeah,
all.
let me
How
ask
does
you,
that feel?
so this is why Mexico had to apologize to your other side of your family because the Europeans raped your family and washed them. You got 35% leftovers from raping.
Well, they say that they rape, but you know
No,
that
no, 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 no. They don't say they
no.
apologize.
Hold
You
on.
see
Let
it
me
right
tell
about to
you
here?
tell some
Mexican.
love
Don't talk to
stories?
See,
me.
look,
You
look,
about to
look.
tell
Don't
some love
talk to
Mexico,
me
stories?
Mexican history, bro. Come
Mexico
on.
on Monday
Hey,
marked the
cuz, come on.
anniversary of
Don't
the
talk to me
1901
Mexican
battle
history.
that
Don't
ended
talk
the
to me
last
Mexican
indigenous. You
history.
see this? Look, look,
Don't
ended the
talk
You
to
don't
me
last
think we know
Mexican
your
indigenous
history?
history.
rebellion.
You don't think we
Don't
know
talk
your
to me
history?
Mexican history.
You don't
No,
think we
no,
know
we're
your
reading
history?
Wait.
Don't talk to me Mexican history.
it.
God,
I
boy, I
got you.
hate
You
when
know
y'all
it?
smell blood in the
Why you
water,
don't
Let's
know
just
it?
man.
read. Let's just read the
Look
article. Look,
at, but
this
let me
is
tell you,
Mexico.
don't mute my mic,
You know,
man.
because
Don't talk to me
everybody,
Mexican
everybody. Look,
history
look.
and then
This is
mute my mic.
look, bro. This
Wait.
is. Do you see the screen? Can you see the screen on your phone?
Did this nigga say he a 55%er?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. But wait a minute. Q, before you read that, man, did y'all miss the first generation Mexican American said he's 40 some percent indigenous American?
Yeah, you guys
Did-
didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't pay attention to that.
I've been trying to get in there, bro, to ask how the hell that happened.
Because he's a liar.
What do you mean?
Okay.
That's. I mean, I didn't do my test. I did my test, but I didn't do the lab work, dude. What the
No, you
fuck?
when you first
Yeah,
came on,
how
you
do you
said
know
you
what
was
percentage you are if you ain't do you ain't even do your DNA test and you up here shouting out numbers?
I'm talking about I'm talking about ancestry test. Millions of people use it. Hell.
Yeah, but you just said you didn't use it.
no, he did, but he didn't take the right numbers when he first came on.
Is that what you
No,
said?
He had to
I was
change
being
your origin.
sarcastic. I was being
Abels do that too.
sarcastic about the 50-50. I didn't think you guys were gonna go so deep where I had to go and Google my damn
Lie.
results. You get what I'm saying?
Oh,
Right,
okay.
and prove that you were right.
Yeah.
I got it. Yeah, you're right.
So
So do you
yeah.
can you see the screen? Can you see the screen?
It says Mexico apologizes to the Maya.
So you can share your screen over here with
Okay,
information to prove your
but are
source.
the Maya considered indigenous Americans?
What?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm 45% of that.
You just made that up because you
You
said
said it just
55 to
said
30
30.
something.
You said it was
Right.
30.
Some
You're
shit like
lying.
that.
See? You think people
I
ain't
have
listening
it
to you?
here.
You know you don't. You just now you're making it up. Where did
Well,
40
the
something
numbers
come
are
from
there.
when
The
you just
numbers are
had
there.
30 something?
It's because it's all broken down. There's a bunch of them. There's sub-Saharan, then there's like Asian,
Right.
all kinds of shit.
Yeah. What's the sub-Saharan? How much do
But
you have?
we don't have. But I don't have the Englishman's DNA like you guys.
You
You
got
have 55% of it,
the
Oh,
Spanish
but
allegedly.
I'm
You got the Spanish.
Spanish.
You got the
you got that
Spanish.
Spanish
It's
I'm
man.
all the same
Spanish
thing.
though.
Portuguese.
Yeah, we don't
You got
differentiate.
Portuguese and
I'm
Spaniards up in you.
Spanish though. Yo hablo
That's not a
español.
difference.
Yo
Oh,
soy
what's
español,
your
man.
point?
Right.
Yo
You're a
soy
Catholic.
European.
Yeah, you're a
conquistador.
Catholic. You worship
Yo
Mary. We
soy.
get it.
Oh, now don't get it. Let's not get into religion, man. Let's not because
Well,
you guys don't
that's the
even know you're
difference.
Jews.
Ain't that the
They,
difference? Ain't that the
yep.
difference? Y'all a bunch of Catholics, right?
That's the
Well,
only
Right?
difference.
I'm a
Ain't you a
Muslim.
Catholic?
You
Ain't your
know,
whole family Catholics?
Now he a Muslim. He
Your whole
just said
family
he a
Catholic,
Muslim.
right?
He
I'm
just said he
There's
Muslim.
a
was a
reason for that.
Muslim.
There's a reason for that.
Psycho. He just said he was a Muslim. So now we got a Mexican Muslim. We
You
are.
ain't
Is
no
anybody
Muslim. You're a
listening?
liar. You a Muslim?
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm
You a Muslim?
Muslim.
How many times you pray?
See?
How many times you
Huh?
pray?
See?
How many times do you pray?
Me
Told ya.
personally,
And nobody's
I pray.
listening.
Me personally, I pray about 2-3 times, but we pray about 5 times a day.
About 5 times, he
Oh
said.
And you only
man.
pray two or
Oh,
three. Which way?
boo.
I
What
told
direction do
y'all
you pray?
cap 20 minutes ago. Y'all keep playing.
But
Right, go
are you Muslim? Salam alaikum. Are you Muslim?
Which direction do you pray?
Are you Muslim? Do
What
you
direction
know?
do you pray, Doug?
A nigga said toward
I
Tijuana.
pray towards the Kaaba.
Idiot.
Where's that at?
Why?
In
What's wrong
Tijuana.
praying towards the east? What is wrong praying towards the east?
You talking to a teenage incel. right now. I told you
Man,
20
this
minutes
dude
ago.
is trolling, man. This is
Yeah.
crazy,
What?
man.
You
But
guys are teenagers.
this is Spanish right here. This is
You
this
guys
is
are teenagers.
this is your 55% right here. This picture right
Hey,
here.
you guys are
Yeah,
teenagers.
yeah, $39.
How old are
You get a
y'all?
picture of your ancestors right here.
You guys are teenagers.
There's
Are
a
you
picture of
paying
your
attention to
ancestors right here,
Did you
man.
guys just say y'all
are
were
you paying
teenagers?
attention to the conversation? Are you paying attention?
Did you hear what he just said, Psycho? You guys just figured out we are teenagers.
Did you
Are
guys
you
just say
not
y'all were
listening?
teenagers?
Told
Yeah,
you.
totally. Now, are you paying attention to the screen?
Let me see.
Them your
Okay, well, okay.
Tried to tell you.
them your ancestors.
I come from the conquistadores. Do you guys know what that is?
See, there you
No,
go. You
no,
learn that. You learn that in
no
world
speaking
history in
Spanish.
school.
Nah, the in history they don't tell us that.
They don't.
Wait
The
a
white
minute.
Not
Are you
the
Mayan? Are you
Englishmen
conquistador?
the Englishmen that you guys have, they're not gonna tell us about the conquistadores.
for
Right.
real.
You
Why
talking about
Well,
not?
the conquistadors?
How you feel about Ricky
You talking about the
Ricardo?
conquistadors?
I don't know who that is, man. I don't know who Ricky
No,
Ricardo is. Who is that?
Oh,
it's Ricky Martin's
Oh
cousin.
man. Yeah,
Do you know
Babalu.
who
You don't know Babalu?
hold on, but how
do
you
you know
bragging
who
about being how you bragging about being a Muslim and a conquistador at the same time?
that's crazy.
Because he's a
because a
child.
conquistador was a warrior.
A
That
warrior that wiped y'all out.
and what the and who are they who these
Really?
the Inquisition they had to kill out two people.
Hey, okay. Say again.
The Inquisition, who did they have to kill out?
In the Spanish Inquisition,
Google that real quick. Google
who
now.
did they,
Tell your friend to Google it. Hurry up. Hurry up. You got Chat GPT open? Look, this is the pause. Google. Get some more facts.
You a
Laughing
Muslim
on mute.
bragging about being a fucking conquistador. They hated Muslims.
This is wild. You
They
must
was
come from the pseudo sector in Mexico.
that? But dude, that was like 500 years ago. I live here
Nah, he
now.
didn't even know that. What a goof.
What are you talking about, Goofy? You dumb goof.
but no, a
See?
Does
conquistador
Mexico
when
have
a
a conscious
conquistador
community?
A conquistador, bro, came over here looking for gold.
Is
they
there a
killed.
Mexican?
What
Is
you
there a
drinking for,
Mexican conscious
Loco?
community?
He's bragging about being white. Do I hear this? I want to be. He's
Yeah,
bragging about
that's
being
what I'm asking. Is
Q
there a
Butter. He
Mexican
is
conscious
16
community?
years old in Laredo, bored as hell. Drinking for
bragging about
Loco.
being a fucking conquistador. This is crazy.
Nah,
This is
It
Yeah.
sounds like
crazy.
forget.
You
Mexican
fucking
consciousness.
lovers. Yeah.
He's bragging about being a white person. There you go. There you go. That's the white person. Look. That's a white person. That's a straight white person, man.
That's
That's like
that's
that's
that's what
like
I'm doing.
dirt. Are you smoking dirt? That is straight dirt you smoking. Yeah, Mexico got some garbage
Oh,
weed.
he's a white person. He ain't no
I mean,
fucking
not Mexico.
Yes.
man.
Mexico and Texas got some garbage weed. Y'all weed is trash.
Psycho. White
Dude,
people
Trash.
came
y'all
across the
just
border.
Trash.
Psycho.
And I'm talking from experience. Y'all weed is trash.
Bro, but you all white. You know that, right?
White
yeah,
people
yeah.
came across the border. Psycho.
He's
I'm
not one of the
ginger.
Mexicans.
Yeah, bro. No, he do got that Eric the Red going on. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm a
He's a redhead Mexican man. You might be
Oh
you
God,
know.
here we go.
Mm-mm.
Cooling in the
No,
Hold
he
on.
got
conquistador.
that.
I'm a
He look
I'm
like
a
the future of the
conquistador, man.
NBA. He look like the future of the NBA.
Hey, but what was I gonna say? But yeah. So,
You
anyways,
police?
back to the politics.
You
Um,
police?
You don't got to worry
huh?
about ICE. You with your face, you ain't got to worry about ICE. They gonna walk right by you.
What?
They gonna
Are
ICE.
you police?
Nah, ICE. But he don't got like ICE gonna walk right by you. Not one of the Mexicans that they got to
Did
worry
you
What they
about.
ask me if
call
I was
that?
a
Helado? Helado?
Did you ask me if I was a police?
Yeah. Police,
No,
yeah.
man. I'm not a police. Are you?
Yeah. I'm ICE, actually.
Or you
He
ICE?
he not getting
Yeah.
deported. You see his face.
Oh, my fault. You're right.
He
Yeah, you
is
got
not
cut
one of
from the
the.
49ers, right? What's that nigga that got cut from the 49ers?
I
You
don't
know what I'm
know.
talking about.
Somebody,
Y'all football players.
Kittles.
No. Back in the
Nah,
day with the Spanish
Oh,
name.
but I'm
Tom
just
Rapp,
kidding
Tom
though.
Rapp,
This is
What's his name?
CBD.
Wait, the
Tom Rapp,
quarterback.
Tom Rapp. Oh, still young. So Jeff
No, come on,
Garcia.
y'all. Aaron Gonzalez or something like that.
Jeff Garcia.
That was the
Jeff
Chiefs, right?
Garcia. There you go.
Oh, Garcia. Oh, okay, Garcia.
Jeff
Oh, okay.
Garcia. There you go.
He's like one of the Kelsey brothers.
Hey, but
Right,
I'm just
exactly.
gonna
That's
make.
what he is.
Yeah, you
Huh?
look like
Yeah, bro.
Charles. You look like Charles
Amigo.
Rampton. You
Now
look
us
like
Spaniards
Charles
were more
Rampton.
Middle Eastern.
Where are you going? You better get in the house. You know it's hot outside, boy.
Son is a whole white boy.
Yeah, he looked like a white boy. I ain't gonna stunt you. I wouldn't even
Hey,
believe he was Mexican unless
hey,
you told me.
but low key
No,
though.
seriously though. Now answer this: Did they stop? Do they stop you? That's serious. Are they messing with you down there in Texas?
Well, my dad, he looked just like me, and he was deported. So
What? No, just now, like recently,
He looks
or a long time?
Mexican.
no, when I was a lot younger than I am now.
No,
Now
I'm
the
talking
dude
about
on the
now.
screen.
What is the problem right now? Is there
Yeah,
something
my
going
man on the
on right
screen.
now?
He was born in East LA.
I thought we already talked about that problem.
Not right now. Like right now. Now I'm talking about. Like you know what I mean? Like today, is it like people scared of ICE and
Oh,
stuff like that?
Mr. Ice. Yeah, you guys have been around, but people
No,
are
not.
protesting.
Hey, you was
I
born
know.
in East
Yeah,
LA,
Are they
but the
bro.
Mexicans
protesting? Are
ain't
they
where I live
protesting?
like that.
Are they protesting in Austin?
Born in East LA.
Everywhere.
Okay.
Yo, Jackson, no cap. He's a Mexican ginger, bro. You can't make this shit up.
Minger,
Hey,
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Q. A red ginger.
Gingerkin.
That's the word.
You can't make this shit up, bro. Shit crazy. This is what I see.
hey,
When I say Mexican, this is what I hit will see when I see Mexican on the screen. You don't look like this. I ain't hearing none of that Mayan. I ain't hearing none of that natives,
Yeah.
nothing.
Now he
Right, you
looked
know,
like a
like
Mexican.
yeah, like
Yeah,
he was
you
born in
wouldn't have to
he was
tell
born
me
in,
he was Mexican. He would have to convince me he wasn't Mexican.
yeah, he was born in East
Exactly.
LA.
I'm not from East LA.
Now I'm talking about the
Yeah,
dude
you're
on
not.
the picture. You
As
know,
far
like
as
he
the
was
dude in the
you know the
picture.
song from I was
He said I'm
born
not from East LA.
in. I mean, that's me.
Yeah, that's how I look when I used to work in the fields. That's how I looked. I would tan like that.
Nah, you don't look like that, bro.
Wow. No, you
Yeah,
don't, man. You got
How did you
red
find
hair
his
and a
channel?
red beard, bro. Yeah, this is
yeah.
crazy.
You
I'm
got the
telling you,
whole.
I'm the real deal, man.
Yeah, all right. If I
Yeah,
was
you a
in Texas
mestizo,
though, you a
man.
police
Stunting.
though.
Bro,
This
we
dude
made
is
Mex
a
You
mestizo
try to one drop your
Pagan.
way into Mexicanness.
we made Mexicans.
Not
You
over
a
Wow.
whole
here.
one dropper over here.
We made Mexicans.
Okay, but you came up here to tell us what, man? Because I thought we had some good dialogue going on, and then you came.
No, but you all were saying that that politics makes you guys brings you guys down or some shit like that.
Okay, and
No.
your comment.
And then I came in and then you guys started talking about ICE and how politics comes and hurts and everything, and then we got into race
No,
and then
no, but you came in to share
huh
something.
huh
You came in to share something with us.
yeah, I was gonna tell you guys. What was I gonna tell you guys? I was gonna tell you guys something. I honestly forgot what it was.
I mean, we
Wow.
good though.
Oh, you live in Texas,
All
huh?
that garbage weed make you
But
forget
how do you
anything.
guys feel about what's going on right now? Are you guys with the white man or are you guys with the Spanish?
Oh shit, that's funny. That's funny,
Half and
bro.
Bro,
half
you're
like
a
you.
white man. You are a white
Hey,
Half
man.
honestly,
like you.
I'm,
like if it was up to you all,
he
would
tried to
you all
put us
be?
to the
Hey, hold
flame.
on, wait.
Stop
If it was
smoking
up to
that
you
shit.
all,
You hear me?
hey,
He
Tell
gonna
nigga
if it
to
make
was
us
hit
up,
the
pick one
freaking
side,
if
nuts.
it
man.
was, if it was up to you all, would you all
He hasn't
deport us
there.
Mexicans?
Yeah,
Yo,
yeah, yeah. We support the
no,
Mexicans.
wait. Let's understand. You are a white person, so it looks like white on white issues to us.
Okay, let's grow up. So, would you all deport us Mexicans or no?
You're a white person. We don't. Black folks ain't deporting nobody. We ain't involved in the
Nah,
bullshit.
I just employ. I don't deploy. I employ.
No one believes
So,
you,
bro,
Madonna.
you
Next.
guys are just
It's
saying
okay.
dumbass shit. So, you guys would be
No,
with
I'm
the
just saying,
Mexican
bro. I hire
or
you
with
like a brother.
the white man?
I give you fair wage and everything. I ain't gonna take advantage.
No one
Nah,
How do you
believes you,
guys feel?
Madonna. Next.
Do you guys think people should be allowed to come over here?
why
Loud.
not? It's Earth. It's the planet Earth.
No,
But you
yeah,
gonna
but
face the
no, don't say
consequences.
dumb shit like that. Honestly, y'all think you all think people should be allowed to come over here?
Allowed and illegally coming in is two different things.
Look at okay, so the woman and her child who are struggling across wherever they are from these borders, and they make their way over here, and they cannot get their papers. What do you think about them?
I
Why
don't.
you appealing to emotions?
I'm not
should have
going
came
to
over here with
emotions.
their child.
This is
I feel
actually
like they
real
should have.
life. This happens real
I feel
life.
like it was irresponsible for them to bring their kid
I'm
over
talking
here.
about real life events.
I'm talking about real life. I'm saying I feel like it's irresponsible for any parent to bring their kid over here knowing what could happen. That's my opinion.
With a
So
father.
that is like the
With their
whitest thing you could
father.
say. You
With their
sounded just
father.
like them goddamn white people. You fucking
What? That's irresponsible.
what's it called?
So you think that's responsible? That's
So
responsible as a parent. As a parent, you
let's
gonna take your
I'm
kid
gonna use
somewhere where you can
I'm gonna
possibly
use
separate
I'm
it
gonna
from
use
your kid
American history,
if
right?
y'all get caught
So
knowing that
hey,
you ain't supposed to be
the
there.
same
That's
Why are you gonna
responsible.
use American
You call
history?
you call that
I'm
responsible?
gonna use American history. So
Do you call that responsible though? I want to hear you
hold
say
up.
whether or not that's responsible. Do you
So
call that
all the
responsible
people,
as a parent? It's on Father's
so all
Day.
the people
On
that
Father's
Harriet
Day, I want to hear you
hey,
on Father's Day say that's a responsible thing to do
hey,
to bring your kid
hold on.
across the border knowing
So
you could possibly separate it from them and have them in
The people,
custody
hold
somewhere.
on.
Do you think that's responsible?
Or listen, all the people that were had to get freed, So the
Mm-hmm.
ones
Harriet
that the
Tubman.
one I'm
Let
using
him go.
American history.
No,
Let's
The
do
you
that.
can't use
all
American
the
history.
the
And please don't
when
try to
the
compare this to
people
us.
hold on when the people were escaping the
Uh-huh.
South to go to the North,
Right.
and some
Right.
of them died and some of them didn't make it.
No,
Were
that's
those
different,
people
dog.
that was
That's different.
irresponsible?
Y'all not enslaved in y'all
That
not
was that
enslaved
it
in
was.
your
Hold on,
country.
I mean,
Was you
it's
enslaved? Are they,
I'm sorry.
did
I'm sorry.
Mexicans escape slavery? Was Mexicans
Hey,
escape slavery?
hey,
Was Mexicans escaping
they're trying to
slavery
better
last
their
year?
life.
Was they
They're
getting
trying to better their
was they
life.
escaping
So
slavery?
was that
So no,
irresponsible?
your comparison fails, dog. It fails. I
She
don't
said
even
a
know why
Nah,
better
you.
life. What about
how?
the
We not
Mexican
no Biden
How?
smugglers though?
supporters over here. We
But
not
you
no Biden
understand what I'm
supporters
trying to
over
ask
here.
you.
You can't mesmerize us with
You
this
under,
little slick ass
you understand what I'm trying to
comparisons
ask you
of
though.
black people and Mexicans and try to
Hey,
make it seem like y'all went through the same thing
hey,
we went through. No, you did not. No,
bro,
you did not. You
they
just
took
said
away our whole
you
country,
just gave
dude.
a scenario of a
They took
woman
away our
coming over
whole
here on her
country.
own
What
free
do you
will,
mean?
not enslaved, not escaped. She's not a runaway and none of that. She came under here her own free will with her child irresponsibly, and then got separated. And now you want to sit up here and make it seem like we sound like white people because I'm saying it's irresponsible for her to do it.
Yeah,
What are
you
we talking
do.
about? That's crazy. That's crazy. That don't make no fucking sense.
How does
And you're a
that make no
horrible father.
sense? You sound like
If you think that's responsible, then you're a horrible father.
Because she wasn't
so
escaping slavery, bro. She wasn't escaping slavery. She just wanted a better life. As
okay. So
far
why
as
can't the why? So okay,
Hold on
so
real quick. Hold on real
hold
quick.
on. So why can't
Hold on.
she
Yo,
get
Wait.
free?
Wait.
Because
Wait.
if
Wait.
What's
that's
good,
what they
my
wanted.
niggas? Yo, what's good, my niggas? What's up?
Hold on. Hold on.
Who's
Hold
that?
on.
Who was that? Talking
Yo,
that dumb
fuck
shit.
Israel.
wow, that was a little bit too hard.
Fuck Israel.
Who is
Fuck
Viva
that?
Israel.
Palestina.
Fuck
Who
the
Viva
is that?
Palestina.
Jews.
Who's
Fuck
Yo,
the
talking
bro,
that?
bro,
Hey, we
bro,
Jews.
with you on
Fuck
that.
Okay.
Israel.
Wait, who
Viva
is
bro.
that?
Palestina.
Yo,
Wait.
Madonna, you better shut up.
Yeah. Are you gonna like introduce yourself, or you just gonna be like on some Derek
My
shit?
bad. Yeah, my name is Michael Lionheart. My bad. My name is Michael Lionheart. How you guys doing?
Please
Are you
don't
That
say
white?
guy's
nothing.
Are you white?
you're white, right?
Hey, white bro.
So are you.
Yes, I'm white. I'm white.
What
Yes,
the fuck you
I'm white.
coming up in? Right. So what your crack ass coming up in here talking about?
What's up, my niggas?
I said fuck Israel. I said fuck the Jews.
No, you came. No, you came in here talking some other shit, K Beast. What are you talking about?
What do you
Don't
mean?
come up in
What?
here.
Yeah,
Don't
that
come
dude
up
a
here
troll,
playing games
man.
like you ain't coming
That's
here to
How am
troll.
I a
Yes, you
troll,
are.
bro?
If
I
you
just
came
said
said
in here
what's
no.
up, my
He said,
He
what's up,
been
kings.
my
here
niggas?
before, y'all.
Nah, bro.
Bro,
Hey,
bro,
what
you
the
He
gotta
been
fuck,
keep
here
it
bro?
G-Lo,
before.
if
bro.
it's
Get
up,
it,
it's
yeah,
up.
Nah,
yeah.
yo, chill out,
If it's
Bro,
bro.
up,
Chill
it's
out,
up.
chill out.
No, ain't no
bro.
chill out, motherfucker. You came in
Nah,
here some
nah,
fuck
nah,
shit.
nigga, yo,
You came in here
relax,
some
nigga.
fuck
What the
shit.
fuck?
Oh yeah, you guys gonna say nigga in a minute,
Fuck you
yeah.
doing? What the fuck wrong with you, dog?
Came in
Still
saying,
wait to
what's
get
up,
that
my
Straight
out.
up,
niggas?
like what the fuck you think this shit is? Talking some chill out. No, you chill out.
but that's what you all have in you all.
Fuck on your goddamn mind. Lost your
You all?
motherfucking nothing.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm Spanish. I don't have that in me. I don't have that
black?
English in me.
You're
You don't
white,
have what in
bro.
you?
You're white.
No,
You're a white boy.
but do you guys know your history?
Yo, bro, you're a white boy.
Shit.
Your
Let
DNA
me.
is the issue. That you turn your
No,
kid on.
you gotta understand, bro,
Yo,
that us
bro,
gingers, we were the original Europeans.
you're bro. It don't make
Damn. lamb.
Oh my God.
Hey,
He pulls a
hey,
lance
Kiss
on
this
you,
guy,
Fresh.
man.
Yeah.
hey, nah, but that guy that just came in right now, like that's what you all have. Like y'all
That's
have their
your
DNA.
cousin.
You
That's
all.
your cousin,
Oh
Jose.
shit,
Yeah, like you guys are
Right,
Englishmen.
right.
This
bro.
guy's a moron, bro.
Why you think
Y'all
y'all call y'all Mexican? What you think y'all mix with, bro?
want to talk to this dude some more now? Because
Nah, you ain't got to
Yeah,
answer
why
that
not? Why
question,
not?
man.
Yeah, yeah,
He came in
we
on
need that
a
example.
He answering
he
no
came
question.
in on a black community development topic. He forced immigration in.
Well, it does say Latinos in the title, to be fair.
I did.
Yeah, we need that
It was
pushback.
like Latinos. It wasn't it was a compare. We didn't have to have a discussion with it.
Yeah, it wasn't for
Hey,
him.
we need his perspective though. You know, we need to expose all that.
No.
No, we
But
don't
Dunn, that
either.
dude was a walking
It's your crazy
contradiction,
ass.
man. He came in calling motherfuckers Biden lovers and letting mugs in, and then he talking about why y'all, trying to advocate
Right.
and,
I
and
need
cross the
to hear
border.
what what's going on in his
Biden
community.
supporters.
I need to
First
hear
he
what
went
his community is talking about, saying about
Well,
us.
go
Yes, I
down
need
to
to
his
hear what his
community and
community.
find out if you
regardless
wanted
of
to
the
know that
Biden
bad.
supporters that turned around that sound like a Trump supporter. Then he turned around and started trying to shame us for saying that this motherfucker shouldn't be coming over here with pregnant
Yeah.
while he pregnant. The fuck?
And
Like
then want to
anybody who thinks that's
marginalize
responsible is nuts.
enslaved people.
Anybody who
Yeah.
thinks that's responsible is nuts. I'm sorry. You're a horrible parent. I'm sorry. I don't care what nobody said.
Man, he said he was
Dude was
half
a super
conquistador.
troll.
I believe he's half conquistador because most Mexicans are half conquistadors. That's a fact.
Well, Madonna, he also said he was Native American. He also said he was a Cajun.
Right. That's true because his they came over here and raped them, bro. That's why they Mexicans. They
Okay,
mixed.
okay, bro.
That's his
Okay.
history, bro. I didn't write it. I didn't make it up.
Yeah, but that ain't that we don't even give
But he have a
I don't
right to
care about
claim
that.
that. We seen it. We seen his red beard. We seen the Caucasian in him, bro. We seen the mix.
Man,
That red beard
dude
is recent. That shit is
he
recent.
he looked like Leif Erikson, man. He looked like a damn Viking more than he did a conquistador.
Bro, you can see the
He
Mexican
said
in him, the
leave.
conquistador, all that. I saw all that.
Okay.
I ain't even see his DNA test. I would love to see. I bet you he got a whole bunch of Englishmen up in on pause.
Nordic.
Hell yeah.
He said he
Yeah,
was
red beard.
mestizo. That was crazy though.
Nah, he's been up here a few minutes before. I normally don't let him on, but
I couldn't even. Yeah, I was going to peel back the onion on, but he got troopers in his bag, so I couldn't really.
He might be a descendant of Redbeard, man. You know, he had that red beard just like some of them conquistadors. Ain't no Mexicans walk around here with no red beard, bro. Unless they died, that shit.
But these wigs.
I first started being around black people talking that Muslim stuff.
But that white boy's probably gonna try to report the channel for this own shit that he said.
Okay.
Yeah, he came in saying,
And
"What's
he
up,
was
my niggas?"
yeah, that was wild too. But that dude, Michael Lionheart, been over here before with that crazy.
was this was that the same dude that said he was an Israelite before?
Something like that, man. I don't know.
Or was that another guy?
I don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all talking
I don't know.
about
That's the first time I saw that guy. This guy.
That's the first time I
saw that Mexican or that white boy that came up here.
The Mexican
boy.
Yeah, it was a dude. He had a
white
Hispanic name. His screen name was, but he was saying he was an Israelite.
You got Latino Israelite, so it's possible.
Yeah. I don't think that was him though. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, that dude was funny, man. He said, if y'all side with the white man or us.
After his
Yeah,
I'm like, bro, you're a whole white boy. Us black folks is confused, man.
And then forgot why he came up here anyway. In the original,
Well, yeah, he was a slick little Mexican, half Mexican, man. He knew.
No.
He's smart, bro. I'm telling you, he knew some shit.
Hey,
that's why he came in asking
He came up
absurd
here,
questions.
like I said, he came up here for the title, and then didn't really want to address the title. That's why I asked him to vote for Trump, because I know why he came up here.
Yeah,
he came up here because all that protest shit.
And Milan, he was Islam too.
I heard him say he was Muslim. I believe it. Anybody can be a Muslim.
I didn't say anybody can't, but I mean,
Mexican in Texas.
I know that's strange, ain't it? That's the sounds of the times right there.
He has the perfect CIA agent face. He could be a white nationalist. He can fit in Spanish groups. He can look like a Muslim, He's a perfect operative. He got the operative face. You know what I'm saying? Then he can act like he's figured out the black spaces. That's why Truth asked this nigga cop. Truth was on point. Truth old school. He's like, hold on, son.
Yeah, he definitely was a chameleon, bro. He definitely
First
could
thing Truth
change
said was,
faces.
oh, he police. I don't know about y'all, but they motherfucker police. You said in Afghanistan, Allah Akbar, you wouldn't know what's going on. Us black people, I don't know, man. He sold me
Yeah,
a backwood. He'd be like, I just bought a backwood from son. And I went to the gas station, this motherfucker pumped my gas. And I realized it was all the same person. Shit.
That motherfucker hit the panel. He been hitting the panel on every goddamn live stream. So I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, he should have been using that shit to his advantage. You know, he could chameleon like that, blend in shit. He on here.
That motherfucker ain't blending in no goddamn way. Shit.
But done, that dude used up every cover. Geographically, I mean, talking about he down by the water in Texas. Just
I
whatever,
told him
man.
he was from Texas. I knew he was from Texas by the way he talked. I hung around a bunch of Mexicans in Texas, and they sound like niggas mixed with Mexicans and white people.
Yeah,
No,
Jackson,
that dude.
he showed us his weed to make sure it was cool. He's like, I'm gonna show these niggas, let me show the weed on my lap.
Yeah, come on.
Weed, man. I'm telling you, man, Texas got you saw it, man. That shit didn't even look like that shit get you out. That shit look trash.
It's a bunch of shake. That was oregano, man.
Yeah, some of that East Texas bunk.
Yeah, that's just dirt, man.
He definitely hung around a bunch of Mexicans. He picked up the accent on his last operation.
Oh shit.
Yeah, okay. In the chat, how many Islamic Muslim people have y'all heard that was Mexican or seen like face to face, not no video?
I know some Puerto Ricans, but not like I said,
flat out Mexican, yeah.
Texas.
Texas on top of that.
I don't think I ever seen a Mexican.
No, not Mexican, man. They still believe in El Diablo and the saints and all. Yeah, they don't play that. Well, I'm not gonna say they. I don't want to speak in absolutes. I never met one. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, they still be buying all them goddamn candles with all them goddamn white religious figures on it and shit.
Yeah.
Yo, Officer Canto.
That's dumb as
Cantos.
What's up, dude? I don't ever call me again.
How long you been on the force?
Yeah, how long?
I wouldn't make
ATF or something. ATF, FBI.
Yeah, you like which one? Which one?
Nah. Me personally, I can't do that. But for the young community, you know, I push for them. You know what I'm saying? I ain't fucked about it. For me, I'm too old for it. I can't run that long, so I wouldn't make it in the force. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But what's it called? What was I gonna tell you guys? But yeah, man, you gotta learn you some true Mexican history, man. You guys gotta know. Learn.
What's gonna happen if we don't?
Well, I mean,
man, we're not obligated to learn no Mexican history. If you don't get out of here with that
what Mexican history should we know?
Well, Mexican history that you should know that you should be Spanish and not English.
We should be Spanish. We are, man.
God damn.
Aboriginal, man. We the first people here. We always been here. What are you talking about?
That motherfucker said Spanish supremacy, goddammit.
We always been here.
I know.
You do know there's black Spanish people, right?
Yeah. Well, you know, man. Like,
you do know black people is aboriginal to this landmass, right? You do understand this, right?
Yeah, and I understand also that over there in the general that the Muslims sent into Europe was a Moor.
Nah, fuck all that Muslim stuff, man. That Muslim stuff is indoctrination, man. I'm talking about the Olmecs, man.
Oh yeah, the Olmecs, they broke up into three different people.
Right, but those are originally black people.
Well, I mean, if you look at them, they look more Mexican, like native Mexican, heavy Mexican, you know.
Yeah, you just said.
For real? Oh, wait, hold on. So those are not black people? Those are native Mexicans and not black people?
Like, have you ever seen like the people from Michoacan? That's them, I believe.
No, it's like
yeah, just like you said the Olmecs split up into different people. Yeah, you come from the set that mixed in with those conquistadors, but the other groups was all black. It was all black. Y'all was black at one point, but y'all got mixed out. But we black
Y'all the
is the
fake.
original people in this
Nah,
land. You
yeah,
understand that?
y'all the fake.
Talk,
Yeah,
you're talking. Wait, hold
y'all the
on. Wait,
fake
hold on. Hold
natives.
on. Hold on.
Y'all
Yeah,
the
Wait.
y'all
fake
ain't
natives.
Wait. Let me say something. So you guys are talking about the Afro Mexicans or what?
No, we talk about
No,
the
I'm
Afro
talking
Mets.
about we the
We talking
original.
about the
We are
real.
aboriginal to this
Because
landmass.
you
We
know
Yeah,
indigenous. We
we're,
indigenous.
those Afro Mexicans are my people, man. You know what I'm saying?
no. Those
No,
people
I'm not
came
talking.
after. Those people came after. They came
No.
after. They
You
came
confuse what
after.
I'm
We was
saying.
always here.
Yeah, you confuse what I'm saying. We was always here. We are indigenous. We are the
So
original people here. Not you.
so
Not you people.
so then why don't the Afro Mexicans resemble the
We do
Olmec
resemble.
statues?
Look at the Olmec heads. That's a black person. What are you talking about? They're all black people.
Man,
Look
that
at the Olmec heads.
bro,
You
those
don't see
dudes
them
are like,
braids and them. You don't see them dreadlocks
Yeah,
on
they
them
got braids.
Olmecs.
They got
man,
braids. You don't see it. You ain't see the
wait,
afro. I can show you. I can
Exactly.
show you a
Those
whole
aren't
Olmec
Mexicans.
head
Those
with
are
an
black
afro.
natives.
I can show you a
but
whole Olmec head with
hold
an
on,
afro. That's a black man.
every,
I can't hear you.
I said everybody did braids back in the days.
No, not
But
now. No, we not
Nah,
really.
nah.
Where
Man,
you
that
know where
motherfucker say
braids come from,
everybody
huh?
had bread.
Niggas
Everybody
are,
know where braids come from,
look,
man. Braids come from black
even the
people. Everybody know
Vikings,
this.
Oh
the
my
Vi-
god. That four
the
local is
Vikings also
serious.
had. Hey, but yeah, nah, man. But if you go look up the people from Michoacan, those people are the Olmecs, I believe.
No, man. They ain't have no
Yeah,
afros out there. What you talking about?
Smoking
cause
that dirt
there's
and
no
weed.
there, cause there's no more Aztecs, man. The Aztecs
Y'all the
got
people,
wiped out.
your people come from the Spaniards and over there in Indonesia, over there by Chile and Argentina and all that crap and everything else. That's your people. Your people are Argentinian and motherfucking Spaniards. That's what y'all. That's what y'all are.
You said all that crap.
Yeah, they count all that in Indonesia and all that stuff and everything else. Y'all shit some oceanic people over there, which are some other
We
black
have
people.
we are the warrior breed.
What happened?
We are the warrior breed of the Latinos, us Mexicans.
Us Mexicans?
When the last
Yeah,
fight y'all had?
Mexicans are mosquitoes, man.
Yeah.
Mosquitoes.
the
Y'all
last
all
fight,
mixed up.
the last fight I had was like a couple months ago.
No, I'm talking about y'all. I mean, well, y'all. Why ain't y'all fighting the white man? Why y'all wait so long? Why y'all just now starting to uprise against the white man?
Because only somebody, I mean, it's not smart to go to war with your neighbor, you know. We have understanding, man. You know.
Oh, so that's how y'all. That's why y'all lost Mexico and California, Nevada, and all that because y'all just thought it was just cool to be cool with your neighbor.
Nah, that's not what happened. What happened was that one of the generals he surrendered. You know.
Sold it.
Yeah.
Motherfucker said he surrendered.
Oh,
Hey,
Santa Ana.
that guy he surrendered. They cut his head off here in Mexico.
After he surrendered, damn, that's a cold game, ain't it? That white boy
Yeah.
cold, ain't it?
What's it called? I mean, it is what it is. So that's really what went
Oh, it
down. You
is
know,
what
that's
it
why they
is.
lost.
Deb just went over. It is what it is a few days ago. You might not call that. When people say it is
Say,
what it is, Deb broke that down.
huh? I mean, now, that's really what happened. That's what happened. I mean, I can't change. I'm not gonna lie. So I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, that's a sign of
Dude,
defeat. That's a sign of
dude,
defeat.
Sound like you've been brainwashed. Sound you've been
that's what
brainwashed.
happened.
Sound you've been brainwashed in that Spaniard history, man. That's
Dude,
not real history.
dude,
That's not what really happened over
surrendered.
here.
Dude surrendered. Got his head cut off by Mexicans.
Oh, I thought the white man cut his head off. Oh, his own people cut his head off.
Yeah, because he surrendered.
Mm.
He was a general, and he was a general. He surrendered. He gave them the opportunity to set up to be able to defeat you. So they cut his head off. Come on, man, you guys gotta be.
So what is it? What is the Alamo? I mean, what? Oh, go ahead, Psycho.
No, that's why his phone got ad libs.
Yeah, it's wherever he's at, he's far away from his tower or Wi-Fi or something.
That's that Mexican Wi-Fi, man.
Damn.
Yeah, man, I'm getting it from across the border.
Tell him Wi-Fi. Hey, but which war you talking about? Was that the Alamo? Alamo? What war that he got his head cut off? What battle was that?
It was. I'm not too sure about the battle, man. To be honest with you, But I can tell you what happened. What happened was they were resting and they got caught lacking. They were slacking. They were asleep.
Oh, they was drinking and turned the slowpoke, huh?
Type shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I got feel bro. So what y'all taking back over now? Y'all claiming y'all laying back? That's why y'all uprising?
I don't know if that's what's going on, but at some point, some people feel upset about your everyday average Joe being tormented. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so is this the
It,
return of Monty? Is this the return of Montezuma?
the return of Montezuma?
Yeah.
Nah, I think it's the return of Frederick Douglass.
Mm.
So what's up with
Um,
you and all these slave references, yo?
I know, right? See, I'm
because
exposing it.
that's
Mhm.
where I learned a lot of my history when I was in Arkansas. You know, I was in a heavy
You was in
black
Arkansas?
Mhm.
yeah,
You was raised in
I was
Arkansas?
in
Oh,
no, I
Dev, you
wasn't
gotta hold
raised
this
there.
L.
I was in
On that crack.
raised there, but no, we didn't do that. My homies did. They get rid of it like that. But what's it called? Nah, we didn't do that shit. But yeah, so I know a lot of black history. You get what I'm saying? So yeah,
You
my homies
definitely
taught me a
don't
lot
know
of
a
black
lot about
history.
history.
You must know a lot of black history if you know about Frederick Douglass. I mean, that's deep, deep,
Yeah,
rooted scholarship.
Nah, Pure Black, I didn't heard this story before, man. He didn't already ran it down, yo.
Oh man.
Black
yeah,
History Month. Black History Month.
that's dumb as hell. What's it called? I don't think black people deserve a month, bro. I think it's dumb. Like, why you gonna give them a month? What did they do?
Oh shit. That's
Mm.
good shit, bro. You funny.
I mean, you're not black, so I don't expect you to understand.
I'm just messing with y'all, man. But I do think it's stupid. But yeah, but
But you're
yeah,
not
What's
man.
black.
I
that?
know.
They
I
think
know.
Yeah.
Cinco de Mayo is
So
dumb.
I think it's dumb too. You know why you gotta remind me about that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's
What
dumb
does
as
it
fuck.
matter? I just,
We don't
God
I think
celebrate
it's
damn.
it up
dumb.
here.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah.
it shouldn't be an American holiday. It
Taco
should be.
Tuesday too.
Oh
Are you
shit.
mad? Are you mad because you only get a day and we
Taco
got a whole month?
Tuesdays.
Are you mad because y'all got a day and we got a whole month?
They
That's
got
why
2 days.
you
They
mad?
got taco. They got Taco Tuesdays too.
Right, dude. We
Oh
get
my
2 days.
god.
We get a whole day. We get a
Holy
day
crap.
every week, dude.
And don't forget about Dr. King's birthday. They
No,
don't like
hey
that
When is
man,
either.
y'all
it?
know. Wait a minute, this dude playing, man. He a whole fraud. This the dude from Arkansas that was up here talking about he was a Hebrew, and you don't know that you was Hebrew a few months back.
That's what I
Man,
thought.
I never said I never said I was a Hebrew. Hebrew is
No,
the
bro, you did.
language.
And you was talking real reckless and slick at the mouth, and you getting comfortable, and you doing it
Now he
all
got you
over
on that one,
again.
GA. He got you on that one, GA. Hebrew
Oh,
is a
y'all know
language. He
this
got
dude.
Hebrew is
No,
a
that was that
language.
dude. No, he said he was a Hebrew Israelite, and he gonna teach why black folks is the real Hebrew. This that dude, man.
No, black folks. Some black folks are the real Jews. Is probably what it said.
Yeah, there you go.
Your cover's blown, buddy.
No, I mean I'm not
Yeah,
hiding nothing.
Arkansas.
I
When he said Arkansas, yeah.
No, but I never told anybody from Arkansas. I was from Arkansas. This is the first
no, he's
time.
from
So
he's from Arkansas.
there you go with that dumb shit. What's it called?
I mean,
No, man, he getting real comfortable. Listen to that accent. He
Yeah, see,
getting real
he know
comfortable.
Madon. He been here before. He
Yeah.
know Madon for real.
Yeah.
I don't
Oh,
have,
hey, this is my first time
bro.
seeing this guy.
I've never done any country activity in my life, but gone fishing like 2 to 3 times. To be honest with
No,
y'all,
Madon teach him. Madon said Mexican with a black accent, and dude got more and more comfortable. Then he just looked up and said he used to live in Arkansas, or whatever. He was on here
I
talking
know,
about, hey, y'all the
I
real
remember I said
Hebrews.
I knew he was from Texas. I knew he was from Texas before he said it, bro. I could hear it in his like in the way in his
Yeah,
vernacular.
no, he was just over
That's
here
his
false
operative
flagging
voice,
like
bro.
he was from
That's the
Arkansas.
operational voice. That's the voice
no,
he
I
uses.
did live
Man,
some. Hey man, you guys, I did live some years in Arkansas, man. That's where I learned about true Black history.
oh
Hey, say the
man,
word.
y'all
Hey,
don't
say the
remember
word.
this
Hey, yo,
dude.
oh, say the word fool.
Fool?
Yeah, you from Texas, bro.
Yo, bro, it's an
Yeah.
accent, bro. He's putting that shit on, boy. He's a whole op,
You
son.
say it right.
I'm not an op, bro. Shut the fuck up. That.
I
But
mean, how
anyway,
you from the Middle? How you from the Middle East with a Mexican accent, bro? You're a
I'm from the
Hebrew
Middle.
Israelite,
Huh? Nah.
and you
That
got a
motherfucker
Mexican
ain't from no
accent.
Hey,
goddamn Middle East. Yeah, he
it
from
was probably
He's a
the.
East Texas.
he's a Mexican who's for the deportations.
Nah. It's just that I know some people over here. It's because I'm very religious. I became very religious. So I learned so a few things that kind of were a trip to me, and I realized that there's people amongst me that are Jews. You get what I'm saying? So
Mm.
so
What you
it's
know about Orange Mound? Hey, what you know about Orange Mound, man?
nah, I don't know any. This is the first time I hear that name.
Okay,
There's a whole
okay.
CIA operation, man.
You should have said
You
Little
go to
Hey,
Rock.
can
bottom
you
though,
speak Hebrew? Can you speak Hebrew?
huh? No,
Can you
I
speak
can't speak
Hebrew with a
Hebrew.
Mexican accent?
No, I can't speak Hebrew.
All right, then you're not a Hebrew Israelite then,
Huh?
because you said Hebrew's a language. Therefore, you're not a Hebrew
He,
Israelite. You
I didn't
said
say I was
Hebrew's a
Hebrew.
language. You said I just
Yeah,
heard you say Hebrew's a language. So if you can't
yeah, I
speak the
said
language,
that.
you're not a Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah, but
You can't
Israelite
be.
is a breed of Israelite is a breed of people is a breed though.
We talking about the
Breed?
Hebrew part, bro.
Yeah, the
We talking about
Hebrew,
the Hebrew part.
bro.
The
If I were
Hebrew
to
part.
learn
Take
Hebrew,
off the Hebrew
so
part.
you're telling me if I learn Chinese, I'm Chinese?
Oh shit.
No, you don't even know to even claim that.
What do you What do you mean I'm not a Hebrew Israelite because I don't know Hebrew? If I learn
You
Chinese,
say
that makes
Hebrew's
me
a
fucking
language.
Chinese.
This is not a language, bro. It's a language,
Yes,
but it's also ethnicity. It's not just a language. It's an ethnicity as well.
Hebrew is
You
not an
said Hebrew is
ethnicity.
a language. You said
Hebrew,
it's a language. That's
yes,
what you said.
yes. You said it was
Oh,
an
a mutant.
ethnicity.
It's a
How
language,
is it an
bro.
ethnicity?
Speak the language. Speak the language. I said speak the language then.
Hey, are you related to Paul Cantu?
Oh my goodness.
No, I'm not.
It's too slow.
Okay.
Why?
I'm just saying,
Nah,
how does it feel
y'all
being
got the
But
same last name.
Man, where
how
y'all
does
get
but my
Steve
last
Gonzalez
but
from,
my
man?
last name means Rolling Stone.
YouTube streets, bro?
Yeah, man.
We stopped at a Home Depot, and
Mhm.
someone was just running at our car.
Man,
And he not even a real Mexican, bro. He a whole white boy.
He
But I
said
will.
not a
But I
real
will.
one.
Hey, but I will smack the shit out you though.
yeah, I believe that though. That would be.
Damn.
Yeah, I would though.
No,
I would
this
though.
that dude,
Hey,
man. See how he
hey,
creep up slick at the
That
top?
sounded
This
real
that
feminine.
dude.
I will smack the shit
Yeah,
hey,
out you now.
hey, I would
Cause
though.
I ain't
that
gonna
is
respond
I
to
would.
that
something.
I
shit.
would. I would.
He ain't
I
got
would
no
really
bass in
smack the
his
shit
voice
out
to
you.
make it believable.
Nah,
No, but
I don't give a fuck, bro. To be honest, but
Yeah, you do.
this
What's up
nah.
that
with the
dude, man. He on
all-inclusive
that
avocado?
bullshit.
Hey, hey, hold on though. Hold on.
Hey, we know he on that bullshit.
We're actually
All
getting
right, I'm
into a
going on
topic that
mute.
I want to discuss. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Cause Mexican
so
got the worst weed. So what is up with them avocados?
man, shut the. Oh, we got the best weed though.
Nah,
We
what's up? Cause
don't.
that's
Stop it.
Nah. Y'all really don't. Y'all really don't. Y'all
stop
really don't got the. Yeah,
Y'all
Mexican
got
y'all
the
really
weed.
don't.
sleeping gas. Y'all
Mexican
got the
weed is the
sleeping gas
ladies
that
for
we can
dirt.
put you to
When we
sleep.
in Black America, how we say dirt for the last 30 years across the country. Yo, this shit from Mexico. That's dirt.
Which part of
No,
Mexico you from,
but
bro? What part of Mexico you from?
I'm from the woods.
Bro.
Was they ain't
Like,
got no woods out there?
yeah, I'm like so specifically what city
Yeah,
though?
Escuela.
Yeah, but you somebody in America playing around, bro. Mexicans usually proud of where they from and shit. That's what I'm saying. What city you from in Mexico? What city your people from?
Yeah,
Anyway,
I heard his rotary phone ringing in the background.
hey,
You went out?
You probably don't even know where he's from.
that's probably some fucking Mexican gang member over here. But I ain't never even been to Mexico. Born in the United States, ain't even never crossed the border. Scared.
Yeah, born in Texas, went to Arkansas, went back to Texas.
Yeah, he said his dad got deported and shit though.
Probably waving a Mexican flag.
Nah, you ain't gotta wait no flag to get deported.
No, y'all read tape on that dude, man. It was a Saturday, and he came over here talking about damn Mexican Hebrew
Yeah, that's what
from
I'm saying. I
Arkansas,
told
and
you I
you know
wasn't that
about
fucking
Orange
crazy
Mound,
shit.
and
Yeah. He
yeah,
had
he
his
talked
cam
real
on
slick
too.
at the
That's what
mouth,
I'm
and
saying.
I slapped the fuck out of him. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's that dude, man.
it's the same dude.
Yeah, that's them the ones that be smacking them niggas up over that way. Them Latin kings and shit, smacking them Arkansas niggas up.
But he wasn't the one doing the slapping though.
Yeah,
Say not him.
Nah.
from Arkansas,
man, that nigga was funny.
yeah, that nigga brought up Harry Tubman, man. That was the funniest shit ever.
Oh Lord, yeah, I'm glad I missed that. I might have lost it, crashed off the time.
He tried to tell Psycho if a Mexican woman was with her kid and he came
I'm just
over.
saying,
He tried to compare it to Harriet Tubman. That shit was hilarious.
no, that's crazy. Today he came back, he 55% the door, 44% indigenous American, first generation.
Yeah, you should have been talking about the Mexicans and your ass in Texas, GA. They messing with your Telemundo line, nigga.
No, I heard it's going up in down there in Houston. Shit.
Now I spoke with GA because the signal went out.
I see ain't nobody talking about that goddamn Democratic killer that then killed 2 Democrats in their fucking house and he's still on the fucking loose right now.
Yeah, I saw that. That was mad crazy. They were lawmakers.
Terrorists.
Oh, I thought they got shot. I ain't know that.
Yeah, they going out the law. Somebody going out the lawmakers, man. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Got shot, but I don't know though. They died for real.
Yeah, they going out the lawmakers. They said they left a manifesto or something, I think. A list of other lawmakers and shit. Yeah.
Thing is, though, they don't want to take Trump off the front pages. That's what's wild. They want to talk about Trump, keep everybody Trump triggered. How do you ignore 2 political assassinations that were planned and staged and the motherfucker got away? How do you not talk about that?
And posed as it was posing as a police officer.
They caught him in the act of the second one, and somehow he escaped.
That's what I'm saying. That part they kind of cut off. Nah.
That shit don't make sense.
Yeah, they saying he walked outside.
At the back door.
He went out the back door.
It don't make sense. That makes no sense.
No. He walked outside, and then the details from him walking outside never was clear. So he walked outside and now he lost.
Yeah, they said he walked outside. They shot at him and he ran back in and went out the back. That's the story.
Right. So what? That's what I'm saying. What made them shoot?
Well, remember they only went to his house because they found the other lady first.
Before they found out about the second one.
Yeah, they went to go check on him after they found out what happened to the first lady.
Right. They went to check on Hortman, the dude.
Yeah, and they said Buddy was coming out as they was pulling up.
So they shot first, or he shot first?
He shot first, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say that part I didn't get clear.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if that was real clear, Madon. That's what I'm saying.
I know what I'm saying. He shot at the officers and then returned fire.
His whole purpose in having a police uniform on is to cut down suspicion. So why would he shoot if they just pulling up? If they pulling up, I mean that's what I'm saying. They already seen the car or the truck. They said it looked just like theirs.
Yeah.
So why would they shoot? I mean, that's all I'm saying.
On one story, I heard he shot at the officers first, but I mean, how true it is, I don't know. That's what I heard
I
from
mean,
one
running
news
back
station.
in, I can see that, but you see they pelted the door though. They tried to get up in there. You know what I'm saying? They
Oh
shot
yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, they definitely them shooting is definitely not in dispute because that motherfucking hole is Swiss cheese like a mug.
But yeah, that's a crazy story though. Like I say, I just don't
I
know how
don't
he got
I don't even
away.
know if I've ever seen that. Two sitting
Sitting
politicians?
Yeah,
Yeah.
people, bro, state politicians, and on the
5 minutes
same day.
apart. Like bam, bam. Both of y'all motherfuckers.
And they said he had a list. They
Yeah.
said he had a list of motherfuckers. You had Tim Waltz on there, which is the governor, the dude who was just Kamala's running mate. What's her name? Ilhan Amar, the one lady from the squad, the Saudi lady. She was on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had about 5 politicians on that list too, and some other people. I'd be glad when they released the manifesto. They start releasing them and shit. But like,
Yeah.
I want to see that shit.
But he on the loose though. I don't know. I'm still thinking they leaving something out. Yeah.
Yeah, they is.
Oh,
They
most
is.
definitely.
You know they is. He got to do
Oh, for
do
sure.
some shit like the Unabomber or one of them, and kind of force them to release his manifesto. You know, 'cause
Yeah.
that's what the Unabomber did. They weren't gonna release it. He forced them to. Hey, nigga, somebody gonna die tonight if that motherfucker ain't released. Y'all got 24 hours to put my shit out, or somebody going down, and they'll release it. He on the lam now, so ain't no telling. You see earlier where they found his cowboy hat,
Yeah.
threw that motherfucker out the window or some shit on their ass.
Damn.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, I think they scared, man. You got a fucking maniac out here killing lawmakers. Maybe they don't want the other ones to panic. But
So what happened to the National Guard and shit? You pull out National Guard for motherfuckers throwing rocks. You ain't gonna pull out a National Guard for motherfucker capping the goddamn sitting goddamn senators?
Nah, because they don't got no leads.
Yeah, that's the ugly one right there. That's the ugly one right there. That his friend said that it's possibly about abortion though.
Oh, damn. Well, it might have been a woman then now.
No, they got to do picture plastered all over the place.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't see that.
It was him, but you know, some people have, a position willing to die for on abortion. Some men are, they heavy on abortion, like ready to crash out over that shit.
Hey, that's a fact. White folks crash out over the craziest shit, bro. That shit crazy. Oh, you ain't gonna pass the law? I'm killing everybody.
But yeah, it's kind of weird that the lady was living in Brooklyn Park. Brooklyn Park is got a lot of black folks in the area. I don't know if it's majority black, but to see a congressman actually residing there, yeah, I thought that was kind of odd.
Brooklyn Park. Something happened there.
Yeah, that's where the boy got popped off at. Yeah, that's where he was from. Yeah.
Supposed shooting there that happened. I can't remember which one.
Yeah.
Maybe Dante Wright.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Normally those politicians they be in that they be in the outer areas. But as you saw, only 5 minutes apart, and it's a whole nother goddamn suburb. Like where Prince stay at, Prince's house is like 10 minutes from like a middle class residential area. It's not that far apart once if you got a car. Like you don't have to go far out to get to his house and shit. They got 7-Elevens on the corner. You saw the videos of him going in the Walgreens. He not that far, but it's the physical place. You know what I'm saying? It's the property tax is up there, so it ain't no any motherfucker with money just can't roll up in his crib. But they kind of got like no real division line. It's not like a main highway, but yeah, it's kind of weird how they got it set up to.
Yeah, man, 2025 definitely been lit.
It's only half over. Shit, we got a long way to go.
Hell yeah. Man, let me shout out all my haters in the chat, man. How y'all doing out there, man? You know what I mean? True story. Like you out there selling training packages. Jane, sis, I'm not gonna even start with you today. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to hurt your feelings.
So yeah, black folks need to work together, man. Mercy, yes or no? Goat, yes or no? The Mac Mizzle, yes or no, man? Madon, yes or no, man? Black Americans should only focus on working with black people in America. We don't give a damn who comes here looking black. We ain't working with them. What side you want?
I agree, man.
I agree. Work with yes, all black people should work
I
together.
disagree, bro. I think we need to be more inclusive, equitable, and diverse.
In terms of black people,
you push it D what it's called DEI or DIY.
Yeah, that was IED. That was IED, inclusive, equitable, and diverse.
Oh man.
Now you know I'm with that shit, bro. That's I stand on that, bro. I wish we did have that as like a mentality, as like a goal. You know what I'm saying? To kind of just be able to depend on each other. Like, you know what I mean? There's one thing to say that, yeah, we should, but like I don't think people feel like they can. That's the problem. You can't depend on one another. Nigga might not feel comfortable coming to knock on my door asking for some sugar. And shit, he can get that shit, fam. I'm from that.
Pause.
Facts.
Nah, for real though. Real talk. You know what I'm saying? I just
Nah,
think
that's real. No, I was laughing at the pauses. But yeah, that's
you know
real, man.
Yeah. Like that no more like they used to. But nah, I'm like nigga, I live next door and we, you know what I'm saying, black folks on each side of me and down the street. Like if they looked at it like that and pulled up and, you know what I'm saying, wanted to talk to me on some black shit or, you know what I'm saying, have a conversation or, hey, excuse me, it's hot out here. Can my kids swim in your pool? Any of that. But they don't. You know what I'm saying?
That's real. They're gone.
They don't.
Somebody ask you to borrow sugar these days, they're gonna talk about you on Facebook. Oh, that nigga came to my house asking to borrow some goddamn sugar. You know, I know what you mean though. I grew up in that time too, Tad.
I don't want to be the creepy neighbor down the street that says, yeah, you know, your kids can come swim in my pool anytime they want. You know what I'm saying? That don't sound right either. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, how do you even make that happen in terms of outside of just passing each other like, what's up, waving, how you doing type shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think, man, I hate to say this, but this is my opinion. It's not until the people that people call leaders or celebrities, once they get on a board, man, that's to me, that's the quickest way to change the mindset of the masses. You know, we always sing music. To me, was the number one instrument that changed the minds of the people the fastest. So, you know. Other than that, man, you know, it's gonna be a slow process.
No, that's cap, boy. If we waited on the celebrities, we'll be in a much worse position.
Oh, I agree. I'm just saying, if they were to step it up, they can change the mind of the masses overnight. But we know that's not gonna happen.
No, you assume that celebrities would make decisions based on what people that are not celebrities want.
No,
Like
I'm
even
just
their
saying.
own fans don't think alike. How are they going to provide for something in the community when? I mean, what you're saying is not even logic. I don't know how I'm trying to explain this shit.
Well, that's why they took off.
It don't make sense. And the only
That's
reason
why
you're
they.
making that statement is because you're looking at I guess the money part of it. So there are other resources other than entertainment that the black community has always, well, not always, but they do have access to, other than depending on a celebrity
What I'm
to
saying is,
change his mind and then say, "Oh, I'm gonna provide for even his black community where he grew up at or where he living at." Most
what I'm
celebrities
saying
don't live in
is,
black communities, but I'm just giving an example.
but what I'm saying is, I'm not speaking about money or nothing. I'm talking about words of wisdom and guidance, like Bob Marley had. Bob Marley changed a lot of. Of course, not all black people are going to adhere to it, but that movement, him and Peter Tosh and all them was pushing. It changed the mentality of a lot of black people. When Public Enemy first hit, that changed the mentality of a lot of black people when they came out songs like Fight the Power. Even when NWA first came out with F the Police, you know, but we see they wiped that type of language right out of hip hop. Why? Because they knew you can't have all 50 plus million black people in America saying F the police.
They ain't never wiped it out of hip hop. Now you can say they took it off the front mainstream part of hip hop, but they never took it away. You could never stop niggas from rapping about this shit.
Well, right. Well, not take it away as in. I'm just saying that type of music didn't get promoted. Rather, you know what I mean? It didn't go nowhere, but the promotion of it went downward.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with that. What's up? What you about to say, G?
Yeah, no, I wanted to go back to your initial comment about the couple shiver days, bro. Because to me, that's what's real, and that was talking about community. And then you brought up a whole nother valid point, which is probably more prevalent to where we are today. Is that whole it's a trust aspect to it. I don't want to ask you for nothing because you're gonna talk about me, and I'm damn sure not gonna trust nobody with my kids. But that once was the whole mantra. Where it took a village to raise a child. Everybody looked out for one another, and we're a long way from that bullshit right now. Well, not saying that was bullshit, but I came up in that type of community.
Trust.
Yeah, come on, Dale. I could be down the street cutting up, man. I get an ass whooping and then get home and get an ass whooping.
Or like I say, a motherfucker didn't mind saying, hey, you can bring your kids down and what I'm saying, y'all can come chill, use the pool whenever you want to, you know what I'm saying? Like some of that stuff is, I think it's just, I don't even feel comfortable saying it, even though, it's not a problem for me. But I don't feel comfortable saying it because I don't know who I'm talking to. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker might only hear that for a reason to try to break in your house and shit. Everybody ain't standing on this black shit like so.
See, I ain't even think about that. I'm just saying the community was tight knit. The community was more tight knit back then. Everybody knew everybody's business for one. And you may have heard so and so dad lost his job, and then mama and them would have him eat over at the house. Hey, you stay for dinner and take this home with you. You know what I'm saying? And no, we're not there in this day and age. I don't think we are.
That's what type shit up, bro. Somebody died in the community, bro. My grandma took them sweet potato pies for the funeral and shit, bro.
Exactly. That was cooking and all type of stuff, man.
Every time.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? That's all I know in terms of community. Like, you supposed to be involved. Like, somebody lose somebody, you're supposed to be right there, at least as a help if you can be. I think a lot of that shit gone now, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying those were the simple things that came along with being black. That wasn't just, you know what I'm saying, like, oh, we family. No, that was the community. That's what it was.
Yeah, you still have remnants of that in the South, parts of Alabama and Mississippi, you know, closely black communities or little small towns. You still have that, you know what I mean? But it's definitely going away.
I'm just saying just a little bit, whether I don't trust you or, F you, I got mine, you get yours. I don't know how we got here.
It's mostly the older generation that's still participating in what Tad's talking about. Like when someone passed away, it's the older generation, like our parents and them or grandparents, they still the one who bring different servants when somebody passed away. You know, that crowd is alive.
I know my L in that though, because when I'm saying it again, I also am saying I'm not carrying on the tradition though. I haven't made, myself openly welcome to the entire neighborhood. But these ain't all black people that live over here either.
That's true too, Tad. Hey, that's yeah.
Right,
Like,
and that's what I was trying to, and that's why I was telling somebody the other day how we as black people, we spread out so much, from like back in the day when we was majority in the South on the plantation or just left the plantation. I mean, it was hundreds and hundreds of thousands of confined to one region, damn near. Now we all over the place like the sky, and now it's like trying to get that collective cohesion, so to speak, like retarded as Domo be talking. You know what I'm saying? We don't have that because it stand out. Now it's like when we look around, a lot of our neighborhoods is a mixed multitude. You might see a Mexican across the street, an Asian next door, an Arab on the other side, and a goddamn Fulani behind you.
It ain't like that all over the South. Shit. It's still
No, I'm
motherfuckers.
saying across America where black people live. Like if you live in
We ain't
Seattle,
never been all across America. Shit.
I know we haven't, but now we are.
No, we not. Ain't no black motherfuckers in goddamn posting up in parts of Oregon, Utah, Wyoming,
Yeah, you got the
Montana,
Utah Jazz there, bro. There's a lot of black people in Utah.
Dakota.
That nigga said the Utah Jazz.
Look how
Right.
many niggas played on the Jazz team. You know them niggas was out there making babies with the white women or black women's ass. Come on, man.
Man, but you know damn well they don't need a cup of sugar neither.
I'm just saying they produced babies. And some of them NBA players didn't go, or NFL, whatever it was that was there. They
That's
didn't
what I'm
make a lot
saying.
of
You
money.
can't make your reference without referencing entertainment. That don't represent the average black person, man.
No, I'm just saying the population in Utah, it grew because of different black men participating in sports that
No,
was
it
in
did
that
not
area.
grow because of black people. That's not a true statement, Mr. Mormon.
Okay, well, how did the majority of the black people get in Utah?
You said
Bro, you
Following after
cannot.
white folks.
No, wait. Please don't attribute the black.
Everywhere, bro. Ain't no fucking niggas in Utah, bro. The fuck you talking about?
Bro, it is niggas in Utah, man. There's a lot of
But
niggas in
you
Utah.
wait.
It's some in there, but not. It ain't no
But
goddamn census.
No, bro.
Yeah.
Listen, bro. My son goes to Utah. Okay, I live in Nevada, bro. My son
He in the
goes
next
up to
state
Utah.
over. Yeah.
Like, okay, son, when you're up in Utah, when y'all moving around, because again, they up there with a college basketball player, right? So you literally have a black kid right now for to tell you, is it black people in Utah, dog?
I tell you this right now. They told me count on the number of your hand how many black people you see when we leave the campus. I counted. I was there for a whole weekend. I counted 0.
No black people off campus.
I guess we got to pull up the census. We got to pull up the census of how many Negroes or black people was in Utah.
Ain't nobody gonna pull up no goddamn shit taken every 10 years to prove your fucking point, nigga.
But don't do that because you're attributing it. You're attributing it because you're saying the Utah Jazz and Brigham Young black athletes are the reason you have a black population in Utah.
I'm saying it's part of the reason, bro. I ain't saying it's the whole reason.
Malone like 16 times.
I know, right?
Damn.
I mean, look at all them players, all them black them niggas that was on Utah team back in the 60s and the 70s, bro. I'm saying they part of the population that made that.
Damn, why you gotta go back 50 years to make your point?
I'm watching, bro. Come on, son.
So I guess wait a minute. I guess we are hypersexual then.
Hell yeah.
Nah, that's cat, man. Come on, man. There's only so much joking. I mean, we had a little fun, man, but Let's be
That's not a
real, man.
joke, man. That's how black.
Dude,
That's how.
there you got two people that's actually stepped foot in Salt Lake City, Utah, man.
You know how
So you
big
can't
Utah
tell
is.
nobody that's been there. I know what the population of black folks is in Salt Lake City as of 2017, 2018, and 2022.
Okay, what's the population, Dad?
You heard the fucking population.
6 people.
Damn.
Bruh.
The
6
fuck?
people. Come on, bro.
Raheem,
That's cap.
it was Raheem, Karl Malone, Karl Malone,
and what's the nigga Jordan crossed over?
Why is you only naming basketball players?
Q went there, bro. Why, bro? Come on, man.
Football team up there.
God damn.
Nigga,
don't do that. Don't do that. Wait, don't do that. Hey, don't do that.
At least
to
I
us
done
on
been
Father's Day.
downtown to the goddamn business district.
Yo, Chad, they based all their shit off of basketball teams and sport. They're like, how many people on a football team? 22. That means we could put 15 blacks on that team plus they family. How many
Byron
basketball
Russell.
team? We got we could put plus they family. We got enough for 77 black. We're gonna count colleges. We count. Damn, we gotta count. We need them for college.
Yeah.
Can you name one town outside of Salt Lake City that's in the state of Utah, Madon, Mr. Mormon?
I can't.
Bro, why is you calling me a Mormon, man? That's funny to me.
Y'all want to talk to Jose again, Mr.
Hell no. Shit. I'm overriding any vote. Fuck that.
Damn.
Yeah, Q, that dude disingenuous, man. He was a Hebrew.
Yeah, he done been up here
came
before.
back as
Q.
a
You wasn't here.
Muslim.
Yeah, you wasn't
him.
here. Yeah, he was on some whole other shit when he last time.
Oh, it's 70,000 black people in Utah? Damn, that's a lot.
70.
But say that argument for tomorrow, man. Don't do that on Father's Day.
It wasn't an argument, bro. It was just a point I was making.
Well, I mean, say that premise. Just don't do that today, man.
Bro, well, hey, somebody just put the numbers in the chat, so
okay,
you sleep on it.
You don't find that odd? It just happened to round off to 70,000 with 5 zeros
They
on it.
always round off population.
Oh, okay. Well, a grade school child would know that that's cap.
Oh, yeah, let's go see.
Well, I mean, it's
I ain't gotta go to no damn report.
2.1%.
Bro, goddamn.
You see what he's typing in the back, right?
He crying.
Do that sound like do that text look like it came from a Mexican?
We hoes now. You a whole police officer, man, Mr. Santos.
Yeah. See, now he's going back to his Hebrew side. That's how he came in there. That's how he came in last time. With
Yeah, that's the last time he was on. Yeah, shit, that motherfucker switched this shit up, clean up.
Mr. Santos, you a whole police officer, Mr. Santos.
Yeah, he had already been smoking, I think, the last time though, so we didn't know.
Yeah, he was doing on chips with the camera behind Punch and other dude.
All right, so am I wrong for thinking that, or what are some demands we want from African countries? Because I see a lot of people saying that like Africans haven't did anything for Black Americans.
Demand.
So like, what does that look like?
Yeah, we gotta talk to Belgium, fucking the Netherlands.
No, I'm saying, but this, like, what does that look like? Like, what would that look like? Like, what would be a list of things that we would want from Nigeria to support Black Americans with?
Outside of maybe
That's
some
crazy.
partnerships, I don't even know what that even look like. How you even enter that discussion? They fighting for their own sovereignty right now as you speak, aren't they?
Yeah, they relying on American resources as far as I can tell.
Can you just answer the question, GA?
I don't know, Madonna. That's what I'm getting at. I mean, they still come over here. They get aid. There's a thing, the Mandela 100. I don't know if y'all heard of that, but this is prominent Africans come over here to learn best practices in business to take back to Africa. All the African professionals I know over here that
Well, let me answer the question. My suggestion, Q, is they give Black people a certain percentage off of the gold they sell, since we are
gold.
Yeah. Give us a certain percentage to help Black Americans. Yeah, that's something we can negotiate. You know, they give us a certain percentage of gold and whatever that we had that they need. We give them a certain percentage to help them out.
What do
But
we
you know
have?
I
that's
don't
not
want no
every country
gold,
though.
man.
But
Hold
wait,
up, what
you
do we
do know
Jack,
that's
hold up, what do we have?
That's where American gets their raw materials for the rubber to make automobile tires from.
He went to gold. Like gold is money, bro.
Right.
Yeah,
What,
that's
That's
what,
not
what,
even
yeah. They give us
realistic.
I mean, that's it.
whatever amount of gold they
Grand?
give Black Americans a certain percentage of that money they make out the gold throughout the year.
that's only two countries that I know of that got the big deposits.
Man, it's gold all
Well,
over Africa, bro.
three if you count South Africa, but we talking about where the production is
Oh
right now.
shit. Gold is at $111 a gram right now.
He
Exactly,
said a
and it's still
gram.
going up. And it's going up. It's still going up.
Yeah,
Nigga.
3,000 an ounce.
Yo, some so mad. Oh my goodness, bro.
Who you thought it was about $20?
Nigga, this shit was like $50 a couple months ago, bro. $60.
No, stop
Some
you.
of that shit
Nah,
don't stay the same, yo.
nah. Wait, gold
Especially
ain't
the
been
motherfucker.
no.
Yeah, man.
Oh wait, no, you said grams. You said grams. My bad. You about right. Yep, about a year ago it was.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that shit is off the chain right now, man. And Africa got the mother load. Shit.
crazy, right?
Okay, so we if we talking about reciprocity, then what's gonna be the exchange, but done for the gold?
I don't know. They had to come up with that. They had to answer that question. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. He can give you all the answers on how to spend money, but in order to
I didn't
build
say
it,
anything about spending money. I said they give Black
you
people an
said
annual amount.
give.
Right. Q asked the question, what are some demands we could demand from African countries, bro? And my answer, in my opinion, is that off of the gold revenue that they make annually, they set up some type of fund or some type of an account for Black Americans that we can tap into that can help the ones that's struggling with bills or whatever the case may be, rent. You know what I mean?
And what entity is getting this money to distribute to Black people, and how much is each individual getting out of this
I don't
deal?
know. It had to me, we had to figure that part out. But I think it's some to be set up for Black people, low income families, to where we have something to where if we had something like that coming from Africa, some type of siphon or something, low income families can, they can automatically get these grants where they can prove that they behind on bills and need this help. You know what I'm saying? But that's just my opinion. I don't know.
What about like, for example, you can actually buy the land where the gold is at, and then you would have to come up with the machinery to dig it. Because the way I'm saying it is, ain't nobody just gonna let you into those contracts like that. Because you got whole nations that's in contracts like that, like Russia and China. They already got contracts with the mines with these countries. That's all political, and that's why they giving them weapons and missiles and guns, and that's why they're getting all these guns, because they got access to the contracts of those mines that you're talking about. And Russia gives them guns based on that. They say, okay, you let us go in your mines, okay, we'll give you some weapons, we'll build your military, and then next thing you know, you got a coup. So,
Well, can you
see,
answer
that's
the
the
question?
thing about Africa.
Can you answer the
That's what I'm
question, bro?
saying. Well, that's
No,
what I'm
what
saying. You can
demands? Q asked you what demands. No, man.
right land.
The
Oh, that's what
top
you demand. That's what you demand they give us. Okay, I got you. My bad.
the top commodity out of Nigeria is crude oil.
Somebody said 40 acres and an elephant.
Yeah, that's funny as hell. They gonna kill your elephant and take the tusk.
No.
Now, who asked this question about
Q-Butter.
what? No, Q-Butter said somebody mentioned it. He was repeating with some. Who asked?
Oh, my bad.
No, they was in the chat. You know the FBA just talking about.
Oh hell yeah.
You know what have Africans done for us?
Yeah, they always the ones who bring up Africa.
That's what I'm asking.
What are the Indians going to do? What are the
But you
Indians
gonna
going to
ask the
do
question like,
to
oh my bad.
what are the Indians going to do to give us reparations? Because according to them, they owe us, right?
Well, not even like that's
I
like
don't even hear them. I don't even hear them clapping on these Mexicans the way I was just clapping on these Mexicans. I had to pick up their mantle for them. Like, when are they going to start doing some of that stuff I was doing earlier, like for real in real time?
That wasn't.
Start checking these Indians that's right here on this landmass. While they sitting up here telling us to worry about Africans is way on the other side of the Atlantic. What are we talking about? Why? Like, what are we? Why? How come Africa is always the discussion? It ain't these Indians that's right here that wrote them out of history. They right here. They right here marching in your streets. Why y'all ain't out there snatching them up with the white man, doing all this other stuff, anything else? What are y'all doing? Like, what's going on? Like, what's really hood? Like, this is what I mean. Like, this whole FBA thing is an engine front. It's a stunt. I said it yesterday. I'm gonna say it again. It's all a stunt. It's a grift. Every last one of them believe we always been here. Every last one of them, all of them, and I mean all of them, believe we all been here.
That's all I was asking. I'm trying to give them a little.
Now, if y'all want Pan Africans to ease up on y'all and stop calling this grift out for what it is, then y'all drop that engine stuff out y'all motherfucking ideology. If y'all drop that engine stuff out at that ideology, maybe we might warm up to it. But as long as y'all sitting up here lying and grifting and trying to hide this engine shit behind some fake ass reparations movement that ain't going into policy because y'all ain't about nothing besides talking about Africans who ain't going to be the ones giving us no motherfucking reparations. All they do is talk about Africans, Jamaicans, Haitians, everybody. They ain't got nothing to do with no reparations. That's all they talk about. They ain't passing no bills. They ain't getting no legislation going through. It's all a stunt. They use reparations to suck people in, and then they get them into this silly ass arguments with immigrants, and then make immigrants the boogeyman. Next thing you know, we worried about immigrants and all this whole other stuff and everything else, when immigrants ain't the ones terrorizing black people. I heard Mexicans were terrorizing black people, but I don't hear people talk about Mexicans. I hear people talk about Africans. I hear people talk about Jamaicans. I hear people talk about Haitians. And but if Fat Joe does an interview, let them call it after Fat Joe does an interview. Mexicans are the worst motherfuckers on the planet. They're the ones who's terrorizing everybody. Then how come I'm not seeing video after video after video about Mexicans? How come it's always about black immigrants? It's all a stunt, dog. It's a grift. It's all a grift. Period. Anybody want to cook on that in the chat? Anybody?
I can't cook with you on it, Pam. That's one of the reasons I quit playing around with it. I like the name, the thought behind it. I don't like the leadership and what it pushes. So, you know what I'm saying? I can't even fuck with it. But it personally, I don't really have a problem with the argument that's behind it. It's all the promo and what they're standing on. I can't stand on that 1526 shit. That ain't what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about no motherfucking 1526 when I say foundational. That's too far back for me.
It's a whole bunch of stuff.
You're right about that shit. That's my biggest delineation from them is where they want to start the conversation at. I think if you're gonna go way back there and start there, I think you start losing your argument of we built this country and shit. We and the people I was dealing with, we could never get to what makes you the foundation of America today because they want to diminish the institution of slavery. So
yes, that's what I said. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Yes. Yes, you got some of them that'll sit up there and say slavery ain't even exist, right? And then they say, then we got to bicker back and forth. The ones who do believe slavery exists, now we got to argue about who they really was. And what kind of dumb shit is this? We go into the government with a class action lawsuit, and these idiots up here trying to talk about we always been here, and all this whole other stuff with their ahistorical bullshit. How is that helping reparations?
But Psycho,
these people are agents, dog.
The Pan African movement birthed the FBA movement.
Yes. That's an L we gotta catch. You right about that. That's an L. You right about that. We birthed all this Indian stuff and everything.
Now wait, why y'all saying that? Because I disagree with that. Why y'all saying that?
I'm saying that because when you look at Bobby Hemmett, all these master people we call master teachers, we can even throw Ivan Van Sertima saying that we was this. We were saying that we was this people, we was these people, and we was these people. So now that was part of that Pan Africanism collective coming together, saying, "Hey, we claiming it all that we see that's black." So you know what I'm saying. So if you look at most of the FBA, these niggas was Pan Africanism before they started their FBA shit. Look at them,
Yeah,
I was there. I seen them all.
He's right. Like Alvin Van Sertima is one of the master teachers, and he's a Pan African. Like it was Pan Africanism going amok with the scholarship and everything else back in like the 60s and 70s. And this is when we all started talking about we've been everywhere, all over the globe, and this, that, and the third. And he's the one that started like putting ideas in people's head about us always being here. And then you had the Washita Moors out in Louisiana and everything else. Those the sovereign Moors and everything is that third. They started hanging their hat on the we always been here crap and everything else. And this stuff is on steroids now. Now it's just crazy. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's like a child. It's like a rebellious. It's like a rebellious child. It's like FBA is Pan Africanism, rebellious child. You know what
Nah. So the stuff that he was putting down, they grabbed onto it, but the group, the individuals that were already in Pan Africanism, they're not the same individuals that are now claiming FBA. I'm not going.
I'm saying they took that ideology and ran with it. That's what I'm saying. But
for sure.
It's the bastard child of Pan Africanism. Like without Pan Africanism, the Abo movement don't exist.
Right.
See, and that's okay. So you saying online because the only reason I'm disagreeing is because online it seems to stem from the Dane Calloway, which wasn't necessarily pushing none of the original writings. He kind of came with his own.
Yeah, he was Pan African. He was Pan African before.
He comes from the
I don't know what he was.
Before. He's coming from the Washita Moor angle, the whole Moor stuff and everything else. But that comes from again that stems from Pan Africanism.
Yeah, I think that stands for.
Dan Calloway was not.
I don't know. It all comes from Pan Africanism.
You know what? Cycle. There's a line that the Nation of Islam throws in there, monkey wrench, because I think the Moors also, because even Noble Drew Ali, they lean with that Muslim shit where like we wasn't African, we was Muslims, and I think that's in that legal shit that they lean towards the Nation of Islam, because the Nation of Islam side they not Pan Africans.
Wait.
X might have been, but part of the other sentiment was like their philosophy is ingrained in not being Pan African.
No, but Q, there was the whole time during the 70s when you did have a New Republic Africa, the People's Liberation Army, PLM, these different sanctions of Pan-Africanism, jokers outside on the porch playing bongos. That's the 70s, bro. The green, black, and red.
That's not the Witcher called the philosophy underlining with Pan-Africanism and Witcher called do not align. Nation of Islams and Moors, they align.
Wait, okay. When did these Moors, this Wichita Moors, what year did they come out?
Noble Drew Ali was pushing the Moors from the 20s.
But the ones that I'm talking about from Louisiana, they started in the 70s.
Yep. See, that's what I'm saying. You had a lot of different shit going on in the 70s.
We got Truth up here. Yeah, but yeah, okay. They started. The Washita, they started in the 70s. Empress, what's her name? Truth.
Verdiachi, and the book is called The Return of the Ancient Ones.
Yeah.
But you also had a lot of Pan-African groups and thought going to, I mean, the whole dashiki and just all that shit there.
And Africans though, y'all mix y'all
respectfully, I got a question. I ain't mean to interrupt you, Q. Like, what do y'all? I'm confused what y'all mean by Pan-African, because what I heard was you sit up here and you said Dane Calloway was ever associated with being a Pan-African.
No, I never said
like
that.
Where do you guys like?
That's not true. That's Madon. That's some Madon shit. Yeah,
Madon said that. Madon said that.
I said Dane Calloway come from the Moors or whatever. Like
yeah, but even still, when we go to, do you understand? Bobby Hemmett was down in the AUC teaching about galaxies and stars. That's nothing to do with Pan-Africanism, y'all. Like there was an actual Pan-African activist movement.
They come from Pan-Africanism.
Truth, I'm talking about motherfuckers playing bongos, motherfuckers wearing the dashikis.
What did Alvin Van Sertima teach right here at Rutgers College?
Okay, so yes, so Van Spencer is doing these things, but you also have Rashidi who was going around on the Chitlin circuit from coast to coast. But that sat outside of the people that Madonna, whoever chose the name, in that circle was not Bobby Hemmett and
Bobby Hemmett.
these
Bro,
people.
Bobby Hemmett was saying we was
No,
the
it was
the
not,
Aztec.
man.
Bobby
That's a
Hemmett
He
is
was saying we
totally
was the
different.
Aztec.
What you're
but
He
doing
wait,
said
is
we
you're
was the
wait,
old
mixing
man.
wait,
things
He
because
was
you
wait.
got
saying that.
this
Bobby,
online, Madonna.
would you agree
Wait a
that
minute.
Bobby Hemmett? Would you agree that Bobby Hemmett is a blackologist?
Yes, but what I'm saying,
Yes, but he wasn't saying that.
hold on.
Okay,
But that's a
I'm going on mute,
totally
True.
different segment when you got Bobby Hemmett and Phil Valentine and Queen Afua
What birth
somewhere
blackology?
else.
What birth blackology, True?
What do you mean?
What birth blackology?
As far as what we talking about here, I mean, I'm not. If you're getting that with Pan Africanism and the fall of that stuff, okay, yes, but you have a whole group of people that. I mean, it's just easy and comfortable to tell to the narrative that you group it under Pan African. Excuse me, Pan Africanism. These are distinct type of social movements that's going on. It's all at the same time. It's just
Yeah,
easy
and
to say, okay, all of
they're
this is
part of the
Pan
culture. They're part of the
African.
cultural side of the Pan African
Facts,
movement that pisses me off. They're
facts,
part of the
but
cultural side. They're not
facts, but
active. They're not political. They're not political
right,
activists and no shit like that. No, but
right.
they're part of the cultural side.
Right. So when you point to Pan Africanism, since you got who was it, CPAP over there in Newark, and you got movements like the December 12 movement and the remnants of the UNIA and people who are actually active doing things that you can trace to doing certain things still. Like that's what it was. You're talking about a segment of people who were going more to your point, spooked out lane with Phil Valentine and
Yeah,
crystals
yeah,
and chakric alignment and
yeah.
all of that. Yeah,
No,
I'm with you.
no, no, not that,
Those
True.
are
Yes,
Not
the
Yeah, so
cultural people
how
are the
am I
ones that
wrong?
make Pan Africans look crazy. Yes, yes, absolutely.
no, no,
right.
no. Okay, so wait. Let
Yeah,
me ask the panel.
yeah.
I just want to ask the panel this one question. So nobody on this panel other than me didn't have them damn beads that separated the kitchen or
Yeah,
room that you
I grew up
had
in that.
Everybody's
shows.
parents had
Yeah,
those
all
damn
that.
dudes.
Definitely,
So
yeah, all
don't
that.
let. I mean,
Yeah,
that
but
shit ain't got. Keep, that one Pan African, that the Afrocentric
Yeah,
yeah,
mindset.
but
that's
Afrocentric
it's the
and
cultural
Pan
side
African
that
is
we talk about.
different things. You're talking
Okay,
about cultural
okay.
things. If you're grouping it all under the same thing because you see something African
Yo, Jay,
automatically,
you my
that's
man.
Pan Africanism.
Jason, nigga,
I'm
I've
just
been
saying.
hanging beads in my
No, but
crib for the
it
last
comes
Right.
20
from that
years. That
though.
ain't Pan Africanism?
It comes from it does like all the Swahili and the us
No, yes,
organization
that comes from it. Right. So
all
Exactly.
come from
that comes from a natural '60s movement, which then goes and spins into the Afrocentric movement and something different.
right.
But to say
Afrocentric is
all of that is
Pan
just Pan
African.
Africanism and is just not.
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
It's just
Okay.
They all embrace it. All Africa is us. That's us. Like that's Pan African at its core. Like,
Right.
like
yeah.
we
But what
all.
did Bobby Hemmett say that says, "Oh, he picked because we've been here and we are the original Riskians and aliens"?
Bobby
Like what
Hemmett
are
was
you
a
No,
Pan
talking about?
they
Africanist.
took it left. They took it left. That's what I'm saying. That's my gripe.
No.
They took the cultural side of Pan Africanism, effed everything up, dog. They started doing too much. Like they started trying to create things and trying to make us adopt certain African languages and culture and then it started turning into blackology. Well, we was all over here and we're the
But
original this and we're the original
Yeah, but
that.
that's housing
I
it
mean,
all under Pan
you gotta
Africanism.
put it
That part.
online, transition this to the online part of it because I
Right.
was
Okay.
debunking Dan Calloway in real time. He wasn't citing none of those people. He wasn't citing
Right.
them as
He was a
his teachers.
rapper, Taz.
That's
Right,
before.
he was
That's
talking like
before.
his own stuff, and some of it was
You
his own
come.
stuff. Some of it was his own freestyle, like the whole Harriet Tubman stuff and everything else. Like he kind of
Yeah, that's
took
New
that
Testament.
thing.
That's New Testament Dan Calloway. When you go back to Old Testament Dan Calloway, before he really was got
His
Nah, you're
popping,
original,
talking about
the
something
core of his
online,
ideology
bro.
comes from the
bro, he
Moors.
was into Pan Africanism. Even
The
Top
What
core,
Cat,
was he doing
the
10
that
core,
was
years.
Pan African,
the core of
Madonna?
his
Bro, I'm talking,
ideology
man.
comes from Taj Tariq Bey. That's the core of his ideology. That's of Dave Calloway's. He threw his own little twist in it, but the core of his ideology comes from Taj Tariq Bey.
Yeah, but when
Right.
was Tariq Bey instrumental in anything Pan African? When
But he
was that?
promoted Pan
But
Africanism.
the
What was
Moors
that?
are. But the Moors are.
By virtue of what?
Saying we was here first.
You
The
We did
Moors
all
Sun
this.
Temple
The
Anybody,
shit.
Moors.
somebody say
You
we
ain't
was
called
somewhere,
Noble
that
Drew
means you
Ali
Pan
Pan African?
African? That's the
You ain't
thing.
called Noble Drew Ali Pan African?
No, Noble Drew Ali. What that got to do with Taj Tariq Bey?
He promoted
America,
Pan-Africanism,
without
bro.
To me, that's
Noble
like
Drew
you
Ali, you
saying,
don't
"Oh,
get
wait,
Tariq
nah,
Bey. You don't get
huh?"
Tariq Bey without Noble Drew Ali.
Correct, but that doesn't mean that Tariq Bey and Noble Drew Ali are the same. Just like Princess
No,
Verdi,
they got
Princess
no. We
Verdiachi,
know how the
or Noble
we
Drew
know the
Ali.
wars. You know
Wait,
after Noble Drew Ali died, the war split up
There's
into
a
different
thousand
fragments,
schisms.
and
Yeah.
yeah, the ideology started to
Mhm.
change and all that. I get all that, but I'm saying he
the
still Noble
science,
Drew Ali is he birthed them. He birthed them.
Right.
Listen,
Anytime
but
you
the
go
thing
around
is,
saying black
the
folks need to, anytime
Scientology.
you go around
that
saying black folks need to get together, that's Pan-Africanism, bro.
see, that's wrong. That's the problem right there. Just because you can say something, that means you're a Pan-African. That's
No,
not
I'm saying
true.
those are the ideologies of Pan-Africanism.
What
No,
black
that was
folks
not
need to
the
get
ideology
together?
of the 70s. Stop. No,
Bro,
please don't
black
do that,
people getting
man.
together and uniting is, what
No,
are you talking about?
no, because
We
the
always been
ideology,
uniting, nigga.
it
All right,
was no,
man.
it was black sovereignty. That's crazy. Well, in the South, it was about some type of black sovereignty,
Okay,
independence.
okay. Doesn't
Well,
Pan-Africanism
Charlie
say
Brown is one, nigga.
free the
Yeah,
land and free all black people? Isn't that the core of Pan-Africanism? Free the land and free all black people?
I don't know what the hell Pan Africans say,
No,
bro. I'm talking about anecdotal
no,
shit, really, that I seen coming up.
All right, man. That's why
no.
Q got that in the title. Caribbeans and all us need to unite. That's Pan-Africanism, bro.
Right. But the problem is when the cultural people started saying we all got to unite under certain banners, right? And this is where you start getting all these weird sets.
Exactly. You gotta
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
Swahili, or you gotta dress like this, or you gotta do that.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers was acting weird. Don't get it wrong, but I'm just talking about the overall messaging or ideal I
The
thought was
culture
black
people.
sovereignty.
It's the
Yeah.
culture. Like I said, it's the culture side of Pan-Africanism that gets on my nerves. Like, cause they're the divide. They're the ones that we should be following certain moral codes. We should be following certain gods, certain religions. We need to say certain languages. We need to dress a certain type of way. We need to do this, that, and third. We need to go back to Africa. We need to do this, that, everything. It's like they're the ones fucking everything up.
Right. So you're talking about it.
Not the political activists, not the social activists. They're the ones that put some validity in the Pan-Africanism.
Right. So if we see that things fractured all the way back then, how can we then say this ragtag stuff that we have today is under the same thing when you have things fractured back then? Like we talk about this, you at the center of it with the Miri and all that. It's a culture ring, Karenga, and all that other stuff. But that is different. There was actual
And why did
Pan-African
Mary
activism.
leave Karenga?
But because of the cultural things that he was doing with
Thank you.
Kwanzaa. But
Right.
that's what I was saying
Oh
earlier about even why
man.
Pan-Africanism. But these are the facts. But what I'm saying though, that does not then say, well, okay, well, just because you talking about Africa or wearing something dashiki that you Pan-African, that becomes a mistake. Because you can go and buy dashiki and all this other Afro sheen at the corner store. It just became called a black culture. Doesn't mean that everybody who wore dashiki was a Pan-African or who had
But
an
see,
afro
Yeah,
or
I
wore
mean,
leather
I
saturated
understand. Yeah,
jeans.
that's true.
no, but hold on, truth. See, y'all just brought out a variable because the only thing that stuck was the bullshit, the bell bottoms,
The
the
what?
afros, and the motherfucking pics.
No, we
Yes.
got
That's
all
not
these
true.
movies out here
That's
now.
No,
not
It
true.
is
that's
no,
the only thing that
That's not
stuck.
true.
Bullshit.
That's not
Okay,
true.
that's not
okay,
true, GA.
give me a reason not to believe that. I'm listening.
The
This shit
December.
playing out in
I'll
my
tell you.
little 10-year-old mind, and
Okay, well, the
that's
December 12th movement marched down 125th Street to Still until celebrate Malcolm X's birthday and does it every year. I see the UNIA still had their parade. You know who it was filled with? Old people keeping it going because they are truly Pan-African. You still have organizations out here. Yes, they're fractured and need funds and the whole bit, but still doing something and not just around when the African festival coming around trying to sling shea butter. The problem is they are old, losing members, and don't have fresh young ones for a variance of reasons. And all in this social media age, you see all this black dashiki, spooky crystal shit, and you let people 52 fake out and say, okay, he must be Pan-African, where Madonna can come on here and have the audacity to say that Dane Calloway is something to do with Pan-Africanism.
No, Dane Calloway.
I didn't say that, bro. I said he was
You
into
did say that. That's why
Pan-Africanism.
I came
I
up
said he
here.
was into Pan-Africanism before he started all the FBA shit
What
or
about him was
FDA.
Pan-African? That's my
no.
question
Well,
still.
Bro, if you
but
go
see,
back before these niggas, when these niggas used to come
It's
on
possible.
Sanchez, I remember
A
these
lot
niggas
of
come on
these engines was
Sanchez shit.
Pan-Africans. A lot of these engines
I
was
remember they used to come on Sanchez before they
What
started
made
pushing
them
a lot of this shit
Pan-African?
because they was promoting the unification of black people on both coasts. I mean, both continents.
When was these people out here talking about Africa, Madonna? I'm
Nah,
gonna
your truth.
Who
You
was
know what?
talking about Africa?
Know what it is. I think I know what Madonna's saying, and it's kind of what GA is saying in a weird way. A lot of people think that if they bought "We Are the World" and had beads and owned a dashiki, they was Pan Africans.
That's the only shit that stuck. That's all I'm saying, bro. I
A lot
mean,
of people, like I've realized, I'm in it. A lot of people they connect "We Are the World" and dashikis with being Pan African.
Right.
what
So people
what
have no
When
tangibles?
interest
you
in
talking about doing apartheid, when we was doing apartheid against apartheid in the late 80s?
Most of these
No,
FBAs will tell you Pan
Right
Africanism.
now.
What has it did for us? And they can be like, and I'm like, what did you do for Pan? They're like, I bought the "We Are the World" album, yeah, and I donated to niggas on TV.
exactly.
I'm
That's
like, that's Pan
crazy. We have
African.
we have no institute. You spoke of remembrance and celebrations, but there are no forward centers. There's no damn it's nothing tangible that's left behind that.
There's
Only a
nothing
motherfucker.
tangible between the Pan
What?
African movement when they have an African American museum over here, a whole art museum, and they have many of them around the country. Really? So there was
Well,
nothing that came from the '60s where you got institutions all around the country. Really? We got to do this? Nothing
no,
came
no,
from that?
no. I want to do this because that's a fair point. I do want to do this because, and then let's go on through the '70s parties that we do every half a decade and end with the parades. What are we doing to move forward?
Right. So the thing is about what we do, we seem to forget how we got here. How the hell you think we got through the 70s and the 80s?
Oh, my
There was
bad, yo.
organizations doing stuff. Still, now whether they got the lights where we can remember them or put some damn YouTube event, how the hell y'all think we got here? You had organizations, whether Ohio, Kentucky, Arkansas, or anywhere else, right? Those were local organizations trying to do things. Like I said previously, the problem is how can you talk about apartheid and "We Are the World" when you got shit going on in Detroit and Chicago? That's where things begin to fracture with the Pan-Africanism, right?
Well,
Because
no,
you
no,
can't.
because
Yes, it
you
does. It exactly does.
wait. No, because
Right.
even today, you still got
Mhm.
remnants of the New Republic Africa that's on the ground, but nobody gets behind that.
Well, then that's what there you go. That goes to my point. The organization still exists. They don't have the youth to it because the youth, in some cases, it's the organization's fault too, of course. But you're associating everything you see with this smoke and mirror crystal cyanide psycho cyber shit for the last 55 years, thinking that that's
Oh
Pan-Africanism,
my God.
thinking that has
Well,
anything to do with the
one could
movement
argue
and
that South
activism. Go
Africa
ahead, go
was
ahead, Taz.
smoking mirrors too, though.
Say it
One could
again.
argue that in the '80s that the South
One
Africa
could
shit,
argue anything, Taz, and
the
I would
umbrella
agree
of
with you.
apartheid.
I would agree
But
with
I'm
you on
just
some part.
yeah,
But that would be
I'm
for
just
the
saying.
sake of argument, because when we do drill
No,
down into actual tangible stuff.
I don't argue that for the sake of argument. I tried to make
Okay.
it about somebody else. Now I make it about me. I wouldn't argue it for the sake of argument.
Okay.
And the reason why is because what was going on here in that time period. If we saying we were this stuff was done to us on the back end with the crack and flooding our communities and whatnot, well, what we're doing? What were we focused on? What
We were
direction were
focusing
we
on our
Wait. I got lost.
We was walking and chewing bubble gum at the same time.
We were
really
focusing on our
wasn't-
communities here.
No, we weren't.
Yes, we were.
Yeah, we
I
were.
gave examples like Mother Hill, New York. There's plenty in Ohio, California, everywhere else, Taz.
We
Come
was
on.
we was not we
Yes,
was not
we were.
flying we was not flying to Africa to go to war with anybody. Like the only thing we did with the whole apartheid thing, we stopped buying certain products. That's it.
No, but there was
and
a
we wore some
movement.
medallions. And we wore some medallions. And then there you
Oh,
go.
yeah.
That's
We
that's
need to
that's
bring
the
back the
reason we
medallions.
did it. Yeah, that's the reason we did it.
But yeah, as I said, we stopped buying certain products. That's about as far as it went. Like we didn't outside of that, we didn't do nothing else with it.
No, but I'm saying it's mental. I'm saying it's intellectual. It's psychological. There was an attachment to that as opposed to your own struggle that you can't even see.
During the 80s? No, when was it?
Nah, that was
Introduced
already there.
apartheid. They introduced the black-white
So
dynamic.
wait. So just to be clear, you said it wasn't no struggle. It wasn't no issues in the '80s. What you saying?
No, it
No,
was
you
issues
said
in the
there was no
80s.
issues,
No,
but
No,
you're
I'm
also
saying
saying that the
I'm saying
focus
it
was
was
over in
up in the
Africa.
'80s. I'm saying it was up out here in the '80s, like in this area, like in the Northeast. It was up in the '80s. There's a whole lot of
around
shit
the
going on.
country. It's not just the North.
Yeah,
It's around
but I
the
mean,
Yeah, but it wasn't no movement. It wasn't no movement about a movement over there though.
no. Wait a minute. It was a moment. Everybody across the country, I thought, was wearing the motherland
History now, though.
medallions.
We
Yeah,
are the
Wait,
I
world.
got an
Motherland
apartheid
Wait,
shirt from the 80s.
Y'all confusing
No, 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 no,
apartheid.
no.
Yo, just
Hold
yo,
on.
Like
just
those
to
were
throw it in.
three different movements that coincided in the 80s at the same time. It's
What's that?
false to say
Hold on,
that.
but we are the world. Just so you know, we are the
Wait,
world
hold
didn't have
on,
nothing
y'all.
to do
I'm
with
confused.
apartheid.
Right.
But again,
What?
Right. Apartheid is when they introduced the black-white dynamic in South
You're an
Africa.
idiot. Will you shut up, man? The
Bro,
apartheid
that's
was
a
going
fact.
on
Look it up. Look it
What?
up, bro.
Shut up,
That's what
man. What you
split
saying,
South
Taz?
Africa, nigga.
No,
Nah,
that's not what we
apartheid. If you're
saying.
gonna go
Man,
into,
shut
I
up.
think
Yeah, he wants some love.
Sarafina and Whoopi Goldberg getting in Sarafina.
Holy shit.
What's no, she wasn't in Sarafina. She was in the other shit. But
God.
the play Sarafina, that was really pushing.
But We Are the World is an African song that is made directly for Africa.
It's
That
not.
is about
Well, yeah, it
Africa.
was made for Africa,
Right.
but it wasn't an African
Right.
song. It was
So
an American song.
you're being directed to Africa along with apartheid and the other things that are happening in Africa as
Yeah,
opposed to
there was a separate
That song.
So what's that
event
got to do with what's going on?
called Live Aid.
Live Aid, Farm Aid. That was the thing back then. Everybody
Yeah,
had
the
their
little
own
All in the
song.
Family girl was on the TV talking about feed the little
That was a separate
babies.
movement, and
Yeah,
then
come on.
the apartheid movement came out.
That song was made for white people
After
to
that.
donate money. That song was made for white people to donate money to Africa. That's what that song was made for.
Right, because they
it
also
wasn't
had
made for
Farm
us.
Aid and Live Aid. That was the aid era, and that was when they would do it. They had go look it up. They had all the celebrities doing the songs. Y'all remember Farm Aid and Live Aid?
Yeah, and we remember Jerry's Kids and all that. But
Niggas don't remember Jerry's Kids. A lot of these motherfuckers would have been on Jerry's Kids.
Facts.
That's what I'm saying, though. It's like niggas want to skip they love for fucking kung fu movies and all this shit.
Nah, though, I want to go directly at it. I want to go directly at it. I want to go directly at
All
it.
arguments about this shit go together, fam. You
No, it
can't
doesn't.
escape it.
You're trying to make it
This
go
is all the propaganda that was happening while drugs are flooding the community. This is a
Correct.
reality.
That never went past
Where's
us.
that got to do it? Make it
That never
connect.
went past us.
Until
I can't believe
we avoided helping the community because we
can't
stayed in the
avoid
house and
something
watched
that's in your
kung fu flicks during the crack era. Like how that went?
Nah, it was only on Saturdays though, man. The Saturday matinee.
You know what was
What
up?
you talking about?
You know what else we was watching besides kung
Can
fu
you let
flicks?
Taz yell in, please?
You know what else we was watching besides kung fu flicks? We was watching Good Times that was talking about all this stuff that you're talking about.
Good
That was
times.
right in
That's
our
what I'm
face.
saying.
Teenage
That's why we here.
pregnancies, gang
We here 'cause of
violence.
Good Times?
Yeah, it was during the 70s, and they were talking about real issues.
Fat Albert, all that shit, man.
Fat
Albert.
Fat Albert was Fat Albert. That was a kid show.
Wait a minute, Fat Albert is the ops?
Yes, and Taz is real. Fat Albert is
Yes.
even.
I was
So in the real world where y'all try to overlook what's going on in this industry, in this
no one
that
does.
was the real world for kids. That was the real world for kids.
We were watching Paul Winfield movies, Cicely Tyson, Miss Jane Pittman, Martin Luther King, and all the other movies that came on TV.
Fat Albert was
watched the
about
Bill Cosby thing where he
all
did
that
all
shit
the
came
black
out of
inventors. They were on the
Wait,
system.
but wait.
We watched Bill Noble around around Tony Brown's journal, my nigga. So don't
Truth. Let me
Right.
ask the question. Hold on.
Okay.
I just want to ask the question. Taz, you saying so? What's more detrimental to my young black ass, the Justice League on Saturdays or Fat Albert?
Whoa. I love the Justice League, my nigga. Now you have gone too far.
Yeah, both.
That Albert is more detrimental
Man,
than
you started
you think all
with the Justice
superheroes
League and you
because you're gonna
closed
think
it
all
out with Fat
superheroes are
Albert.
white.
Now you wild.
You're gonna think all superheroes are white.
I'm asking the question.
But no, let's entertain this though. When the Black Panther sat them kids down just 5 years before that, was they sitting them down to watch Fat Albert or some shit, or was they sitting them down to teach them some shit had to do with black people?
It wasn't on yet. Fat Albert wasn't on yet, but they used cartoons. That's why Emory Douglas gave them cartoons. Because cartoons is the medium to reach children.
What are you talking about?
What, Fat Albert? Okay, but it wasn't on TV like that, and it wasn't distributed in 71. Go look it up. Go look it up in
Yeah, Fat Albert
71.
wasn't even out
Oh,
until
wait,
74.
71. I was
Fat
2
Albert
years
was.
old, man.
Go ahead.
Fat Albert didn't come out to like the
Nah, let him
late.
go. Tell us what
Fat Albert didn't
71
come
it
out
was
to like the
distributed at the
late
same
70s.
time them little Black Panther kids was in school. Go
I
ahead.
don't know. I don't know what was
Fat
going
Albert
on in
didn't come out to
71.
the late 70s. The
You know
Panther was
Taz
done
Googling
already.
it right now. He gonna come back if I'm wrong.
No, I'm just saying. I think me and
What am I doing? I didn't even know I was supposed to be answering something.
Oh no. I thought we was. Come on, you don't even want to argue in peace. We was trying to argue about the year Fat Albert came out. Keep up, Taz. If you want to
No,
argue.
I ain't trying to argue
Damn.
about this.
No, the argument was about what was better, what was more detrimental, the
Silly ass.
Cosby
Go
Kid.
ahead.
I mean, Fat Albert or Marvel Comics or some shit, or the
This stuff
Justice
means
League.
too much in the black community, fam. This stuff
Say
means
what?
too much in the black community, and it was introduced in a time where we were focused on ourselves. This stuff
No, we
means
were
too much.
children and they were
Fat
cartoons for
Albert,
children.
now I'm not even a Cosby dude.
Fat Albert stuff replaced what was in that moment a Black Power movement, the literal Black
No,
Power
it didn't. It
movement.
replaced the white
Only
cartoons
Black.
that were on
No,
TV,
but
like
Taz,
Bugs
no,
Bunny, so
there
black
was
children could see themselves on TV in cartoons.
Oh,
That's what it
man.
did. Yeah.
right.
that's like the only
Right.
cartoon I saw that
Replaced
looked like me,
white
man.
What you was about to say, Psycho?
Yeah, I keep trying to say it.
Oh,
Yeah, I was trying to say for the longest time, Fat Albert was a show about little black kids in the inner city doing black kid shit that they do in the inner cities, like flipping on pissy mattresses and stuff like that, whatever the case may be. This is what kids were doing at their time before, and it was a show about that. So it wasn't. So I mean, little kids was watching themselves on TV.
Now, little
That's a
kids
fact.
was learning what they learned. No, little kids was learning what they teach other little kids now, which is to call other little kids dumb, weird, mush mouth, buck tooth, fat.
It was a reflection of the community, though, Taz. It was a
We was
a
doing that
direct reflection,
anyway.
but it was a direct reflection of the community.
You reaching with that one.
Stop
Yeah.
outbursts. God, I'm just trying to have a conversation about this. Now that was going on way before Fat Albert. That was called shooting the dozens. Like this is going on. That's what Bill Cosby did when he was a kid, and that's why he put it into the show, because that was already going on.
That's a problem.
It was a problem solver. It was a reflection of the community. It was a problem solver.
Roasting been going on since slavery.
For a community that is in the middle of a movement that is about uniting us, I'm trying to figure out how we're bringing in cartoons that diminish us and equate them to.
It didn't diminish us though, Taz. They even talked about sexual. They even talked about SA on there. Cause remember the episode on Fat Albert when a little girl was getting touched by her dad. Hold on, bro. Goddamn. And Fat Albert was like,
stupid essay Fat Albert episode.
bro, they was talking about stuff that was going on in the black community.
Shut up.
Right. Anything
All right, man.
watching. I'm talking about the
man. They was dealing with real issues.
Children watch cartoons, Taz.
They was dealing with real, bro. They was dealing with real issues, right? When a little girl was getting, my bad, when a little girl was getting abused by her dad or somebody at home.
Why are you obsessed with that?
Because, like Psycho was saying, it was a reflection of the community. It was talking about things that was going on in the black community.
Make the black community look bad in a time where that had never been shown on TV.
I ain't gonna test. I feel this way about R&B. I feel this way about a lot of niggas out there singing and lullabying and women and shit and all this shit. Niggas out getting cracked, killed, but you know.
I want all the smoke, Q. Why do you had niggas talk about putting crack in your ass? That's what cracking yourself. You know what I meant, pause. But don't do that, because you're always trying to hate the R&B people when it was you thug niggas out here that messed up music. You and Psycho smoke right
See,
now.
now I'm a thug.
Not
Did
R&B.
you see that Fox News response?
You and Psycho.
That was mighty Nigerian of you. That was very Nigerian.
No, cause Q, we gotta talk about that one, man. Cause you know
you always trying to hate on R&B when it was you.
Because I need to know, man. When you say R&B, are you talking about like Earth, Wind and Fire? Are you talking about Lakeside, Cool in the Game?
About the fact that if we are really prioritizing our shit, all hands and feet need to be on deck. All music, media. But if not, then we on some cool shit. Like, look, man. You know, I'm singing, I'm making songs, I'm making cartoons. We really not in a bad situation. You know what I'm saying? It's all right. Niggas just making cartoons about we making movies about moving on up. Too
What are you
easy.
talking about, Q?
Bro.
That's right, because
Ah,
you didn't sit down
damn.
and watch all of those Paul
Moved away
Winfield, go
from
Google
to the
who he
state
is, and
capitol with
Cicely
guns to moving
Tyson
on up.
movies. They came
But don't
on
nobody
Fox.
want niggas want to play with
No,
my black
guys,
history.
we had a whole era of
You
black
started
movies,
moving on
everything
up,
from
and you put
Sounder
guns
all the
down.
way down. You don't know about them because you may have been too young. That's all. They
No,
were there.
no.
But no,
We
the
had the
remnant
movie.
stayed in the community. The remnant stayed in the community. And so there's a lot of young, misguided black people that be really thinking niggas on that, and they not on it. They really are trying to move on up while other niggas still trying to go to the fucking courthouse and stand out there with the guns. Right?
Wait,
That's the split in our community. And what y'all don't want to acknowledge is that propaganda wing. You want to limit it. You want to limit it to the shit you want it to be, as
no, I don't. I
opposed to
want to
it
know
being
what you're talking
all
about.
of this shit. All
No.
of it.
No,
We
wait,
had
All of
black
it.
bookstores, my
wait.
nigga.
In
Before you yell and jump out
2025,
the
no,
window,
no,
we had
no,
black
no.
bookstores and we had black cartoons, my nigga. In the black bookstores,
Who is trying to
book
go to
and
the
comic
courthouse with the
sources.
guns today in
Yeah, you know,
2025?
Taz just want to
I'm
do
talking
his
about
own
yesterday when they
politics.
was doing it. I'm talking about when they was doing it.
Yesterday, huh?
Yeah, I'm talking about like
Oh, you
yesterday,
want to get to the
but
Mexicans? That's what you're trying to
when they
do,
was
Slick, huh?
when they were doing that, when that was the order of the day was to challenge authority. Nobody's
Were you
saying that
out
they
there?
didn't have black bookstores. I don't know where you got that from.
No, I
I'm
don't know
saying
how I got
the
to
order of
yesterday
the day
though.
was to challenge authority. They started giving you things to not have challenged authority for. You had to make sure you was home to watch Good Times. You
What
couldn't
are you talking about? What are you talking about? What?
I lose you with that. Where I lose you at, fam? How you get lost right
Who had to be home watching Good Times when, my nigga? When are you
It was
talking?
niggas rushing
Yeah.
home to watch. It was niggas running home to watch Good Times, bro. I
Hey,
remember.
idiot.
I
But
People
no, no,
going
no,
to
no.
work
Wait,
by the
but
time Good
I
Times
wasn't
came on.
alive. Truth, I wasn't alive. So I'm not gonna pretend like I was there to
Come on, we
see
just
it.
talking, man.
I'm telling you, there's no way this made it into this era as classics, but we don't view it as possibly part of COINTELPRO. I don't know how that does not
You
happen.
just added that COINTELPRO part in
yeah,
Yeah,
because I gotta, yeah,
absolutely.
because
That's all.
Come on now, Good Times was all Jewish. True. Come on, man.
No,
Norman
hold
Lear.
on.
no,
Norman
no.
Lear did everything on TV. Are we trying to now go into Jewish
I'm
corruption
saying
in Hollywood? Like,
distraction.
Yes,
where do we want to have the
Even down to
conversation
Will
at?
Smith, the
Yeah,
attack
well,
on
like,
nerds
where do we
with
want to have the
Urkel,
conversation at?
making
Yes.
Wait a minute. No, man.
making Urkel the face of nerds, at the same time making Will Smith the face of black intelligence, and then what's the other dude, the face of, and then Jodeci,
Urkel.
Jodeci and Will Smith. What?
You can go before that. Go before that. You ain't got to go all the way into the 90s. You ain't got to go all the way in the 90s.
You know what I'm saying? Like this
No, I
was
don't.
done. New Jack City, all that shit was fake, bro. This shit was a lot of shit.
Urkel was the
Okay, but
face, yet you had a whole show
wait.
about black college? Like, what are you talking about, man?
Y'all really losing me right now, man. Because that if you want to fast forward beyond the 70s and the 80s and go to the 90s, let's fast forward to now because you are more empowered now to control your narrative and what goes out to the airways than any other time.
But they
But
already impregnated the minds of these niggas, so niggas is doing the fuck shit on the internet. They already been programmed. 3
Maybe
generations.
that's just what niggas want to do at this point, then, since
Nah,
we
I
got a history
disagree.
of
I
it.
think we've
Well,
been
prove it otherwise, then. I dare you, because everybody's telling me
we've
we
only
went
been
wrong. What
educated
was
one
right?
way. We've only
We
been
have a
educated one
history
way.
of going wrong because we can't point to
You know
the
how I
lie,
know?
obviously, right?
I'll say this: hip
So
hop.
we the eternal fuck ups,
Some of
right?
the hip hop's emulation of gangsterism from television.
Right.
Using Italian mafia names as acts.
Correct.
Well,
So
I'm
we have
saying
a history of cooning, right?
about black exploitation films, and we call that bad behavior.
There we go. So we have a history of cooning where we exploit it. That's what y'all saying. We don't have no
Well, no, you have
examples,
a history
right?
of promoting that
Right.
COINTELPRO bullshit called a
Right,
black.
because we promote the COINTEL bullshit. We make award shows
That
out of it, right? That's what we got a history of, right?
That
Right.
Albert.
So what do you think things will change?
wait a minute. So
You are the
Uptown
eternal
Saturday Night,
Sambos,
Cooley
apparently, right?
High, all that is black exploit.
Nah, it's all about Samboing, a history of Samboing, apparently. So
Yep.
what
God
all of
damn.
a sudden things gonna change?
You can
How?
point to some gems in there. I mean, it's definitely
Nah, don't
gems
point to the
in there.
gems, nigga. It's a history of Samboing.
But if we're talking about a community that was not directed toward entertainment, no, we weren't entertainment children in the 60s.
Okay, well you can't change what happened. What happened was we was a bunch of coons, and how was it gonna continue? I'm asking y'all, right? Don't
No,
change what
well,
happened. You can't change what happened already. You run down a list of history and it's all been cooning. And you tell me it's gonna be a change?
Yeah, but don't run though. I want to know
I'm
the
not
fact.
running. I'm standing right here
I'm
asking
saying
the
that
question.
shit. Niggas been coons and sambos for a
Right.
long time, son.
Right, because niggas are coons and
God damn,
sambos.
Q.
He said it been coons.
Yo,
That's
bro,
fucked
no,
up, man.
listen, I'm
Yo,
just saying, bro, my pops is a Marine. You know what I'm saying? My family was not, I don't got no Pan-African family. My family was not the rebellion. We was happy Americans, bro. All of y'all niggas in the military, I fucks with y'all, but y'all, come on,
Right,
bro.
a bunch of coons, right?
We
Black
gotta
people,
well,
He
all
put that
yeah,
American in there without putting the word black in front of it. Now, come on, man.
yeah.
whatever you want to
But
put in
wait a
front of it.
minute.
I'm
Wait
just
a minute.
saying,
Hey,
we
wait.
don't got rebel in front of your name. You don't got
whole bunch
anarchists.
of
You don't got
weak Sambo and niggas. Go ahead.
But wait a minute, and that's cool. But let me just say this one. Let me say this one piece because now we kind of open this up with talking about, hey man, I
But
should be
Don
able to
said
go
he
get it.
prayed for Donald Trump, GA. Just remember that.
Well, okay, but just let me point out the irony because we criticizing the time that we could go get a cup of sugar from our guy. We could go get a couple slices of bread to feed our families back then. During the whole time that we was under the spell of all this black exploitation and selling out and being under the guise of
Damn.
COINTELPRO.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
but Don
That's what I
still
just
prayed
hold.
for Donald Trump, though.
Right.
And,
Yes,
and,
listen,
and,
Yeah, ain't
and
nobody
today.
disputing that. Yeah, that's not dispute. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
black
and today,
exploitation was not a
and
spell.
today in 2020, and today in 2025, we so fucking enlightened and up on game that I wouldn't even give my brother motherfucking. I wouldn't piss on him if he was on fire right now.
Oh
That's where we
my
at.
Jesus,
Damn,
GA.
bro, get the hate out your heart,
that's
man. Black
Damn.
exploitation was not a spell,
that's what I'm
bro.
trying to make sure you remember though, is that time period was closer to a time period when we were already together. There
Right.
was a movement to move you away from being together, which is what Fat Albert and the Justice League and all that 70 shit did. Shout
Right.
out
And
to
it works. And so it's not going to get any better, and we'll continue
Well,
cooning.
at
So
least
what's
black
the problem?
exploitation, we was killing the white man in the black exploitation films,
How'd that work
Oh
out?
man.
but they wiped that right out. They convinced black
Right.
people to
So
stop
we
making
don't
their own
have no
movies.
success because
Oh
they wiped
man,
it
I give
out.
up, man. I'm going on
Right.
mute,
You
man.
should
Y'all
have
got
given
it.
Who
up
give up?
because
Y'all
you
got
You
it.
just
always
gave up.
giving up,
Duh.
GA. We ain't nothing new. You always want to give up.
That's fine.
Yeah,
But
because
we'll
yeah,
give
you
them
niggas is
clothes.
hopeless, man. There's no satisfying
Exactly.
y'all.
Nope.
That
Hopeless,
was
bro. See, that's what the
that's what
military did to
he
your
arguing,
mind.
Price. Price. That's what he arguing actually. He's actually arguing that. Motherfucker said fuck it.
They said that long ago. Apparently, we have a history of saying it, and this resorted to cooning,
Yeah, that's
right?
Yeah,
why GA on here
And R
I
cool.
and
mean,
B. My
but
bad.
Yeah.
to be fair, this is why I say with grace, black people were not doing anything wrong being Sambos, no being coons. We didn't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's why I said earlier in the beginning, like, throwing that shit around when you really understand. Like, if you just a black person, you ain't learn about Pan-Africanism, you just a regular black person, you went to school, you're more than likely gonna get, and you're not a bad criminal, you're gonna go to the military, you're gonna go to the government, you're gonna have a regular fucking life in America. There's nothing wrong with that.
So
You
they're
know what I'm saying?
basically cultural coons. That's what you're saying.
I'm just saying that the system is not designed to develop black people who know about black history, who are pro-black or any of those things. So we should not be looking for that as a quantifiable statistic out of the system. Like, the system did exactly what it wanted to do, not produce these type of people. They put up movies, they put up propaganda, and invested in music, and invested in anything that was anti-pro-black, black empowerment, black first.
So
That's right.
what did it produce?
I'm just
We
saying,
assimilated
It
into a
produced a
system.
bunch
anything
of
that's not
coons, right?
aligned, and they learned by generation.
Right. So it's generational coons. That's what's right.
Oh
No,
no, I
we
get that.
assimilated.
Generational samples and coons.
I'm
It's
saying Bill
different.
Right.
Cosby wasn't alive.
We assimilated into a system we didn't understand. That's what
Right.
happened. We
I'm saying
assimilated into a
You
system we didn't
you are
understand.
basically a
like let me
drone, and you
jump
had
out
no
this
power of
window
your
right
own.
quick. Jump out this window. I'm saying Bill Cosby wasn't aligned with the cause.
There you go. There we go. Wasn't aligned at all. King of the
Well, what was he
coons.
in line with, Taz?
The
He was
white
aligned
man
with
and the
money
white
from
conspiracy.
Hollywood, playing a police officer while niggas burning down Watts. He might have been the token black man on
Oh, come
Right.
on,
Bill Cosby
Taz.
was a coon too.
get some white folks, give him some awards, and put him in
Right.
the black audience until
Putting
you
all them little nigger kids in the white man college. Go
Wait,
ahead.
Wait, Pass. So Sidney Poitier too?
Yes.
Yep.
Any literate niggas are
48.
cool. Where you been?
Nah, not
That's
any
why.
nigga. Any nigga
Most
that
Yeah,
didn't die calling
any
that's
himself
why.
something black. Like
say it
Right.
again.
That's why.
Wait, hold on. Wait,
you're,
hold on.
you're
I
talking
didn't hear.
about
Wait, Pass. I didn't hear the last part.
a graveyard, excuse me, a junkyard to promote blackness.
A
Brother,
junkyard
you don't
to
see the
promote blackness.
propaganda
It's a
behind calling young
cartoon,
black
Taz. It's a cartoon.
right, but you're calling a
Right.
young black man weird, a mush mouth, fat.
No. There comes
Yes,
from a
that
team
was
of
their
something
name.
called Our Gang and the Little Rascals, where all of them did that. It comes from a tradition of
Oh,
young
so
boys going
what?
around urban environments doing it. It wasn't started with the Fat Albert. You can go all the way back to Our Gang and the Bowery Boys.
No, it was
It's
actually
been
the
around,
He-Man's Woman Haters Club. You don't remember that?
which was Our
I thought you
Gang.
gave up, GA. What happened?
Our gang was black TV. It was black
Say it
show.
again. Say it again.
Our gang was a black TV show.
I didn't say it was black. I said the concept of the boys going around a city like that did not start with Fat Albert. So for them to have the various things when you got Spanky, Alfalfa, and everybody else, Buckwheat too, and Stymie.
You weren't putting the origin on Fat Albert, were you, Ted?
The white man took a black man in the middle of the Black Power movement, elevated him, and then made him your teacher.
No, it wasn't the middle of the Black Power movement. You added that, didn't make him your teacher, and the lessons he did was for little children because little children were watching cartoons. Little children watch cartoons.
No, bro, they didn't have to. That's what I'm
Yes,
saying.
they did have to because that's what little children do.
To sell cartoons.
They was watching Coon making tunes.
From his fame of playing a police officer during a time when black folks actually burning up police cars.
No.
I'm trying to think did I look at Bill Cosby as Black Power back then?
His resume. He had other movies. He was a comedian before that.
But what you saying no to though, fam?
Because you act like it was just from him being a police officer when he had a history in the arts. Going during that time, he was a comedian. He was a stand-up comedian and an actor.
Sure.
And he made Pictionary.
Man, what role did that white man give him?
He probably gave him a lot of them. What's your point?
What role did
y'all didn't like Pictionary?
It seemed like niggas ducking right now. What
right,
role?
Ducking? You said cop, nigga. I said cop.
Right. So he's winning awards. So he's winning awards for being a cop.
What awards did he get for playing a cop, Taz?
Huh?
What awards did he get for playing a cop?
In what was it? An Emmy? Also,
what you showed me where Bill Cosby got an Emmy for playing a cop, Taz.
Oh, I Spy?
Show me where he got the Emmy for playing a cop. You may very well be right. I just don't remember him getting an Emmy. You may be right. But my point is, it was let's argue. You might have me on that if that's the case. But look, so you're saying I Spy was made Bill Cosby do all this, right? Then he became a government pawn during the COINTEL conspiracy at the height of the Black Power movement.
First time actor Bill Cosby won 3 consecutive. Listen to me, bro. Now listen.
I heard you. You're gonna say 3 consecutive Emmys. I said you might got me on that. Go ahead.
66, 67, 68.
Okay. Important years. You got that.
I'm asking you. Those years don't matter a lot more than
important, Taz. You like when you got things, we can keep going to move beyond that. But you're not at the same time going to tell me that.
Niggas, you finna slow your ass down, nigga.
No, I'm not. You gonna say 66? Nigga, I heard you. You gonna lead to the riots, nigga? Get to it. I'm not slow. I know where you trying to go. You trying to walk me up the
get me there, then. No, I'm listening. Get me there, then. I'm listening. Go. Listen. Get me there. You know where I'm going? Get me there. I'm listening.
Y'all saw Bill Cosby as Black Power though?
60. Say it again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bill Cosby was Black Power?
Yeah.
Yes, he's
that's crazy.
The authority.
Because
I never looked at it like that.
Screen, promoting black shit. So, a lot of us seen it.
Nah. Go ahead.
He was positioned to be a teacher. Like he was positioned to get that level of recognition as Black Power.
Wow.
Right? This is why people
Where'd he get
defend
that
that
from? Wait, hold on. Where'd he get that from when Diane Carroll had her own show? When Sidney Poitier was winning the goddamn award.
He got it from the TV.
Carroll was around the same time and she had her own show and Sidney Poitier got the damn award. Okay? So where we going? You had James Earl Jones rising on the scene as well. Where we going?
Right,
You
so
might be better off throwing Harry Belafonte
They
out.
made Bill Cosby a household name,
You
bro.
know what I'm looking
I'm gonna let y'all keep going, man.
No,
Because
yeah,
again,
Taz is right.
you're still gonna have to get back to the cartoon for the children and how it's connected to the COINTEL plot to stop the little 6-year-olds from going out there and starting a revolution.
right. So at the
Make
same
that
time, all of this is going on, 66, 67, 68, which
that album is not out.
that COINTELPRO is operational. Right. You don't have Fat Albert yet, but you do have a documentary called Black History Lost, Stolen, or Strayed by
which is dope.
Andy Rooney. And he
Yeah,
used
John Henry Clark helped produce that as well. That's dope.
who to narrate it.
They
Who's
chose
the
Bill
narrator?
Cosby. That's dope though. Put it
Who's
on. That's fire. That shit fire.
I ain't
Bill
saying what.
Cosby narrated it. Fire.
I ain't
Huh?
saying what. I said
Exactly. I wanted you to say it, wasn't it?
But one thing we know for surety,
say that. No, it's
But
fire.
then when you shut up.
That's the point.
no, when black people seen black people on TV back then, bro.
Cares what you're talking
But
about.
no, but Ruth, how is it gonna work if it's not fire? That was a game changer. That's what I'm saying.
I don't get that part.
That's how you make him a teacher.
No, Taz.
That's
to be fair, what also happens in '68 after that King death is a lot of things that they start putting into media. This is when actually Roxy Roca and Harry Belafonte had a show. Like a lot of this is exactly so you see in the wake of that, and this was Psycho started to get mad. But you got your Soul Trains and your Tony Brown's journals and all of that other stuff starts to come out.
Let's
Donna
not
Brazile,
forget Flip Wilson. That's what
Wilson
made
was
me do
Oh
it.
hell no! Now
DD
Taz, now you making Taz point with that one, GA.
Shut up! You
Here we
have
go.
nothing positive to add.
Flip.
You making Taz point with that one,
I know
GA.
you're gonna be
Flip
jealous.
Wilson.
Here he go. Why you do that?
I forgot about Lil Flip.
Here he go. Why you do that, GA?
No,
You talking to
No,
Taz.
no, because no, because we had
Yeah, you
some
fucked that
great
one up, GA.
philosophers that time. No, and Dolomite, Richard Pryor, those were great philosophers, not just comedians, but philosophers that addressed the black condition during that time. Yes,
Oh my god.
philosophers. Because
Like
because
where's
there's a
Fab
thing
at,
called
bro? He's supposed to say
What
philosophers.
philosopher and white supremacy?
Right.
wait, how is they? I mean, when they just talking
Yo,
about the
Taz,
black
you
condition.
stupid.
And make you laugh at it because you want to sit here and make antagonize Bill Cosby, and he was more influential with doing Jello commercials than Einstein, and you done tied him to
Oh my god.
COINTELPRO.
No, I can't say, but that's what I'm saying. I
Oh
don't
my
agree
god.
with that, GA, because I'm saying that blackface on TV at that time was everything. He was used
Yeah.
to diminish some of the things. We had smoke with these people, fam. You put that man on TV.
You know
Now
what, though,
he's
GA?
smoking.
Remember you were talking about the article on propaganda?
Yo, Q, share my screen while you talking real quick.
Yeah, when you put black people on TV back then, they became instant household names. We
So
would
Taz,
celebrate
here
when we
you
seen
go.
somebody black on TV.
But it's the way, it's the direction in which you put it, though. So
Taz,
for me, for the South, though, I'm not so sure that Bill Cosby was looked at as the same as militant Black Power, fighting against the system, and all the other things that I thought the initial point was trying to be made. But go ahead.
I'm gonna see if I can send. I'm gonna send you the PDF for this. This one is called Black Power TV. But this is part of what I was talking about, and it's actually 2 books, but this is one. You see, this is when that comes, but it comes on the heels. Everything comes on the heels. One king dies, then there's some money that they start to give out and do these things. So this is the one. This was a show with Harry Belafonte and Roxy Roca. Then they got one in Boston. But there's another book that started to split. So, but it does. I do have one that starts to go into the cartoons as well, because there's early characters. I actually showed it, Psycho, at one point about the cartoon characters. So here, while I'm doing this, it's called a Museum of.
Wasn't the Jackson 5 already out?
Here, I'll show it to you right now because they have anybody. Here's the collection.
Yeah.
Right here. So you go here, but here's the propaganda you want, right? Because one of the exhibitions here is collection. Hold on, let me find it.
Oh my god.
Here goes Black comic, right?
Never had a chance, young man.
You got, they actually want, so it says the music from the 60s and 70s, so they all coming out of that. So this is what Psycho and y'all guys know way about more than this stuff to me. But the Black Goliaths and the brother Voodoo, and what is this?
Yeah.
Who's this? The Falcon. All of these are coming out. So here go the Globetrotters is in that period too, right? Remember the Globetrotters?
Oh, I
Huh?
forgot about the Globetrotters and Scooby Doo. I forgot about that.
Did the Pan Africans write them?
Pan Africans write them. You have black
I look
writers.
like this nigga got on a dress.
Who?
I'm saying, but these are
The Globetrotter like he had on a
I'm
skirt, bro.
saying,
That was crazy.
I'm saying these
This
are
site
distractions.
actually document. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm calling distraction on that shit, fam. We ain't had time for that. I'm saying we ain't never had time for that. We ain't never had time.
So your problem is more entertainment. Period.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm saying
Oh.
well, hold on. I'm saying when Dr. King got shot, that was really a very small window of mourning because Bobby got shot the same summer.
Yes.
And Bobby's stuff was on live TV. Dr. King's stuff wasn't on TV.
No.
So they opened it up.
Dr. King's assassination elicited a destruction of the country, and Bobby's didn't. Dr. King was him, and that's why they had to start redirecting niggas. They had to give niggas a new leader, and who they pop out with 3 months later? Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby. Him into your leader.
Oh my
68.
God.
What is your fall? What is your so go to your fall lineup? True for 68 October.
On what? On October?
Yeah.
On regular TV? You know, it's
Network TV. Yeah. Or I probably can come up with a movie, but I know Muhammad Ali was still under suspension. So
Okay, so 1968 in television. We could do it right here. I'm gonna cheat and just go to the damn Wikipedia. January to October.
That's
Here we
Bill
go.
Cosby.
Look
Bill
at this.
Cosby,
How
Senator
about this?
Portier.
April 2nd in the U.S. broadcast, a white British singer, Petula Clark, appears with black performer Harry Belafonte. You know what happened there? Affectionate gesture between the two during a song. Clark touches Belafonte in the arm has prompted an objection from a representative from the show's sponsor due to the differences in their races. And so that was a big thing. Remember that when Harry Belafonte just touched that white woman's hand on the TV show?
Oh shit! God damn.
But none of this equates to them
Surprised I ain't take it back
becoming
again.
none of that equates to them becoming the leader of black people because a whole decade later, who was head of the Rainbow Coalition? No,
Wait, are you
I'm not
kidding?
listening.
Oh, Messy
Wait,
Jesse.
wait a second. Hold on. So, what did you just say? What was the big deal? He touched the white people.
No, because you said that Bill Cosby became the official
Man,
leader
slow
of
down.
black people through Hollywood.
Yeah, I want you to listen for a second. I'm gonna lay something out.
Fall back, Jay.
Okay.
Say that again. Truth. What happened now?
Yeah, I thought you know about this one. So I forget whose show it was. Oh, the U.S. broadcast. I thought it was Harry Belafonte's show, but I'm gonna read it for you. NBC in the U.S. is April 2nd, 68. U.S. broadcasts a television special in which white British singer Petula Clark appears with black performer Harry Belafonte as her guest. An innocent, affectionate gesture between the two during a recording of a song. Clark touches Belafonte on the arm, has prompted an objection from a representative from the show's sponsor, Chrysler Corporation, due to the difference in their races, but NBC airs the performance.
Right,
anyway,
fresh off of Loving versus Virginia, right?
So what? Okay, yes. So how about this one? April 4th, James Brown appears on national TV in an attempt to claim feelings of anger in the U.S. following the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King. This is 2
Same
days
day.
later from the Bell.
Black and brown.
Now look,
See
that's
how
what that's what Wale points to and says James Brown was paid to go on tour and promote Black Power.
Right.
Yeah, I'm black and I'm proud.
Okay, what else we got? Blah 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 blah. As the world turns, I'm trying Petticoat Junction. Oh, that somebody dies. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're gonna have a lot of women shows. I think Psycho did a little series on this.
50 minutes.
So Yeah, we're still in the Vietnam War. It's still going on. Yeah.
Elvis airs on December 3rd at the end of the year. That's it. 68. Surprisingly, I mean, also in 68, The Guiding Light and Search for Tomorrow expands to 30
So
minutes.
those are soap operas.
Okay, here go the
They
shows.
start working on the sampling or
Okay.
something? No,
So we
sample
got
come
the
out
shows
That's
is
later.
The shows is
Yeah, that's
Bewitched,
74.
Bonanza, Bozo the Clown, Candid
Woman.
Camera, Captain Kangaroo.
Yo,
Yeah.
Taz, I got a
Clown.
Yo, Taz, I got a research paper for you, bro.
Days of Our
What you got?
Lives, Family Affair.
Media as a tool for social, as a tool for social unrest, or something as a tool for disconnecting blacks in social unrest.
Engineering.
You know what I mean? Because you know what I'm
What
saying?
is
Like, because I think that's what you're alluding to. Like, how has media been used as a tool to diminish black mobilization? You know, political mobilization. 'Cause that's what I'm hearing. I'm like, you know.
Q?
So you
Quick
saying
question.
put it on paper? What I'm saying right now, lay it
Yeah,
out on paper.
I would make because as I'm listening to it, I would make this a paper. Like, this is a great paper right there because I can see the argument.
Quick
Yeah.
question. Who was
Well,
the first pop star in American history?
Pop.
Yes.
Pop?
Yes. You can say it as many. Ask me. It's gonna be the
Sam
same
Cooke,
thing.
not Sam.
Who was the pop?
I don't know why I don't
It's
know, but I think
important to what
Frankie
you're
Lyman.
saying.
Frankie Lyman comes to my head, but I don't know if that's
Frankie
right.
Lyman.
Oh,
Anyone else?
it was the dude Michael Jackson learned from.
Go ahead.
Or
You
Jim
could be
Crow.
wrong, but go ahead.
Jackie Wilson.
How about
Okay,
Jim
so,
Crow?
Okay, so Q just said it
oh,
because it was Jim Crow. So the first pop star in American history got popular spreading black paint on his face, dancing around as a nigga. When did you ever think popular culture was going to be in your benefit? Q. What is the first? Because I have to keep asking this to drill it
No,
into
but
your
not
head.
to the
Oh, yo,
benefit.
Q.
No,
Hold on, Q. Here's the second question, and you can have folks on the panel. What is the first? Listen to it carefully. We know the Indians are native. Outside of them, what is the first American popular culture contribution? Unique to America. Unique to America. Things like Duncan and whistleblowing and cultural things. What is unique to America? What is this first uniquely American?
Shit.
It is the minstrel show.
I was gonna say rock and roll.
It is the minstrel show.
No, but
So
that's what makes. But this only
Go ahead.
makes it like in the sense of because how has what I mean makes the argument. So that way it's like to me it's like so like Bill Cosby. Because I ain't gonna lie, some of this stuff that
Because it's foundational.
But this is how I was taught. Like this is why I wasn't allowed to watch the Cosby's as a kid. Like
I was trying to do that specific time period, and I think y'all pretty much then took the L on it, so you went to another time period.
No, I'm not at all. We can still talk about that.
no, you kind of move. Yeah, I'm with Taz on that one.
I listen to niggas just talk about a fucking TV guide and all type of shit. I ain't changed the motherfucking thing.
Well, motherfucker, we can get back to it. Q changed.
Wait.
Damn it.
You come out and throw it, and I mean that's a whole new conversation, which is fine. But that's not like what I was talking about was a specific time period where we can point to our people in the streets fighting for a specific cause, and something diminished that.
Right.
The needle was going towards black power, and then the needle started going the other way.
No,
he's saying Bill. He's saying
Fred Hampton picked up after King got assassinated.
You wanted 4-year-olds in the street. That's what you wanted. You wanted kids who should be drawing and watching cartoons to be on the street, part of the revolution, my nigga. What was the 3-year-olds supposed to be?
Wait.
Revolution.
The Black Panther Party. The Black Panther Party emerged after Dr. King got assassinated.
Damn. Wait, stop, man. Come on. Hey, real serious comment right here, Taz, to something you said about that time period, 1968. I'm gonna say the biggest benefactor was Procter and Gamble.
Soap operas. Soap operas.
Yes,
Bro, you cut
Procter
me
and
off to
Gamble.
that shit.
Yes, I did. And go back and listen to all what Truth said with the TV guy and the programming, and that's who benefited the most from all of that.
Man,
I mean, again, I'm saying, what was it that redirected niggas from listening to Huey P. Newton, Bobby Seale, the Lowndes County Black Panthers,
Yeah.
Anybody who was saying fuck these white folks and they tools of entertainment.
Mhm.
R&B music, baby,
It was
baby,
listening to
Woodstock,
baby,
No, no,
baby,
no,
yeah,
no.
baby,
Woodstock,
baby.
Black Panthers
Woodstock,
listened
LBJ.
to Motown.
No,
Woodstock,
Black Panthers
disco,
were listening to
Woodstock,
Motown.
disco,
no.
Sanford and Son. Uh,
What do you think the Black Panthers were listening to?
It,
Motown,
it,
my nigga. Like, what are you
it,
talking about?
A
it,
black
Right.
man
it,
So,
was robbing black
so
people.
I agree. So I agree, right? So
Right.
again, once that next generation comes in, they're not doing what the Black Panthers did,
Yes,
but they're
they are.
listening to Motown.
Yes, they are.
No,
You
they're not.
have people in the yes, they are. You
We,
have
we
people in
Africa,
the
but
70s and 80s.
Nevada was
Y'all
raping
think
no,
our
we
we
still
children.
running around
in the
God and
Vietnam War though. We still in the Vietnam War. Vietnam is still active.
yeah, but everybody keeps thinking that everything just died in 68 and we didn't do shit in the 70s or 80s and 90s. We were miraculously here for somehow.
it
Right, what
didn't
happened?
die. That's where we started at.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Say
I
it
don't.
again.
Yeah, I'm downplaying the '80s. What we got popping in
You
the
should.
'80s?
We got something that miraculously got us to the 2020s. What we got in the 80s is you see around the country now because it was white flight, people, black folks trying to get what's left, and you see the emergence of all these radical mayors who turn yes part of the program at time, but you see it everywhere from DC to Atlanta and everywhere else. You have us trying to take the next step up in politics
yeah,
because
we
of
had
the
the
white
move. We
flight.
had the move movement. You had the
But
move
then
movement.
that's how Reagan
So,
to
but
get his resources from the city, and that's how
Running
Reagan
from this
now.
propaganda, but I don't know how you keep switching the topic.
How I'm switching the topic? You asked what we was doing in the
Wait,
80s. This was the energy
I
that
see
got
why you
Jesse
don't
to run for
now.
president, my nigga.
Go
Where
ahead,
you
You
just
had
been?
go.
Huey P. Newton. You had
Where you
Huey P.
been? You had
Newton. You had the
Harold
move movement.
Washington. Yo, what are you talking about, Huey P. Newton? You're a crackhead about it. What are you talking about?
That
If
was
y'all
what,
keep forgetting
86,
the
87? What you
80s
talking
seem to
about,
be a
man?
blind spot, you forget about all the black mayors, which gave the fuel for Jesse to go and run. Like,
Yep.
where you think that
That's the
came from?
whole
That's
Rainbow
black mayors
Coalition,
around the country.
Harold
And you had the
Oh
Washington.
Nation of you had the Nation of Islam.
that's what I'm saying. Moving the needle.
No, it's
Moving the
not. You
needle.
asked me where we were in the 80s, and I'm
You
telling you
said
where we
what
were.
happened, bro? Tell us what we
Yeah,
You
I'm,
had the
I'm
missed.
Nation of
talking.
Islam, bro. That's when Farrakhan was on fire in the
Okay,
80s, bro.
so now show me that black leadership in the '80s progressing black communities. Because the last
Donovan
time I checked,
Brazil, Harold
I ain't done, my
Washington.
nigga. I ain't done.
Go
If you
ahead.
want to brag about black mayors, that black mayor bomb a black community in the '80s.
Okay.
Niggas love to use it as a talking point,
Right.
but then you use it with the same
And
talking
niggas want
point
to
right
pull
now.
one out and not look at the whole. So we could do that as well.
I'm looking at
You
the
have,
whole.
right.
That's
Go for
a
you
whole
led with the
argument.
one that bombed niggas. Go ahead.
Yes,
What about
yes.
Andrew Young?
Because
What
that's
about
a
him?
never
What about
forget
Harold
moment.
Washington? What about what Marion Barry did?
Oh my
What about the boy out in San Francisco? What about these niggas? Oh, fuck them, right?
It's too
Y'all
much of a
jumping
gap,
at
man. Y'all left the '60s.
no, this is the 80s, what he wanted. This is what was going on in the 80s. When you
Marion
think
Barry?
Jesse Jackson came out of thin air, is what we were doing in the cities and keeping the cities together when it was white flight with zero
Yeah.
funding in the crack era, my
Jesse
nigga.
Yeah.
What
Jackson
are you
came out
talking
of thin
about?
air,
Yeah.
but
No, you
nobody
said go
said
to the
Jesse
80s.
Jackson came out of thin
I'm
air.
just telling
Nah,
you
Nobody
the
said
'80s.
he jumped to the '80s.
Jesse
He never.
He
Jesse
said the
Jackson
80s, not
came out.
me.
Jesse Jackson came out of the assassination of Dr. King. They put him on NBC the next day. He was uplifted and raised. That's the same
No, he
media
wasn't
tool.
because he wasn't the center of it. He wasn't at the meeting when Tony Brown had the meeting in '74 at the goddamn Democratic thing.
74.
Jesse
I'm
Jackson wasn't
talking
there.
about
It was Donna
68.
Brazile. It was Vernon Jordan. It was
68.
Tony Brown and the other black leaders. It was Homeboy from
Oh
the
my
Shrine of the
God.
Black Madonna. So when it's going down, Jesse wasn't at the center because they knew he was full of shit. My nigga, let's get to the facts of it. If that was the
Right,
case, he
let's
would
get
have
to the
ran for
facts
mayor
of
of
who they put on
Chicago,
TV and
and he
stuff.
didn't. He had to support Harold Washington because he didn't have the momentum. Let's go.
Right. Jesse was already a tool.
Was he mayor?
First,
Why did
let's have
Harold Washington and them niggas do that shit? Why didn't he have the
first we
power
have
right
to
in
establish
Chicago?
Jesse as a tool. He can be
Oh,
used later on for whatever
you just
purpose
want
you
me to start
want.
yelling. I ain't fuck with you, Tad. No,
No,
man.
I
Go get
don't.
Jomo.
You just jumped to
No,
74.
I
You don't
didn't,
even.
nigga. I'm still in 80s. Keep up. We still in the 80s, Tad.
But when you brought up Jesse, we have to talk about how
He's
he
in
got
the 80s. That's when he ran for president over the momentum of a shit that's going on. Matter of fact, the boy might have been
Yep.
governor of Georgia by then. What are you talking
Listen,
about,
bro.
my nigga?
You said it ain't like Jesse came from nowhere. Did you not? Ain't that what you
Yes.
said?
Yes.
So when you said that, I said Jesse
Oh,
came
you trying to
from
put
the
him back to
same
Martin.
people
Okay.
that
Yeah.
created him as a tool in '68. So when
Right.
you
So
talk
how
to
did that make
somebody,
him a leader then? Where was he? Where was he
I'm
at?
just
Where was
saying.
he at in '68 afterwards? Was he in the middle of all that shit that's going on? Was he at that Democratic convention where all
He
them
was
other
on.
black leaders were there? Was Jesse there?
No, he was
No.
on NBC. He was being used as a
Right. So
political.
he wasn't a part of the action.
I'm
Right.
not talking about being part of the action. I'm talking about being
Then
part
why
of the
you
op.
harping on Jesse? I'm telling you about all the black mayors. You went to the one
Oh
that was
my God,
bombing niggas.
bro.
What about all the other black mayors?
That's the ops that we need to be concerned with, and you
No,
seem to
they're
want to
not.
have a moment.
No, you want to
I don't
harp on an op
moment.
and not look at the bigger picture. Like I said initially, there are black mayors that are holding shit in that dark period of the 80s. You know how we made it to the 2020s? Black mayors and otherwise. Yeah. When everybody, all that white flight and the
As a
resources left
mayor,
with the effects
black
of
mayor.
Ronald Reagan, you know who was trying to hold those cities together? Black people.
Man,
That's
I'll
who
be
was
right
doing
back.
it.
You
Okay, go.
said black mayors
The
held
80s,
our
80s,
community
and go
together.
get the list of black mayors and go get the crack era and go look at how he magically appear here now and see how that happened.
Man,
Nah, I think what gets
I'll
ignored
jump
and
back
like why
with this bitch ass bitch saying my name though, right quick, and then
Who?
I'll be right
Me?
back.
uh
No, bro, you're
nah, he talking about he said somebody in the chat. But I think what gets ignored is that after like we compare movements, we compare strategy pre Civil Rights Act and post Civil Rights Act when like they not even when you can't even look at them in the same context because a part of the what shifted with our strategies with the passage of the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, and other civil rights era protections was the idea that we can now directly petition institutions for reform because there are policy based guidelines that inhibit the type of discrimination that we dealt with prior to the Civil Rights Act. So it's like the need for the types of shit that was in the streets became less necessary because we now had recourse to challenge institutions within institutions. So when we talk about like black mayors and we talk about black politicians that came up after that time during, especially specifically during white flight, what we're seeing is the now like we finally have a time period where states cannot use their ability to segregate, their ability to discriminate as a way to undermine black strategies. So we can now petition city council, right? We can now join city council. We can now be on all these things that we were originally pushed out of, kept out of. You feel me? So it's like I do think we're a bit disingenuous because we're looking for resistance to always look a particular way. When as time and society progresses, how we go about instituting change and fighting for change changes as well. You feel me? So like when we're like looking for the Black Panthers in the 80s and 90s, the political and social circumstances of the 80s and 90s necessitated a different type of approach to creating change than what we saw with the Black Panthers. Especially when you have like the liberal like the liberalization of black issues, right? How black issues start to be at front and center for Democratic politicians, specifically talking about racism, specifically talking about discrimination, all of those types of things. So when you have a social shift on the acceptability of the things that matter to black people, then the goal then be like, all right, cool, our efforts should match this social shift, right? I mean, you could call it reform, which is what some people do, but I mean, I'm gonna save more of this for my debate. But it became a time when it was about us directly confronting institutions from within those institutions, not to be made not to integrate within those institutions, but to challenge them from within. That's when you start getting rhetoric like dismantling the master's house with the master's tools type shit.
So
But that's
what was the primary objective? Was the primary objective to establish separate, to be separate and stand alongside, or be within what was already established? Said
No,
per.
it was
hey,
both.
You wanted,
It
no,
was
you
both.
wanted,
wait,
Oh
wait,
man,
wait, 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 wait,
Nah,
no,
nah,
wait,
it was
wait, wait,
hold on,
wait,
Price.
wait, please.
Go ahead.
No,
No, look, yeah, we're gonna cover. We need to cover it because I think that message alone probably was conflated or
Let
it
think
was
it
Domo answer
totally
that,
was.
Ken.
missed.
Yeah, let
No,
Domo
bro,
answer
man,
that,
no,
Ken.
no, but I want to caveat on this previous point because he made an excellent point. We had to consider what was going on there. You had states actually go to the Supreme Court to sue, not to segregate, not to integrate, not to give people's votes. You had national legislation passed talking about the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, and they even go further. States were under supervision of the Supreme Court for 50 years, supervision to execute the court's wishes. So that's a very excellent point what he brought up. The playbook
You also
shifted, so
got.
you didn't.
Go
Okay.
ahead. I was just gonna say this. So what white flight does is that like now you're trying to get community control, right? And so you see it even in the remnants of what the Panthers had. This is what popped up in L.A. and popped up in Chicago with everybody trying to get a little bit more political, right? Wasn't that the era that came right on the heels of that? Whether it was in Watts or whether it was in Chicago, where Hoover was trying to do, everybody was trying to get a little bit more political. In New York as well, I think I saw something. I know something everywhere, but the point is you wanted more community control. So you wanted to take the funding and get the little shoelays, those little liberation schools that start popping up in the 70s and 80s, or even fund your little school in the neighborhood. You wanted more community control, which then led to you saying, okay, we have to get more politically active, which then walks you up to now you're assuming the mayor roles and all that stuff that you're doing. But it was a natural progression because you had to do it to get the funds that you needed for the communities.
But okay,
How else
truth
would
to
you
your
do
point.
those
No,
things?
Yeah, that's a fact.
no,
Will
but
you
truth
shut up,
to
man?
no, truth to your point. What happened? Because you keep bringing up white flight, but also what goes with white flight is the tax base, and that's where
And that's
down
what I
south
mean.
we experienced these private institutions, and that's where the whole private school thing came from. Where they say, "Fuck it, we'll just fund our own school, then go to school with these niggas."
Well, or
But
you
I'm gonna
Yeah,
make
be,
the
I'm gonna
suburban
fall back.
Of
I'm gonna
schools
fall
course.
no,
back.
or you make the suburban schools the models or constrict you to zone schools and much, and then you do things to promote that the busing thing was a failure. So then we grow up as kids saying, you know what? They tried it last generation with this busing me out to the burbs thing. We don't want to do it. So now we get a whole bunch of his ties with the popular culture, but this is where the whole white shadow world and dangerous mind schools of the 70s shit come from. We all going to bad Booker T. Washington schools.
I
And
used
I
to like that
think
TV show, White
it's
Shadow.
lack of funding, though. That's what causes that
Nah,
because the
y'all, y'all,
taxpayers
yeah,
y'all
funding
move my
everything.
conversation. Y'all
Yeah,
move
White
my
Huh?
Shadow. I
conversation.
used to like that TV show.
No. We went from 1970 to 1980s with all that TV stuff.
No, but what
Yeah,
I'm
I was
saying,
talking about.
that's white
Okay.
flight, right? That's the resources that
It
you
is,
got
it
that make
is, and
the public
after
school.
effect, it is. But I'm gonna shut up because bro didn't even get to respond, so I'm gonna
Cool.
be
Bro, you
Go
is
quiet.
ahead.
not
I'm,
gonna shut up, bro.
I'm specifically asking about these leaders, though, fam. These people who became prominent in the black community. Because nowadays we don't mind calling people pawns and working for the white man, and this person is against our agenda. But we're not saying that about people in the 70s. That's why I'm asking. You don't see the same investigation or even mention of Bill Cosby in COINTELPRO documents, the same way you do other entertainers. See what I'm saying? All of those
Well,
things
certain
should
people
matter
did,
in
though, Kaz.
conversation. No, he didn't. He didn't.
No, I'm just saying.
He,
No, I'm just saying.
he
Some people within the black community saw Bill Cosby as an
Please.
agent.
right, but that didn't win out, obviously.
Right.
It
That's
did.
That's
true. You're
not where
right.
we are today.
It didn't because he inspired a whole generation to think they got college or have a fucking chance. You're right. It didn't work because people from the hood
Exactly,
thought they could
but
go to college. You're
But
right.
And
why
I
would
mean, but
You're right.
I also think
It
that
was reversed.
I think a part of
hey,
the part of the problem is that all of this, black politicians and sellouts, all of that is propaganda, bro. They've been trying to the American society has been trying to undermine the effectiveness of black politicians since Reconstruction. And all that's happened is that as opposed to rejecting these narratives, we attach ourselves to them these days, right? Because it's like just because a black mayor or a black politician isn't always going viral, isn't always in front of it isn't always in the newspaper, all these other things, doesn't mean that they're not doing what's necessary for their community. You feel me? And so it's like a lot of niggas be up there complaining about black politicians, but you ain't got none. Most black people still live in areas where they're wholly underrepresented when it comes to their politics, and we still complaining about black politicians. I think like that's why that conversation becomes disingenuous, and a lot of this rhetoric about where is these people, where is these people. When we ask that question, we're only saying, well, where are the black people that white people are saying are doing good for black people? Where are the black people or the black politicians that white people are putting? Oh, hold on,
Is
got a
that
phone
me?
call.
Okay.
I don't know if it's understood that I'm saying that in the context of the 60s and 70s though. Like, what about those people that white people put in play that we never identified? Like I said,
I'm
like there's no conversation about that.
I'm saying we specifically pointed out one specific year, not before or after, and the year was 1970 when they integrated the students in the education system, but they did not integrate the teachers and the black administrators into integration.
I don't know why you're saying 1970. That would be 15 years later.
Right, right. Even though the gavel and the law came down, they still did not enforce it in Arkansas. They did not enforce it in Mississippi. They did not enforce it in the Carolinas. Yes.
Right. Well, again, that's why people were supposed to. That's why Black Panthers and black people that were actually doing that at that time were supposed to be going to those places. But again, you diminish those movements by telling motherfuckers to sit home and watch kung fu movies.
No, you diminished it by adding.
That's not what was going on, bro. That's crazy.
You're the only one doing that foolishness. Yeah.
That was
But no,
not
Taz
going
got a
on
point. You
there,
definitely got
bro.
a point, though, Taz.
Shut up.
Hold on, y'all having a whole
He
different
does.
conversation than what I thought niggas was talking about. Who telling
Nah,
niggas to go sit home and watch
He's
movies?
saying
Nah,
he's
it's
putting
most
Bill
out here,
Cosby.
Domo.
He's putting it's kind of nuanced, but Taz is saying Taz is putting Bill Cosby at the center and at the top of the pushing the needle back away in the opposite direction of black power.
basically, the Fat Albert is Illuminati.
Yeah, and he's the head of the
No, I don't want to do that, bro.
black
Don't do
leader.
that, bro. No, don't.
No, no.
Not all
No,
that,
I'm
but
not saying that. Come on, right, Taz, man.
You're diminishing the point, though,
Damn.
bro. Because listen, I'm saying as a legitimate argument, we have to look at people who were not identified in the center of the situation. Like, if he fucked up later in life, so be it. But
You breaking
Your
up.
mic
yeah, he's
going out,
breaking up,
Taz.
Taz. Yeah,
Yeah, you got a
he riding.
little black
He riding.
exploitation in it.
But Domo, had you ever looked at 1970s Bill Cosby as Black Power?
70s Bill Cosby? Hell no.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Me either. Even coming up through that era, nah, I never
I think
looked
it
at.
was split.
And,
I
look,
think it was
and you
No,
gotta
split.
the
understand,
Black
I have to
Power
go
to
back and
me.
find Bill Cosby without grays and with the
Yeah,
beard and
yeah,
with the kind of
yeah.
little raunchy
Young,
comedy a little bit.
yeah.
Black
Yeah,
Power
yeah,
to
A
nah.
lot
me
of
was
black people
Dick
looked up to
Gregory.
Bill Cosby in those days because
Dick
he became a
And
household
Gregory
name.
was the
nah,
Black
I
So he
mean,
was
Power.
a
but nah, really, because
representation.
really what it was, the only kind of black icon that Bill Cosby was like the nuclear family. And I
Yeah.
know we're not saying the nuclear family is COINTELPRO. Because that's the only thing, like a nuclear family with professional parents.
Have
Like
you
that we
seen
like that
Uptown
that's what
Saturday
made
Night?
all the niggas in the hood be like, I want to be a Cosby kid. I want to be raised by
right.
Bill
So
Cosby. Because
yeah,
it was a parent that wasn't beating his kid's ass, right? That
right.
felt but the show still felt genuinely black. You said
Yeah,
what?
It's
that,
an illusion.
but he going back. He
This
talking
is
about the
after
70s.
after you've already used them to destroy the community. Now you bring it back to flex on it. What are you
No.
talking about? What are you
Flexing?
talking about? That's what I'm saying. Let's deal
Flexing?
with the argument first of how he got to the position to be America's father in the
Because he was
70s.
a comedian.
He's
Because
already
when he
We
done it.
did
we already had
when he
comedians
made
though.
Leonard when Bill
That's
Him
what I'm
and
Cosby
saying.
did
Sidney
Leonard
Poitier
Six.
were a team. Sidney
When he
Poitier
did
You
did more
Leonard
already
Six,
did.
serious roles, and Bill Cosby
Hey
did the more
fam,
comedic roles because
I
they
want to
were
deal
the
with what he
two,
yeah,
actually
Taz.
did.
yeah.
That's
Once Bill
why.
Cosby
It was
made Leonard
Sidney
Six, I knew he
Poitier
was.
and Bill Cosby. You pointed out, thankfully, Bill Cosby won the Emmy, Sidney won the Oscar, and there you go. They start making your favorite blaxploitation movies, which were damn good. Sidney does the serious roles, and Cosby does the comedy
Jumping
roles because he's a
around. Like I
comedian.
said, it's never going. I have to write it like you, Butter said, because you're gonna keep jumping around.
How,
My
dude?
point,
These are the
y'all
years.
are
Let's make it,
well,
okay.
I'm not talking about Sidney. I'm specifically talking about the man who was positioned as a teacher with a documentary about Black history
Which was
after being a
good.
police officer. My nigga, you got it, fam. You got it.
I know I got it
I
because you
mean,
just
what
said
Taz
it
is
was a
saying,
good documentary. Now
but
you're trying
Taz
to
is right
skew it as
though.
a bad thing.
But Taz is
How
right
is
though
it a bad
because
thing when you said the
because
documentary was good? Was it a
it made you
COINTELPRO
accept.
plan to make him do a good black
It made you want to
documentary?
be good Americans. The Cosby kids, the shit what Cosby put out, it made you want to be good Americans back in the 70s. You know,
Hell no.
it wasn't. Yes, it did. The Cosby, man, the Fat Albert and the Cosby
Dude,
Kid
you
make you
saying
want to be good.
Americans without the word black in front of it. Hell
No, I'm
motherfucking
saying
no,
what
bro.
I'm saying to me. What I think Taz is saying,
1974. He did
instead of
Let's Do It
promoting
Again.
No,
revolution,
Taz right here, man. Ain't
Cosby.
nothing wrong with his phone.
Well, I'm bro.
Nah,
I
I'm
hear the
low.
brother.
Around here. He has
I'm in the
movies
car,
out.
so I'm obviously low. That's
Okay.
why niggas talking over me. That shit ain't cool. But I'm finna
No,
start
no,
doing
let
that
him.
too like next week.
No.
I'm finna start blasting over niggas. So every time Truth on the panel, I'm gonna get on. I swear to God, this your last conversation, nigga.
Go
He
ahead. Let
said
the
it's the
microphone
last.
speak.
But
Fuck
yeah,
that.
man.
Take advantage of it. Talk over that
Yeah,
nigga.
get the megaphone
You hear
too.
that?
Like,
You hear
yell
that?
it loud, but
You hear
don't
that
jump
silence?
around like we not. And now all of a sudden, the same show that you said was a good
You hear
show,
that silence,
now it's a
nigga?
Bill Cosby Illuminati
Look
show in
forward
the
to it,
same
nigga.
argument. How is that?
No, I'm not. You're making it some Illuminati argument.
You
I'm
just
dealing
brought it
with
up
the
again,
history
Taz.
we know.
I
I'm
think
dealing
he's
with the
saying it was the
history we
opposite of
know.
revolution.
There's a history that we know. 1968 represents more than Bill Cosby winning some fucking award. But we give him credit for that in the arts. But if we talk in Black Power, he was a distraction from that. We don't want to say that because in the later years he did the Cosby Show. Are you
No,
kidding
it was
me?
no. You made it a distraction because Bill Cosby had his shows and did his performance, and the revolution still went on. The only one seemed to be distracted from the revolution was you.
Oh
Who was
god
I
damn.
wasn't
distracted?
alive.
Right.
I
So
wasn't
who was
alive.
distracted by the Bill Cosby show?
This,
What are you talking
Who
about?
was distracted?
Right, obvious. Okay, so again, so what happened to the movements?
What happened to the movement is another thing. How about this one word, COINTELPRO for starters, the lack of funding?
So
How
you
about
get to come
leaders
back. So
getting
you get to come
killed?
back to me
How
with
about
that
Evolve.
argument.
education?
Slow
How about
down, little
lack of
nigga.
jobs?
Slow the
How about
fuck
lack of
down, little
housing?
nigga.
Where do you
Now
want to
you get to
begin?
use
You
my
want to name it to
argument.
Bill Cosby?
Do you see how quick you see how you quit? You see how fucking quick you tried to become me?
No,
You
I
see
didn't.
that?
I would
I
never try to
told you,
become you,
nigga.
Taz. I am me. I
I
would never
told
want to be
you
another man. That's
COINTELPRO
a
was the
step
fucking
too far,
problem.
brother.
No, nigga. No, I
I am a
told
nigga,
you
but good.
COINTELPRO was the problem. I
No,
told
you
you
didn't
that.
tell me.
I
How are you
told
going to
you.
tell me
Then I went a step
COINTELPRO power?
further.
We're talking about
Then
the
I went a step
COINTELPRO era,
further.
my nigga.
Then
You're
I
trying
went
to
a
tie
step further.
COINTELPRO to the Cosby Show,
Then
which
I
is
went a
utterly
step
ridiculous.
further. No, what's ridiculous is Bill Cosby not even being mentioned, not even being sought after in the COINTELPRO papers.
Because you wanted to make this the issue. Go ahead. You're
No,
doing a
I'm
good
not.
job. Bill
So was
Cosby is the
COINTELPRO
issue.
an issue or not? Was
What? No,
COINTELPRO an
Bill
issue or
Cosby's
not?
Fat Albert was not a COINTELPRO issue. That's
No, it
ridiculous.
wasn't. But
Okay, so what are we arguing about? We
but
both
now,
agree.
but if, right, because listen, because it's
Uh-huh.
Black Power, shouldn't it be?
No, it's a
I can
cartoon once
show you what
again. Once
I can show
again,
you
it's
who
a
COINTELPRO went
children's
after.
it's
I
a
can show you who they went
children's
after.
cartoon. That's what it's
Right.
supposed to be.
I can show you who they went after. If they went after several different people from entertainment but didn't go after him, that doesn't matter.
That matters in
He's
your
one of
world because you can
theirs.
craft a story out of it, apparently. But what does that got to do with Fat Albert, though? We were talking. There was around Fat Albert.
I'm right.
I mean, I seen
I
the
don't
negative.
believe that calling
Shut up,
young Black
Madon.
children
Oh man,
Uh-huh.
here we go.
fat, mushmouth, weird, or dumb was beneficial to them. I know y'all think that, but
Right,
I know
bro.
what Taz is saying, bro. I seen the negative effects of
I don't, nigga. I don't
Fat
think
Albert.
that
I
was
saw the
good
negative
for
effects of it.
Because you are
I mean,
mushmouth. That's why you saw the negative
he
effects.
kind of, yeah, because he kind of,
And you
but he got
you
he
was
got a
Fat
point.
Albert, nigga. And you Fat Albert, but you got slim. You hit the weights.
See, you sound just like mushmouth. That's why you hate it.
And you look like him. So what's
Nah,
so what's the
hold on.
Taz
Nah,
is
he sound
right.
like a
So and I look like him.
mix
So
of
Taz is right. So Taz is
he
right.
sound like a mix of Dumb Donald and
Dumb
Mushmouth.
Donald, right? And Mushmouth.
And we got two. Bro, go ahead.
Right?
Nah, go ahead. We got two what?
Oh, this
But
is
then,
You got two what,
but
nigga?
then, but listen,
you
but
y'all
all of
proving
this
Taz's point.
Bill Cosby is growing in fame out of all of this while your community going down. Your community ain't becoming less dumb. Your community ain't creating less mush mouths. Your community ain't creating
Actually,
less
the community,
weirdos. Ain't less
Taz, the
people ain't
community.
coming from the fucking junkyard.
Actually, the community was
Keep
creating
on
a
talking
number
that
of
fake
things. So, like
pro-black
I
shit.
say, during
Keep
that
on
same
talking that
period,
fake
you have
pro-black
that.
shit.
You have the emergence of shows like Gil Noble, like Tony Brown, like what Petey Green was doing, like Soul Train, like all the other shows that I just pointed out that came out around the same time. But apparently, it's Bill Cosby's problem when you got all these other shows and representation. Like you had to sit down as a kid and watch Cicely Tyson and Paul Winfield and every one of them goddamn movies that GA and Dev both remember about everything to do with Black history, along with Sounder and a whole bunch of black shows y'all never knew about. So there was a lot going on. Yeah, there was a lot going. You didn't just sit down and watch Good Times or the Cosby Show, Fat Albert. Say that again.
It all gets undermined when you make that one guy that you put in play the top of all of those. So
No,
all
you put him in play to make it interesting.
My nigga, go ahead, bro. Like, God,
No,
dang.
because you just put
Like,
him in
for
play to
real,
make it
my nigga, I
interesting, to
don't
make
even
it
play
all
like
about
this,
Bill
bro. Like,
Cosby
I
somehow.
respect you enough to listen to what you're saying, my nigga. But I swear to God, if you keep cutting me off, we're gonna have a little more issues than what we have. Like,
Then
bro, I
take
listen to
what you do,
but you
because I'm
cut me
trying to have a
off, bro.
conversation and I can barely hear you.
You ain't bitch ass nigga.
Here
You
you
just
go.
cut me
Yell.
off. Why am I
Yelling will
talking?
make it more
Every
audible.
fucking
So
time.
go ahead, bitch ass nigga. I
Every
still
single
can't
time.
hear you.
Like my nigga, right, because you're talking, fuck nigga.
No, it's
Like,
not
if you
because
shut
you
your
don't have
bitch
an
ass
audible
up,
mic.
you
You're
can
sitting in
hear.
the back seat of a car somewhere. Get to the front so I can hear you, Taz. Go ahead. So all the
I'm
name
right
caller
up under
won't
the
do
mic.
you
I
no
don't know if
justice.
it's
I'm
on,
not
but I
falling
ain't
for all
driving.
that. Bitch nigga this
It
and
might
rah
be on the
rah
driver's
rah.
side. I don't know.
All right, man. You wanted to make Bill Cosby the head of something to have some
Yeah,
argument
don't
on.
make her have a wreck, man, over this shit.
You did all that.
Nah, nah. I'm saying his argument about making Bill Cosby the representative does come later. I'm still trying to get. We still in the Vietnam War. We got Watergate.
He has to be put in play. He was put in play. Like we're ignoring what Fat Albert. It's a reason why niggas love this shit. What was it? Why did niggas love the Jeffersons? Like I say, it's easy to sit up here now and talk about entertainment and this and that, bro. Like, no, that shit started back then. We 3 generations in. Now this is why your community don't give a fuck. We generations into entertainment.
That's right.
And if you don't want to deal with that, then don't. But it starts with that nigga winning awards on iSpot. If you don't want to deal with it, don't.
Yeah, that nigga made Leonard 6, man. I said, what the
That
hell
nigga
going
said
on
the
with Bill
revolution
Cosby?
went down once Bill Cosby got the iSpot award. God damn, son.
Yeah. No, that's a stretch. Yeah.
Come on, man. When Bill Cosby made that movie Leonard 6, bro, you knew that nigga sold all the way out.
This shit is crazy, bro.
Look,
It is.
man, black people was not into spies and James Bond type of shit, man. That wasn't black culture, man. We was kind of out of place on that role
Right,
for
That
him.
nigga was riding a goddamn. That nigga was riding a flamingo with a tutu on, bro.
from that into
Fat
America's
Albert
dad.
came out, the
I
revolution
got
just
you,
died,
man.
huh? Damn.
But I'm saying though, which of them which of them Cosby cartoon kids was looked at as in a positive light though? Like this is a model.
It was
You
just
know,
Fat Albert. Hey. Like,
We
come
that's what
on,
I'm
hated
bro.
Fat
saying. No,
Albert
that
because I
wasn't.
think
Yeah.
we hated.
For me, I did not want to be like now one of them motherfucking kids though. Like straight the fuck up, yo.
That we hated Fat
Well,
Albert because at the end of every show, he had some lesson he was about to teach or told about while he watched
exact.
the
Don't
play.
He
go
did.
Are you
telling
niggas
a
really kidding me right now with this?
lie.
Like,
Don't
come on,
go
man. The whole
telling a
show is to
lie.
try to teach you some lesson or somehow because he sat down in a junkyard at the end of the show and
You don't
talked
see that
about
that's
it.
my point.
Now Bill Cosby sitting there, telling you what? I don't get what you think he was doing. He smoke crack or call each other names. The last thing he did was, you need to go to school and call your friends mushmouth. Like, come on, y'all. Y'all be woke, too woke, son.
That's deep right there. This is probably gonna be a
Ain't nothing I'm saying about being woke, my nigga. You're reaching to make an argument. I never said he told nobody to do nothing. I said he made it, and because 8 years running, that shit was obviously okay. It's okay now. So again, when I call one of you niggas a bitch ass nigga, make sure you understand it's no different than when Bill Cosby bitch ass called you mush mouth. Fuck, nigga.
You just made that shit to sound provocative. It just sounds ridiculous. Because he wasn't sent up there telling you to call somebody a bitch ass nigga was okay. There were nicknames because everybody got a goddamn nickname. So if you want to take it too far, like everybody in the hood with a nickname is a part of some fucking plot or something, you could go ahead. It's fucking ridiculous, but go right ahead. Now everybody in the hood called Nookie, Shorty, Black, or Homeboy. Now you against the revolution. How you gonna call him Nookie? Come on, man.
Dumb? Who's being called dumb?
Damn,
what type of nickname is that? Who's being called
niggas
dumb?
in the hood called dumb and all type of names, bro. Like, what hood you live in? The good hood? Oh, there goes good guy. Well, there goes happy guy. Well, there goes the guy with the good hair. Really?
The effect of shows like Fat Albert. This is a reflection.
Calling themselves stank. They don't go into grown men calling themselves stank.
All right.
Maybe them bitch ass niggas where you from call
Nah, ain't no bitch ass over here. That
Yeah,
shit
we
trying to
the
sound
only people. We the only people that give our kids. We the only people that give our kids crazy ass nicknames, bro. We the only people that give our kids crazy ass nicknames. Let's be real.
Now you know that's goddamn cap, bro.
It ain't no goddamn cap. I know all kind of crazy ass nicknames black kids got.
Well, just say that then. Don't say we the only people. Shit.
What Lamborghini?
Come on, bro.
I'm just saying.
Pookie, Ray, carburetor, nigga, I know all
That's what you see. He doesn't actually debate for a reason.
Wait, Junebug?
Please let Taz yell so I can at least hear him. What you say?
I don't need to yell, but
Dookie. I mean, it's a kid's name, Dookie.
Man, damn.
Let them know why you don't debate. This is why you don't debate.
Because I'm not sitting up there debating you about Fat Albert. I got better things.
Nah, he talking about. He was talking about Madonna. He was talking about Madonna.
To you that Bill Cosby wasn't at the top of the Illuminati thing. That's content and fodder for social media. I got better things to do with my time. Any other questions?
On no topic. It wouldn't matter what it
was. I'm not debating. For what? For what? To prove something to you? I could debate. That's your world, Taz. You guys are obsessed with online debating. I don't need to be a part of that. I'm cool.
Proving something to him.
No, you will be proving something to yourself that you can debate. That's your high, Taz, not mine.
You want to talk because I told him what's the truth about you, though.
You told who about what? Ain't no truth about my. The truth is, you niggas ain't. I don't want to debate you niggas. So what? So what? What that mean? How come you don't want to debate? You niggas are caught up in a woke and conscious world where you think everything revolves around debating. That's your world, not mine, my nigga. I'm in the stands watching you niggas.
You up here debating me right now.
Nigga, I'm not debating you. I'm having a conversation with you. You have to know the difference. You have to know the difference, right?
Bro, no, you're debating me.
No, I'm not.
You wouldn't even let me finish a sentence, bitch.
It's called a conversation, hoe ass nigga. That's what it's called, a conversation. You weak nigga who gotta resort to cursing because you have nothing but this amp shit.
I got you though.
It works for your debating tactic. It's not a real world thing. I don't think you believe it.
Y'all are the Cosby kids.
Every version of rah is good for what? Debate
y'all
your life,
bro.
Bro.
Y'all sound just like the Cosby kids.
The debate man. Come on, my nigga. That's for you.
And you're
no, it's for you because you want to mention debate to what? For what? What I want to debate you for, Taz?
You turned it into something else.
No, I'm telling you, I like debating and bringing up that is silly. And that's your world, and that's something that you play with, not me.
I was talking to a nigga in the chat, nigga.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. Well, no, you could, but either way, I just want to let you know where I stand as far as debate. No, I'm talking because I got a right to talk, and I can. It ain't never too much. It's just enough.
Can I respond to something I heard?
I was talking to you to be.
I might be on your side. I might be on your side, man.
Yeah, the Don, that's cap. You talk about we the only set of people that names stuff and everything else. Since we talk about TV shows, none of y'all watch the Little Rascals, I guess, huh? Little Rascals, they were nothing but people named Froggy, Spanky, little weird ass names. Yeah, weird.
Alfalfa.
Yeah, like that. Like this is nothing new. Like you could Happy Days, you got Potsy and Ralph Mouth and all these other little weird ass names. Like yeah, you know, like this.
But wait, Psycho. Can you just acknowledge that you called the names weird, which is actually one of the names of the black kids?
Yeah, but that's what kids do, though. But what I'm saying is that is what kids do, though.
That quick. No, I'm saying you said it's weird, right?
Right. Weird names, right? But this is what kids do, though.
Black kids' actual identity.
Right? This is what kids do.
No, but again, you said all of them have weird names. So you take all of those names and combine them into the bad thing, which is weird, which is the black kid's name. You don't see nothing.
No, I just named a bunch of white names. That's what I said. That's what kids do.
And finished it off by calling those white names what?
I said kids make up weird names. Yes, that's all. Yes.
So
but I'm saying that's what kids do, though.
But fam, you just encompassed all of those names with one name, which is weird. Which is what that black
kids
kid
do weird
saying.
shit. Kids do weird shit.
Right,
that's
bro.
What kids do.
Kids
don't do weird things. Kids do weird stuff all the time. They fart and they think it's funny. Like kids do weird things, dog. And kids.
No, he was. Madame was isolating it to only black kids do the shit.
No, I wasn't. I was saying we do it the most.
It's too easy. He's an idiot.
And that's cap also.
Oh, we don't do it the most?
No, we don't.
Okay.
Yeah, kids do all types of weird stuff.
Like we got more nicknames than anybody.
They grow out of it.
We're probably more innovative than most people with our naming conventions.
And we got more nicknames than anybody. That's our culture, bro. That's part of our culture, what we do.
You sure it ain't heritage?
Well, heritage is part of culture. You can't separate the two.
That could be a play, Deb. I don't want to get into that, man.
You heard that, Dr. Lamb. I know you listening somewhere. Go ahead. And no, who you're in the back. You're not coming up on the panel. You done for the night.
Now, if you want to argue about the relevance of Afro beats, I say throw all that shit in the trash and get back to the topics. Now, if you want to talk about popular culture, we don't need that shit. I'll agree with you on that. And whoever's on that stand, that topic, that thing say Black Americans, Caribbeans, and Africans need to work together. Not on music. There are certain cultural things that should remain separate. I'm gonna tell you straight up. The problem is you think we all need to have the same goddamn culture. We can't have no distinctions between us. We don't have. Why do I have to like Afro beats or that nasty ass food some of these people be making? That's part of the problem. And I know I'm taking it to extreme. I'm taking it to, but I'm trying to say we act like we have to then get rid of these cultural differences that we have. Not differences, but distinctions between us. Why?
No, because we don't, true. Because we did kind of fuck up doing. Well, I'm not gonna say we. I'm gonna say some people. No, because men at work, Peter Frampton, Pink Floyd.
No,
do I need to keep going? The Doobie Brothers.
Black. But you ain't even got going back on entertainment. I'm saying since Reconstruction, the daily routine for the black family in the South has always been different from people that was living in urban environments: Chicago, New York, Detroit, Cleveland.
All right,
y'all didn't have grass. Y'all didn't have a backyard. Y'all wasn't dealing with dirt roads.
No, they had. Wait. They had some grass.
Running around in the projects doing wild stuff.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Wait, here's a real thing that I'm saying. Y'all can hear me out. Just give me 2 seconds. So what's happening, New York has a lot of West Africans that are here, and they've come in greater numbers, right? So there's cultural things that are rising, but you know what's in the front of that? It's not so much the African part, it's the Islam part. And that is causing a major issue in a number of ways that's starting to bubble up. So how do you deal with that? Like, okay, they lead in many cases with their religion. So how do you like find
We were dealing with Southern Baptist Christian.
yeah, but they were Christians nonetheless. So you had some affinity when you got somebody who's not only quote unquote foreign, but of a different religion and who leads with it culturally.
Mm-mm. No
Culturally,
truth.
they
No,
start
no,
to,
no truth.
these
Truth.
are
There's
facts.
a difference. No, no, no. There's a difference between a missionary Baptist and a free will Baptist, sir. And
Nigga, I'm
I'm not gonna
talking
bring
about
the
a West
Methodists.
African Muslim in America, and you trying to
Okay.
find a bridge talking Pan African, and they don't even know what a Pan African is or what you're talking about. And they lead with Islam. So your idea of us being African first and all that stuff may not register somebody who's looking for you to be Muslim first.
Well, I've already said it on record that you have to put theology has to be something tertiary, maybe way down the line. That can't be the one thing to come in for agreement.
But
You
how
got
do
to
we
put
do
that
that
shit
when
to the side.
I'm being honest. Culturally, they lead with Islam. You're leading with blackness. No, they're looking for the other Muslim. So if they even see another African and that person may be Christian, that don't necessarily mean they rocking with them. They look or another, you know what I'm saying? They're leading with religion.
Well, no, well, you know, and this is gonna sound kind of cynical of me, but what I've found that really brings people from different perspectives together is a common enemy.
Yeah,
No,
they
sports and
don't lead with
entertainment.
religion
Sports and
no more.
entertainment.
They don't lead with religion no more. They
Huh?
have in the past, but not anymore.
Yeah, sports and
Psycho,
entertainment is the number one unifier.
nigga, yes, they do. Those African communities, which rightfully so, they're setting up for themselves, have
Are you
a
talking about the
mosque.
Africans? Are you talking about
Mosque,
Africans? Okay.
yes, the African, they have a mosque somewhere at the
Yeah,
center.
it's Miles first. I've seen that. I've seen that.
Yeah, I believe it with the Africans. I thought you were talking
Yeah.
about like white
Right.
people.
So now
Yeah.
you're leading with my brother in Pan African RBG, and they talking about Assalamu alaikum. What you talking about, my nigga?
Hey
That's
So with
man,
the code,
I would argue that's
no.
why that's why they behind. It's because they still trying to lead with religion when everybody else is moving on.
But you're
You know,
looking. We're looking for a bridge, and it's typically culturally, right? Unless it's some business or whatever. So we're looking for cultural bridges. And how do you relate to somebody who is what do you call it?
No.
Orthodox Islamic. You get what I'm saying?
No, it has to be business. It has to be something business oriented first. I mean, it can't be cultural. I don't think it can be. That's just my opinion. It can't be. It has to be a common goal, a common objective.
That's right, G.
so what was the Black Panthers leading with then? What did you see religion actually
no.
being?
No,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
they did not at all. It wasn't religion,
It
but what
was
I'm talking
social
about,
political.
what I'm talking about is the cultural bridges that you're talking about to make this Pan African real. Pan Africanism real. Don't you have to have some bridges to talk to the coconuts and the spear trucks you're talking about?
Huh? Okay, well, I
What is
think
that?
wait. Okay, so I'm gonna think.
nah,
No,
Wait. No, I'm
no.
gonna say
no
no. I'm
culture.
gonna say no. If you want to go back in retrospect and look at anything that they were doing back then, it was socio-economic during those times. That's what it was, and it was always demand, blah 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 blah. And I don't mean to minimalize the plight for them, but that's my quick take on it.
Okay, so the kids go to school together and they're at whatever school. So the
Hmm.
African kid is there and the little cotton picker kid is there. They come
Hmm.
together, the same things that we do over culture, sports, music, whatever it is. And now you
Yeah.
talk about you don't have to find a common ground when we do it as kids, where it breaks down some of the barriers, where I stop calling Marley a coconut because we get into the music or the sports or whatever. That comes with cultural links. When I'm asking, you're dealing with somebody, you're trying to lead with some old ideas about old Africa and a cultural link, and that don't exist. You're talking to
No,
a
it don't.
Muslim
It don't.
first.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to
What is
be led with anything that's isolated to Africa, though.
I don't
That's not
agree with
true.
that
No,
either. Yeah, I
But
don't
no.
agree with
what
that.
I'm saying is, okay, you
Go
go
ahead.
hang out to Uptown or anywhere or 116 or something like that. Those are a little bit different because they're a little bit of merchants and stuff in there. But for the most part, what you gonna leave with? Yo, we all Pan African.
The kids are going to wait a minute. Hold on. First of all, the child is going to be observing what's around him. So in the South, what's around him is going to be what the adults are doing. So what are the adults doing in the South? And then what are the adults doing in Harlem, in Brownsville, in West Side Chicago, South Side? What are they doing in Detroit? They not doing the same thing, bro.
Right, but when they come up here and they come to the cookout, the Bama may do it different, whatever, but we listen to the same music and sharing the same ham hocks or whatever. You have cultural links.
It's some
You're
universal,
dealing with
yeah,
someone
some
who is an
universal
immigrant and
aspect
who
to it.
leads with religion. What are your cultural links other than we Pan-Africans? Or we all
No.
Like,
Wait, yeah, you confusing the hell out of me with
Yeah,
that.
you
really?
making a
How
jump,
are you
man. You
confused?
making a
I'm not
jump.
Yeah,
speaking for
you
you.
went over
Yeah,
the
you
edge, bro.
are.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
How you going to speak
Yeah.
against Africans? What you
No,
talking
no,
about?
no, no,
Soccer?
no,
You
no,
don't
no,
like?
no, 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 no.
Habarigani, true. Habarigani.
I
Here
ain't
we
saying
go.
that I was really. What you get mad at me
You
for?
gotta slow it down for him, True. You gotta slow it down for him, True.
No, man, because in the examples that you give it, man, you can't. I don't want to. The regional connect is that we're fucking family. Your ass used to live down here, and we went to school off the same damn dirt road. So when I come to your place and you come back down to my place, we still reminisce over what we share in common, which is our origins.
So
Yeah,
you mean
there's no need to break out the Bible or the Quran or the
oh
Torah. There's
really?
no need to no
Really? Then you must
unless an
not
argument
recognize
comes up.
African
Yeah,
Muslim.
there's usually a fight after it too, right? As soon as that Bible or Quran come out, ain't there usually some argument, and then somebody pack their shit and tell you get out the fuck out of my house?
People lead by
But
Exactly.
this
people.
is the
People
Shit.
lead
fundamental
with their
I'm
difference
belief,
more
bro.
educated
between
than you,
People
so
Black
lead with their
American
belief.
Pan
speak for yourself.
Africanism
But I'll
and
tell wrong.
African
I
Pan
never left New
Africanism.
York.
Yeah,
They're
man. People lead with their belief, man. That's the world we
No,
live
no.
in.
In this world, you walk up to an African and talk about our great history of what Mali. Like what? What do you? Come on, y'all. What are you talking about? Hey, my brother. Remember when we were back in Ghana together? Like what kind of like where did that come like? No, I want to know what y'all talking to these all walking up to talking about Africanness for. What are you talking about?
No, we don't have to go into history at all, yo. It'll be what is the how are we getting together? I mean, like
you tell them
we'll
I
see.
say,
We'll
hell, I do
Man,
that.
people gonna ask you,
yeah.
who do you
If you look, yeah,
who do you believe in?
if you look in Milwaukee this upcoming week, you're gonna see the RBG. If you look in St. Louis, you're gonna see the RBG. Those are the two right off the top of my head, but I
So
mean
wait,
those are
wait.
just
Is
some
that what
examples.
we're talking about this week?
That's not Africa though.
Yeah,
But black
yeah,
people
No.
lead
yeah.
by who they
So
believe
Juneteenth,
in.
yeah.
right, it's not
anybody in
Africa
Milwaukee,
because
let's
it's
just
not
something real.
about.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's only about us being from Africa, right? Like when people waving Italian flags, they're not waving Italian flags saying they must go back to Italy,
Oh, go
right?
back to Rome, yeah.
Yeah, there's reference to where they come from. It's the same thing with the RBG flag. It's just a reference of we're all of African descent. This is where we come from. It ain't about
And
going
how many
back
West
to Africa.
Africans do you
It's not
typically
about
see at
building
those
up Africa. It's not like all these other things that people be trying to make Pan-Africanism. That's not what Pan-Africanism is. And like people just got a warped perception. They just try to put Pan-African in some crazy kunta box and just say that's what it is. No, that's not it.
But at the
Well,
same
I
time,
mean,
at
I
these
would say
RBG
that though,
events, you
there's a
see a
big
West
difference.
African presence.
It's a big
Say
difference
that again.
between what we
Do you
believe
see a
Pan
West
Africanism
African
is
presence
here.
at these RBG events? Because I was at the last UNIA event for Garvey Day. It was coconuts mostly, and the rest were Black Americans. I didn't see any West Africans.
I say.
did anybody tell you you talk funny?
Nigga, I was on 125th Street. We all talk funny.
Oh, I'm saying you didn't go to the one in Philly at all.
I did not go to the one in Philly. I'm only speaking for the ones I've been to in
I
the
know,
past.
I know the one in Philly has a little bit bigger stage and presentation because they have already, their crowd is maybe a little bit bigger.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying though, there's no need to lead with historical reference nor religion.
Right. So culturally, you don't like the same musics. They don't play basketball or most of the
Nope,
sports that we play, although they're getting into them. So I'm
nope.
asking for cultural links. They're not sitting out there drinking with us because the Muslims don't drink like that. They're not coming to play no
Yeah.
dice. They're not coming.
Okay.
They don't. They don't. Now, unless you know different, but I know damn well 100,000
Guinness,
Muslims at right now.
red
You ain't
stripes.
drinking nothing like that. So maybe y'all know different, but them Muslim West
They
African.
all they all break the rules just like Christians do. I
Okay,
mean,
I'm telling
show
you.
me one Christian that follow the goddamn rules.
show me them in the bars that you go to where you have those cultural links where you're listening to the
No,
Shit,
music.
once they take that kupi off, and like you said, hell, you don't know they motherfucking
Funga
what they
Halafia will be understood worldwide.
man.
You got to do.
yeah,
Well,
True.
and they
say it
like
again,
that
Willie.
bacon. Look, they like that bacon. True.
Well,
Keep
we live in a
tearing that
time
shit
where
up.
people it's
Open
automatic.
that
People lead
refrigerator
by
up,
they
True. True. Go in that house one time. Open that goddamn refrigerator up.
Bad bacon over there.
Yeah,
Hey,
man.
that shit ain't turkey bacon neither. But no
I
no
thought I was in the
disrespect.
wrong refrigerator. I was like, what this shit doing there, motherfucker?
So
Korean
I
and moose and shit all over the goddamn crib. You up there sausaging up like a motherfucker.
start to see it with the young, and maybe it's basketball because they're not letting their young ones play football, right? And
Nah.
they're at the point where they just starting to let their young ones play with the little project young ones, and they got a couple of them,
Yeah.
just perhaps get into basketball. So maybe I'm being 100% serious. Just like I know the kids get together, then all of a sudden you got basketball in common, and you know what I mean. You got links that way.
Come on,
Yeah.
bro. It's human
What
nature. You said it earlier.
is it?
Human nature. It is
Yeah,
human nature.
from trying to find some common ground for something. But if
It's
something
going to
is
depend
always
on your environment. Like if you're in an environment where there's a shortage of housing, or where there's a shortage of maybe after school programs, community centers, if there's a shortage of agriculture items, industrial items, employment, I mean, I can't say across the board, no matter where you at, you know what I'm saying, this is going to be the one thing no matter what. No, I ain't going that far.
mm-mm.
It's going to depend. I mean, that's the whole reason of trying to find out. Hey, what is in Cleveland? What is in Detroit? What is in Louisville? What is in Atlanta? That's going now. The same thing in Atlanta now. Obviously, wasn't jumping off in the '80s and '90s, was it?
They had Jerry curls in the '80s down there in Atlanta. So you're right. I'm a knee
So
padded.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Even if you pick the same city, that same particular area is not going to be able producing the same resources, or the needs might not change. So I mean, that's why I tried to stick in the late '60s, 1970s specifically, to find out what was it that caused the needle to go the other way, because there was a strong push. You know,
But Dad,
go ahead.
aren't people saying that there are cultural problems? Forget about the African, but within the West Africa, the West Indian, there's cultural problems, I would
Um,
say, which is causing something is rooted in FBA and otherwise. Like, there's cultural issues, right? So
yeah,
there's obviously cultural
this.
disconnects.
Yeah,
I
this
don't know,
When you
man.
take the
that argument I haven't really seen
DNA,
until the internet, bro. I can't really speak on that
God
from a
damn.
personal experience.
if you're taking the DNA and you're all the same people, those are
Yeah.
cultural differences. No?
No, I agree. You actually
No,
related.
their ancestors obviously came to the United States city limits across the borders for a reason, primarily economic.
Mm.
Primarily,
Well, I'm just thinking about the whole origin thing. I'm thinking about it holistically because everybody here is the gas money slaves, and then your cousins were actually the better people. Right or wrong, true.
Well, I'm
Dropped
trying to
off
see
at
your Taz. Is that flag football or regular football? Oh, he probably can't even hear. What you said, G? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying that everybody. My whole premise is everybody in this part of the hemisphere has some type of connection, and we're crazy not to think that. Other than the ones who are just sold out on that, we was always here.
So,
I
by
can't.
virtue of living in New York City in this room, that's why I'm saying this. So everybody, all these people still form into their own pockets of people. And New York got the most of everything, probably outside of their own countries or whatever. So what? Unless it's Crown Heights or something like that, where it's just Caribbean. But even still within that, the Haitians gonna be with the Haitians, and the Saint Lucians live over here, and this one and that, whatever. So there's still
That's human nature though. That's human
Right.
nature to some common derivative brings everyone into some type of
That's what
situation
I'm
that they
trying
could.
to get at. That's the
Okay.
cultural stuff that I'm talking about. So where we can see it with the Caribbean says, hey, we might like the music, the girls, the food, the something. There's something in the area. Okay, fine. So now the African, we look at that way, and is it the same thing? It may be the music. I joke around with the Afro beats. The food is tough because y'all niggas ain't going to African restaurants, although you say you are. So let's be real there.
No, I
So,
don't like African food. I'm gonna keep
yo,
it.
there you thank you, Cycle, for the honesty, brother. But on top of that, we
Yeah, that
have
food gonna be tricky, yo. Yeah.
now they start to think, Jesse.
Nah, I'll
Hey
try some
Taz,
yams.
I
get
don't
Try
want
behind
some
one of the.
yams.
going back to Africa. You don't hear me say that shit. No.
You don't want some
Nah,
jollof?
Ethiopian
Taz,
food is
see, can you
banging
get
now. Don't
behind
get me wrong.
the end zone? The sun kind of glaring a little bit, if you can, bro. I don't know if you.
But
Yeah,
that sun big as hell though. Look at that sunset. That is huge.
yeah, man. He out west. But yeah, the diet is specifically going to. Um, I don't know if that unifies. I
You
mean,
can eat.
somebody in the chat pointed to Chinese food. So like, what do we have in common with Asian people?
Taz
But
gonna
we
say
always
I love kung fu. You gonna make him get off of mute, start cursing me about kung fu. I don't know why.
yeah, I mean, black people order Chinese food like a motherfucker.
Black people get a lot of Chinese food because they all in the hood. It's not but
And it's
Chinese
cheap
restaurants in
food.
the hood.
Cheap food.
Yeah.
Ain't not y'all saying it's so many Chinese places, ain't nothing else open?
No, it
Well,
is.
that's cheap.
And I would argue black people don't eat as much Chinese food today as they did when I was younger. But
I give you that.
You know why, Psycho?
it was less food franchises in my hood when I was younger too.
I got one
80s
better
and
for
90s.
you. I got one better for you, Psycho. Nobody delivered to the hood.
That too.
Specifically,
Nobody delivered to the
Nina's Pizza in Chicago specifically said, based on that address, we got restrictions.
Yeah,
No,
we
he
ain't coming.
delivered. Psycho, who delivered to the hood? Remember, you might have had a Domino's or
Yeah.
White Castle, something
None.
like that.
Yeah. That was about it.
Them motherfuckers didn't
They
even
weren't delivered.
go
You
in
had to go there
Chicago.
and hope you live near the 24-hour White Castles or McDonald's.
You couldn't go more than 3 blocks without seeing a Chinese restaurant. So
That's
like
true. That is
No, I
true.
remember.
they was everywhere. So like, it's very convenient.
They on the come up now. Now you got to go to Benihana's. What's that restaurant? Did I say that right?
House.
Benihana, that's Japanese though.
Oh, my
Benihana's
bad.
Japanese, but yeah.
I can't front though. I love Benihana's. I'll be falling for all that shit.
Like all that.
Dude, do you know I motherfucking called 911 when I first saw that first flame? I literally did. I was like, it's a fire. You don't even know it's there. That shit was wild. I was drunk too. Oh man,
Volcano,
I never.
the volcano onions or whatever.
That motherfucker was huge, yeah. I
Yeah,
was like,
bro.
oh
I'm like
shit,
all that hibachi shit. I fall for that shit every time.
man. They called me. They didn't even tell me where we was going though, man. That shit was wild, boy.
Niggas start flipping shit and everything. Like, yeah, do that. Put vegetables in it.
They nice with it though. Them chefs be nice with it.
Yeah, they do.
So
But yeah, it's
I don't know,
shit.
man.
I've been fucking with shit.
What's the African
Man,
dessert? You
ever
want to get
since the
some dessert?
90s.
I don't know, man.
Flan.
This nigga said
Man,
flan.
you taught us about candy yams and motherfucking sweet potatoes and shit.
That's all I can tell you. Yams and fufu, and then fufu, you got to be ready for it. You know.
I like fufu, man. Fufu's kind of.
Was that's the I fuck with food, but I'm saying it's got to be a way to to I don't Americanize us to it a little bit. It's got to be some. So hey, why don't you try? Nah, you don't fuck with the African X. You get what I'm saying? Whether it's chicken kebab or whatever the hell it is, just because it's like
The fabric for fashion. Then how about that?
I don't know.
Egyptian cotton.
Yeah, something like Jamaicans did it. We know Jamaican. Okay, beef patty, cocoa bread, boom. Oh, then the Bahamas found out the Jamaicans make oxtails. Okay, good.
Man,
Oh, that's
we
it,
cool. We
man.
cool on the food, man. We cool, bro. We ain't like we
Yeah.
starving.
See, they get real discriminatory when it get to
I
the
mean,
food.
I'm saying though. I mean, the inner city environments, y'all kind of like relied on somebody having it in a fucking warehouse though. Like it was like if the store ain't open, ain't nobody eating.
Deb, you don't
Like
think
I mean, I'm just
everybody
saying I ain't come up like that,
from a
huh?
warehouse, Deb? I just heard you, my nigga.
Huh?
You just said we got our food from a warehouse. Why are you that disrespectful?
But that's what I'm saying. You didn't have a fucking choice. You didn't have no backyard.
Yeah, I
Shit.
don't.
Just because you
We
had
went
land out
we
back
went
don't mean you didn't
breakfast,
have a
lunch, and
backyard.
dinner without going to the store. Like we was cool on every fucking thing.
Deb, just because you had land out back don't mean it was a backyard, my
I mean,
nigga.
we weren't trying to
Nah.
stuff ourselves either. We wasn't eating till we got trying to bust our goddamn guts either. We was
No, we ate
cool on a couple.
good. Yeah, we ate good, truth. I
I mean,
mean,
truth
yeah.
though. What are you trying to say? Just because I don't like that
Uh-oh.
the
Here you go.
lifestyle, I can't be cool with my brothers in Africa.
No, say it again. No, it's
He's
not.
trying to find a
I'm not.
icebreaker, if you will,
A
if
common
there's a difference.
denominator.
No, you
Because
talking to the wrong one. I'm talking about
at first,
cultural links or something to have a conversation or find some common ground about what are you looking toward. And in this case, and it's not just the quote unquote West African as a whole. I'm talking about there's a good swath that are migrating here that are very Islamic, very Muslim, and that culturally gets in the way. And I see
It
it more
does.
and more.
yeah, they're
That's
gonna
a
bring
fair
their
point.
religion. They're gonna bring their Quran with them, though.
No, well, I
Right, but
mean,
they
and that's
expect you to
okay, but
act
that's
for it
okay.
according to that book, and
I
that's
No,
mean,
but
against everything.
no, but
that we
that's
all
so.
agree on, even the black African Americans, we don't all agree on the same religion. I mean,
Yeah, but you
That's what I
have
was
the
telling them
same
in the
culture.
South. I mean, the Southern Christian Baptist. I mean, we couldn't. There was no getting around it. Like if you didn't go to church when I was coming up, something was wrong with you.
Did you
Yeah,
what music did you listen to? I bet you I say I know who that is. What food did you eat?
Blues,
I bet you I can say I had that. What
BB
TV shows did
King.
you watch? Taz already yelled at us for watching the same TV shows, which
Yeah,
means we had cultural things in common. Now you're
yeah.
talking about West African. What did you share with them in
but
common?
let's be real: the black Baptists and black Pentecostal are two different things.
Oh
You
God! But
know,
they still listen to Al Green and Aretha. They have culture in common. After
yeah,
Sunday, they eating the same sweet potato pies, macaroni, and chicken. It's culturally the
yeah. I
same.
just say don't leave out that fried chicken because that's the ultimate peacemaker
Yeah, you
right
niggas
there.
love some chicken, don't you, God?
Yeah, shout out to Aretha Franklin from leaving Detroit City to go down to Muscle Shoals, Alabama studios for that last cut. Yeah,
So Big Black,
yeah,
now
yeah. We can see him
might
now,
be my
Tad.
way too. I'm sorry.
But wait a minute, truth. But did you see how something as common as food was able to make folks put theological differences aside and
I'm
music?
telling yes, I agree with you. It's a part of culture. But now one of you niggas just said you was walking to somebody's African restaurant. You just said it. So don't tell
I
me
ain't say
food gonna
that.
do it.
No, if
No,
you
we
got
need to
an
go in the
no no
restaurant
no
though.
no 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 no
GA.
no 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 true. If you got an African restaurant that's playing some love and happiness, I've got to give them a try to see what they're about. They got to be on something.
Where that's at, GA. You made that whole scenario up. Unless it's in
I'm just
Atlanta or maybe somewhere. They might have food.
that was a hypothetical. If I got an
No problem.
African restaurant pump some love and happiness, it got to be some soul up in
But
there.
then
That's
it's not an
So
African
that,
Right.
restaurant anymore.
When the
so
last time
y'all
you ate a
can't get away
lion
from the
tamer?
food shit. Yeah, I see. So there's no
okay. Well,
education, there's no engineering, no economic,
No, it
no.
happens in school. Don't get me wrong. This is where
Well,
people say they meet the Nigerian in college, and that become you start to learn about him or her and so forth. Yes, those environments. But I'm just talking about in our communities.
I mean, we
Like
got like
it's
everything that's African food. All African food. They don't like all our food, but I'm pretty sure it's some Nigerians eating the hell out of some chicken, some fried chicken, and
yeah. When the last time you went to the African restaurant, Big Black?
shit.
Uh huh.
Well,
Uh huh.
my kids
1999.
frequent. You know what I'm saying? They go on my behalf.
Oh yeah, they
No,
get that.
no.
They go about they love that. You know, the food is a little spicy. I ain't really into like a lot of spice.
Look. I ain't my type of stuff. Sound just like
It
Nana,
is.
don't
The jollof
I don't
rice
eat
is
everybody
very
food like
spicy.
that.
He's
Yeah.
acid reflux.
Man,
Yeah, there you go. See, got no. I don't eat that no more.
Wait,
My
but
blood
okay,
pressure.
well, go ahead, Big Black. You got something.
I just got into hot food like a couple of years ago. I wouldn't eat nothing hot. So
How you
that's
know the West African food is hot food, Big Black?
because I tried the jollof rice. That shit hot as hell.
You talking about spicy? You talking about spicy hot?
Yeah, it's spicy, too spicy, man. I
It
can't go
burned his
up.
stomach up. Yeah. You talk about some Pan African food.
Nah,
Hey, look,
It is
hey,
spicy though.
they
It's
put something in
spicy.
there.
It's a
Joker
lot of
said,
Yeah.
people.
hey,
I don't think a lot
look,
of people that like it.
hey, nose running.
Man, that stuff
Yeah, they
spicy.
gutted
This
them out.
made it into
Yeah.
Africa, huh?
I'm pretty sure probably, those of you that like, hot sauce and shit a lot, probably like it,
Well, yeah, my Yankee brother too soft. He can't handle the African diet.
Ashe.
you know. But hey, we gonna have different palates. What about the African braiding, right? When black women
What?
frequent the African braiding shops, I mean, they seem to be
The
just
braids.
yeah.
Yeah. They ain't never got away from the braids, though.
Yes, that's one way, but even still, okay. So what happens, and I can only speak for New York or a couple places I've been in regards to
They
seeing the West
start
African
fighting.
community, they end up once again enslaved. That doesn't lead to any type of communication outside of that hair braiding appointment. And Willie and everybody's gonna Willie, am I lying? It
Soon
is
as
not
I'm
like
done with this last braid, get the hell
yeah,
out and
it's
please
not like
pay
that
me.
leads
I
to
hope you
the
don't pay
women
me
getting
and not
Now, Willie,
cool
when
or
the
fuck me
last
up.
time you been to the African hair braiding shop? What you
When the
doing
last
in there?
time you got your hair done? Yeah,
You ain't in there. What you in there sleeping
in
on the floor?
braids. 3 weeks ago.
yeah, it's like on every big
What
black. They like it's
what'd
like
you get
four on
done,
every
Willie?
block up here, my nigga.
Would you get your beard braided or something?
Oh shit.
No, nigga, my wife get her hair done, man.
Oh, so you just be in there just chilling? Why she gonna? I don't believe that shit.
No,
I don't
that's a
chill
long
there.
time. That's a lot of time, bro. That's a lot of time. But
I
to each
pick
his
up,
own.
I drop off. That's all
6 hours,
do.
right?
I pick up, I drop off.
Yeah, that shit like 6 hours, fam.
So you think they just be quiet while they just sit in the chair and they ain't
You
talking?
know
And
what, Big Black, don't do it because Willie and I both will take you
They
to a
not
field.
talking
They
to
not
each other.
saying nothing to you for 6 hours, my nigga. Don't do it, yo. I'm telling you,
That's
they
a
not,
long
man.
time. That's crazy, Truth. That's crazy.
Willie, when you
Yeah, a
tell them
chick
they
be done
barely
watch
speak
Straw
English, my
twice.
nigga. I'm telling you, I'm not making this shit
A
up.
chick
they
be
ain't
done
saying
watch
nothing.
Tyler
Nah.
Perry's latest movie
That's
twice
that's
on her
not how.
phone.
That's
But
not like
no, there
women,
is
man. Women
no
gonna talk.
connection. There is no building.
Yeah,
It's
they
just
break
three
them
women that
barriers.
get head,
Just like the
braid as
barbershop.
fast as they can to
They
get
Yeah,
the
they
fuck
gonna
don't,
out of
break
there.
some
man. They
barriers. They
barely
gonna break some
speak English.
barriers.
Not talking to you except what type of hair you want. They pull out the hair and you look at the hair and they look at your hair and they do some shit where they start poking at the woman's hair and they sit down in the chair and for 6 hours. The lady's on her phone when they talking to the other African lady.
Nah.
My nigga,
Mm,
Willie, why
Nah,
do you
I ain't
do that?
doing it.
motherfuckers
I
been
ain't
going
No,
to
doing
the
it.
it's
African
facts.
braid shop for the longest, yo.
Okay.
The height of the 70s, the
70.
fucking 80s, fucking especially during the apartheid movement. And then you know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute.
Shit, I don't think it was no let
Wait,
up. When did
wait,
when did black women in America stop going to the African braid shop?
but wait a
I'm
minute.
not, I
I'm
didn't
just
say they whoa. I
no,
didn't
no,
say
no, no,
they
no.
did.
I just I got an underlying question there. So is there a chasm between the sisters?
A chasm means I don't speak your goddamn language. First
I
of
don't
all,
believe that. There's too
what's wrong
many
with you niggas,
African.
man?
There's too many African braiding shops around the hood for them not to be talking, man.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm making it up to try
Okay.
to prove some. Oh, yo, ask them.
No,
Maybe
no.
the
Look,
first one or
man.
two visits, but shit, after a month or two, man, shit, it's gonna be some goddamn communication going. Shit.
No,
Yeah.
well,
Okay.
I don't even have hair, man. I can't comment on that.
What they
So
talking to you about?
I
Every
don't
fucking
know.
thing,
Nicki
same thing you be
Minaj.
talking about in the barbershop,
See, no,
same
you're
fucking
not
shit.
because you have cultural things
They
going in the barbershop. What the African people talking to you about? I'm just
I
Same,
curious.
don't
the
know.
I
same,
got a comment.
yeah. They
Makina
got even
Foster? I
more.
don't
Huh?
know.
Nope, nope,
What
nope.
this nigga said, Burkina Faso.
Hell no. No politics. They don't be talking about
That's how I know
politics.
y'all ain't
What they
even
gonna
have a
talk about?
good braiding
Shein?
because they don't even speak English.
So
Right. That's
what?
what I'm trying
No.
to say. I'm like, they don't speak no English.
Nah, motherfucker. If a motherfucker got a motherfucking shop in the goddamn on any American block, even if they don't speak English, there's somebody in there that do, cause they ain't
Yes,
gonna
the
fuck that
owner who
goddamn
counts
money
the
up.
money.
They can
Yeah,
fucking
The
exactly,
count.
owner
man.
who counts the
Yeah.
money.
You ain't
That's who speaks English.
they gonna mess that money up, man.
Okay. They're not
What?
taking no money. Come on, y'all. It's little songs
No,
where
wait a
African women
minute.
are getting
No, 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 no,
exploited.
no, no.
Do y'all want
Okay,
me to
no,
tell
Everybody,
you
no.
everybody,
this?
they're not
Hold on.
Wait,
charging the same
Yes.
price either, motherfucker.
Yes.
The
Okay,
price
good.
that
wait,
you
Well,
can
wait,
now I'm
charge
gonna
it for
tell y'all the
her,
truth. Now
the
I'm gonna
next
tell y'all the
customer
truth.
come
I'm
in
break
got a
your
different
yes,
price.
yes. I'm gonna break your
Shit.
okay,
Pan African hearts. Them West African women are getting exploited, my nigga. You
wait,
really want
wait,
to go to
wait,
school? They
wait,
get them over
wait.
there and they keep them in the
Can we get
shop.
a woman on the
Ask
panel
Willie if
to
I'm lying.
confirm this?
Keep them in the
They,
shop 15 hours a day minimum, and they get shit money. Do you really want me to tell you niggas what's going on?
no, well,
The
I'm
women are
just
getting exploited.
wait. I'm just trying to be solution oriented because it's
Yeah, now you
2025.
don't
If
want the
no,
truth,
no,
huh?
no, no, I don't want the truth. Not at that expense. I'm just saying I got Google Translate on my phone. So
K Dub, if you think I'm lying, what y'all want me to start going to or record videos? Y'all really want me to be
Yeah, we
investigative
want to
reporter?
record videos, go undercover in the
Ain't no
African
I'm
place.
undercover.
saying now,
I see a
Taz. I'm
4K.
saying you can't do that now, though, Taz. You can, no, you can't do that now, especially the like she said, the grade school girls coming up in high school, middle school, high school. They're not illiterate to
Not
English,
the grade school girls doing it. These are fresh off the boats or
but they
planes.
not, they not able to speak English to be in somebody's shop
Josh,
collecting
they should be
money
able
on
to
a
get a
regular
job. And
basis.
really, will you tell why y'all think they don't speak English, Dev? If anything, some of them might speak French to a degree. They don't speak English, my nigga. I'm telling you, they
I
don't.
never met an African immigrant that didn't know how to speak English.
Oh yeah, they sit and work 15 hours in a damn hair braiding salon?
What do you think they get smuggled over? What the hell are you talking about,
Okay.
man?
I don't know. I'm
Now
kind of
I'm
with
gonna
Big
do it.
Black.
Now,
No,
thank
no,
you, thank y'all for
no.
giving me the motivation. I will have
Okay,
to do
true.
this for you this week. No problem.
I mean, yeah, we need that because I met an African. That motherfucker speak 5 languages, man. He knew
Where'd you meet him at,
Arabic,
GA?
overseas.
Was he working in a braiding shop?
No, he was not working in the breeding shop.
Was
He
he
was
where? Overseas somewhere, yeah?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, over in Kuwait. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, take that all right.
Okay.
There you go. Hey, but
I
what about the African brothers? They getting their hair cut at our shops.
No, they not. They got their own barber shops. What world
I
do you
ain't never see the
live in?
African barber shop in Chicago. Yeah, it's African barber shops out there in New York.
All over. They don't get it. There is no cultural links. You're making this shit up. That's what I'm trying to tell
I ain't
you.
never seen an African barber shop.
yeah, how
They
you
have
know
to
an
link
African
up
barbershop?
outside of
You
New
don't
York City.
have,
Truth,
huh?
like you said, that I'm saying New York has always been the world mecca for immigration to not just African culture, all cultures. Like there is no stop. Okay, so you can't do that in Chicago. You can't do that in Detroit. You can't do that in Louisville, Atlanta, these other places. They have to have some form of American English affiliation, whether it's them, their children, their brother, somebody that came with them got to know, hey, hello, not right now. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody out here just not no
Yeah,
absolutely zero. Go
I'm
ahead.
not saying they're sitting like Chinese women in a nail salon and they got to be hit. No, what I'm telling you, the majority of them are not.
I probably give you that in New York City though. Like I'm saying, I'm not disputing what's over there.
Yeah, okay.
But
That's
that doesn't not reflect in other parts of the country.
Oh yeah,
There's no reflection.
that's
Yeah.
what I said.
Yeah,
I can
right.
only
Like,
speak.
like,
Yeah, I
like,
don't
like
know. Man.
this
Y'all
Yeah.
shit.
got West Africans who speak English in y'all hair spraying salon.
Like
Yeah.
the word
Okay.
coconut, right? I never heard that until I, got online.
We don't, but we don't have that type of talking like in the Chicagoland area. I
So everywhere else, Chicago is the Pan-African Mecca where y'all all get along, right? Okay, I got it.
No,
Come
not
on,
gonna say
y'all.
that. We is not
Trying to
gonna
get
say
me, man.
that. We're not gonna say
Fuck out
that.
of here, man.
Nah, but if you black,
You
we
over
ain't
there
trying
sweating
to
like
be
a
like little
motherfucker from eating African
like
food. You gonna tell me that you're your homies now?
Jamaicans, the Africans, y'all go over there with the blacks. They're over there with us. We together. We don't have it all divided like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Tupac,
there
you
just
never heard of it.
there was just not enough space to space everybody out. Y'all managed to space everybody out where
So you're telling me
everybody had their own time. So,
neighborhood, big black
huh?
Chicago, the West Africans don't have a little neighborhood. That's what you're telling me?
No,
Yeah, around in the neighborhood where there was already some other folks that speak English and mostly black.
Correct.
They're not going into the Latino neighborhood. They're not going to the white neighborhood, Yugoslavian neighborhood, or the Ukrainian neighborhood.
I agree. So those West Africans, you tell me all of them, the ones what they got type of businesses. They got little stores and
The
hair,
braids,
right?
yeah, the food, the
Right.
fashion,
Right.
you name it, yeah.
So you going up in there.
You
So
go into
next time
Gary,
you're
Indiana,
big
you ain't
black.
gonna see nothing but African braided shops all down.
Yeah.
They all speaking English, right?
No, they
Yeah.
speak English.
You're a big
Why
black
not?
inbred. I'm saying you niggas is full of shit. Most of the women ain't speaking English.
No, we not, man. They got motherfucking registered business license and every fucking thing.
Yes,
They
I
deal with.
agree. Somebody in there speak English. Like I say, I ain't trying to
They
make
got bank accounts.
somebody in there speak English and yes.
They paying insurance. I mean
Booth
what the
rent.
fuck?
Yep.
Yeah, if they don't own the building, yeah, they paying a landlord. The landlord speak English, whoever they rent from.
FBA for a week, and I'm gonna have to show you videos and pictures of exploited African women's braid and Negro women's hair. Good.
Yeah, it will be inside the city limits of New York City.
Don't make me go.
Want
I
it.
will go to Newark. Matter of fact, don't let me. George Macon. I know what's going on in Philly because I saw it. I will get a statewide. I mean, what
I
do you
would
call it?
challenge you that. Yeah. I'll challenge that. Yeah, Utica, Rochester, where I know
You
there's
don't
some
have to
fucking.
go
Wait a
to
minute. Wait,
Yeah, I
wait,
go to
no,
Rochester, nigga.
no, that
Yeah.
Utica is not New York City, Dave. That's not fair. That's not fair.
I'm just naming places where I know there's some Africans at, and they speak fucking
Oh,
English. Yeah,
okay.
he
I'm
knows
saying
why I'm naming those specific
it's
cities out.
104
That's
degrees out here, bro. Now, why ain't
I
no
know.
Africans out
That ain't
here?
cool.
Now, why ain't no
Shit,
Africans out here?
cause they
This
ain't
is our
done.
climate.
Yo,
Nah,
This for our people, my
not
nigga.
no though.
nah,
This our
man, not
climate, fam.
That's not
nah, man,
We tropical people, fam. What you mean?
nah.
wait a
They
minute.
cool.
Ain't got
They
no
not.
water
They not.
nowhere near
Now,
you.
now
They
Taz, they
That's
love.
what I'm saying.
they be out. They be out there working. They don't be out there recreation.
Wait, did bro say 104 degrees in June?
Hell yeah,
Yeah,
man. You saw that
y'all
goddamn
gotta
sun.
let them white
Desert.
folks play
But
y'all, fam. We from the South, bro. We Southern people. We from them fields, fam. What you mean?
but
Yeah, but it was
like
water nearby, Taz.
they love football. You know what I mean? They love soccer. So I bet you
That's why
drop a
they said
football
down by
out
the
there.
river though, Taz. It was water nearby.
Yeah, ain't no. I mean, shit. You got bottled water out here.
He said bottles. Hotter than a motherfucker.
God damn, John
No,
Ye. That nigga fast as fuck.
this shit is arid.
Yo, what is that? Is that flag football?
Yeah. He played flag and semi pro. He played flag on the weekends when they ain't doing their AF7L league. They play the flag league. But it's this shit year round out here, so it's never really a time when they ain't playing. But the semi pro league is only once a year or whatever. But they got so many different local Vegas flag leagues. Like I said, it's two games being played on two fields out here.
Is it money tournament?
Yeah. They individually got little incentives for the flag teams, but they get paid for the semi pro games though.
Oh, okay. That's what's up. Shit, y'all should lobby for a goddamn stadium deal. Shit.
Shit, well, now they just now getting that league started. So,
Oh,
believe
okay.
it or not, for real, that motherfucker was on Fox Soul and shit last week. Like, you know what I'm saying? They started
No,
getting
I've
their
been
little
seeing.
sponsors and
I
shit up.
I actually been seeing some goddamn promos, yo. I don't know if it was from you though.
Yeah, well, some of this shit, like I've been talking about it, but yeah, some of this shit I done started to see moving around outside of what I be talking about. 'Cause like I say, they done put this shit on because it's a black league. It's black owned. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that's where
So
I
Wait,
think
wait,
that's
whoa,
where I
whoa, whoa,
seen it.
whoa, whoa, wait, hold on. The flag, the whatever is it, semi-pro professional flag football league is black?
yeah, hell yeah, ain't nothing but bro. You want to see? Let me show
No,
you.
no, why
Ain't
niggas
nothing but
don't be
niggas
telling
out
me
here,
about
bro.
shit like that, man?
No
What
white
the
people out
fuck
here, bro.
going on? It
No,
was
No,
cause
he already said that on the
Yeah,
panel.
be all day before you see
True.
some white folks out here, bro. Like if you see some
Nah,
white folks out here, they on the field. They ain't repping, they ain't coaching, none of that, nigga. It's a black league, bro. Black owned, black coaches, black referees,
wait,
like
so
black
it's like
players, black everything.
is it
wait,
like the
God
Vegas
damn,
and
Danye, I
California thing
see
or
you, boy.
mostly Vegas teams?
I see you, nigga.
no,
You
I
see them,
got
truth.
the
Y'all
you
I
see
got
don't.
them,
video
you see
too.
them NFL,
Yeah, I
you
see
see
that
them
shit.
NFL grade
Yeah,
motherfucking numbers and
I
shit.
see that shit.
Wait, truth. Y'all don't have 707 out there on the East Coast. They
I'm
don't do the
sure they
707 out there.
I'm sure
He
they
ain't,
do.
he ain't got the space. Where he gonna play at?
Look at this
Shit.
disrespectful Negro. My nigga,
On
we
top
got
of the goddamn fucking one of them goddamn $1 billion Trump ass skyscrapers. Shit.
everything. You niggas always gonna do
Turn
this.
that into a goddamn
Expect us
fucking
not
field.
to
Got to take the
football.
elevator to play
We may
football and
play
shit. Hell
football,
no, they
you
ain't
all
got no
good
goddamn
still. We
field.
may not be that good.
No, I said the 707 leagues because they do
Yeah.
have they got fields there. I mean this is what's been the grind for I think like the last decade or so.
Oh, you
Yeah,
crazy.
to try to bring some attention
Yeah,
to this shit. But yeah, I think that matters too. Like you say, if you ain't got the space, and then I think the time of year matters too, because they finna actually go play the semi-pro championship in Jackson, New Jersey. Do that place sound familiar?
Jackson. That sounds
Jackson, New
like South
Jersey.
Jersey somewhere.
Yeah,
That
that's
sounds
next
like South
weekend.
Jersey. So
Yeah, that
look, we got the
Yeah.
New York Hustle. Boom. We got teams. The New York's Hustle. Who else? We got mad teams. GA. I don't
Where
even
they
want to
play
say
at? New Jersey?
Nah,
yeah, you
I
a
was just
hater,
asking,
Dev.
bro.
I swear to God, you're a hater. They play in
You gotta
Long
take the
Island.
bus just to go to practice and shit.
God damn.
Where they play? They play in Long
yeah, it's
Island.
707, Dr. Mo. Yeah, they be out here,
Oh,
you
okay.
know. These niggas be out here at 1:15. They out here.
Yeah,
I ain't say tell
that
you.
Damn, if the
707 is
dead
huge.
motherfucker in the middle of the day and shit. Holy
Then we
crap.
got the New York Playmakers. That's another team. We got the no, that's too much.
Because I don't come to these shits during football season. Keep in mind, they play while football is on Sundays. Saturdays is
Exactly.
like, nigga,
Yeah.
you got me fucked up, nigga. Like, I am not coming to that shit to sit out in the sun. I am finna sit inside and watch football.
Niggas always hating on New York City football, Dev. I hate you, Bama niggas, for that shit.
Oh well,
Y'all the one
yeah.
decided to cram everybody onto that little bitty ass goddamn fucking island and shit. Stuff
Everybody
all them
could go
niggas
to.
over there.
It was
We kind
only
of got
one
to.
outhouse on your plantation, so we need more room, nigga. That's what it
That's
was.
all right. We ain't had to worry about random motherfuckers rolling past the motherfucker every 2 seconds
Worry
either.
about raccoons, Dev. Raccoons, my
But we
nigga.
know they coming though. We know they there. At least we know they there. Shit.
Talking about something is down the road and you got to get in the car to it. You niggas don't walk nowhere.
That's why we
Nowhere.
got everything.
You
Cool.
don't have roads, Devin. You can't
We
walk.
did not give two shits about road. Where we was going? No motherfucking where. The only time we had to go somewhere, we was in trouble or some shit. Damn. Gotta go to court. Gotta go motherfucking pay a bill.
All you niggas do, what you want to do? Go eat. That's your favorite pastime is going to eat some goddamn place. Why
That's
is
crazy, man. Y'all kill me with that dirt road shit when your sweet potatoes and all your damn wheat and grain come off these same dirt roads, man.
yeah, but then we got civilized and got Uber Eats, my nigga. Fuck
Oh,
these
but
people.
they
Have
gotta get the
another
food from
stranger bring
somewhere.
their food. Ain't no telling that motherfucker that dip, open up the goddamn package and every goddamn thing.
Yeah, been sniffing all on your shit. That's crazy, man.
Wiping their ass with your food and leaving on your porch.
I can't believe y'all trusting that shit. They done dropped your shit several
My
times on the
nigga, you
way.
can talk all that Bama stuff you want. You got Mexicans in them backfields picking that shit for you. And they've been down in them Bamavilles for a long time.
No,
You ain't
they at
been
the
picking
chicken.
shit
They at the
back there in
chicken
a long
plants.
time.
They are at the chicken plants. John Deere does all the
Exactly.
picking down south.
Exactly. They in
Stop
the
it.
chicken
Stop it.
place and they in them vegetable fields back there. Julio got his
No,
own aisle in Walmart. Don't
no, it's
don't he?
nope, nope. It's
Hispanics don't
John
got their
Deere.
own aisle of Walmart. You say goddamn lie, GA. Get the hell out of here.
Well, you right. You talking about the Goya? They got half an hour. They do Goya.
Right,
Goya
because
getting
they're
it on
working in
lock.
them fields back there because you niggas got too good to pick snap peas and you just at the fucking liquor house
Mm-mm.
all day.
No, it's the juke joint, sir,
Oh,
and they're getting all that stuff on that owl is coming
Hey,
from
talking about
Mexico.
in the morning, niggas. Shit,
Yeah,
that's small.
it's
Every
called
goddamn
the
fucking.
yeah. Put some respect on it now. It's called the do drop in. So
Where you going? I'm going down the road. Be back in a
Shit,
couple
well, you thought,
hours down the road.
yeah, you thought all they had was liquor. Shit.
don't forget sunshine from down here.
You ain't lying, Dab. You the only nigga that could drive cross country during a live stream. Only a Bama could pull some shit like that off, my nigga. Like, come on,
Hey,
man.
Yeah, man.
we build different.
That's called putting the foot to the pavement.
Yeah,
Literally.
you ain't
Yeah.
got no pavement. Haven't we been through this?
Look,
Highway
y'all
9
stop.
is your pavement. Or
Well,
whatever
stop
it
all
is.
that. Stop all that for
No,
Psycho get
I was
triggered, man. I don't want Psycho to
down
get
there by the
triggered.
Dairy Queen.
We knew at the end of it there was gonna be some grass somewhere. We was cool with it. We wasn't running around. Oh, we gotta go on pavement on the outside. Then by the time we done, we still on fucking pavement. Like no grass, no motherfucking where. Except when you roll it up. That's the only time you see grass when you smoking and shit.
New York
And
State has more green area than California for the last goddamn time. What
man,
the
That's
hell
California
kind
was
of
just
that's
on fire. Is that what
well,
you're gonna compare it to? California,
because
they
you
just
damn sure ain't gonna compare it to the South. Yeah, I know. Shit,
Truth,
that's, you had to go all the way across the goddamn country. Yeah.
truth, y'all ain't
So
got no
good
front
comparison.
yards, bro. Let's be real. Y'all ain't got no front yards, man.
Yo,
That's
Big Black, I know you not talking. We got front yards everywhere. Chicago, my nigga, will you stop? You niggas is wretched and Bama. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, my nigga? You ain't got no front yards. That one punk ass block in Bronzeville you still holding on to, my nigga. Don't make me do this. Them
no,
white
they got
folks own
about
them houses
no.
No, you can
around
go
me.
all down High Park. Shit, front yards all
Them
down
white
that
folks
motherfucker.
own them houses in
y'all got
High
a
Park
barbecue on
and
the
around
sidewalk,
University
brother.
of Chicago, my nigga. Go ahead, brother.
Y'all barbecue pit be small as hell. Y'all get that little barbecue pit y'all get from dollar store and shit. Put a little charcoal in, about 5 pieces of charcoal in it.
I
Joe
ain't nothing
got
but
to
Midwest urban Bamas. That's what the Chicago is.
Joe got to start on Monday. Had to start the cookout on Monday for Saturday.
GA, you had church on your TV all day long today, my nigga. All the South is nothing but church on cable in the South.
Oh, damn.
You
Hallelujah,
know that.
hallelujah.
Word up. Creflos, dollars to
Mm-mm.
TDs, all going on all day long.
Nah, truth, I'm with the Al Green generation, man. Al, do your sermon and then do a concert that evening.
Was that the
Word up.
no? Cab Calloway was the first one I seen with a white suit. He might have been the second person I seen with a white suit on.
Probably the best thing y'all got though here in front is Waffle House. That's official. I'm ghetto like that. Waffle
Oh man, stop! Wow, Waffle House. That's just
I
so
never.
overrated.
I don't eat waffles.
No, it's better than IHOP.
No, man, we got some greasy spoons that put Waffle House to shame, man.
Yeah, I gotta go down south again. I ain't been out in a minute. Y'all don't really eat breakfast like that in the deep south. Y'all be
We
eating
don't
like
need to. We already got the shit, man.
potatoes
That's
and shit.
y'all motherfuckers got to depend on somebody outside the house to eat and shit, man. Fuck that shit. Crazy ass, backwards ass, goddamn life. Every goddamn meal you can't. I mean, come on, man. Motherfuckers burning up, trying to boil water. They burn shit up.
Yeah, but y'all be having that unidentifiable shit in the back of the refrigerator. Talking about, I think that's y'all never be knowing what that shit is, yo. I can't lie. Don't lie.
Yeah, because that's probably some shit we ain't paid for. Somebody gave us that shit. We threw it back there.
I don't know what that
Yeah.
is. Mabel, what's that? Is that Mabel's corn pudding?
Man, she didn't wrap that shit up so tight. She don't never ask for it until she's looking for a plate.
Talking about why is it Scrapple in here?
When you gonna bring my bowl back?
Yeah, there you go.
What
That
bowl you
one
talking about,
bowl they
bowl,
never
Mabel?
gonna let you forget, yo. Where's my
Hey,
bowl?
ain't nobody got your goddamn bowl, Mabel.
You couldn't clean it?
Yeah, you been eyeing my shit since I got it as a wedding gift.
Next time I'm gonna give you a paper plate to take home. Bring some aluminum foil with you.
Somebody to show me their own plate.
Yeah.
I brought my own plate and foil because I don't want no problems.
Oh, you make somebody some food and some dishes that you know what I'm saying that ain't plastic or whatever. You forget about it. That shit gone. Don't even look for that shit back.
Nah, man, but you can't get no porcelain then. That mean they don't trust you. I don't know when I'm see your little ragged ass again. Hey.
I never got trusted this.
You know the favorite grandchild get the good Tupperware. Go and get the good. Nah, reach up in the cabinet, get the good.
Oh, true. Oh, bro. Hey, you know, grandma and them can cause some contention between them damn cousins with that shit, man.
Good, right?
Yeah. Why he get the good Tupperware? Why he
Everybody
shut
eyeing
up?
who grandma give the extra portions to, like, cause that show how much they love.
Well,
Motherfucker sure be watching, boy.
They be counting pockets, man. Hey, he don't be here all the time. They be like, hmm. Oh
You know
man.
how real that shit is. You know he be away at college and stuff. He really be.
I'm here every
Oh, that's
goddamn
another
day.
thing too. Student loans used to be they used to be cash money back in the 70s.
Yeah, that's true.
It didn't go to the school. You
Cashier's
got the check in the
cage.
mail, and the motherfucker was cashed. You need to go to school or not, or give it to the school or not. Yeah.
That's some real shit. Yep, more soda in the cup who grandma poured after that phone went down. That's how she showed she loved more. The ones you don't love, you know how they fill it up with just the foam. They just walk away.
Yeah.
Man, grandma was causing all kind of problems.
Get your elbows off the table.
Mm-hmm.
Elbows on the table too.
Let Tommy eat first.
Oh God.
Why he get the big piece of chicken? Oh.
Well, hold on, GA. You sitting around, you get a piece of the pie, and Tommy take a whole pie. I got a pie for you.
Yeah, you got your own. That motherfucker, he done ate off everybody, the pie for everybody, and he got a whole pie. Oh, goddamn, this nigga. Man, when you
So
leaving?
y'all house only had one pie?
No, but shit, you was
No,
lucky if
you
you got
know.
everybody didn't get to take one home.
Yeah, everybody
Crazy.
get to take a pie home, and the pound
Hell no,
cake. Come
you
on,
didn't get
there.
one.
Man, y'all had to work that
Candy
shit,
out the
boy.
window. Salvation
Get
Army at grandma's house.
half of this pie. Yeah, work it till you can get enough for half of this pie, and then wait till the next. Not the next one, but the one after that one. Yeah.
Yeah, but then you went in that back refrigerator and saw it was a whole bunch of pies in there, and you wondered who that was for.
Well, you were look. One was for pastor. It's the pastor's birthday.
Hate when Pastor got the get the fuck out of here. Yo.
Hey, go take one over to Margie's house because they, you know.
Can't have nobody talking about you.
Come on, man.
Shit, Margie didn't answer the door. Hell, shit.
Just taking on over there anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
And say Miss
Shut up.
Margie too.
Yeah. Make sure you mind your manners, boy.
Make folks think I ain't raised you right. Man, y'all better stop with
Them
that,
no
man.
them no cell phone days, boy. Shit. We at least bought at least a half a day, sometimes 2 days.
I don't know, man. I was sharp then though, Dev. I could remember numbers, man. All I needed was the last four.
I see you, Jackson. I know that comment was for.
No, we
Uh,
yeah, 911 never made it to my town, even in '87. We still had to
well,
dial the whole number out.
but think about it though, Dev. I mean, I can still remember like my grandmother's number, and she been dead for a couple decades, both of them. But it's some
My
numbers that I didn't.
granddad, my
But
granddad had the same number from '61 to '91 straight.
but what I'm getting at is, if you was to give me your number right now, I probably couldn't remember that without putting it in my phone.
Well, that's because you've been having to remember passwords. We didn't have to remember passwords. We're having to
No,
remember shit now.
well, my phone is a second brain. I just dump it in the phone. I ain't got to remember that type of stuff now. That's I ain't even got to remember passwords. I just remember a scheme.
PIN numbers to your debit card and all that shit.
Is exactly. Now, we ain't have all that then. We talking about standing in line, bro.
Jay, what you using?
Oh,
One pass?
yeah, I am. Truth, I actually am.
That's not good, brother.
Huh?
You gotta get a little bit more creative.
No,
Man,
No.
no,
get
no.
creative for what?
Certain things that's standard. You just know. If it work, it work. You know.
Yeah, I got a scheme. It's easy, bro.
Yeah, if they hack that one, what makes you think they ain't gonna hack the next one? Shit, 'cause just because you changed it.
Faith in Jesus, brother. Faith in Jesus.
Yeah.
Damn, yeah, y'all done messed me up with that. Yeah, I just remember my grandma. They cost a lot of shit. A lot of shit.
Grandma culture is going.
That
Grandma ain't.
shit was going on for I think my pop.
Don't it seem like grandma ain't the same no more? I mean, your wife or some people in here might be grandma. We not the same type of grand people, right? Then grandma and
Well,
grandpa.
I mean that generation wasn't the same as early 1900s either.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair.
No, no, they definitely different. I mean, now my wife, one of her grandmothers is still alive, and yeah, they just built different.
I'm just saying. I'm
Built
sure you got friends who are grandparents. They not the same type of grandma, right?
No, they on some whole nother type of time, man.
I mean, I'm
Yeah,
saying I'm speaking all for
yeah.
all of us. We won't be the same. And to Dev's point, granted, we not the same generation. It just seems we some hip hop grandparents. I guess that's supposed to.
Oh man,
I don't
grandma
mean that in a
twerking.
negative way. It's just different. Like your idea of what grandma was, I can't speak for the kids, but may or may not be the same of how the grandbabies today are viewing you. You know what I mean, or your wife or something like that. Is what I'm saying.
No, no, that's a fair point, bro.
Right?
It's man, definitely it's different, bro. I
Grandma
I can
ain't
see
soul
that.
food grandma no more. Grandma's you better get you some Uber Eats and get the fuck out my face.
Yeah, who cooking? I thought we was going to Sizzler.
Shit. You the one said you was hungry.
Yeah, that going out, man. That shit came like way
Mm-mm.
late.
No. True, and
That
that's
restaurant,
crazy,
yeah,
man.
I can count on one hand through my teens in terms of me and more than one family member going to a restaurant from 1980 through 1990. One
No,
hand I can count of how
Dab,
many
you grew up
yeah, straight like
you
that.
grew up when you had the green book, Dab. You ain't had that many choices.
Even if we did.
no, that wasn't the norm. Truth,
That's
Sunday
what I'm saying.
and
We had
yeah,
Ponderosa in our town. We had a Golden Corral. We had all that
yeah.
shit.
Yo, the
No,
Ponderosa was the shit, wasn't it?
it
That's what I'm
was.
saying.
But they had them snap peas that was grown fresh out the garden, man. They had
Nah,
them tomatoes
nah.
right out the
It was some
vine.
white folks in there, yo.
Yeah. And then it just wasn't done like that, bro.
Mm-mm.
I mean, even today, man, my wife's grandmother still every Sunday she cooks a meal, and her
Mm.
kids is grown, grown. Hell,
Hmm.
hell, her kids is grandparents. And shit, I think a couple is great grands. And she cooks dinner and they all go over her house and still be eating this shit. And my wife be mad. Tell me, why you cooking for them?
Hmm.
Yeah, but Ponderosa was the shit though.
Man.
Yo, did y'all have Bennigan's?
Yeah.
Y'all had Bennigan's. Y'all had
Not
what's
down south. We didn't. No, at
No, we
least not
did
in the
have
eighties.
Bennigan's.
Big Charlie
Yeah.
was
Oh
up here.
well.
Y'all had the
In the
ground.
eighties.
Well, I ain't gonna say 80s, maybe late 80s, 90s, but that Bennigan's had a nice happy hour.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
did.
I didn't actually see Bennigan's till I got to like Chicago.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
probably well. Yeah, it's probably up. Yeah, the ground round was that. That was another one I think I remember. Remember they
I don't
had
know
all
about
type
that one.
of theme bar restaurant type of things back then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bennigan's,
No,
TGIF. Uh,
There was another
no,
one.
there was no bar
Y'all didn't
with
have
a
hooligans, right? That's probably what.
no. That you talk you post yeah, you well into the 90s.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
talking,
yeah.
yeah.
no, that's gotta be a 90s thing you talking about. I definitely
I mean,
remember
we
the,
had the juke joints with the fucking chicken wings though.
oh
Pool
now
table, the dart
we
table.
definitely had
There
that.
was
Yeah,
there was there was a kitchen in the back, but that was only one spot. Like all the juke joints didn't have kitchens. Like it was.
no,
I mean that.
they
Yeah.
didn't. Yeah, that's
Red
Nah.
true.
Lobster. Red Lobster is on both coasts, right? It's still at the. It was a national
Yeah,
franchise.
yeah.
Yeah.
Now that's some fancy shit. Now you come
It
on now.
used to be.
Yeah.
Are
You
we
talking
talking
about
about?
once a
Are we
year
talking about?
somebody had to come in from out of town. Yeah.
But wait a minute,
Straight
wait,
up.
truth, wait. Are we talking about dirty floors? Because are you talking about
No,
restaurants?
no. I was just talking about. I was thinking more like the the theme type of restaurants we grew up on back then. That's all.
Well, I'm just saying that because the restaurants at the club or the kitchens at the club is different than
Oh yeah,
than
That's
the
yeah.
what I'm
Oh yeah.
saying.
restaurant.
I'm saying
Yeah, yeah.
restaurant for me is adult. So I'm just saying it wasn't really about economics. It was too many people that had kitchens and they already had food ready. So what was the use of making plans to go to a fucking restaurant? No, I ain't give a fuck about McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, or none of that until I got into the after boot camp. Like
Yeah,
that's
but
when I
what was
really,
everybody? So out of town, everybody has that highway strip or whatever it is. That was,
yeah,
but you didn't have McDonald's and Wendy's and
yeah. That's
Pizza
what
Hut.
it was for. Motherfuckers coming in from out of town.
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah, makes sense.
because everybody else ate at the dirty floor. But you got somebody out there making
Duh.
they frying chicken. They got a burner in a pot outside, or
That's
they got a
it.
little kitchen. Yeah,
So
get your
GA,
little.
you ate at a plantation before too?
Nah, I ain't needed a
Oh,
plantation.
oh.
That's a little bit. That's a little bit before my
No,
time,
we
bro.
didn't sit down. I mean, when I was in Louisiana, no, we weren't eating no goddamn food there. No,
Y'all saying like spirituals and stuff when y'all ate?
This motherfucker.
we went in the daytime, so no. But
Now they do
we
be
did, we
trying
did.
to. Go ahead, Dale. Go ahead.
You ain't go to the what is that? Tabasco plant down there in Avery Island.
No.
Oh,
That'll
that's in
be
Louisiana though. That's
yeah,
Louisiana.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. But right next to it was a plantation though. It wasn't on that particular grounds at the time, but it was like an active plantation that I saw goddamn butlers and maids like working. And this is
yeah, but
1981.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
crazy.
we ain't like that shit, dude. They had that shit.
Yeah,
They try to preserve. They call it the antebellum homes
yeah,
and all that type
yeah,
stuff. Ain't
yeah,
nobody
yeah.
going on. And
Like the
nigga,
one that
that's a
caught on fire.
plantation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was still operation.
I wonder why it caught on fire. But
Hmm. Anybody got no video? I still haven't seen no video. I'm just seeing like pics and shit.
nah. Well, I'm just saying, they were burning black churches at a point in time down south. So,
Hmm. Yeah, Sears, Woolworths. Yeah, those were
So,
staples.
no, I take that back, true. So the closest thing I would say to the plantation would be the country club. There's remnants of bitterness in 2025 of those today.
But should black people try to get control of some of them plantations and do our own tours and sell our own history?
I don't know about the tour
I
shit though.
don't know, Taz. That shit kind of traumatic. Well, I ain't gonna say traumatic, but it's kind of like, goddamn, how do you do that, man?
Well, you do it like they do it. You do it as a business. You instead of letting them monetize it and manipulate and control the market like they have for years, you teach it and use it as a tool of history and make the same money they make. Promote it
You
the
know
same
what?
way and teach it the same way. I don't, because I mean, I'm just saying that because like once you go, like when you go down there and you actually are looking for that type of shit, you begin to see that it's part of the economy. Like they're making money off of it. They're doing tours. There's signs pointing you to these places, so it's not hidden. So I mean, why shouldn't we benefit from it as well? It is our history.
That
Well,
shit's still
no,
going
that's
on in Savannah, in the Savannah, Georgia area. Those signs are up. Like, turn here. Like, literally, it's a goddamn arrow.
no, that's a fair point. It's a very fair point. And that's two things what Miss Mo was just talking about, and it's something you brought up, the Devil's Punch Bowl down
Yeah.
in there, Natchez. I thought about that, and there's some
Natchez
areas
Trail, yeah.
In the Mississippi Delta, like around Holly Bluff and everything, and around Mount Bayou, that I thought about when she was just talking about the whole tourism thing. But
Well, right there at the Devil's Punch Bowl, bro. If I were there right now, I could show you. It's literally three plantations right there surrounding it. You know what I'm saying?
it,
So
I,
that's where I initially got the idea. Like, well, damn, I'm here. If I own one of these plantations, this would certainly be a perfect place to do a whole tour. You know what I'm saying? Because you got three plantations there, and then there's a military, it's a military cemetery right there as
it
well.
is, it
Um,
is, yeah, and a
yeah.
couple other
So
Civil War
I've been
monuments
there. You know
there.
what I'm saying? Yeah, no doubt.
No, I mean it's not a bad idea, man. It's just yeah, I'm probably not emotional stable to be able to do that. But I mean, to your point, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, we went in there actually, and what like I said, I was looking over the bluff, man. I just think it's a lot of history there to discuss, but it's so hidden, and really I just don't think people care. You know what I'm saying? But that Devil's Punch Bowl story, it's a lot there. And I, you know what I'm saying? Again, that just ain't been flushed out. I think it's a lot of history that wasn't written where we would be able to find it. I think it's hidden somewhere else, but it's somewhere. I know those stories are somewhere. It's just, you know what I'm saying? It's righteously there, but the right story ain't there because what that white dude told was false. You know what I'm saying? I just know that from going to where he went and looking myself and seeing juxtaposed to what the actual history shows. Because I would argue the history shows that where that casino is where the union was keeping quote unquote contraband
I
to
mean
where that casino is
cause
now.
in Vicksburg, you talking about
No, in Natchez.
in Natchez? Okay, no, okay, I wouldn't doubt it. That you're right. Natchez and Tunica, they do got their own history. So
Yeah, it's the state line is right there, bro, and it's like overlooking. It's a bluff that
it is a
overlooks
bluff.
the state
Yeah,
line.
yeah.
Like it's pretty impressive. You know what I'm saying? I just couldn't imagine them not using it. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're right. It's right on the other side because on the other side is I think it's Coldwater, Louisiana, or whatever. It's a bridge that leads you right
Hmm.
Louisiana, not too far from there. I know. I'm very familiar with the area. You right?
Right. Like you can damn near swim across and you right there in Louisiana. So yeah, I'm just saying. I think if we had some control of that area, you control the tourism down that way. There it is a lot down there, bro. I just
It's a
you know.
lot of history in Natchez, man. I mean, just yeah, it's all kind of history down there. My family no ties to the Delta. You know, I still got family buried at the end of the fields that they used to work, and I got their graves marked up there in the Delta, the Yazoo City, Greenwood area. So, and I got that all the way back to second grandmothers, great grandmothers. So,
All I want to say is thank you, Taz. Y'all had to hear from the man.
no, I mean you said
No,
it, Miss
you
Mo, but
said it. Yeah, we
What
remember.
I say now? What I do?
Nah, she been bringing it up a couple times, few times actually.
What's that?
And
Getting the stuff down south.
Yeah.
tourists, no, anyway, the tourism, this the perfect time because of the it's big conversations around 250th silver, right? The whole annual thing, right? Annual anniversary deal is big talk, and they're pushing funding out for tourism because it's a revenue generator, and it helps you with sustainability. If and it doesn't necessarily have to be just for the slavery piece. Is any information, educational information as it relates to the history of any sort.
Right.
Yeah, that's what Tulsa tried to do during the pandemic. Kind of really put didn't really stop it, but it kind of slowed it down. Because, like I say, I was in Black Wall Street in 2020, but the reason why I didn't get much fanfare because everybody was doing George Floyd. You know.
So right now, digital. If you look up digital tourism, it's hitting big with QR codes on the
Oh yeah.
van. Click the code. hmm Yeah.
Wait. Do digital tourism in terms of like going to the place and then looking inside your phone?
Yes. Yep. Scan the QR code.
I,
hmm
I, I don't know if I've actually seen it, but now I heard y'all talk. I heard you talking about the other day. That's what it was. I heard you talking about the other day.
Yeah. Because all of the site, all of his like the museums or historical sites and things of that nature. So let's say you just wanted to connect all plantations that were in the U.S., right? But you were physically touring the plantations where you are, but you still wanted to bring some highlights to others, or maybe how they all interconnected. You could set up displays along the way on your tour. While you're doing one, you could do another. You can have that QR code that links it. Let's say you want to say, okay, let's highlight all the cotton plantations in the US, and you're at a cotton plantation where you would have that QR code set up that will have links to other cotton plantations in the US as well. So you would do both at the same time. It would just add a little bit more value.
So his revenue generator would be what? Subscriptions,
No,
per
people pay you.
fee. Yeah.
Yeah, people pay for the tours. We ran them every hour on an hour from 9 to 3. We charged $55 a person, and they were two
Man.
hour tours. Yeah, you would be surprised.
Wait. Where was this at? This was in somebody else city,
This was
or
this was in yeah, and this was in Beaufort, South Carolina during not during during the Gullah Festival. We ran um a tour. The first one we ran was on a Thursday, and it was 2 hours, and it was how the Gullah people contribution to the 250 revolutionary time period, which was only the only thing was highlighted in that tour was 1775 to 1783. You couldn't come up with anything else outside of that for that tour. And then the Friday and the Saturday we ran from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. We ran just a Gullah tour from one side of Beaufort to the other using 16 passenger vans. And then we also crossed over into St. Helena Island. And we had a tour guide every hour, all up into 3 for 2 days. And the demand and what they did was they just stopped at different historical monuments, or they stopped at the Praise House, or they stopped at cemetery, and the tour guide just told the story.
but I guess what I'm saying though, it ain't like you can just pop out in somebody's city and start doing tours though randomly. Like You know what I'm saying? Just fly to Memphis and meet some people there to do $55 tours. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's, you know what I
Well,
mean? Because I'm thinking like, how do you set that up in a place where you aren't, where that isn't, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't live in a lot of the places that I talk about and that I know the most history about. Hell, I don't live nowhere near them places.
No, but you got to be
it's
familiar on the ground.
it's just like oh, yeah, and it's just like a concert, right? Promotion and advertisement, right? So there's a group I know. They come from Baltimore, Maryland area, and they do a Harriet Tubman tour. They come down to the Carolinas, but when they get ready, they set up a tour. It's the same thing like a concert. They set it up. They stationary put up a site. Wix is free. You always have to have, and then they advertise it, and then people buy into the tour, and then you have a location. Set up that location, and that's where the people meet, and then they go on their tour. So I would say you start in a location maybe where someone is, and then once you get it down, then it's all about advertising after that, to be honest with you. But it works the same way a concert would work. It's all about PR.
No, that's interesting. I never thought about that though. I just went to a lot of places and did content and kept it moving though. You know what I'm saying? I never thought about doing a tour or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Or you know what I'm saying? Because what that does is it kind of takes you even deeper into the history because you gotta fill out that time of doing a tour. So nah, I
Or you
actually
could
like that
contact,
idea.
or you yeah, or you could contact. So, for example, like my next one, I was gonna do it in Columbia, but I'm not. They wanted me to take it to Aiken, South Carolina. So I didn't know nobody in Aiken. So I contacted the tourism or the museum in Aiken just to inquire what type of tours they do, or can I customize one and just tell me the do's or don'ts in the city. So, for example, in Buford, we can't take chartered buses because the streets are too narrow. So the county prohibited the charter bus. So we use 16 passenger vans, right? And so we're interested in doing a water tour. So there's a boat company that customizes the tour. So we've already contacted them and we know how much it will cost for us to do it, and we just gonna divide the cost out. But we gonna write a grant for it, and then we're gonna get the money that we're gonna charge. We're gonna be able to keep. So we're gonna try to get a corporation or somebody to fund the boat or the vans if we have to divert. Um, and then we gonna charge the fee, and you'll be surprised. I think you would do well. Like I went to Seattle where deities at when I was still in the military. We would go out there for when they would do the ROTC would do the summer camps, and we would go out there and we did a tour in the city of Seattle by the city of Seattle, and we met the tour person on the corner at one of the buildings in Seattle, and we just walked. We walked maybe a couple blocks, and they just told the history, and we just met back at the same location where we started. I would talk with if you in true
Yeah,
story and do them all the time.
I like that right there. That's what I'm talking about right there. Where because that again, like I say, sometimes I do think there's still a benefit in teaching, but I don't think it is from maybe the content perspective. Like sometimes I do think you just got to show up in some of these places if you really want people to know. So like I said, I had my best experience in going to Vicksburg, going to Natchez, actually dealing with people, as opposed to online where it seems like people don't appreciate it. They just call it a video.
Mhm. Yep. And if you meet, let's say something's going on, right? there's like a festival, a concert or something, and you know a whole bunch of folks that may be there or may end up there. You say, okay, what extra? So for example, like when I would go down to Sinetta events, like Reggie would be like, "Yo, who want to do the museum tour?" And boom, we would meet him up, and he would go through the we would give him a couple bucks, and he'll take us through the whole the whole Met, whatever you call it, the museum. We'll be in there about 2-3 hours, just going through the museum. You knew people was coming down. They ain't have nothing else to do. It was probably only a 1 day event, and we'd go do something else the other days, and that's one of the things we would do. I think Trustoria did a walking tour once that I know of. He may have done more, right?
Yeah. I think he did one of the places up in Harlem, and
Yes.
yeah,
So see,
I think that
yeah,
was it.
that, that's why I'm like, you all are so history savvy, man.
Yeah, that's why I need to see. I need to see the one that True Story and did because I don't trust his information all the way. So I'm gonna have to fact check it and vet it. But but no,
Yeah.
I didn't know that people
Here.
did that though. But now again, because I would ask him, did he do it in a place he's familiar with, or you know what I'm saying? Because I don't even. Is that where he from? Ain't that where he from?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
from
he's
there.
yeah. So he got a little bit more familiarity, like you said. It does make a difference because there may be some restrictions, like you said, especially you're not from there. Uh, Commerce,
Now what? Hmm.
video, copyrights, and all that shit. Yeah.
Now if you walk,
Like it's easy when you walk in because it's just a group of people. I think you're when you get vehicles involved is where but you would start with your tourist like I was in Colombia. It's called the African American Tourism. So I called them up, and then they had a little membership. I said, "Oh, I'm gonna legitimize it. I'm gonna just join it, and then I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna work and work a relationship. This is what I'm trying to do, you know, and
Yeah,
you
and
can
I think most of those places down there in Mississippi, where he already been, does have a specific office just for the tourism, whether it's named tourism or not. So if not, the Chamber of Commerce has that info available. So yeah, you can hook that up.
and And most places have black chamber of commerces now. So if you
Yeah,
want, you could partner with them and say, "Listen, I'm a historian. This is what I do. Da 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 da. I would like to give a tour. I would like to partner with you, and I want to come down. Whenever I come down, that I could have your location as a base location. That's what we did that with the Black Chamber in Buford, and they like that because you drive business their way. You drive awareness their way because a lot of people don't know there's black chambers. They know about the regular chambers, but they kind of bypass the black chamber.
yeah,
Hmm.
Mm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's interesting. Cause see, now when it comes to Natchez, like I said, I went there and stayed overnight and went back and you know what I'm saying. Like I was really like on that shit with this Devil's Punch Bowl story, and I'm saying it's not being reflected in their tourism. It's not part of a tourist attraction or anything that anybody's coming there to see. You know what I'm saying? So now I mean, I guess I'm questioning if there's a reason why that is, and it kind of makes me want to try that. It makes me want to try to, you know what I'm saying, get this stuff documented so I can contact that Chamber of Commerce to say, okay, look, I want to promote some of this history down here in this area where it isn't being promoted at.
And you know what? It's probably a lot of people don't know what they don't know, and some people gonna put tours together based off of what they deem they want the audience. Because when I went through the tours When I started paying attention, I was like, dang, they pushing. Well, for South Carolina, that's our number one initiative. Besides energy, tourism is the number one um conversation they're having right now. They want money in Carolina, and they want you to bring people in, and so all of those historical and preservation and cultural tourists, you name it, you could put it together. They interested, and they tossing money at it. But so that's why I mentioned it, because not only there, that's it. It's a money generator, and I know people be like, "Oh, it's about money." It is about money because they know people are gonna come. People want to know, and the very fact that they're taking or removing um, certain histories from certain places, people are trying to preserve. And so that's big conversation right now. As a matter of fact, like Queen Quet, y'all probably heard her name tossed around in the Gullah world. She just received a $500,000 grant with the Georgia State University to do what? Gullah preservation. So she's partnering with the professors to tell the story of Gullah so that they can archive it and document it. And in return from the university, they're providing the students um, as an intern to kind of, when they do their workshops and things of that nature, that those students will be there to support and help out to learn what? Tourism
Hmm.
in the Sea Islands, specifically in the Sea Islands.
And see, that's what I'm saying though. So all these FBA people with like 501c3s and shit, they could be tapping into those, or not even those, specifically that 250th semi-quintennial
Yes,
grant and start doing these types of things, right? Ain't that
yes,
what you're saying?
yes, totally.
Yeah, these niggas
Yes.
pathetic, man, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not part of that. I'm like, for real, and it's crazy because I keep saying this shit, but like I've always pushed back against that as an industrial complex, as something bad. But it's just no, like it's like motherfuckers have always either kind of did it wrong, it seems, or not at all. Like there's no teaching of it, and so I keep listening, and it's like, damn, this like these missed opportunities by not having a nonprofit, right? But then I'm thinking about it like, but damn, what about all the nonprofits? Why ain't none of them doing this shit?
That's already there.
Hmm.
That's because sometimes, so a lot of times the mindset, I think Dev said it best, but sometimes the mindset of the nonprofit is, how can I not pay taxes, as opposed to um the history, or preserving the history like we're talking about right now, and at the same time it could be a financial sustainability opportunity for you, right? They're not really looking at it from a programmatic way. They just be like, oh, I'm gonna start a nonprofit, then I ain't gotta pay the tax, which is cool, because the for profit can rent from the nonprofit if you're looking at real estate and things of that nature. But the question is, how do you sustain your nonprofit outside of grants, outside of sponsorships? And that would be what we're talking about now, because that could be continuous for a lifetime. Can you
Yeah, you
imagine?
can do that
All you need
year
is you
round.
in
Yeah.
a van. Look, all you need is you in a van or you and your feet. If you're gonna do it walking or gonna drive around. And people sometimes they'll say, well, nobody wants to do that.
Hmm.
So I was like, oh yeah, okay, because when I joined the festival on their board, they kept saying, we need money in entertainment. We need money in entertainment. And I would say, nope, you need more vans. We need more tours. We need more craft workshops. You guys put those workshops at the same time, and people are fussing. They want to be able to do all the workshops. So they was like, no, 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 that's not it. I said, okay, I'm gonna make you out a believer. Let me work your registration. Man, I was selling out. I had people fussing. I had too many people at the table. I was just selling because people would come up. They were like, "Yo, how can we get on the information? We came here for the gala information. How can I get in the drum making workshop? How can I get in the indigo workshop? How can I get out? Or, oh, I want to go on the tour. What time is the next tour? Oh man, the play about to happen. You know, yeah, they had people singing and doing their thing, but That was in the evening. The nightlife is when people was ready for the band and whoever artist you brought in. But during the day, tourism was hot. So if you know someone who has a nonprofit and they trying to reshape, reframe, that is a hot ticket. Because think about it, your younger generation don't have a clue, many of them, about the history. Your middle aged generation, they still trying to learn. They don't have a clue, but they're interested. They just don't know how to do it. And your older people, they're still interested. So you gotta make sure you're accommodating if you attract that group, right? But it's there. And guess who else is interested? The white folk.
Hmm.
They might end up being your number one audience.
They is gonna be your number one audience.
To, yep, to your history.
They already proved to you they making money off the shit.
Hmm. And Terrence, the way you run down them I'm telling you guys, I'm trying to break the code on a new one. We have listen, I'm telling you how big it is in Carolina. We have a grant they put out called Undiscovered Tourism.
Hmm.
Undiscovered tourism. Some of what you talking about now. Man, people ain't even talking about that. Yes, that's the kind of tourism they want. They want
Yeah,
you to
Wilmington,
tell me about
shit
something
like
that
that.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Yep,
damn.
yep, yep. We
Ah,
know
man,
too
I got
many people on the internet for us not to be connected. I'm gonna crack the code.
yeah, I gotta
I'll
quit
crack
running
the
from
code
that
and
shit.
just contact y'all in. Go pay that little 275, get that little 501c3 and make it do what it do.
That's how much it costs. I ain't even know it costs for real. I thought it was cheaper than that, but
But
that's
well
that
the
ain't a
state
lot to do. What
the,
yeah, what you can do with it though. How long is the
yeah,
process?
state the state fee will probably take you a week, so that varies from state to state, but it's probably less than $100. And then the IRS piece only takes well, it'll take you 6 months, but you get it back in 3 weeks, and that's 275.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, you can run all that shit down online. Just
Yeah.
find
Yeah,
out.
I looked at that shit before, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I was like, all right, bet. And I ain't look back at that shit
I
since.
know, right? Yeah, all them fees and shit. Yeah, I did the same shit.
Yeah, I was looking at that shit like, yeah, all right, fam. I get back to this shit. But then when I hear Dr. Mo
If
talking
you
about it,
had
it's always
you
like every time I hear you talking about it, it's always like, damn, I need to get this shit done though. Like I missed the
Yeah,
opportunity.
yeah, as much as if you are a great content creator, that means you know how to attract an audience. That means wherever you go, you're gonna have a group. Is that easy? Is that easy? Especially if you know, you're favorable. Because we think about it. Reggie, my homie, but a lot of people be like, man, Reggie, spit it out. But guess what? Reggie say he giving a darn museum tour. Shit, people be right there. They going to that tour because they know Reggie gonna take you from the beginning of civilization to the end and do a great job with it. So just imagine you doing modern day stuff. Oh man, it's workable if you work it.
Yeah. I'm gonna talk to my wife about this shit tonight, man. 'Cause I be bullshitting with this type shit for real. Just cause the government involved, just cause I gotta do a process that involves going to some motherfuckers. I be pussyfooting around with that shit, but I gotta get this shit done. Cause we was talking about it before, and I think not even I think I know you was showing me that it's more to my benefit to do it that way. So yeah.
Quit saying that
Yeah,
shit and just do it.
yeah. I'll share. Shit, I don't even have to share. You can actually just go online where you are, wherever you plan on doing it. Just see how they have their stuff mapped out. Because when True mapped mine out in Colombia, and I went, I said okay, because I called one of my friends that actually worked in like at the state house. And I said, hey, I want to do this tour. This I'm gonna do. And she was like, well, Mo, it's already an African American tour. And I said, well, I don't think they doing or saying what we gonna be saying. So she's like, well, go check it out. So I went and looked at the website. I was like, nah. They had one location. That was it. Every location they selected, True ran circles around that. And so when I called them and I talked to them, I said, hey, this is what I'm trying to do. And it was like, really? Well, we have historians. I said, no, mine is coming from New York. He's super savvy. And they was like, oh, okay. Let us know when you got your LOI ready. Sure will. Yup.
Mm.
And the grants that are out now, because I always, the first place I go look for is allowable costs and unallowable costs. And I noticed that they're saying it's okay for you to get a historian consultant or someone who knows the history. Just add the resume to your grant application, and there you go. I said, oh shit, they give you the green light to hire somebody from out of state. Oh man, that done made my day. Yeah, good opportunity. Let me know if y'all need some help. I can do that paperwork with the back of my hand. So work if you work it. Uh-oh, I know I ain't ran everybody away.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here. I'd happen to glance at some shit on my phone, but no, I'm here. Like I
Yeah.
said, I'm gonna quit ducking from this shit. Soon as because it's still in my mind from the last conversation. Is soon as I get it, you'll help me with whatever I need to do to get to that next step. So what I'm saying,
Oh
it's just
yeah.
something I haven't done. You know what I'm saying? I gotta do this shit though.
I would, and then even before you file, right? I would whatever location you going into, I would check them out and see, if there's a tourism agency or tourism, African American tourism or whatever. And then if they have anything on their site about customized tours, or call them and be like, if I wanted to customize a tour with a group of people, what are the requirements? And then they'll let you know. If they say you have to, have your paperwork, then boom, then we know we gotta do paperwork. If they're like, oh no, you can come and, you know, host your tour, it's cool, then, you can just do it solo or whatnot. You tell them. But you know how they do us. If they see a group of people, they gonna wanna know what's going on. So paperwork is best.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. And you'd be surprised, some of these folks who do tours, they have like probably some or half the history.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've been to these places, and like I say, the content was not there. I'm doing content about shit that should be there. You know what I'm saying? And leaving like, damn, what's the like I said, even with the Devil's Punch Bowl, like it's plantations around there. It's all type of shit in that chairs. The slave trail was there. Like it's so much shit there that I damn near would make that my home to do content there. Or do
Mhm.
tourism. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that much there. I don't see that. I don't see it happening for the Devil's Punch Bowl part of it as much as the Natchez Trail and all the other stuff though. It's like the Devil's Punch Bowl, people don't really
Mhm.
they don't really mess with that part of the history. But I you know, why not?
there's history there. You know what I'm saying? And I don't. I think it should be okay to go there and kind of research that next layer of information to see what I'm missing, because I know it's still even parts of that story that would be probably in the library, something like that. Some of the old Natchez newspapers and whatnot. Like I mean, it is a lot there. The fire when a bunch of people burnt up and died. A bunch of black people in the 40s
Mm,
got trapped in a building there. Um,
mm.
it's a lot in Natchez. I'm just sitting here thinking about it. Like, and there was no tour type thing that I could see. You know what I'm saying? That stood out. Like, okay, here go a black person with a tour that's, you know what I'm saying, that's prominent enough to, they running a business every day. Boom, this is what this economy is. Come here, get some of your history. And it's there, but I don't see the tourism part of it like I saw in some of the cities going across the map, and you start seeing Road 66 history and whatnot, and how that's somewhat promoted. You don't see our history promoted that way in places where you can. So, like I said, I just see openings there where ain't nobody even talking about this, and I know I could present this to somebody as this is what you call it, unspoken history, or you call it something
Undiscovered.
undiscovered
Undiscovered.
history. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, I got some of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I got
Nat,
some of them.
Nat, this is Mississippi.
Oh yeah, yeah. Natchez, Mississippi.
Yeah. And then keep in mind, cause see, this happens as well. Like people in the area, you know, people always say, "Oh, don't nobody want to do that here," but your revenue or your attraction is a lot of times not the people in the area, it's people who are coming from other areas.
Hmm.
They're coming in to the location, you know, and how you know who's coming from where. You've got a little simple little Google Doc survey. Have people scan, complete this survey, make sure you got a zip code, and then boom, you'll know where folks are coming from. Because a lot of times, just I think I had 47, because my um for some reason they wouldn't get in the surveys, but anyway, the 47 that we did get, so I had to make the organization out of Believer. Only two people from the area actually completed the survey. Everybody else was from out of state: Ohio, Michigan, New York, Denver, Louisiana, Texas, Florida, Georgia. And I was telling us, like, y'all got to remember, people coming from other areas do one or two things. They have family from here, or they heard of it, and because it's, been around for a while, they want to come and see, so they're coming back. So a lot of times your tourist folks are coming from out of state. And so those people are not concerned. They're not coming in like they don't have no money. They actually coming in with their money because they know it costs, and they're actually coming for the history. And you'll be surprised when they did that 250th tour, the commission, they didn't think they could pull it off because they thought that the only history that black people can share was after Reconstruction time period. And that tour guide, he was a guy who slept in, he goes around slave houses. And they contacted him, and so man, he knew all the history. It was um, just here, but they had that junk down pat. Yep. So I mean, you really different ways to spend it, so you know what you're gonna be doing. But if you do fall under one of those grant type, or some foundation or some corporation that are sponsor it, and you have to dates, you just make sure you have a little brochure or something, or app or written guide. We continue to use paper because depending on where you are, whether your sales service or what company you're dealing with, whether people will have connection or not. But a little simple little brochure. And the very fact that you got companies out here like Fiverr that will put your stuff together. You give them the bullet points, they'll put your little brochure together very quick for the low. And this is, I just got excited about it because I hear y'all talking about history a lot, and I'm like, man, they are savvy as hell. They can really make this happen. hmm
Yeah.
Yep, yep. Even where you are, I mean, think about, you're in Vegas. Think about how to make that. And even though it has its own thing, it's something about our history that does not get shared that we yearn for when we go to these different places and we look for it. But a lot of times
Hmm.
it's not.
You know what? I actually didn't think
Yeah.
about that, but there is a Black history here that you could do a little bit of tourism with.
Mhm.
There's some Black
Mhm.
history here.
It's there. If you think about it, from those are sustainability. That's a sustainability idea. You know, sustain. People look at sustainability from the money aspect of it, but sustainability has to have something that people yearn for, right? What can be around regardless, of who does it. If you pass it on to your kids or to a friend or whomever, it can still be something that's relevant and can still generate funding. But people usually look at the money, but they don't look at the product. What are you offering? And tourism a lot of times has a crossover uh market.
Hmm. Definitely does.
hmm
Yeah, it definitely does. Cause like I said, I was just when you was just saying that about out here, I guess I wasn't thinking about it like that, but yeah, if you like think about the history of the Moulin Rouge and then the West Side and some of the things with that, I mean, you integrate a little bit of that into the
You
current and
went up.
present day Black community. Well, shit, you got an hour something tour. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So
Easy.
damn, yeah, I didn't even really think about it like that, but yeah, I could do it here. It's just so much
Yep.
stuff in the South. I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm always fixated on Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia, Florida. You know what I'm saying? Because that's where most of the good stories are. You know what I'm saying? So every time I start thinking about any topic to do with history, it's like I always feel like I got to be in them places. But no, there's history out here too. You know what I'm saying? Duh.
I'll bring it back to your content yesterday week. The reason we have the different crossover in America, um, is
I don't know if that's my phone or hers.
all the way we. Is it mine?
I don't know. Can
I'm
you hear
breaking
me?
up.
But I'm out here in the desert though, so I
Yes,
might be breaking
I
up.
can hear
So
you.
I don't know. All right, yeah. So it might have been me. Oh no, no, she just dropped off. That might have been her.
Yeah, that was her.
Okay, okay. I had to come sit in the car for a second, let my phone cool off. I ain't. It could have been me. It's hot in the motherfucker. It's starting to cool off now though.
About 90 down there now. 90 in Vegas.
90. That might
Yeah,
be too low. Let me see. I'll
I'm
still
saying
throw
that now
some
because I
90s
know
on.
it's 8 o'clock. Yeah, so I know the
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
So
yeah. 99.
99, 100.
That's crazy. Damn.
Yo,
Peace, peace, peace.
just want to send a happy Father's Day to all the fellas out there, man. It ain't an easy job for us, so
Salute to all the bros doing their thing, man. We deserve our day. Oh man.
Definitely salute all the black fathers out there.
Yeah, bro, that shit old as hell, fam. Boy, I tell you, man, my kids that got so old now. That shit, like, yeah, all right, man, thanks, man, whatever. Fuck out of here.
That's
So
a fact.
tomorrow you'll be calling for something else. Like, I ain't trying to hear that shit, fam. Ain't for real.
Nah, we gotta take that day when they give it to us, man. When they put that call in, make that post or whatever, they showing that love. We gotta accept it because we deserve it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt, man. No doubt.
You've been cooking, Taz. I'm locked in.
Oh
Checking
yeah,
out
yeah.
your
I'm
joints.
trying to get back to doing content. But it's difficult though, cause I like the landscape ain't what it used to be. Like the conversations ain't the same no more. So doing content is different, bro. That shit frustrating, bro. God damn, now that you say that, bro, I done came to this nigga football game. I'm supposed to be doing some content tonight. Oh, that shit finna get moved to tomorrow. It's over. I forgot, bro. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't even thinking about no Father's Day shit, bro, when I scheduled that shit. Like, I ain't thinking about no shit like no damn Father's Day. Like, hell no. This nigga come talking about football and barbecuing and shit. Oh, man. Yankees winning this year, fuck the Dodgers. Meanwhile, I know you just got the same text that I got from ESPN that Otani is starting tomorrow, which means he's pitching this year, which means the Yankees have no chance. They couldn't even win it when he wasn't pitching. But I might be the only one up here that ever watched baseball. I don't ever hear nobody bring up baseball.
You watch it from start to finish?
Yeah, if it's the only thing on. I ain't gonna watch it over another sport, but yeah, if it's the only sport on, I'll watch it. Definitely. And it depends on who pitching, because like they said Otani starting tomorrow. I'm gonna definitely watch that game. Unless, if the Dodgers start losing or some shit like that, like I turn it in. But nah, he's kind of an attraction to the game. Paul's like, he can hit and pitch. And so he finally making his first start at pitcher. So yeah, I wanna see what he looked like out there as pitcher. Again, the entertainment culture going wild. Oh wow.
Pretty soon you gonna have the more Black American. You ain't gonna have the more Black American nothing in football. Football, basketball. Try to recruit all these, Euro players and European players, and black man gonna be obsolete. No, not not as not as a whole, but meaning domestically. But I don't know. It could be that, or it gonna be mulatto.
What? Wait, whoa. Wait, mulatto, what?
I mean, ball. I'm trying to see who the ball brother. I'm just trying to see most of the dominant players is I'm just on the face of the players, ain't it? Dude
It's
from
funny you said that because I don't really know
Rocky.
what Halliburton is, but I know that boy is nice on that court, man.
Incoming players is who's the white boy? I'm tripping. I'm thinking I ain't tripping, but I'm talking about he basically it's you starting to see a rise of, I ain't gonna say starting, but because you could argue that it's been as far as the rise of the mulatto basketball player.
The rise of the mulatto basketball player. That's crazy.
American basketball national basketball. Sorry. Oh man. And like I said, on the flip side of that, you starting to see a lot of recruits. What is it? Is it? I always get these two words mixed up. Is it? What is it? So basically, I'm gonna just say flood. Just starting to see. You're starting to see a lot of the non. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, do you think, just like and we could say black people stop playing baseball, and we could, but I'd say it's more factors in that, as far as the disinvestment from or why we don't see Black American. I don't think it's just one issue that young black boys just stop playing, but I feel like it's resources, it's exposure, or reigniting the exposure like it once was. But basically, what I'm trying to say is, do you think that the Black American man, is going to be rooted,
I get your question. Now it's always gonna be
uprooted?
Anthony Edwards. It's always gonna be, Kevin Durant. We're always gonna be premier players, but I will be honest, like when I'm moving around those AAU tournaments and different games, them kids that's cooking, they look more and more like Tatum and Halliburton, you know what I mean? Then they look like my son, but nah, that black player, we always gonna have a space in that game.
That nigga said the rise of the mulatto basketball
I was
player,
just,
bro.
I was just thinking, I was
Hey
just
yo,
thinking that
Taz, but
like,
I couldn't shoot him down. I was like,
Nah,
he
he ain't
might be on to
lying.
something.
That's valid.
Nah, but listen, that's what I'm saying. I'm not even saying he lying. It's just
Chicago
crazy
Bulls.
how that shit sound like a research paper. Like that sound like some shit like Q Butter would have said though. Like yo, Taz, I need you to try to think about this research paper and writing this shit, bro. Like, listen, 'cause he trying to keep telling me these research papers he want me to write, and that sounds like another one
Yeah,
right
yeah.
there.
Hey, it's a
Now,
valid one though.
now
It's
that's
a
right up
valid
your
one,
alley
bro.
too. Word.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
Gonna speak to
And
intellectual
look,
property.
I'm gonna agree with Deity, because listen, for us to have our kids playing ball now, it ain't what it was back in the day. Let's keep it real. We was little kids running around the neighborhood. The little Pop Warner football coaches, they was recruiting wherever they seen kids. Now it's you going to selective places to get them kids. Kids ain't outside like they used to. And the kids who do want to do it, you need money for AAU. So that's why it's that mulatto rise, because that's who really got the AAU money. If the coach not going to just outright do like they did back in the day, you know how they used to do for us in the hood. That nigga fast. That nigga can catch. I'm going to buy that boy shoes this whole school year, put him on the team and all that. That don't happen no more. You feel me? So,
And you kind
man,
of
y'all
touched on
talking
that
crazy.
because I wouldn't say that doesn't happen. Those players are still there, right? But now you're getting a whole nother market of suburban kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who these little niggas got personal trainers. Like, yo, every Thursday we doing an hour and a half. You know what I mean? They have a different
What
level
get the
of, like you
suburban
said.
kids is only in the go ahead, yo. Y'all gonna sit up here and act like we ain't had no goddamn biracial goddamn athletes and shit.
I mean, would you say so? Deb, you don't agree that there's been a major as far as the incidents, as far as the
We
influx?
always had them.
I
Like
said,
when
Nah,
was
hold
it
on. So
when was there no biracial athletes?
yeah,
I ain't.
so
No, we
damn,
I'm
not
not
talking about
saying
cause
no.
none.
look,
I'm talking as far
let
We
me
as
ask
saying
you
they
a
wasn't the
question.
majority by
rise.
far.
Cause
Yeah.
damn, listen, cause look, I was thinking about it, right? So here's the challenge, right? This is where I challenge myself at to why I say I can't contest it. If you think about the basketball players, when you start talking about the top 25, the GOATs, the greatest, how many of them niggas mix, bro?
I'm saying by the time they were able to be exposed and exposure from even late ABA to NBA, yeah, I would say, of those promoted, probably not.
No, the argument is this though, right? In the
So
90s, in the
So
90s,
now,
can you give me a Klay Thompson? Can you give me a Jason Tatum? Can you give me the Ball brothers? Can you give me premier players, Halliburton, right? That all look like them. Nah, that wasn't a thing in the
Bro,
90s.
it's only
yeah,
one I
I can go
name,
into the
and he
'90s
didn't even
and
stay in the league.
yeah, I can run you down some this in the '90s. I'm talking about '70s and '80s.
I
and see,
would argue it would be even further, even harder to find those players going back
Yeah,
even
they're
further.
not gonna be at the top of the list. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, we got the internet now. I mean, we got social media now. So you ain't even got to be that fucking good, and you're gonna get promoted. I mean, you got a shoe deal. Just based. I mean, look at Zion. What did Zion do in the pros? Right? Like not jack shit.
Nah, if he
And
ain't injured, he worth it. I'll be honest.
duh, shit. How many players get injured? He still was hotter
A lot.
before he even got to the league than motherfucking players that was in the league for a while.
Zion is undisciplined, very much like Jokic is. The difference is he wasn't playing on those teams Jokic was playing on.
I wouldn't call him trash though. He show up when he want to.
Yeah, he's
Kind of
just
like
not disciplined. He's
he
fat.
remind me of
I
Book.
think he show up whenever he is present. He just not. He not the potential was there. Let's be very blunt about this. Like how they were saying he's
Investors
supposed to be the next
invested a lot of
LeBron
money.
Thompson.
That's the only reason why you saying he had potential. He had potential because those investors invested a lot of money and told you
Oh
he
no
had a
no
lot
no
of
no no
potential.
no no no! You know Zion's from South Carolina. He didn't have like
I'm,
I'm gonna be honest
I,
with you.
I was following
Zion,
Zion since he was at Duke his freshman year.
I was following. That's what I'm saying. I know. Listen, if y'all look it up, at one point in time, the number one player in the nation, his name is Harry Giles. Was Harry Giles the third? That's my cousin. He's from Winston Salem, North Carolina. So them, like I seen when Harry and because they actually played at Duke together. They were the number 1 and 2 recruits in the nation at that time. It wasn't Zion that was the number 1 recruit. It was my cousin for real. So that's what I'm saying. Like them, some of them, they did get investment afterwards, but prior to even getting the investment, people already like Zion went famous off his high school dunks, his high school mixtapes. Like that was prior to the investment. You feel me?
Yeah, I
Like he
give it
was
to him.
just they.
Yeah, I give him that.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie though. He got a mean highlight clip in the league too. Like he did some work in the league. He wasn't
Did what
necessarily
Oh, for
work?
getting the
sure.
wins, but on an individual level, like yeah, you saw the talent was there.
Yeah,
What work
yeah,
did he
yeah.
do
I
in the
mean, he
league?
got the
What Will?
potential.
He did what work in the league? Will?
In terms of if you looking at like a highlight clip of his games, like
Of
yeah,
him
you
doing
see
what?
putting in work, dropping
Like what?
25 and 10,
Like
dropping
nowhere near before the goddamn shoe blowout. So after he blew out
Not
that
before the
shoe,
season.
you ain't never saw like a string of motherfucking performances since then.
Nah, I would disagree with that.
Yeah, I will hold you to that. So I'll post up all the highlights before the shoe blowout, and then I'll let you have everything, even the pros after the shoe blowout, and I guarantee you I'll have more goddamn fucking highlights and clips.
Of who y'all talking about?
Zion.
Uh,
Zion.
for some reason I thought y'all was talking about Lonzo. Bet. Yeah, I agree with that though. I agree with that.
He ain't never recovered from it.
24 and 7 ain't bad.
Nah, I can agree with you.
His average last year was
He
24 and
ain't. He
7.
just.
That ain't bad.
Come on,
That's not a
KC. You
trash
know he
player.
ain't never been the
He's
same
amazing.
since the shoe blowout, yo.
24-7. I didn't.
Nah, that's what
I
I said.
never.
I agree. He ain't. He ain't. But I think he lost that. He understood at that point the lack of discipline he didn't have to have. Like I think like in college he realized like hold the fuck up. No matter what, niggas gonna go for me.
and I can do it. Once he got that first deal, that was the crazy bag. He ain't really have to do much more. So like, yeah, I think he lacked the discipline.
His problem is he's an undisciplined fat bastard. But unlike the other undisciplined fat bastard, he don't have a jump shot. You know what I mean? Jokic got that
Jokic
jump
is
shot
7 feet
that.
tall.
I thought you were talking about Luka.
Nah, you know
I
what's
mean,
crazy? Low key, Zion actually can shoot
Doncic.
threes.
I meant to say Doncic. Yeah, because he's the undisciplined fat nigga.
Luka Doncic has a handle and a jump shot.
Luka's overrated as fuck. I hate this man. I kind of don't even like talking about Luka. But that goes back to what Diddy was saying with the mulatto rise and these white people rise. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like it because it's killing the game, and I'm not saying that like just because they white. I'm saying like, bro, we for years and years and years, everybody was like, James Harden just be stat padding. And then Luka comes do the exact same thing, and they like, no, he's actually good though. And not only is it white people arguing it, it's really legitimately niggas who be like, Luka is that nice. Like, I don't get it, bro. I don't give a fuck if LeBron is 40 or not.
Hold on.
I can't put that on the
Luka led his team to a final.
What really killed the game?
Luka led his team to a final.
What really killed the game was the change in the rules. Like, I'm watching all these steps they get. Like, if I had them third and fourth Euro step, I'm in the league. You know what I mean? Like, they
who did they change the
bro,
rules
hold on. But all of this shit about Luka being like Luka cooks, bro. Luka cooks. Like that, like this, like all of this because he's white and all of this. Yeah, we only know, bro. Luka dog.
I understand that. He just has
like
no
Luka
dog.
Like,
he just has no
like,
Jamal Crawford undisciplined and he's not athletic.
Crawford cook. Is he gonna get you a championship? Do we call him a legend? No.
Luka led his team to a final. What are you talking about? Luka led his team to a final.
Jalen Brunson
Luka was the best.
You forgot that. Jalen Brunson did. Before that, Kyrie was the best man going into the finals.
But are you smoking dope?
Luka not that.
I'm a Kyrie fan. I'm a Kyrie fan, bro. Kyrie ain't never led his team to nothing.
You're smoking crack. You're smoking crack. If it wasn't for Kyrie, LeBron wouldn't have came back on Golden State, nigga.
If it wasn't for LeBron, Kyrie wouldn't even have smelled. Okay, how many playoff wins does Kyrie have without LeBron?
He was in the league 3 years prior to LeBron.
How many playoff wins? How many playoff wins did Kyrie have? How many playoff appearances did Kyrie have without LeBron?
He was just in the playoffs.
So what the fuck are you talking? Yes, that's why you saying. Okay, bro. All right, nigga. See, that's what I'm saying. If we gonna talk sports, let's talk sports. But if y'all want to be on some super pro black shit and be like, nah, Luka ain't like
Kyrie. So you telling me Kyrie year 3? We know who was on. You know who his number 2 scorer for Kyrie on that team was? Deion Waiters, my nigga. So
okay,
who's
the number 2 scorer for LeBron? Hold on, who's the number 2 scorer for LeBron when LeBron took the Cavs to the finals the first time?
Yo, Goskins.
Mo Williams.
Stop it.
17 points per game.
Stop it. What are we talking about?
He not. Listen, I'm not saying Kyrie is LeBron James. First of all, it's LeBron James. He's LeBron James. So we're not going to make the comparison to somebody being LeBron James. But also what I'm going to say is when we talk about somebody like Luka's a good scorer like James Harden. That's what I said from the beginning. He's a literal white James Harden. He will score a lot. He will stuff the fucking stat sheet and he will not get you a ring because his leadership skills are terrible. Now, if it was a nigga with James Harden,
they lost to a better team. No, it didn't have nothing to do with Luka. They lost to a better team, bro.
I don't know why.
The Celtics was a better team. What are you talking about? The Celtics was a better team. That didn't have nothing to do with Luka leadership. The Celtics was a better team.
So we're going to now ignore how everybody was talking about. Listen, so we're going to ignore it. But remember, y'all, now y'all can go back and look this up. Look at the finals before the finals last year. Everybody was saying that they was going to lose. Niggas swore to fucking God Boston was about to get swept. Until the reality came.
Let's not act like it wasn't because wasn't nobody saying Boston was gonna get swept, nigga. What are you talking about?
No,
Boston
it
had been,
wasn't.
bro, nigga. Boston had not only been in the finals routinely. If it wasn't for LeBron, them
Almost
niggas,
nobody
like
had
that was
And
the
they
niggas
Boston
got
that was
winning
to a
that.
keeping them
deep.
from making it
favorites
to the
over the.
finals.
They were
And
definitely
they
the
got
They've
to
been
a.
favorites
in
over the
conference
Knicks.
finals and they made it to the
The
finals and
Boston
lost, and then
Celtics
finally
were
made it and won.
definitely
What are we talking
the
about?
And they
Boston
got to a
Celtics were
deep.
Luca is not.
definitely the
I mean,
Yeah,
hold on,
favorites.
they
but if you
been there
saying that,
plenty.
if we
Oh
saying
my
that Luca is
God, this
James
nigga
Harden,
always.
James Harden is a Hall of Famer. James Harden is an MVP. What are we talking about?
Luka
I don't
How
see
is
him as
Luca
no
Doncic is
fucking
trash if
Hall of
if he's
Fame.
James Harden?
He's
What are we talking
23.
about?
No, I ain't never
That
say
don't even
Luca
make
trash. I
sense.
said Luca's overrated. I
Time
said
out,
he's
time out, time out,
overrated.
time out. You think James Harden is a first
He's a
vote? Hold on. You think James Harden is a first
bro.
Yes,
This
vote
now
Hall of
now
Famer?
niggas is talking about first ballot. I
First
said James
ballot,
LeBron is
Harden.
Kev?
100% a first ballot Hall of
First?
Famer.
Nah, I don't
100%.
see it. I,
100% a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Look,
You
I'm
are
not gonna
off of
deny it. I
what?
don't care what level vote,
Off of
second,
points?
third. He's a Hall of Famer. I'm not gonna argue
Oh,
none of that.
first
I
ballot.
never said Luca sucked. I said he's overrated. When they're
so let's
saying
have the
this is the next
conversation.
face of the league, that's kind of crazy because he hasn't shown that in any shape, fashion, or form. He's shown that he can have a
You have to be
star in
the
the
face
making
of
on
the
his team
league.
and lose them every time.
So you have to be the face
Jalen
of
He
the
is
league.
the
Brunson, that
star.
was
What are
his
you?
first final. I
First
mean,
Bro, he
Western
was
Conference.
literally just in the finals last year. What are you talking about?
no Trump.
Yes, and
Like,
what
what are
happened?
we like? Are we actually talking
And
basketball?
what happened? Yes, I'm talking basketball.
No,
What
he
happened?
lost to
You
a
went in there,
better
you lost, right?
team.
this ain't no we.
He
You
lost
and
to a
him are
better
having an
team.
individual
He lost to
conversation.
a better team. Yes, he lost to a better team. LeBron's
When you
not
the best,
overrated just because he.
when you
LeBron
the
is not
best
overrated
player,
because he got beat by. LeBron is not overrated because he got beat by a stacked Golden State Warriors team all these damn times.
Mike would have beat
That
them
don't make.
niggas.
He lost to a better team.
yeah, but LeBron prove that he's actually that legendary when he came back. Not only beat them, but
I
came
don't
back
think
from
so.
a literal
Mike would have
deficit
beat them
nobody
niggas.
ever else
Nah,
overcame.
his whole career. I think
It's
it's
a
his
difference
Yeah,
between
he
leadership.
did. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
we're
But
not gonna
how
be
long?
mad when you
How
lose
long had
to KD.
LeBron been in the league? How long had Luka been in the league?
Lucas
What are you
25.
Not
talking
very
about?
long.
25.
Not very long in
Like, that's
comparison
what I'm
at
saying,
all.
bro. Like we acting like Luka been in the league for 15 years.
And
This
he's
nigga
leading
been one of the
players.
best
No,
players in the NBA.
I'm acting like people treat him like he been in there, like you arguing. You arguing like the nigga been here.
Nah,
I swear to
this,
God,
this,
I know he the
you know
best.
what it
Hold
Like
is?
on.
he
The
hasn't.
reason
You
is
know what it
though.
is. You know what it
The
is. This is just like
reason
that
is
Eminem
because
shit,
he
right?
is like
Right.
that. Like he is a major scoring. He's been
This
on
is
very
just when
stacked
niggas like
teams.
when niggas feel like they gotta shit on some shit to be pro black. That's what this is.
All
This
right.
is
Whoa,
not a
what's
He's been
the
on.
legitimate
Eminem?
He's
Hold
been
criticism.
on.
on
What's
some
the
stacked
Eminem?
Oh,
teams.
perfect segue.
This is
So can
this
y'all?
is just like Eminem. This is just like Eminem.
I'm
Like niggas, man,
saying
Eminem ain't
Eminem is
even no
trash.
no.
Eminem
Eminem
can
is
fucking
trash.
rap
This
his
is
Yeah,
not
ass
like
off,
Eminem is
nigga.
Eminem.
trash,
See,
my
now
man.
we
Like what
getting
the fuck
weird.
are we talking? Like
Now we getting
look,
weird.
now this
No,
nigga
this
say
is
Eminem
not
is
like
trash.
Eminem.
Like okay,
It's not
Eminem is
like
trash.
Eminem.
okay.
Hey, true.
Universal.
This all Nigga, if started. a black dude was rapping like M, none of y'all be like, this nigga's that impressive. That's on God. That's the point I be saying. It's not that
That,
they
bro,
ain't
no,
talented, but if a
no,
nigga did
that's a
that,
weak.
matter of fact, we have
Lying.
proof of that. Look, the
I
nigga
just
version of
came to say
Eminem is
you
Hobson, is
crazy
he not?
here.
The young's on.
I've
No,
never
nigga,
heard
Y'all know
you
who
nobody
Hobson
comparing
is?
in
Hobson to
no
Eminem, bro?
hood
Get the
I've
fuck
ever
out of here.
lived in
This nigga
slash
saying
been
Eminem is
Yeah,
around.
Hobson
do
is
y'all
Eminem.
do
Seen
you
it.
Stop it.
Never heard it.
Did you
Stop
yeah,
say
it.
do
that
you
Eminem?
Stop
understand
it.
how like the patterns of rapping?
Stop it.
How Eminem
I,
raps something
did
called
you not
similes. That's the exact same pattern
say?
form that Hobson
I
follows.
have
I
Okay,
never
Yes, he
heard
bro.
even says it.
nobody
He
Okay,
Man,
bro.
emulates
you
it.
all
Yeah,
get
all right.
hyped up for some
Whatever you say,
underpaid
describe
nigga.
Hobson is
Eminem.
trash. Why you saying
Whatever you
Hobson
say,
is not
nigga.
good?
pattern?
So
Nigga.
what?
Because
So what
Hobson
happened to the
actually a great
biracial
Hobson
rapper.
is all
athlete?
like Hobson is cool. What are we
Hobson?
talking about?
Thank you,
Hobson is
Dev.
all
Take us
right.
back to the topic, Dev.
We're talking
Hobson
Yeah,
about
what
actually a
happened to the
great
Like
rapper.
what we
biracial
talk
athletes
like.
from the 70s and
Nah,
80s.
yeah, bro. That's niggas is.
They weren't.
This
My
nigga said.
question was who? Who you
Don't the nigga
talking
got a
about
glass eye?
during that time? Like when you
I'm
talk
I'm
about
saying
it,
there may have been just as many biracial athletes in the 70s and 80s
but give
as
me one that could fuck with Vernon Maxwell. Give me one
Shut up.
that was on the level of, you
Brian
know what I
Williams.
mean, Nick the
Brian Williams
Quake.
was nice before Bryson Dele.
This nigga said
Who
Bryson.
the
I
fuck
would
is
argue you
that?
Bryson
don't know
Dele was
all the
nice.
This
You
is
biracial.
gotta
why.
go
Jason
back
Kidd
into
was
the archives.
biracial,
See,
wasn't
Brian
he?
Williams was
see,
nice,
this is
yo.
why I'll never live in Crown
Nigga,
Heights.
you
My
should have
nigga.
said
Go
Ray
look at
Fox
the
and Derek
stats.
Fisher.
He led the league in rebounds in a couple of years too before he went
How
super
Derek
crazy.
Fisher's
You
a
gotta go
mulatto?
look.
Who?
Derek Fisher
No,
a
Bryson
I said
mulatto?
Dele.
Jason Kidd. I thought Jason
Oh,
Kidd was mixed.
I was gonna say Derek Fisher a nigga. That's what
that's
I
Yeah,
thought.
Fisher
that's
a
why if
nigga.
y'all
I'm
going
just
back to
throwing out
Jason
some.
That
Kidd,
nigga be
I'm
fucking
just
niggas
throwing
bitches
out
and
light skinned
everything.
niggas I can think of.
Oh.
Doug Christie, ain't he something?
I'm saying
Hey, so
80s,
is that shit?
90s,
Hey, is
they
that shit
weren't
about Doug
like that.
Christie and Chris Webber true?
Hold
Is that
on.
shit
Facts.
true?
Let's
Yeah, that's a
stick to the
fact.
rise of the mulatto all-star.
I ain't, but I've only seen the gossip people talking about it. I have not seen any legitimate.
Wait,
You know
hold
what
on.
I
I got
mean?
a
Like I've
question,
seen.
Domo. What ain't doesn't
Yeah.
that mean that Chris Webber always in some shit? Because wasn't he when they was at Golden State and with Tony Braxton, who was that? Jimmy Jackson
Fact.
and Jason Kidd and
And they had to
so
fight
remember?
over Tony
And somebody
Braxton,
got
yeah.
in trouble. They was
Yeah,
both
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Tony Braxton.
yeah.
Wasn't Chris Webber
Mm-hmm.
wrapped up in that shit too?
Yeah,
Nah.
pussy always getting Chris fucked up. Pussy and timeouts.
Yeah, but
You
Domo,
talking about
it
mulatto
was ill
players?
how
Who
you
you
tried to
got?
slip
Doug
an Eminem
Christie?
shit in there. We're gonna talk about that at a later date.
What? Talk about what about Eminem?
Nah, not now, not now.
Man, bro. If we
Not
because I
now.
want to have that conversation too, though. Like
Every
that's all I'm
Not
single
now.
saying.
track he's ever been
He
on
don't
with
lack
Busta
talent.
Rhymes,
I want you
Busta
to
left.
understand that, Damo. I'm not saying M don't have talent, but let's be very blunt. I am being honest. If this is a nigga, we would not be saying that this nigga's legendary or even that that's impressive. I've always said, bro, Eminem, the only nigga I heard people say is a legend, and I would debate like if this nigga has one classic album. Like seriously, because
That's wild.
it's not
That's
many
Nah,
wild.
now you
songs you can
sound
name off
crazy.
of
Nah,
one.
the Marshall Mathers LP is a
Okay,
classic
give me
album.
But now
three
here's the
hit.
thing.
Listen,
I'm
give
not
me
saying. I'm not even saying what I'm saying based off of the modern shit. 'Cause I thought the modern shit was like, okay, yeah, and he do what he do, whatever. Nigga, when I heard Infinite, his first album, Infinite, like
Yeah,
not
nah,
when
that
he was doing
wasn't
the
for me.
gimmicky Slim Shady shit.
when he
Nigga,
still rap like
just when it
Jay-Z
was
type
just
shit.
when it was just rapping.
No, that
Not
album
the
was
weirdo
he like
shit. It was just
9 Inch Nails
bars.
and each one of my
Nigga,
eyelids.
Infinite.
Nah, that
Nigga,
didn't
Infinite is when I
resonate with
heard is
me.
when I went back and heard Infinite, his first shit. When I was like, oh yeah, this nigga's the. Well, like nah, and that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. It's like and most people ain't even heard Infinite.
I will say I never heard of Infinite. I'll be one of them niggas,
Man,
Domo.
go back and
It was
listen to
trash.
Infinite.
Nah,
He said he
Infinite. That's
never.
Go back
definitely
and
his
listen to
hardest. That's
It
his
Infinite.
was
best
garbage.
tool.
Zero airplay.
Yeah,
It was
go back and
garbage.
I mean, but
Nah,
at the time when
It's
Infinite
a
came
reason
out,
that
you
it's
wouldn't have
no
listened
debate
to
he
it.
the greatest white rapper of all time. It's a reason that nobody
I
even
debate
argues
that.
that. So to act like the nigga's not that good is
I
crazy to me.
debate that.
There's no white rapper better than
no,
Eminem, bro.
I debate that
My
being
nigga
the
Yellow.
best white rapper
Fuck
don't
is
make
y'all
you one
talking
of the
about?
best rappers ever. That's
That's
what I
not what
would
makes
But
you
debate.
one of the
I
best.
Being
don't
the
That
think it
best
means
has
you
white
anything
some
to
kind
rapper.
of
do. I don't think
talent,
it has
bro.
anything to do with his whiteness, bro. I just think the nigga
Yeah,
can
he
rap.
just can rap. If you
Yeah,
take his
I
whiteness
agree.
away and just
No,
talk about the
like
rap,
I said, bro,
you can't discredit him.
if a
Yeah,
That's
nigga
a
did
crazy
that, Hobson
hypothetical.
is the clearest example we have of this.
But he's
It's
better
really
than
not.
Hobson. He's
Hobson
like
is the
really
kind
a
of the
lot
clearest.
better than
Like,
Hobson.
I
Hobson
mean, bro, if
no, I'm not
anything,
saying he isn't. This is
Hobson
my
got his
point.
style from Eminem. If you saying Hobson sound
Yeah.
like he got it from Eminem,
I,
he wanted to
no,
rap
so
like Eminem.
listen.
in a
he's
rap.
This is my
he's
point.
influenced by
Listen, this is my
Eminem.
point. This is my
But
point,
Hey,
just
bro.
because he
Listen,
can
Hobson be in
rap
my
like
y'all
And
ever,
Eminem,
Hobson is a
conversation
don't
great
make him
rapper, so
Eminem.
I don't
listen,
understand it.
listen.
Eminem would be in
Y'all
my
ever
top
heard of a
20
white dude?
at best.
It's a young white boy out right now. His name's 1700 Rugrat. He sound just like that nigga Boss Man D-Lo, okay? He really going up. Like he famous, Playboy Cardi, and then making songs with this nigga, all types of shit.
I
He
don't work for
literally
them.
is one for one mimicking
I
Boss
don't work for
Man
them.
D-Lo.
All right, what
This
are
is
No,
we
my
I mean,
point.
doing though? What are we
Hobson
doing?
was one
hold on,
for
but
What are we
that proves
doing?
the point though. So he's not hot because he's white. He's hot
no
because he
listen.
sound like Boss Man D-Lo. Because
Are
Boss
you
Man
saying
D-Lo is
this
hot.
white boy that
No,
sounds
he's
like
hot
Boss
because he's
Man
a white
D-Lo is
version
better
of
than
Boss Man
Eminem?
D-Lo.
But is Boss Man D-Lo
Now
hot
white
too?
people can sit here and sing to it because he ain't
Hold
saying
on,
nigga and shit. You feel me?
but
So
Boss
this
Man
is
They
D-Lo,
say
Boss
exactly
Man
they
what
D-Lo
say
is
it is.
hot right
nigga
now,
and they
right?
just say
Hold
nigga
on, no,
with it. What are you
but
talking
here's the
about?
point. Here's the point. Boss Man D-Lo is hot right now, right?
Boss Man D-Lo, yo.
No idea.
UYNs.
Yeah, like
UYNs.
niggas is fucking with Boss Man D-Lo, right?
I have zero idea.
I have no
Yeah.
idea who that is.
Yeah. So that means that
Now,
it's
like I
that
say, I know you're
style.
younger. Like,
It's not style that they fucking with. People fucking with that style. It's not because
I'm
he's white. Because
I'm
if you
waiting
got
on the
niggas
clips
that
to
rap the
nah,
happen.
same
listen.
way and niggas is fucking with the niggas as well, then it's not because he's white.
So
Because your
listen, let me
argument was
finish.
that
You know, Clips
if a
has a
nigga rap like
song
that,
with
I
Kendrick
haven't
my
Lamar
fault,
presented
go
the
ahead, my
argument
fault,
because
go
you
ahead.
ain't letting
Tracks.
me finish it.
Y'all don't think that's
Nigga,
Listen,
you
what I'm
said,
irrelevant?
saying
wait, hold
is,
on, nigga,
on
you
the
said that
opposite end of this,
if it was a
listen,
nigga that rap like Eminem, you said if
goddamn.
it was a nigga that rap like Eminem, niggas
Mm-hmm,
wouldn't fuck with him like that. And
mm-hmm,
then you just brought up this nigga who rap
mm-hmm,
like Boss Man D-Lo. But the reason why that fucks up that
mm-hmm,
argument is because niggas fuck with Boss Man D-Lo.
Man,
So it's a
who
nigga who
gives
rap
a
like that
fuck?
niggas can fuck with,
Eminem
and it's
Now,
niggas
what
was
that
niggas you know
rapping
fucking with
about weird
Hobson? What
suburban
niggas
shit,
do you know fucking
and he
with
had a
Hobson?
major white
What
Hobson.
market.
I mean,
niggas do
That's
you
Hobson
what
know
could
kept
rap,
fucking
but
with
those
Hobson
Eminem?
was
sons
corny, bro.
upset.
Hobson
What are
could
we
rap, but
talking
Hobson was
Okay,
about?
corny.
no. Niggas say Hobson is corny. Crackers love Hobson. That's what kept Hobson alive. So this is my point. This
Why do
is
y'all
my
know these
point.
niggas?
He
What is
didn't get
Why do
Hobson
y'all
is
as
corny
popular
because he
as
does shit
Eminem.
that
However,
Hobson?
Yeah, that's
That's
what
a
he does.
rapper?
White people shit. That's what make him corny. He do
I
white
was about
people
to say
shit. He
that's
make
white
music for
people
white
but
people.
shit.
because that's what
So
white people
How
yes,
did
listen.
y'all
so
Do
discover
yes,
you think this is
Eminem.
Hobson?
black
Hold
people
on,
shit?
KT.
Hold
No,
on, let's
stop.
Yes,
make this slow.
Eminem gets a
It's high
pass
kids. Do
because
you like
he's a
violence? Do you
white
want to
boy.
see one of my 9-inch nails trying to reach one of my eyelids? Is this nigga
Uh-huh.
That's
shit?
wordplay, my nigga.
Hold
Lyrically,
on,
that
no,
is
but
fire,
hold
nigga.
on, no, 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 no,
All we're
no.
Alright,
That's
talking
do
a
about is
great.
niggas
content
rap
No, hold
like
on, no,
wise.
no,
that?
no. It's a
Do you
great
Nah,
rap
point
he
though.
that?
did and
It's
get
a great
fucked
But
up.
point.
he know,
What you
And
talking
nigga, you
about?
no,
used
that
to
hold
battle,
on, hold
nigga.
on, hold on, hold on.
It's
And
fucking
that's a
wordplay,
great
my
point.
nigga.
Hold on,
Hi,
KT. That's a
kids. Did
great
you like
point.
violence?
And niggas fucked with it
Nigga, to put
because
a
even though
mumps
it
in
was
his
white boy
trunk
No, they
shit,
and
he
didn't.
was
say
spitting.
something. Not
Hobson was
Photoshop,
corny.
ASAP.
No, they
Hobson
didn't.
didn't do
Hobson
that,
is
my
I ain't
nigga.
never seen
overall
Sorry.
one nigga in
corny.
my life bumping
Yeah, that's
Eminem
my
or
kind of
Hobson
shit.
in they whip. I ain't never seen one
Let
nigga in
me.
my life bump Hobson or Eminem in the whip nowhere in my goddamn life. And
The
I'm
best
right now
What does
rapper
that
staying in
was
have
West
to
an
do
Virginia.
with
I
Asiatic
it?
still
black
ain't
man.
seen
What
it,
does that
nigga.
mean?
The best rapper was an Asiatic black man.
Obviously, they not fucking with him because I hear a bunch of
This
niggas
nigga
riding around
says
bumping
the
the Boss Man
Hey,
D-Lo.
yo, Slick Rick got a new album, y'all. It's
So
who?
are you
smack.
like is
Trick
Boss
Trick.
Who?
Man D-Lo better than
Hey, I'm
Eminem?
like, hey, Trick 50. What the fuck
No,
going on?
Slick
No, I was
Rick.
giving a
Trick Trick ain't
comparison in
got no
terms of
new
how the
album
white
out.
boy was doing the exact same thing as Boss Man, and niggas is he
Thank you.
damn near getting as famous as
Listen,
him.
KT,
However,
I
you
don't
have
ever
a
remember.
black
I don't
dude
ever
doing a
remember the
white dude.
history of
Hey,
rap.
I'll say
hey,
follow
we do all
Eminem.
agree that they're
I don't
trash,
ever
right?
remember in the history of rap a
No,
white boy
Boss
bro.
being
Man, D-Lo,
mentioned
like
as
what are
like
we
a top
talking about?
five rapper until Eminem. It's a
Who?
reason for that. I said I've never heard of a white boy mentioned as a top five rapper until Eminem.
I can't
It's a
name a
reason for that.
hard
It's not
white
because
boy,
he
a
overrated.
semi-hard,
It's not just because
even
he's white,
because you
bro. That
can't
nigga's
name.
just
It's
really
hard
good
to
at what
name
he
a
do.
good
Y'all are having
rapping
a
white boy
conversation
prior to
Hold
about
on,
Eminem.
and
60
other
to
rappers talk.
70 top
Other
rappers.
rappers say
Like
Eminem is
we
one
in
of
the
the best. It
60s
ain't
and
just
70s.
It ain't just us. Other rappers,
Yeah.
other niggas in the industry.
Yeah, I don't be giving a
Niggas,
fuck
some
what
of
no
the top niggas in the
no
industry say
look.
yes.
It's
Eminem
the
is
lyrics.
that white boy.
Yeah, I'd say
What are we
that
talking
shit
about?
too. If I thought it'd
Yeah,
give me a
no,
Dr.
we
Dre
all a
beat,
part of
I'd
the
say
Yeah,
that
can
industry,
you
shit
give me
so
a
too.
Dre
that would
beat
be in our
now?
best interest to all
That's
uphold
what I'm
something
saying,
that
and that's the
elevated.
problem.
No,
Like
he's the
Yeah,
everything is a
y'all
greatest.
just biased
conspiracy
and don't
theory
want to
on
J.
admit it.
YouTube,
Culture.
bro.
No,
It's
Mark,
not a
Everything is
Mark,
a
hold
conspiracy
on.
conspiracy
theory.
If
theory
I
on
was
It's
gonna
not
get
YouTube.
a
a Dr.
conspiracy
Dre
theory.
Everything,
beat,
It's
yeah,
not
he's
a
the
conspiracy
culture.
theory. Because
everything. Y'all
again, if
turn
it's a
He's
conspiracy
biased.
theory,
everything into
y'all
a
please tell me
conspiracy,
the
bro.
amount of niggas y'all have seen in
I'm
life
not
riding around bumping Eminem and Hobson.
why?
All
I've
right,
never
y'all
seen
won't. Y'all just
I've
say I'm saying a
never
conspiracy
heard
Hold
theory.
on,
I'm
hold on.
not.
It's a
It's a
bunch
Hobson
of
fact.
bro.
song in
To
Are
be,
my
we
it's a
talking
bunch
about
of
whether
niggas.
or not
Hold on,
he's
it's a bunch of niggas
talented?
that have never put
No.
J. Cole in when they got in their car. It's a bunch of niggas who
Oh,
have
I'm
never
putting
put
J.
Drake
Cole
on
in.
when
J.
they got
Cole
in
is
their car. A bunch
but
of
no,
niggas. It's
but
a
that's
bunch
not
of
the
niggas who have
but that's
never put
not the
on Kendrick.
question though.
It's a
That's
hold
not
on,
the
no.
Thank
question.
you.
It's a
No.
bunch of niggas
That
that have never said I
that's
got in
not
the
the
car like
question
nigga
though,
turn that Kendrick
Domo.
on. It's
Domo,
a
that's
bunch of
not the
niggas that done
question.
said that.
I tell niggas to cut
Domo,
Kendrick
But
that's
I
off.
can
That
not the
shit
guarantee it's more
boring.
question.
niggas said put on that
We're
Kendrick than put
saying
on that
That
Eminem.
shit boring. Cut that
Domo,
Kendrick
Oh,
off.
I
okay.
can
I'd rather listen
guarantee
to
you
old
that
Eminem than
standing on
Kendrick.
Fordham Road
You
in the
gotta
No,
dark,
I'm telling you, the
and
same niggas
Hard
that
as
cars
said
why
put
driving
on
niggas say
the
by,
put on
same
that
niggas
you
that
are
Kendrick,
said
not
put
the
on
gonna
that
niggas
hear
in
Kendrick
the history of
put
the
on
Hopsin.
world
Eminem.
have said put on that
Yes,
Eminem.
you will hear J. Cole.
said
Yes,
Kendrick got
you
yoga.
will hear Kendrick. You're not, if you're standing on a corner on Fordham Road,
Why you
you are
stand on
not
the
gonna
corner?
hear
He's 40 years
Hobson
old.
or Eminem. You're not gonna hear that blasting.
You shouldn't
Y'all
be on
niggas don't know
corner.
what y'all niggas don't know what y'all talking about. It's all good,
Yeah, we
bro.
do. We just don't like
Yeah,
Eminem.
five.
Eminem
And
sucks
listen, five.
dick.
You know me and you battle rap, bro. Now listen, if any nigga came up there and said, I just
Ah,
rapped that
there you
9 Inch
go.
Nails, reach
Eminem
one of
a
my
god
eyelids
in
in a
battle rap.
battle, and we know that's
Niggas
purely
battle
about
rap, so
wordplay.
niggas battle
And
rap. So
Niggas just
Eminem
sit
Eminem a
not
down here
god
doing
and
in
be
battle
battle
like,
rap
rap.
here.
ooh, that was hard because it was work. No,
Yo,
nigga,
Domo,
I'm
when did
pointing
you
out,
start
Damo,
listening
this is
to
something, now we're
Yo,
not
Domo,
talking
what's
about
your
music,
favorite
we're just talking
Hobson
about
song?
something that involves purely wordplay. They do appreciate your wordplay more than anything in
Eminem is a
battle rap, your
god
wordplay and
in battle rap.
presentation.
Trash.
Eminem is a
Yes, Eminem,
god in
just like he
battle rap.
said, Eminem is a god in battle rap. What are you
What are
talking
we
about?
talking about?
So who did he battle?
Nigga,
Literally a
find a
god in
battle,
battle
find
rap.
a
Like
Who
I
battle
did he
said,
rappers.
now
battle?
if a
Find a
nigga
That's
battle
came
rapper
how
that's
around
he
gonna
here
got
tell you that
on battling
Eminem
if
ain't
a
niggas
Eminem
nigga
ain't that
came
nigga.
around here
Hold
like that,
on, let's take it
so
slow.
that's
Who
what I'm
did he
saying.
battle?
You said that
Hold on,
to not
KT.
answer what I asked because you know
Hold
I'm
on,
not lying,
KT.
nigga.
Who
If a
did
Well, I
he
nigga
really
got
didn't
up
battle?
listen
there
to
right
what
now
you
talking about,
said.
hi kids, do you like violence? Do you want to see
Oh my
9 Inch Nails
God.
try to reach one of my
Hold
eyelids
on,
in a
Hold on,
battle
that's
KT.
rap?
one,
We're
bro.
gonna be
That's
like,
one
yo, what?
song.
Never mind.
That's
Weird
one
solo shit. This
song.
nigga
Okay,
on.
that's one song. So
Nigga, every song. The way she shake it, I can't believe it. I ain't never seen
Don't
her
nobody
ass
listen to
like
that shit,
that.
bro.
Like, what the
Damn,
fuck?
what
The way
y'all
it move
doing?
it, it
Karaoke?
made my PP
that's the
go.
only. That's
That's
the
what we
The
only.
doing. This is one of his hits. Y'all
No,
saying
hold
don't
on,
nobody
hold on.
listen
So,
to it.
so
This is
that's
one of
it
his
though.
hits.
hell? I
Yeah,
mean,
so
Hold on,
now
so
we're going
hold on.
off
But
the
you're saying,
hits.
but you're saying,
Talking about
out of an
Eminem
entire career of
argue.
I mean,
diamond
what are we
albums,
going? What are y'all
you're saying,
going
hold
off
on,
of?
hold
I'm
on. No, no, that's
confused.
what I'm
What are
asking
the
you. What we doing? Well, because you keep saying the same bar. So out of an entire career of literal platinum or a diamond albums, platinum albums, you're going to say this one
hmm?
song. This one song is a reason to say that Eminem is trash.
In the black community, yes.
Or not trash, not trash. Be
no,
honest,
no, no,
not
not
trash,
no.
not
I
trash.
didn't even
You're
say
using
that.
one song to say. You're using one song to
No.
say that because he.
First of
What's
all,
up? Then what are you
Damo,
saying?
I'm
I
saying
gotta
the
hear
one
you rap
song
that
because
man
let's be
Eminem and tell
real.
me he
How many
trash.
other Eminem songs am I gonna
Hold
get up
on.
here and
Are we
name and
being
most people
pop
know? I just
or
said
I
that
gotta hear a
not
nigga
only
rap
y'all
that
talking about
man
can we
nobody
make
Eminem
even
a
before
listen
you
to
black
tell
that.
men
me he
on this
trash.
panel?
Y'all
Are
just
we
said nobody even listened to it.
hold
I just
on.
gave y'all one of the
Hold on.
songs
Hey,
that y'all
hold
saying.
on, KT,
The
KT.
KT,
whole
are you a
Marshall
better?
Mathers
Hold on,
LP,
KT,
nigga.
are you a better rapper than
Marshall
Eminem?
Mathers LP.
No, no, he's
I am.
not. Willie, shut up. No, you're not.
Nah, be
All
honest,
right.
KT. This ain't even the point
I
to
can make
argue
better
about. I just
music.
want to see what you're
Yeah,
gonna
I
say.
can make better music. No, I
Okay,
can make
No,
okay,
better
you
music.
don't, bro. No,
okay,
Am
you
I more
don't.
okay.
skilled in similes
Damn,
than
you
him? Hell no.
hesitated for that answer?
I'm not even
That's
talking.
crazy work.
No, I
Yeah,
think that's an
cause
acceptable
I mean,
answer.
Man,
I
I'm
think
being
that's
just
honest.
watch. When
What
they
you
ask
want me
them
to
those
just rush
pipes,
and
how they
lie?
consider me hot.
Yeah.
Now,
Shit,
can I
ask
Listen,
me,
make
when
better
you
music
got
than him? Hell yeah.
is there a
I
white
got
athlete that can
flowers.
beat me
Listen,
at
You
any
might
y'all
like
fucking
your
just ain't
sport?
music better
feeling
than
it out.
Eminem, but
Fairy
Ask me
tale
that
flows. Y'all
can any
niggas ain't
white
spitting for
athlete
real.
beat
I
me at any
funked
sport?
rap,
Now
so in
ask me
9
that
months my
fucking
Yeah, he
son
question.
get
couldn't
a
beat me
D.
at slavery. Fuck that.
Speaking of
can you
kids,
beat Luca
since this
there?
shit started to pay, every chick from here and
Willie,
there want a piece of my DNA. Every hater in
that's
the
kind of
street want to
suck,
send
Willie.
a
I don't
bullet
know.
What
my
the hell
way.
is
If
Will
I
talking
was to,
about?
all right,
Yeah,
Dad.
Luke
yeah,
ain't no
like
fucking
I don't even
competition.
know.
Shit.
Will
Nigga
just
true
started
as hell.
dropping
yeah. Hold on, what
bars
is
and
Will
shit.
rapping, bro? What basic? Who was
Nigga
that,
true
Will?
hater. Huh?
Who was that, Will? Who
All
was
the
you
That was
rapping?
Will back in
Nigga, that was
'93.
me, nigga. Fuck is you
That was
talking
you?
about? Yeah,
That shit was ass, nigga.
I
Yeah, that was
know.
I'm glad
Prime
you hung
Street
it up,
Willie,
nigga.
nigga. That-
I'm glad you
He
hung it
said
up,
Luke.
nigga.
You listen to a
Leave that
nigga
shit
named
alone.
Hobson.
Nah, that was
I don't
Prime
take
Street
any
Yeah,
Nigga,
you
I
got
Willie.
to
don't
be
listen to
high to
you're
listen
Hobson,
to
not
it.
nigga.
into my
Hey, look, I
diamonds.
don't listen to Hobson, and I know Hobson is better than you.
wow.
I don't listen to Hobson, and I
I
know
take
Hobson
no
will wash
offense
you.
to that.
Hobson has
Yeah,
never
you
been in
shouldn't, because rapping ain't your
my
forte.
whole rap career. Hobson has
So
never been
y'all
in.
gonna set that up? Y'all gonna set up Luca and me one on one at any fucking gym? Y'all
Luca
gonna
will
set that
beat
up
your ass, Jeff.
to settle that
Nah,
goddamn
Dev.
fucking
You
argument?
might not score.
Well,
Hold
you know, I
Old as
got
on.
a
I
plug in
am.
LA.
Yeah,
I
I
call
know
LA
you.
tomorrow and set that
I
up.
can bust your
Straight
ass.
the
Somebody
fuck
got a
up.
plug in LA. Yo, shut the
Right.
fuck up, bro.
Hey, yo, Dev, you my man, Black
Yeah.
Power and all that. But listen, what Luca would do to you, right?
Uh-huh.
You're gonna
Within
end up in
Hey,
a
yo, chill
Based
the
on
hospital
fuck
what
with
you
out,
a
bro.
seen on
sprained
TV, right?
knee,
Okay, cool.
a MCL, a ACL.
Good thing ain't nobody
Yeah.
seen my
Oh,
tapes and shit. That's cool. That gives me an advantage.
Oh shit!
oh
Damn,
Nah,
ain't
good.
nobody seen
nah,
that
AR,
black and
Dev,
white,
don't
that
play.
black and white
25
film,
years
Don't
nigga.
old.
make me share my
Ain't
screen,
nobody
Dev.
seen.
I still got
Damn,
my
ain't nobody
tapes,
seen that black and white film. What is you talking about?
Niggas, we're
No,
gonna
I don't need no goddamn film.
Hey, my nigga,
The less
hold
they
on,
know, the
damn.
better.
Dev
oh
got film.
shit!
Dev got film of him practicing his sky hook.
yeah. White ass Magic Johnson,
Yeah,
nigga.
yeah, real to real, goddamn it.
Hey yo, Dev, he said
Rex
your film
specs
was
and
in black
elbow
and white.
pads.
Yo, tell Domo stop playing
So
with
what
you,
he
man.
gonna do? Outshoot me?
Yes, Dev.
What the
Yes.
fuck is he gonna do? He gonna outshoot
shoot me?
You, Dev. Yes.
He just gonna sit
He's
back there
going
and shoot all goddamn day, huh?
OG, he gonna
And y'all say
outrun
I can't
you.
defend that?
Yes.
Dev,
I'm
he would
No,
ask you, how would you like to get
no.
cooked? Would you like to
You
be
are
stir
all right, but
fried?
damn, you know you
Would you
the
like to be
resident OG.
fricasseed?
You the resident OG, but you are bugging right
He would
now.
allow
you
you
gonna
to
blame it on some
decide.
black
How would you
power
like
Hey,
to be
listen,
cooked?
Kawhi Leonard couldn't defend it, so
Hey,
yeah.
nah, look.
bunch
We
of
talking
ass.
about sports, bro. That's a whole different thing. That take a state of physicality. Now we talking about music and shit. All right, that's an easier thing. Cause nigga, if you 105, you could compete with a motherfucker that's 20. You feel me? Cause mentally,
No,
you
I
can
don't
say
Okay.
agree.
some harder
Oh,
shit.
No,
Boy,
okay.
actually, I
I
don't
gotta
think so,
take
bro.
I got some
Cause look
tennis
at
rackets in my
who was
trunk
that? Who
right
was
now,
that was
nigga.
beefing?
I
Who was
gotta
that
take
was
Deathless
beefing with
Plump over you,
Eminem?
Dev.
Who dropped that Eminem? That old ass rapper that dropped the Eminem diss track?
Oh,
Melly
Jesus.
Mel,
No idea.
Mel,
Melly
Mel.
fucking Mel,
Melly
bro. That
Mel.
nigga need to hang it up. That
Yeah, he
shit
gotta
was
stop it.
what?
He gotta stop it.
That
Now a
shit
lot of
was
these
what?
old
This
rappers
nigga
First
was
of
gotta
on
all,
some
stop that
hip.
Eminem was
bullshit.
facing a murder
Will
charge
Smith
at that
and
time.
LL Cool J too. I don't care
He
what
was
nobody
under
say.
duress.
Hey, look, man, I
Yo,
get y'all still holding it down for what y'all did, but y'all gotta stop it now. But hey,
Right.
look,
Nah, hell
Only
nah.
old
If
rappers,
all these
the
old rock
only
and roll
old
niggas
rappers
can
that can
still be
still
doing
rap
rock and
today
roll,
is
then
niggas that
rap
came
niggas
up in
can
the
still
90s.
be rap.
The only niggas that can
Nah,
still, the
shit.
only niggas that can still, like, can really still rap today is niggas that rapped in the 90s. Like, niggas that came up in the 80s and
yeah,
they was able to survive into the 90s and early 2000s, but nah, they can't do. Like, if Jay-Z drops some shit, niggas is still gonna, like, niggas is gonna be like,
he
okay,
can
that's,
do
you
it.
know, that's a
I would
whole,
Yeah,
argue Eric Sermon could cook a lot of niggas.
it's still fire.
I would
Eric Sermon
argue
too. Eric
Rakim could
Sermon
cook a
too.
lot of
Who?
niggas.
Yeah, Rakim could
Uh,
too.
Eric
Eric
Sermon.
how
Sermon.
niggas is
Yeah,
hating
Eric
G.
Sermon, nigga.
Nah,
Nah,
hell
nah,
nah.
nah.
Hey,
You ain't
Rakim
even heard
last
it?
Yeah,
album,
y'all
I heard
crazy
that
as
shit.
hell.
I,
I don't
No,
know
I
how
I'm
you
not
say
love him,
that
saying
man,
bro.
Eric
rapper.
Sermon
Nah, it's
wasn't
over
like
for
Talking about
that.
him.
fucking Eric
Y'all niggas
Sermon.
is
Oh yeah, I'm
hating,
talking to the
yo.
YNs for real. Now I understand my audience.
He's talking about ain't nobody scared of no Eric Sermon.
Yeah, y'all got to be YNs.
You talking
Hey, nah,
about
look,
popping,
them
my
all
nigga.
them 80s niggas dead for sure
You over
though.
here
That's for sure.
Are y'all
If
talking
it
about
ain't
Only
Jay-Z, like you said,
EPMD,
Jay-Z back
nigga?
today.
What the fuck?
Eric Sermon,
Yeah, it's over for all them niggas. Black man, hold a gun in the gun. Like, nah, nigga, we can't. They nah, nigga,
Yeah.
the flow ain't. You gotta update
Nah,
that
but
shit.
like
You know what I'm saying?
Method
I ain't
Man,
saying you
Red Man,
gotta
them
change
niggas can
your
still.
content matter.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Nah, I was just saying
No,
they
I
ain't gotta
get it.
change their
See
content
the
matter, but you feel me? They
nah,
gotta
they got a
update that
hump.
flow. Like
yo,
They gotta
KP,
be
can
able
you
to
rap?
sing.
Method
Like you
and
niggas
Method
ain't
Man and
even really
Redman,
hip
don't
hop.
bring them up.
You niggas are
Cause they
really
was
R
top
and B
artists from the
artists.
beginning anyway.
Right.
They
You said
Listen,
he
you
a
niggas
R&B
now
artist?
are
Yeah,
really
nah, but
R and B artists.
Method and Red can
Hey,
still rap
Will.
though.
We like
Them
Jadakiss and
niggas,
he don't sing.
yeah,
What are you
that's what I'm
talking about?
saying.
We like
No,
rappers.
they were
What are you
top.
talking about?
yeah,
Cause these
Jadakiss, like the
people that we
Locks, them
naming
niggas
right
can
here,
still rap.
Redman, listen, Redman, Method Man, Jadakiss, and all them, they never made they were just great
All
lyricists.
day.
They came in that
Locks
period, you know,
flow
where it wasn't
hotter than
that was how you
Broadway.
make the hard music. It
Election
wasn't about
time,
having the
trying to
best hook. It
comp
was like
Mo
who
in
was
the
wilding on the
hallway.
verse.
Y'all will never understood what he said there. Man, it was
It
just
wasn't about having hooks back then?
you had to
Really?
be there. You
Interesting.
had to be
No,
there.
I'm not saying you I'm saying even if you didn't have a hook, you could still blow. Cause you was just
First
rapping
of all,
so
pause.
crazy.
Hold
Like
on,
nigga,
pause. You moving too
your
fast.
bars was crazy. You feel me? Like you could have the
Y'all were
basic and stuff.
rapping?
Like let's
Like
be real.
Papoose.
Cream, Wu-Tang and all them, they had wild basic hooks, but they was wild and so crazy on the verses. You feel me? Like
No.
No.
No, no.
Some of their
Wu-Tang,
hooks
nigga, but the hook was
actually
it's Wu
holy shit.
some of their
motherfucker.
hooks
A
Wu-Tang,
actually
Wu-Tang
really
motherfucker.
resonated
That's
with
basic as
some
shit.
real
You feel
niggas.
me? Like, oh
So stop
God.
I'm
calibrating
telling you,
me.
no, some things I'm
5%.
just
You're talking
adamant in the
different
But the
movement.
movements.
verse, they
You crazy?
wildin'.
Motherfucker, my nigga.
Yeah, the older God put me on how to rock this.
Maintain
Maintain 360, Lord. Live prosperous.
only takes a
Now
lesson
look though.
today.
Now look. If
Just
we
to
want to get on
analyze
some new
life
shit though, that's
one
about to come
time
back, y'all.
in a respectable
Lyricism is
manner.
about to
See,
make
that's what you
the new
niggas
wave
need now.
again.
That doesn't have. I'm not one of them
Wu-Tang
Indians go
Clan
back
Nah,
to
saved
the
my
I
life.
don't
90s
see it. I don't see it
technology at
happening.
all. I'm not saying. I think
I
Now
don't see it
listen,
happening.
it's about to happen, and I'm gonna tell you the only reason why. That Drake Kendrick shit really meant more than people understand in terms of like not fuck the industry, the outlook of people. So now people like you see, bro. Do you know Drake just dropped a new song with some artist that he had signed some nigga named Smiley? Go look that shit up. That video been out for about a week now. It got about 200,000 views.
No one
Drake is
cares.
Yeah,
not Drake no
my
more.
nigga was just telling me
You
that
know
this
what
shit was
people care
ass.
about
That
with the
nigga was
Word,
just
Drake
saying,
Drake
now?
is
but
not Drake anymore. And
Right
people are
now, the
now looking
Clips,
at that
but
shit,
no,
they
but
that
that's
just
cornball
dropped
shit.
the album, right?
but that's
They
because
have a
Drake
song
music.
with
My
Kendrick,
my
right?
fault.
Somehow your man Drake got that whole song shut down. So what would potentially be one of the biggest songs on this Clips
Cause Drake the
album,
GOAT.
But
Def Jam
nah, hold on.
told
So hold on.
Drake,
So hold on. So
can't
because
be
here's the
shut.
thing.
That's
Drake don't
crazy.
make the Drake don't make the music that he used to make. That's why he felt like the nigga. The shit that he made, the shit that he done
Yes, he
made since
does.
Views has been ass. The shit that
Drake
he's been
makes the
made since
same
Views,
shit.
he
Drake
don't, bro. You
problem,
wasn't,
listen,
nigga. You
Drake
wasn't even
problem is the
listening.
same
You
as
wasn't. That's how
Kanye.
I know you wasn't even listening to that nigga, bro. Like, so I don't even know why you. I don't even know why you even just saying shit to join the conversation. You can't name a. You can't name
How old were you when the mixtape came out?
what
With
mixtape.
who?
Watch. Hold on. No. Watch this. What mixtape?
No.
the first one, the all black cover. What is it? So
Which is the first
so
one? What is the first one?
Take
So
care.
far gone.
So far gone ain't even the first
Nah,
one.
shit.
That's how I know
Yeah,
this
that
nigga
ain't.
don't know
I
what
was
he
about to
talking
say
about. So
comeback
far gone wasn't even the
season.
first one.
Well, that's the
You
one
talking
I
about
You
know.
coming
got
home or
comeback
take care?
season.
One
Yeah,
of them.
nah,
That's
the
the one
first
I
one.
know.
Okay, exactly. That's what I'm telling you. Like, nigga, no, he don't even
Yeah,
make music like So Far Gone no more. What are you talking about?
yeah.
I think he
Nah,
does. I think he
hell
does.
no,
Yeah,
hell
I
no.
mean, okay,
Fuck
I
no.
don't really trust when you think a lot. So I that
Wow.
statement we
Oh
could just
shit,
let
no,
that
chill.
let that
Rest
pass.
That was
kill me.
crazy.
Take me to the club. He's doing
I
the
don't
same shit he
trust
been
when
Bro,
doing.
you
you cannot find a song like that on So Far Gone. I guarantee you.
Are you
I can
Yeah,
list
bugging?
the
you
entire
can't.
track list. You're
You
not gonna
can't.
find a
Hell
song
no.
like that on So Far Gone, bro. At all.
For sure.
So he's not singing, rapping on So Far Gone?
No, bro, it's not about
Not
the
really.
singing, rapping.
He,
It's the
and
type
even
of
when he is,
music. It's
yeah, it
how
ain't
he's
the
Singing,
rapping.
rapping is not new, bro. A
Oh,
lot
so
of people.
Yeah.
that's the because when I say a song like that, I'm
Listen,
simply
when
saying
Drake
that
first
sing
came out,
song
his
he rap.
idols was Pusha T and Lil Brother. Lil Brother is a group of niggas from
Yes.
North Carolina. You feel me? So like
Yes.
he was
Yes.
more with and Ninth Wonder also. He was a big fan of
Hey
like
yo,
these
And Black
messy
Star.
black
you
movies
Like
and
niggas
Drake
some
was
trying to
shit.
like,
Drake
sell
giving it
yeah,
to
me
like
me
you.
as
Drake,
a
like Drake was one
backpack
of them.
rapper. It's hilarious to me, my nigga. Like y'all are trying to put him
Drake
in a
down there,
category
backpack rapper.
Hold
that
on,
wasn't
Drake.
even.
Like, listen,
That's
like, what
that's
are you
why he's
talking?
trying to make
Drake is
him
the
back.
one who made,
Lord
like,
have mercy, y'all.
After Kanye, Drake is the nigga who made backpack rap mainstream. What are you talking about? Kendrick,
Who
Big
else?
Sean, J.
Who else
Cole,
would you
all these
consider
niggas
a
came.
backpack rapper
All these niggas
besides
came
Kanye?
after.
Who
What
else
does
would you
backpack
No,
consider a
mean?
backpack rapper
Kanye is the
besides Kanye?
godfather of backpack rappers.
Who else? I would
But
disagree with
no,
that.
he's
But
not. What
who
does that
else?
Hell
mean?
nah, chill. He
Who
really ain't.
else?
Don't
Yes,
do
he
that.
is.
Who
Yes, he
else
It's
would
is.
Yes,
you
he
definitely
is.
consider?
J
Yes,
Hold
he
Dilla.
on,
is.
watch
Who's
this.
backpack?
Chill.
Definitely
Let it
J
happen,
Dilla.
y'all.
He's around, bro.
Who
What is
else?
backpack
Who's the
rapping?
number two? We all know you know
That's not
Kanye,
weird.
right? Because he literally wore a backpack, right? But who would you say is the number two?
No, bro.
Wearing
First of
a
all, because we talking
backpack.
about the
This is
father, it
really
is
The
Jay
point that I'm
Dilla.
Kendrick
making is
Lamar.
Jay
niggas
Dilla
really
is the
don't
person
know
who produced
backpack rap.
Erykah Badu,
If you ask
and
me who was the
he was
number
already
two
famous,
backpack
bro.
rap,
That's who
I
we're
would
gonna
tell
Kanye
say
is,
you,
who
all
truly
right,
period.
has
you
it
choose.
onto with
Who
him.
you want? You want Common? You want Talib? You want
No,
Most?
them
You
niggas,
want
Common
aren't
Talib.
what?
What
They're
do you
not
backpack,
mean
bro.
backpack rappers?
backpack?
That's not backpack. No,
I'm
I
Wow.
understand
asking
what you're saying
somebody.
though.
Can
No, I
somebody
do get
tell
what
me
you're
what
saying.
backpack is?
Wow.
I get the point. I get the
Wow.
point you're making. But I
Hey,
wouldn't. Them
nah,
niggas
most
ain't
definitely
backpack, bro.
Talib definitely was
Wow.
backpack. You got chill right
Wow.
there. I ain't gonna lie,
Wow.
Damo. You gotta
Nah, them
chill.
niggas
Wow.
came.
They
But no,
was
them niggas
backpack.
came before backpack.
Wow.
That's the era before backpack, bro.
And
Backpack was
not,
the
What do you
niggas
that's
that
what
mean
I'm
grew
by
up
saying.
So
listening
I'm
to
backpack?
really
Common.
not gonna get weird and bring up kids in the
Nah, cause
hall. I'm
now
really
you
not
just
gonna
saying
bring up the
that.
real core of backpack rap. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Because that's
Nah,
not gonna
look,
work.
I
Like
just
I
said it.
Common
understand
or
It's
all
Jay
that.
Talib
Dilla, bro.
probably
It's Jay
This
one of
is
them
Dilla.
the
niggas.
boss man D-Lo audience. I understand. Like the
Don't
backpack
none of us
Cap,
listen to no
comes
Cap.
fucking boss
I
man
just brought up
D-Lo.
Jay
as I
Dilla.
it's
Y'all
not gonna
really
make
like
sense.
accepting it Jay Dilla because Jay Dilla is the producer for all this
Who the
backpack
hell is
shit,
Jay
even with
Dilla?
Most
I would
Definitely.
consider
Who
him
the
a backpack
hell
Oh,
is
rapper
look,
as
Whoa,
look
well.
up Jay
whoa, whoa! Who
Dilla.
said who is Jay Dilla?
I don't
Who
know who
said
that
who is
is.
Huh?
Jay Dilla?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
I don't know who
wow.
crazy.
that
And
is.
you do
Wow.
music, nigga. You
Oh,
should be
I
ashamed
wow.
of
don't know who that
yourself.
is.
crazy?
You're
Wow.
wilding.
Yeah, I
Go
don't
look
know
Wow.
who
him
that
up.
is.
That's who
That's like,
Kanye.
wait,
That's
So
why
what he a
hold on,
Kanye
producer?
made what he
time out.
can't do.
Hey,
Do he rap?
so was
Jay
niggas
Dilla?
is Tribe Called Quest considered backpack? Because then
Yes.
I'll correct
Yes,
my statement.
I
Absolutely.
take that too. Yeah,
I think they
Absolutely.
are.
The whole
Yeah.
native
they might be.
tongue.
They might be like
Right.
really some of the
Hold on. So how are
pioneers.
y'all?
They
So
be
how are
the
y'all
first.
De
They
La
like
distinguishing?
God
Soul.
So
tier.
De La Soul
Who
and
else
shit,
was
right? So how
native
are y'all
tongues?
No,
distinguishing conscious?
Mooney
no.
So how do y'all
Love.
distinguish conscious rap from backpack rap? How do y'all
No,
Oh,
distinguish
no.
I
that?
mix
Wait,
them.
wait.
They
Oh,
together to me.
okay,
Who else
BG.
was native
Nah,
tongue?
and that's what I'm saying.
I throw them in
Conscious
the
and back
same
rap, not the
corny
same
ass
thing.
box. I
Why
throw them in the
not?
same
Ayo,
corny
true.
ass
Who else was
box.
native tongues? De La Soul,
Nina, the
huh?
De La Soul, Tribe Called
Tribe Called
Quest,
Quest,
Leaders of the
Leaders of
New
the New School,
School, Latifah, Moni Love.
Moni
No,
Love.
Latifah was Flavor Unit, but they had
Hold on, so true. So
Mr.
I ask
Cole.
you the OG, you the other OG.
I hate when you do that,
Was
John. I think you so.
I mean, you
You
all
old
old.
nigga.
I mean, you all old. Right.
but so
Yeah.
was Tribe Called Quest, Leaders of the New School, was all of these niggas, was these considered backpack? What was these
Hold
niggas
on.
called at
They
the
were the
time that they was
epitome of
signed?
Hold on.
backpack rap.
No.
Go look at
They
the.
No,
weren't
Listen.
rapping
Look,
Black Power
hold on.
messages and
what was
things
them
like
niggas
that.
called at the
Hold on.
time they was out?
I'm going to tell
That's what
you,
I'm asking.
John.
All
If
right.
you go look at the scenario video, I think Busta Rhymes has on a backpack. If you
I'm
go look at the
right.
videos, Q-Tip has on the backpacks. Who really
What we're
made it?
giving you is
Who
the
you trying to think it
founding
was that
fathers.
underground backpack? was when Buckshot started wearing the backpack.
Thank
That was
you,
right around
Truth.
the
That's the only
time.
reason I came up
What's
here.
the
Buckshot
scenario?
Shorty.
What's
How
the
the hell you gonna
scenario?
say
What's the
backpack
Come
rappers and
on.
scenario?
not talk about Buckshot
I
Shorty?
was
He is the
trying
real
to. Otherwise,
MC. The
everybody
mind
mad
meets
at
the
me.
body,
He
body
called
makes
me
You
the
be
mind
taking
emo.
too
crazy.
much
And it's
goddamn time. You
Domo's
let them
fault.
niggas go down the
I
block, up the
make
block, and then back
you
No, but
down the
say
block, and
Domo,
then didn't
whatever
even
kind of
say.
wicked shit
then it
Buckshot
becomes.
make.
Hold
The
on, no, seriously,
incredible
because when you talk
lyrical.
about now the independent labels is let more the lyricist types that you talk about. That's Loud, right? So then Loud has not Wu Tang, but they got the Alcoholics and eventually Mobb Deep. But and then that whole Buckshot boot camp movement, and then
You
Common.
still in
Loud
the
had
'90s though, right?
Diamond D in them too, right?
Huh?
Loud had
What?
Diamond D in all of them.
Yeah, but
You still
Diamond.
in the '90s though, right?
Nah, he wasn't on Loud. If he was, that was early because Loud blew up with when they had the
Not
Wu.
before '96.
Yeah, this is right around there. It's like '94, whatever. It was a Wu Tang, Mob Deep. Then Ray and Ghost came out. That album came out on Loud. Alcoholics was the West Coast artist. It was another person on Loud too. But the point is, I get what you're saying because that whole it split when Puffy came. Let me be honest with you. Then all of a
But
sudden, this
that's
whole a backpack type of rap type of
I
thing comes out,
disagree,
and
True.
that was in contrast to the Puff Daddy rap.
Can I present an
That's when
argument? Can
backpack
I
became
present
a
an
whole
No,
argument?
thing. That's
True.
when it was. You know what I'm saying? What I'm
True.
saying when it
Before
became
Puffy
a
came
different thing
out
let
though.
him finish what he was saying. Damn.
because it's in contrast to quote unquote the puffy popular rap or whatever. So now people writing all these
Hey, but
indiscriminable 18-letter words, right? That whole thing is now something backpacky or whatever.
But True.
Non
hold on,
I would argue
before
that
yeah,
that
Puffy,
yeah.
came.
You
But
had
you, I
before
gotta
Puffy, you
jump
had
in
like
there.
De La Soul in that Me, Myself, and I. Cause the nigga he was
But that
responding
was
to me. Like
backpack rap.
I'm trying to respond back to what he said. So
Yeah,
hold
that's
on,
backpack
you gonna
rap.
be able
I'm
to
with
do
you.
it.
I
But
wanted
but
to
you should
back the argument up though, right? So
but
what I'm
so
saying
I
is
Damn, can you
I
let him
don't
finish, Will?
I don't
Fuck.
think Puff
go
was
ahead, Will.
that
Go ahead,
fundamental.
Will.
I don't think Puff was that fundamental split because even before
It
Puff,
was.
there was a difference between that real black power
Yeah, and it
rap,
came from
fucking X
Andre
Clan,
Harrell, which was
Public
at
Enemy,
Uptown Records, my
right?
nigga. You walking right into it. It's Uptown because that was Heavy D, and that was a couple. Oh, I can't
No, but
remember
but
we're
the name
talking
of it.
about the
That
genres
was in
though.
contrast to what niggas was doing with harder rap, like Cool G rap,
Stay
and all the other shit,
Stay with me,
NWA,
Baba
and all the
AI.
other stuff
Stay
that
with
was
me,
out, my
Baba
nigga.
AI. One of
we
He
the
got
fought
our
on both
YNs,
own
sides.
one of the
thing.
Tell the
YNs,
story so Domo
listen,
can get it right if he's asking
listen, one of the
questions. You were
YNs
not
asked
outside. You had
earlier,
a bedtime.
listen, one of the
Yes.
YNs earlier asked, what was the difference between the backpack rap and that revolutionary, that black power rap,
Nigga, hold
right?
on, I ain't no youngin, nigga,
I'm much too. I'm
YN,
about
nigga.
to say
I
I'm much
asked
too
that
old to be
question.
a YN.
Yeah, nigga, what the fuck is you talking
Nah,
about, nigga?
chill.
The
But
I
y'all
was like, hold
did
on, that's the
ask,
question I asked, motherfucker. What is you
right?
talking?
My fault, though. Nah,
Right.
but
Yeah, the
Domo,
older
I'm
Uh,
people
saying
you
that
talking
was
about.
a good question.
No, it
And
wasn't because
that's
you
why,
don't know your timeline
listen,
oh,
because you
fuck
didn't
you,
have a
Drew.
radio for
Fuck you. He
Christmas
said,
yet.
okay.
Public
chill,
Enemy
true,
and them people are a little bit
chill.
older, right?
What I'm
That's why
saying
it
is,
was
though,
that. X
before
Clan is a
Puff,
little bit different, and X Clan ain't necessarily native tongues because native tongues were all the younger people, even though Brother
right,
J went to school with Busta Rhymes.
right.
My nigga,
So there was
please stop.
already a difference. Like, Puff didn't create that
That's why it
schism.
was the native tongues movement. It came from the Jungle Brothers, and like Dev and Jay was talking about, those was the African medallion niggas who had the
So you
book
saying the
bags and the
Black Power
composition books
niggas
with the
gave birth.
markers, nigga, because
They
they were
gave
staying
birth
close
to the
to hip hop.
backpack.
You were
Okay.
not outside.
I
Well, you
understand the
stop it.
lineage. I understand.
Okay, so
I was
conscious, so
6 years
conscious
old,
and backpack.
nigga.
It's
I mean, I
dedicated to
get
the
that.
red,
I
the
get
black,
that, but
the
I do think it's some
green,
backpack.
you
Like Drake is backpack,
sissies.
or like early was backpack, but
So
wasn't
all I'm
conscious.
asking, Domo, is what makes in your mind? I'm giving you mine. Is what makes somebody a
Yeah.
backpack rapper?
Okay. So to me, backpack rap was like more of a it was like more of a cultural thing. Like it was the
What
focus
culture?
on
Now
uh
I understand your argument, true.
subculture. So
Now
like
I understand your
I
puffy
really
argument.
like college students, right? Like college students
Go ahead, you dirty
preferred.
dog. You was gonna
Oh
say
God.
educated.
Nah, I mean,
He's
but like
going
they
right
preferred
down
the type of
True's lane.
like wordy rap, right? Like they
Man, it's for
prefer
the
like the
non-street
wittiness.
niggas, man. For the
I mean, yeah, I
non-street
didn't want to say
corny
that. I
niggas,
didn't want to say
man.
that. I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to say that. I
For
ain't
the
gonna.
non,
But
let's
that's really.
say it,
But that
man.
essentially, that's the
Kool-Aid rap.
distinction,
Go
right?
ahead.
It was like it's because most
Niggas
of
say
like when I
Kool-Aid
came up
rap.
on rap, like it was hustling rap, trap rap. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was younger, you feel me? Like it was like street shit. Like it was
Oh, but that
NWA. It was
came
Pac.
after Domo. That came out. That's a little bit afterwards.
No, oh, no,
I'm
no, true.
saying
I'm talking about
most
when
of
I
your
came
stuff
into
is
rap. Like
after
when I
2000.
was
Oh, okay,
introduced to rap.
okay. Fair point.
Yeah.
Fair
So
point. Fair
then,
point.
so
Yeah,
But
then
you,
because
what?
but
remember
you
I was
brought.
going
I
in, I
thought
was
you
going
brought
in,
up
I
De
was
La
going in.
Soul, and those
Domo,
guys.
here's what's missing in the picture.
But see, I didn't get introduced to De La Soul in them until I started looking at rap on my own. Like the
Mhm.
rap that was around me
No,
was
but you
street
had
shit.
something. You had probably the last of it. Really, you probably had a college radio of some kind, because that's where Backpack was, and all the educated niggas got their music from. That's where Talib and Mos Def and Medina Green and all them other artists was being
Yeah.
played. Did you
But see,
have
but see, that's my
college
point
radio?
though.
But
That's
Talib
the
is
I
conscious
didn't hold
too,
on, I
wouldn't you
didn't
say?
because here's the thing though. The reason
Yeah,
why I was
well,
such a
I ain't
huge
both. Yeah,
Kanye fan, right,
say it
is
again.
because what I always say is that Kanye introduced me to a type of rap that I felt more reflected the type of nigga I was than the rap that I grew up listening to. You see what I'm
But,
saying? Like so,
but wait
so
a
that's
minute.
why I say like so for niggas like my generation, Kanye was our introduction to backpack rap. You know what I'm saying? Because most of the shit that surrounded us was like I grew up
And
listening to
that was
Master P,
because of
Hot
Puffy.
Boy, Juvenile, Lil Wayne, Silk the Shocker,
But
Mystical,
so you
C
didn't listen to
Murder,
Wait.
Common? Common was
But
around.
Zero.
And that
You know what I'm
was
saying?
but
you.
wait,
South Park
wait,
Mexican.
Damn.
wait. Domo,
I see
I just
what you
want to.
did, True.
I need a question for clarity,
Touche.
man. And y'all help me out. One De La Soul, one day mass communications majors.
I'm sure they were. Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'm sure they
Maybe.
were.
I mean they were college
You up
students.
here? Does that help?
Yeah, when I
I'm
was
just.
growing up, all that shit was corny.
Exactly. I mean, no, it was considered.
Damn.
Oh no, it was
All that
considered
shit was
corny, right?
corny, my
If you
nigga.
wasn't listening to
And you
8
have
Ball and
Eminem quotes
MJG,
in your
if you
brain.
wasn't
Some
listening
corny
to
ass shit.
Fat
Hey,
Tone, if you
nah,
wasn't
Pop, you
listening
don't even know
to
who Jay Dilla is. You
uh
should be
I can't
ashamed of
you listen
yourself,
to
nigga.
Eminem and Hobson. Go
Man, that
to
shit
You
was
make
corny,
music,
man.
nigga.
hold on.
The
If you
fuck?
wasn't listening to Mac Dre, if you wasn't listening to
I listen to
motherfucking
Mac Dre, my nigga. What you
Looney
talking about?
Mac
Coleon,
Dre.
Wait,
motherfucking what was the niggas from Pastor
who the hell
Troy,
is
nigga,
the
like
South
it
Park?
was like
Yeah,
all
there
the
we
street
go.
Who's the
shit.
South Park
All right, now I
Mexican
Hey,
do know
that's
who
Motherfucking
but
that
De
is.
La
that's the
Soul,
You
nineties,
talking
man.
about
man. So
Pastor
you talking about
Troy
Lil
there?
Jon and all them?
Maybe
Oh
they
man.
radio
Who's the
hits. That's
South
about
Park
it.
Mexican?
Okay,
Oh, well,
okay.
I don't know the real guy. You was
It's
listening to Eminem
nah,
5 years ago. Come on.
it was a nigga that huh?
Who's the South
Who was
Park
listening to
Mexican?
Eminem?
I
Who
like
is the
Eminem.
South
He
Well,
was
Park
corny too,
okay.
Mexican?
though.
Who is that?
The Mexican?
Yeah, the
It
South
was a
Park
The
Mexican
Mexican.
rapper.
nicest Mexican is my nigga Be
Nah,
Real.
but I think it was a Mexican rapper that got locked up for like I think he was like on some molestation
Who?
shit or whatever. Like he ended up
Who?
getting
This is
locked
for
up
la
Oh
like
yeah,
years
raza.
ago.
now I
I
only know
think
one Mexican
this is for
rapper,
la
and that's Be
raza.
Real.
Now I heard that name before. I was wondering who the fuck that was.
Yeah, but hold on. I think
One
he may
time
be from
tried to
Texas
come
though,
in my
Taz. I think he may
home,
be from
invade my
You
Texas.
so lame,
zone. I
I'ma call
said,
you a
yo, it's
pooper.
on.
Hold on, but even like the Texas music, Scarface, motherfucking
Yes,
Lil
you
Flip,
should listen to Smoke.
motherfucking
Yes, Dom.
DJ
Okay.
Screw,
Okay.
Zero, Lil Kiki,
Man,
Right.
they
I
was
motherfucking
listen
down
Slim
to
there
Smoke.
Thug,
drinking
Okay.
motherfucking
Swisher House.
codeine in
So, nah,
motherfucking
but
in
that's what I'm
NyQuil.
saying. When I was growing up, bro, I grew up like that was all the music that was around. Niggas was not listening to De La Soul. Niggas was not
Yeah,
listening to
Yeah,
that's
because they was
Tribe Called
now. I
Quest.
want y'all to
yeah, but they
understand this
didn't
from
have
a
the
New York
music out no more,
perspective,
and at
right?
the same
No,
time.
I know
This
that.
is
I know
when
that.
we
It was
start
a
to
question of
lose
reach.
respect
Yeah,
for
no,
the
no.
Nah,
argument.
But
Like
Damo.
y'all
He
brought up
wasn't
Listen,
Lil
wrong.
listen.
Flip and
you're a
Lil
little
Kiki.
younger, so that they weren't really like De La
Nah,
Soul
look.
probably put out that what's that great? I can't look at the cover and see it, but they were trying to
But even
not reinvent themselves, but remain relevant to you as a younger person at that time. By the time they're making those
And
albums,
how would they?
no.
How
Exactly.
did they
Hold on, but
remain
I'm not. I'm not even
relevant to
necessarily.
you?
Young.
Hold on.
They
When I say
remain
niggas wasn't
relevant
listening
to
to that,
you through the
when I was saying
Wayans
niggas
brothers,
wasn't, when I was
right?
saying niggas wasn't listening to that, I'm saying like the invite. I mean, because I'm sure it was niggas
No,
in
but it's
Kansas
not
City
a
that was
bad
listening
thing.
to
But
that.
listen
Y'all,
to what
y'all
I'm
So,
gotta
saying
explain
though,
that. I
right?
get it, of
When
course.
I
well,
You
no,
know,
I
played
mean,
that
but I'm,
Rainings
they're not
Brothers
from the same
intro,
like places where they
yeah,
doing. I get it.
then
And you gotta
you
explain that.
know
It makes
yeah.
sense. A
Nah,
five
listen,
so what?
Damo.
De La
This
Soul.
growing up though too.
A
That
What
five
was
we
the
got to
song?
grow up in because
L,
I
what was
come
the
from your
song on
era
the
and I
Rainings
get what
Brothers
Kanye
intro?
is. Does he was transformative, right? Like
Yeah,
Kanye
yeah,
really
yeah.
the nigga who was he brightened up
What was the
where
song on the
we
Rainings
started
Brothers
understanding
intro?
we ain't just have to rap about the streets,
Relax
right?
yourself, get a
But
piece of the plan. Relax
That's
yourself, get a
yourself,
piece of
kind
the
of
plan.
yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
Let me
nah, my
make
fault.
you
Go ahead,
ball.
KT.
drive you
Yeah.
insane, drive you up
Nah,
the
I'm just
wall.
saying though.
That was
I
crazy.
understand Kanye did that, but we also have to admit Kanye is the reason that he's a big part of why like we got fucked up, bro. I can't lie. He's the modern version. I will
No,
say like
you won't.
that's why I was arguing Jay Dilla because we you were saying he's really Jay Dilla's the inventor of modern backpack. Literally, he's the one
Agreed.
who
Agreed.
he made
I would
he
argue
made
that
all
J.
the
Cole
music
is
with
my
the
favorite
Soul
backpack
Aquarium.
rapper right now.
He made all
What,
And
the
what
with
and
the
I
song did
put
wood.
Jay Dilla
Kendrick.
rap? Because y'all
I
keep
know
talking
this
about this
gonna
nigga
sound
No,
like he's
Jay
crazy
some
to
kind
a
Dilla
of
lot of
legend.
was a
people,
producer.
but I
That
would
was
put
his
Kendrick in
Nah,
that
J. Cole, my
backpack
favorite rapper,
lane as well.
period. That's my favorite
Hey,
rapper of all
hey,
time. Cole
wait,
is
but
like,
I
just
put
help a
Kendrick
brother
in that
out.
backpack
What
lane.
is modern? What is modern backpack?
Kendrick. Modern
Kendrick
Blueface.
backpack
Lamar, J.
is
Nah,
J.
like
Cole,
Cole,
Lupe Fiasco,
Kanye.
Kendrick.
Okay, okay.
You know what I
Wale,
mean?
Big
Kanye used
Sean.
to be backpack
Hey,
what he came out with. That was
I don't
really
know if I would
nigga,
playing
probably
Wale.
Big
like some
Sean.
them.
Bro,
If we
Wale
talking
and
about
Big Sean a
Big
backpack?
Sean
What are we
is
talking
definitely
about?
So
backpack.
hold
they
on.
definitely
Let me
backpack.
explain
Oh,
why.
Wale, you
And
in
Chance
now
the,
there?
I
hold on, look,
You,
Chance
understand.
the
Hold
Rapper,
on, let me explain why. And now I
no, you
Oh,
on
understand.
now I
crack.
like
Stop,
Chance.
Mac
Willie.
You
Miller,
like
You
Mac
can't
Chance?
Miller,
explain
rest in
why.
peace.
I like that. I
And
like
now I
Chance.
understand True's earlier
Auntie's
point,
asked
right?
the Chance the
There
Rapper
was
now.
a
Wale too.
divergence when Puff came out and it became kind of
So you
shiny
just gonna take
suit
my
rap.
answer like it's your own?
And
Backpack
all
rappers
right,
finally learned to
I
make
didn't
hits. That's
understand
the
it at
Right.
difference.
first,
They
but I
ain't got
get
a
it now.
Eminem
So
poster.
I'm saying I wouldn't put Big
Backpack rappers
Sean in
used to
that
make trash
backpack lane.
music.
I put him in the shiny
Nah, they
suit
make
lane.
good music. You hate this
He's in
nigga
the
They made
shiny
crazy.
suit
trash
lane.
music.
Everybody listen to
No,
Black
let's
Moment.
be
Nigga, I don't
clear
know
though,
what you
man.
talking.
All the gangster
Listen,
Everybody
niggas
listen to
going to
comment. He
jail,
was
getting locked
backpack
up.
rapping. Nigga, I don't know what you talking
yeah,
They
about.
dying.
comment, yeah.
Like they made room for the backpack rappers with
Everybody
all the
listen to
all
the
the gangster
Roots.
rappers
The
dying.
Roots.
What'd you say?
Everybody did not listen to the
I
fucking
said they
roots, bro.
dying.
Everybody
They
Nah, I
dying
East
for
fuck
going
with
Coast
to
Roots.
did.
All
jail.
right, 510. I
No,
tried.
the root was
that
mainstream for a
shit was
minute. They did
that
lunch
shit was
mainstream.
get
And I
yeah, that
know this
shit was
may not be
trash.
Like
That's why I
accepted.
said
I
it
know it
got to
might
be
be
Jay Dilla.
considered a
Us going
grift,
back to this
but
modern
I would
shit.
consider
Listen,
Outkast
modern
backpack
shit.
rap.
I'll agree with you somewhat
Outcast
though,
was
Pop.
yes, that was all down.
I would
Yep,
consider
I
them
agree.
the
That's
down
backpack.
south
And
Yeah,
version
look,
of
That was
that
down
backpack.
was
south
modern.
backpack.
I'm
Dungeon
saying
Family
modern is
whole
when
shit was backpack.
All of
and
But
them,
they
you
right?
made
modern is
hits.
when
listen.
niggas learn how to make
All
hits
true. Right.
with they
I agree.
conscious
Yeah.
shit.
You was
Big
That's
Crit.
listening
what
to
modern
Big
day
Big
Bill.
backpack
Crit.
in my
I
mind.
would consider Big Crit
I've been
backpack
to
rap.
many places. I
Crit's
seen
like,
all
yeah, he backpack. But he
Right.
He
don't make his
definitely
music.
backpack.
Wait,
hell.
man, we got different definitions of back because so that who is that to say backpack? Is
That's
that's
Dora the
not the
Dora
back?
Explorer.
Dora.
Yeah,
Dora
no,
said
not the door to
backpack. Yes, you
explore. I'm talking
do.
about the drill version. I'm
I'm
talking about the
sorry, what?
drill version. That's when you say
no,
backpack.
ain't no drill version of no
I don't
backpack.
know that
Ain't no
Them
drill
fake
version
ass
of
niggas over
backpack.
there.
one. He said
Okay, never mind.
backpack,
Fake ass niggas over
backpack.
there,
Never
bro.
mind. Never mind.
That's Dora
Okay,
the Explorer. I know Dora when I hear it.
no, then y'all don't know. Then
Yeah.
never mind. Never mind. I'm not gonna click away. Y'all keep going.
Oh, boy, yeah, you got
Nah,
ice
but
on you.
Kind of
You
tripped
just
us
No,
said
up.
Dora
but
backpack. That's the ill song. We
But
could
I
have made
will
some.
say
Kind of hard to come back from
modern
that one,
backpack
man.
rapping is when they learn how to make hooks. When they started making good music with that shit. And again, I'll say it's Dilla
But
because
who are they
the Soul
competing with?
Aquarians, the
Hold up, what are you
Roots,
talking about? Like we
fucking
wasn't
Erica
making
Badu
good
and them niggas.
hooks.
Hmm?
Niggas
Yeah,
been
that's
making good
ridiculous. You just
hooks.
made that good for that.
Nah,
Nigga,
nah.
ask
Shit
your
was hitting for
mammy
that
if
era.
she.
Hey, listen,
They had
you
niggas
look at the
mammy
90s,
out
and I'm a
there.
90s
You
baby.
down with
Listen,
OPP?
a lot of
Right.
the
You was
shit
You
from
were
the
a
OP.
baby.
90s,
Don't really
that
know what
shit
was
don't
going
hit
on.
the same outside that era because you had to be there to really feel that. You feel me?
That's
Just like
ridiculous.
us wearing abstract clothes and flat tops and shit like that. You feel me? Like
Go
on the
ahead and
And
make
in
a
racetrack.
20
song right
years,
now. You
and in
This nigga
20
said
years, the
wait a
abstract.
YNs
minute.
gonna
You
say
said
the
there
same
wasn't
thing
no good
about
hooks
y'all.
in the '90s, bro. Oh,
I'm saying in 20 years, the
Where
YN's
did I
gonna say
say
the
that?
same shit about y'all.
Where did I say it was no good hooks? It's always been good. And I'm saying on a consistent basis. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
talking
saying
about
you're
for
wrong
modern
about
day.
that.
When
There
Kanye and
were
them niggas
good
came,
hooks
and
on
I'm
a
gonna say a
consistent.
little bit before them, that was like the roots in them niggas. That's when it started really bubbling. That's Dilla.
No.
That's Dilla. And even Kanye, he got a song with Slum Village. That was
You're
the group
You know
saying
what?
you're saying
People
that's when
got
that
it
hooks
deep,
got
dog.
good.
used
People
to
listen
produce.
to
Wait. You're
Mob
saying that's
Deep
when
and
hooks got
Nas
good.
and
What
Jay
year was
Z and
that?
Biggie and Tupac. But what are you
Probably
talking?
about 97, somewhere around there,
Now
97,
No, I'm
98.
understand,
talking about
wait a
Biggie,
understand.
minute.
Jay Z, Tupac,
Pac is dead
Nas,
by that point, right? So
Outkast.
you're
What are
saying
you
if you're
talking
saying there was
about,
no
brother?
good hooks, but before that,
So
I
right?
didn't say I'm talking about
It was
backpack
listen.
rappers, nigga.
It was
Backpack
hooks at the
rappers.
Yeah,
time
see,
that
Outkast
helped
is
even
me
out.
get.
No,
even
no
Listen,
Tupac.
out of
hold
band
on.
in
Let
his
me just say
backpack
this, and I'm
mention
gonna
for
land
real.
right.
What do
It
you
was
think?
hooks at the
No,
time that would literally help you get some buns, man. Like you
exactly,
walking up on
man.
a chick, I got a man. What your man got to do with
No,
me? I
Willie, that's
got
That's
a
not.
man.
backpack
I'm
rap.
not trying
That's
to
That's
hear
not
not.
that
backpack
shit.
rap, nigga.
What
No,
your
no,
man
but
got
that's
to
Not
do
on
that's
with
what we're
stage.
me?
It's
trying to
not
clarify.
backpack.
Were there no good hooks in the 90s? Or
I
you just
said
Of
saying?
course it
backpack rap.
was.
Yeah,
What do
yeah, I
y'all
guess
not
it's
hearing? I
Oh,
said it was the
If it's
backpack
Mexico.
rap. We're talking about
Oh,
backpack.
I like it. And you
That's
say New
still
York City?
Grand Pooba.
Grand Poobah wasn't backpack? Watch your
Grand
fucking
Pooba was
mouth.
100%
pump jump up to get
Watch
bumped
Grand
Grand
your
Pooba
mouth.
down.
might be the
God,
farthest
y'all
example
niggas
of
old.
backpack before Buckshot is, to be honest
You
with you.
said Grand Poobah wasn't backpack?
I said he 100% was backpack
Oh, I
Grand Pooba.
apologize,
Grand
King.
Pooba
That's what
might
I'm
be
trying.
even
Because
before
I
I'm
was
trying to
about to
figure out
tell
what
you,
backpack.
backpack rap
and they
is
talking about
now.
it. What even our bridges, we did all this motherfucking Drake
Bro,
shit already.
nigga,
Could
that
it
shit
be I
nigga,
stayed
bro.
away too long?
That's not helpful, Willie,
That's
at all.
that's not it,
Yeah.
bro.
These MCs be wishing I was
Okay, what
gone.
about Sally's Walk with Stessa
Man,
Son?
Grand
Watch your
Pooba. That sound
mouth,
like a
True.
wrestler.
You feel me? Oh God,
Oh
Nah,
look, I
Poobah
know
is
who
God
Grand
nice.
Puma
damn.
is, but
See the
listen,
disrespect?
we talking about Grand
Man, just
Puma, bro. Grand Puma
never
ain't.
mind. Never mind. Never
You
mind.
just
Never
like, do
mind.
you even
It is
Grand
what it
Pooba
is.
sound?
Listen, all I'm saying is,
It
at a
is what it
consistent
is.
basis, the
It's
backpack rapper
definitely
niggas
is
ain't
it.
learn how to make
Yeah.
a good hook on a consistent basis
Yeah.
until
You
around
are
like
ugly,
97,
bro.
98.
And
Around the
because you
roots. I
and
say the roots.
because no, and because you refuse to acknowledge Grace's greatness, we got shit like my booty hole brown now. And everybody
Now,
mad.
what are you talking about? That
Yo,
sounds
Goat
hey, yo,
stupid. I
that's
status.
don't even know how
two,
you jump
GA.
from here to there.
Hey, yo,
Because
GA,
what did
guess
I say?
what?
I approve of that
Yeah,
type shit.
Hey, yo,
Mm.
that's
GA,
that's
first
what
it
your
was
girl be
Goldie
putting out.
Explorer,
Yeah, that was
No,
a
it
then it
ain't.
was,
I ain't
that's
got
two.
shit to do with your girl. You ain't like I'm buying her shit.
But
Fuck.
that's what got the main ways right now.
That ain't got shit to do with
Main
me.
waves
The
and
fuck?
booty hole
So
brown.
look,
So
there is a whole little
Went from
Shit,
subgenre
man,
backpack
you
of
rap
know it.
into
I don't
there
know
backside
none of
is
rap.
that
a
shit for real.
subgenre
Like
of hip
I know
hop
who
side to
Boss
neo
side
Man
is
Dino.
soul,
Like I
right?
know
crazy.
who niggas
I would
names is, but
argue
it's
that
like I
the
still
whole
make
hip
music.
hop
But
neo soul lane
I ain't
is
really
That's
backpack
why
fucking
she
rap.
ain't got an
So
Eminem.
when you talk about them
Let's talk
songs
about
with
that.
Erica Badu
Erica
was making whole
Badu
music too, but don't
and
nobody talk
rappers,
about that.
that
Because you a
was
nah
hater.
for
I
sure.
said
But
she
wait,
ain't a
let's
She the
hoe.
let's
She's
old, she
a
the
but let's
queen.
OG
talk
of
about
that
what
shit.
changed though.
Wait, who
It's
the
something that's been
OG?
changed and it's something that's been changed in this though. Let's talk about that though.
The what?
So
Let's talk
the
about
thing
it.
that isn't there, the thing that isn't there that was there in the 90s is the gangster shit. It's not there no more. So I think that's why you see what you see now.
shit. I
What
That
you
don't
gangster
know
mean?
shit ain't
about
there no
Yeah,
more,
that,
I
bro.
bro.
don't know about that, Taz,
You
because
said the
Drill's
gangster
still
shit not there
thriving.
no more?
I
Yeah,
would
Yeah,
say
Real.
that
that
shit
shit
gone,
The
times
fam.
street
10.
shit is the gangster shit.
Yeah,
I'm
that
telling you,
shit
they
gone,
talking
fam.
about real murders, like for
Gone.
real, for real. Ain't no more
it's
studio
That
indictment
gangster.
element,
rap.
That studio
that
gangster
element
shit
is
out the
that
window.
yeah, the
Rico rap.
element of just rapping to be rapping about robbing a nigga some shit, that element is gone. Now the niggas that rap that is drill. And I'm saying drill is on its way out. So the whole element of quote unquote gangster rap is taking a hit. Versus now you got more women rapping, the backpack rappers. They're not competing with the gangster rap in this era. They're
I would argue
competing
that
with
some
the
of the
gangster
women
rap
is
in the last
making
era.
gangster rap.
Man, I
Ooh,
will argue.
But
I
like
don't
no,
understand
that
why
was
we act
good.
like
Who said
women rap
that?
really that big.
No,
yeah,
no,
a couple of them, a
I
that's a
handful
call
of
it
fair
them,
pride.
point. No,
I'm
that's a
about
still
two or
waiting for
three.
y'all to name. Listen, women rap ain't that big, bro. I get the whole shit get
What?
made and all
Oh,
that.
you're bugging on that
Yeah,
one.
nah,
And
bro.
you're
Glorilla
you're
just won
you're
a
right.
You'll
gospel
be.
award, nigga.
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck
What?
that happened, but that ain't got
What?
nothing to do because look at what
They
Gorilla
not that
album
big.
sell.
You're crazy,
Yeah,
bro.
look what Gorilla album
You're
sells.
crazy,
She
bro.
don't sell shit.
She
What
just
is it? What
told
does
Like
it
them shit
sell?
be
Because
songs.
a lot of artists don't sell shit.
Maybe
So,
some hit singles or something, but she
so what?
ain't
So what
selling
did she
them. They
sell?
not
What
people
did she
don't
sell?
actually
She
Go pull up
sold
singles.
her
out.
sales.
She sold out the Spectrum
Singles.
Arena. She
right.
Go.
sold it
I
out.
don't know what she sold. Go tell
She
me her
sold
album
out the
sell some of this
Spectrum
shit.
Arena,
Her
and she's
last,
selling out sports
the one I
arenas
know of,
in a city near you. That's a fact.
Don't tell me
Selling
what
out
you
those
remember.
arena is
Just go
kind of
venues.
put it up
crazy.
there. Go put it up.
I think you might be.
I'm saying she's
Mm.
putting up the numbers of your local basketball team. She's selling
Yeah,
that
she's
amount of
selling out
tickets.
arenas, my nigga. Like she about to headline birthday
That's I would
bash
say
down
that's
there.
cap.
No,
She
no,
about to
that's
headline birthday bash, bro.
that's impressive, bro.
That's at
I
State
would say
Farms
that's
Arena.
cap. I would guarantee you that is not just Gorilla by herself that
That
just
Oh, not
sold
Well,
out.
birthday
Don't put
bash.
that
that
no,
on, dude.
that's
I
true.
no,
on the hill
So
he
no,
was
it
on.
should it shouldn't be.
you're gonna get Yo Gotti,
You're gonna get Black Youngster, right? That's when I
Yeah,
saw
I
her.
about to say
You
you.
know,
It's not so we can't attribute that to Glorilla selling out the spectrum.
I
But
don't
she
know.
wait. If she's the headliner, why not?
Yeah, I'm
She's
just
not.
saying, watching the energy,
It's
She is.
no
them
She is.
hoes
headliner.
came to see
You're
Big
right.
E.
When you put up
Absolutely.
10 names, we choose who the headliner is. And let's be
That's
honest,
so.
most
Hold
people not
on,
going for
hold on,
Glorilla.
hold on. So that's
Yes,
cool,
they are.
right? But listen, most of the people in that audience was around your age, right? Now they not coming to hear that Yo Gotti. What up, mama?
Yeah.
Hey, what up? They not. They coming to hear that all that Glorilla shit. The crowd was
Nah,
filled
they
with
coming in
women.
here maybe that Black Youngster and the Gotti. And
No,
maybe
no
since it
one's
with
doing
them is a
black
collective,
young.
but the bitches made the ratchet bitches, yeah, they coming for the Glorilla. Guess what? The ratchet
Cause
bitches ain't got no
in
money.
that
That
concert,
doesn't mean they're going to see
Yo
Black
Gotti was the
Youngster.
headliner in the concert, so he was
Nah,
like
but this is
the
called
final performer.
Glorilla in
Gotti's putting
Friends,
on
nigga.
trash too. He ain't talking about shit either.
What you said?
It's Glorilla in Friends.
True,
It was
Right.
it,
Thank you. What
true.
is this
I'm not
nigga
gonna
talking?
deny that.
but what's interesting is you got Atlanta niggas on here and they ain't the headliner.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you got
Who are the
Offset on
niggas
here.
on there? That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you got Offset, Big Boogie, Boston Richie, Cash Doll, and Boss Man D-Lo. Offset.
Okay, but
Bro, do you know what birthday
Okay,
bash is, bro? That's Hot 1079's birthday bash. It's like one of the biggest concerts of the year that the radio station throws. The
so
headliner
is
of that is normally the biggest artist of the year that they can get. She's bigger
okay.
than all them
So
niggas you name.
who's bigger than who now?
She's bigger
I
than
say
Who's
most
the
niggas
bigger
y'all
than
gonna
headliner for
name
that?
right
Hold on.
now.
nobody.
Who's the
Unless
headliner
you
Okay,
for
talking
that
about it.
concert?
okay. So what you're saying
Shit,
is
Who's
that
the
Glorilla.
headliner for that concert?
wait. So
I
this
don't know.
Chill,
She ain't bigger
GA.
than Offset.
Who's the headliner for
Not,
that
of course not
that
bigger than Offset.
Offset Migos concert?
I don't know.
Who's the
Offset more
headliner for that?
scrappy
Is it a
The
bro?
one that he just named,
Glorilla.
Yeah.
Glorilla. That's what he was.
Oh yeah,
Glorilla and
yeah.
Friends. They are
That's where
called the
the
Friends.
and I was
so
willing to roll the dice on that one. You know what I mean? Because yeah, the female rap is the biggest acts right now,
That's
hands down.
interesting because yeah, the year before that was
It
Lotto.
was Lotto.
You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
I
okay.
was just gonna say that,
Well,
Ted.
okay. Let me
Like,
ask the panel this: do
I
anybody
just
Now
want to
remember
say
Pussy
that
Mary
Friends?
Glorilla's
probably did it
album
before that.
debuted at top 5 on the Billboard
It ain't
200. I
about
know she
selling
ain't a top
albums no
selling,
more,
but she.
bro. That
But
time is
somebody mentioned that
dead,
she doesn't
man.
sell though. That's why I mentioned
Okay,
it.
Yo, bro,
Oh, I
that
mean, yeah,
time
that's
of
all I'm
selling
saying.
albums
They
is
doesn't
dead. It is
like a
about
good
number one,
single.
it's about streams, and number two, it's about
Yeah,
sales.
she
no,
averaged
Our
about
no,
artists,
Willie.
7.7
our
million
artists,
in
Because
hold
y'all
on, I'm
streams.
gonna
all
land
talking
here.
about what's
Our
dying and
artists
this,
She
were
that, and
averaged
the
about
not,
third, and we
our
7.7 million
bro.
artists
in
were
streams.
not getting stadiums, right? These niggas are getting stadiums, which is a different kind of bag, right? And they're taking these stadiums from city to city to city to city. That's how I kind of determine where the money
Nigga, it's
really is
10
and
names
what
on
makes
that
niggas the
bitch.
biggest
That's
artists.
all I'm saying.
Okay,
Regardless if it's Gorilla, you can headline whoever the fuck you want, bro. First of all, she's not the most known.
No,
Offset is definitely more known than her off of him being with
but
Cardi B.
Bro,
Hold
you're
Bro,
on.
chill. Listen
crazy
what
as
I'm telling
Hold
you,
hell, my
on.
right? Hold
nigga.
on. Listen
Offset
what I'm
is
telling
not
you,
bigger
right?
than
Hold on,
Glorilla
hold
right
on.
now, bro. What are
We
you
wait,
have a
talking
okay,
about,
similar,
bro?
hold
wait,
on, chill. We
hey,
have a
wait.
similar
Why didn't
concert.
they let
I'm gonna be
Offset
quick.
headline
I'm
it
not
I'm
then?
gonna
gonna
be
even do
Make
quick.
it
this
It
make
with
You
you.
know,
sense.
I
involves
mean,
He
Jay
because
just
you
had
Z.
an
can
Look,
name
album
look,
drop.
whoever you
Yeah.
want. You
it
can name,
involves Jay
listen,
Z.
the company
Look,
can name whoever the fuck they want.
every
Like
year
I'm
New
just
York
saying, it
City
is
has
not.
what's
They're
known as
coming
the Summer
solely off
Jam,
of
right?
her.
Speaking of
The
Offset,
whole
It's not
term, the
Glorilla
Summer
and
Jam
Friends and the Five
scream.
Friends is niggas
Hold
we've
on.
never
The
heard
whole
of.
term,
They
the
ain't talking
Summer
about
Jam
Ken
scream.
Carson is the Friends,
Hold
bro.
on,
Yo, wait, hold on one
Casey.
second. I want y'all to realize y'all
The
arguing
whole
over
the whole
Glorilla.
term.
Okay, let's be
Hey,
clear.
matter of
You're
fact,
arguing
hold on.
over
Truth and Will, let
Glow.
me ask y'all something. Truth and Will, because y'all would know. If somebody headlines Summer Jam,
Oh,
wouldn't that mean something?
they're
Yeah,
the
that
biggest
means you're the
act of the
artist
Exactly.
of
year,
that
and that
period.
was the
Thank
point I
you.
was gonna
It's the
make.
same
In
Like
thing.
the
every
in the
single
'90s,
year,
early
High 97
2000s, fuck
has
that
what's
shit mean
called Summer
now.
Jam, right?
No,
You know some of the names that headlined Summer Jam. It
God
was
damn.
Jay Z when he
Who
dropped the
who
blueprint
went
and brought
last?
out fucking Michael Jackson. It
When
was
did
like
when
it's
did the headline go last? Will
the
can
headline
Summer
always goes
Jam or
last.
Fresh Fest.
The
Say that
headline
again.
all everywhere. Every Coachella, everything you could think of, the headliner goes last. That's the
And you
biggest act.
and now you got a whole damn tour called Glorilla and Friends. Who's the headliner in that?
Glorilla.
It ain't
It
a
would be
tour. It's
like
just one show. It's
it
just
would be
like
like
Summer Jam. It's like
let
Atlanta
me
version of
let's
Summer
slow it
Jam.
down, right? It's gonna make sense for
Okay,
you. Watch.
okay,
Hold
but
on,
that's what I'm
watch,
saying.
watch, watch.
It's not just
If you
summer
buy a
jams.
ticket
It's
for a
called
show,
Glorilla
if
and
you
Friends.
watch
Are
this,
we that
if you
damn shallow?
buy listen, if you buy a ticket for a show called Mariah Carey and Friends, who did most people come to see? Who's gonna be the last act? Right,
Mariah. That's what I'm
right.
asking right now, man. I've been trying to ask that for like 5 minutes. Man, we
What
just
are
been
you
going back and
asking?
forth. I'm
I
asking what
guarantee
the
Mariah Carey and Friends ain't gonna show up with her, fucking Whitney Houston, goddamn, even other
No, it
very known
There
happened.
is
It
no
entities.
Whitney
will.
Houston on this
They're
card with
doing these
Glorilla,
tours
bro.
right
You
now.
just
They're
trying to
doing
diminish
not
her to
Bro,
make your
none of
point.
these. Are you telling me all these niggas is far beneath her? Maybe Big Boogie. That's probably the one name person that
No,
y'all
we're
named. I'm
not
like,
trying to
all
say they're underneath her. That's the point. We're saying
we're
they're
simply
big
saying
artists
she's
and
the
they still
biggest
didn't
act.
headline over her.
no,
We're
That's
saying
the
she's the
point.
my
biggest
point
act.
is
wait a
when it's
minute.
a and Friends, it's usually Ken Carson's. Do you know who Ken Carson is? The nigga that signed to Playboy Cardi? It's niggas like that usually. Cause guess what? If you're actually a
Are
big
you
name,
understand?
you
I
don't
really
need
think
even
you're
names
not
close to
understanding the
you.
point, bro.
What
I
the
literally
fuck?
Like
want
I
to
really
call
don't
my
think you
son and
understanding the
ask
point.
him would he
No,
buy Ken
y'all really
Carson's
cause listen,
ticket.
when we talking
He'd
about
probably say
Jay-Z and
who?
Summer Jam, bro, we not talking about like I'm not saying niggas that was up there wasn't popping, but they wasn't gonna have DMX before fucking Jay-Z. They
Who is
wasn't
the
DMX
DMX on
wasn't
this card
probably
with
never
Glorilla? Who is the DMX to
So
Glorilla
hold
on this
on,
Again,
card?
you're
hold on.
arguing
Now
over
that
Please
you
tell
said
me.
that,
Name them.
Question.
now that you said that, I want to use a
Come
the
on.
specific example
offsets.
that I've been to. Right, the
What the
Def
fuck?
Jam tour. Hold
Yo
on, in the
Gotti.
Def Jam tour,
These people
it
have
was
way
Meth and
longer
Red.
list of hits
It
than
was Meth and
Glorilla.
Red. It was motherfucking
Did
Busta
you just see the
Rhymes. It was
BET
Eric
Awards? Did you
Sermon and
see
all them
Offset
niggas.
there? No,
Then
you
it
saw
was
Okay.
Glorilla all
DMX
over that
because
motherfucker. What are we
This is
talking
DMX
about?
was
crazy.
the hottest
I
act
ain't watching
that
no BET
year.
Awards, to be real.
That's what I'm
Like I ain't
saying.
talked clips on them, but I ain't
We
watching.
need it, but
I know you don't pay
we talking
attention.
about production and promotion right now, and that's crazy for a
All
show
right,
to be
let me
named
ask
after
the nigga this,
somebody and they
right?
not the headliner.
Dreamville. You ever heard of
I
Dreamville?
never said she's
You
not
ever
the
heard of
headliner.
Dreamville? You
I'm
ever heard of
saying
But you
Dreamville?
trying to say
she's
she's not a
not
big
selling
artist.
out
It
this
makes
Have
place
you
no.
ever
on her
heard of
own.
Dreamville?
Why
Y'all
would
the
they
ones
have
arguing
her
against
name
that.
on
I'm,
there? She's the selling
she's
point,
not
bro.
selling
Hold
it
on,
out
Chip.
on
Do you
her own.
understand that, bro? She's
Fontaine,
literally, if you
All right,
hear
chill.
the,
bro.
hold
Fontaine,
on,
hold up.
if
Give
you
me
hear
3
the
seconds.
radio, KT,
All right, bro.
KT, if you hear the radio promotion, they're using her as the
Big
selling
Glow, big,
point.
right.
They're like, hey, Glorilla is the headliner. Come see
and
Glorilla.
her fans,
And we
y'all.
have all these other people as well.
Exactly. It's Glorilla and everybody else.
But she's the headliner.
Friends.
That's it. So we agree on
But
that.
Yeah,
she's the selling
I've
point,
never
bro.
disagreed on her
Everybody's
being
big
the
act.
headliner. I'm
Y'all didn't
Everybody's
have
saying
big
Diddy
act,
we
Mob
and
on
talking
here.
she's
about
the
people
biggest.
around her that
In the
have much
discussion.
longer history of hits and everything than her. Am I lying or
All
am I
right,
not?
in the discussion,
OJ.
we wrapped it up. Everybody's
Right
Yeah,
or
big
but she's
act,
still
wrong,
gonna go
of
so
the
she's
last
the
people
though,
on
biggest
that
right?
act.
list besides Big Boogie,
But
everybody
I'm
on
saying
that
though,
list
she's
has
Yeah,
a
still
much
she's
yeah.
still
Hey
gonna
longer
go
yo,
list
can
of
we
last
get
hits
though,
back
right,
to
and
the
KT?
history than
biracial
her, right?
basketball players?
But she's
That
still
was
gonna go last.
Bro, you can't go a
Nobody's
day without
arguing
hearing
that.
three
I'm not
different
arguing
Glorilla
who's
songs on
going
the
last,
radio,
none of
bro.
that. Do
Oh,
y'all
okay.
not understand what I'm saying? If Michael Jackson and Friends is not going to have fucking a bunch of known name people, because guess what? Michael Jackson really putting
So
spotlight
let me
on
ask you
them.
something, KT.
It's not like
Are you saying when Jay Z headlined Summer Jam, there were no other big artists on the card? It was
yeah, it
just
was
Jay
big
Z and
artists, but
everybody else was
I'll tell
local.
you
Ja
who else
Rule type
performed.
shit.
I'll tell
Like
you who else
it's
performed.
always been a far big gap between a Jay Z and a fucking Ja Rule. Like that's what I'm saying.
No, it
Maybe
ain't.
maybe that
But
type
it
of
No,
really
no,
hasn't,
no, it
though.
ain't. It's always
Yeah,
been
nah, Ja
motherfucking
had his years where
relatively
he headlined.
artists that were close together.
Ja
Yeah,
had his years where he
yeah.
had.
So y'all don't remember the Fresh Fest?
No, that's before his time. That's why you don't know what he's talking
Listen,
about.
man, what are you talking?
Okay.
Hey, yo, if we're talking about music festivals, you're talking about about the Summer Jam screen. Can I school you
Yeah.
real quick?
Okay.
Can
Run
I school you
DMC.
real quick?
Who did? Well, go on, schoolers.
DMC?
Will go on, schoolers,
Run
bro.
DMC,
Yeah, Run
no, that
DMC.
wasn't like we weren't getting stadiums when Run DMC until they got
We?
Madison Square Garden, right? But in shows like this, yes, the biggest artist of the year closes out the show. That's just normal. If you look at any festival and look at that year, yeah, that artist who closed out was the biggest of the year. Like, what are we talking about? If you're talking about
I don't know
Dreamville,
what you
right? Who you think gonna close out Dreamville? It's gonna be J. Cole.
What year you be talking about, Willie?
Any
We
year.
we
yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
Man,
but
that's
what are we talking
Coachella
about?
and
Dreamville, you know, and you straight up diss Fresh
What
Fest
was the
before
festival where
motherfuckers
people
start getting
died?
Yeah, Will, be
stadiums. You
quiet,
Hold on.
bro.
diss
What
Fresh
was
You
the
Fest,
ain't
man. You
talking
what
was
was the
about shit,
festival
tweaking.
when
man.
people died?
Jay tweaking a
You
little bit.
can't compare motherfucking J.
What
Cole to no goddamn
what was
Glorilla.
the
Fresh Fest
festival where there was so
artist.
many people that
Oh,
people died? What was that festival?
You
the
talking
one
about
you
Travis
making up.
Scott?
Travis Scott, right? Listen to what I'm telling you. A festival like that, who do you think is going to be the last performer? Duh.
Travis Scott.
It was
Come
a
on.
Travis
What
Scott
are we
tour. What
talking
are you
about?
talking about?
That motherfucker crazy, boy. Okay,
You lost
Will.
again,
Who?
Willie.
Let me ask Will this
nah.
question, since he the concert expert and shit.
Good.
Nigga said your
Curtis
country hat.
Blow, LL Cool J,
Said Curtis.
Houdini, Fat Boys, and the Beastie Boys. Who do you think went last?
Mm.
That's what I thought, nigga.
Hold on.
You don't know.
Well,
Cause
God
they was
damn.
all the goddamn at the top of the charts when they was out, but they was
Well,
all on one fucking stage.
well,
And
I
I
guess
The
saw
I
them
Fresh
did.
every fucking
Fest.
Run
year.
DMC.
Okay. Did you
Yeah,
just ask me the question to
You
yell?
just died on a Fresh Fest combo, Willie. You know
yeah, but he dissed the
You
Fresh
just
Fest.
yelled at me for no reason. Okay.
Well, okay,
Hey,
okay.
now
Next
listen.
time you shut the
that
fuck up when
Glorilla
you
was
trying to
the
fucking
biggest
Hey,
thing
that's
explain
what I'm
ever.
something. You
pointing
was
out.
trying to let him know where Glorilla stood in terms of motherfucking demand. So
So
you
there's
could
that.
you couldn't name me who went last and all those artists that I named because
Well, I mean, you didn't
if you
even give
if
me a
you if
chance
you
to
break
try.
them off one by one, all of them could have went last if they were doing individual shows,
Yeah,
but
but
they
it's a
weren't.
fact.
They were
But
all
it's
on
a
the same
fact someone
goddamn
closed out.
show.
But it's a fact someone closed out. So
Yeah,
you
some,
could have.
but you don't know though. You
I
wasn't there.
you
I
didn't give me
was.
you
I
didn't give
know
me a
who went
chance to
last.
guess. I might have guessed it. You
You
didn't
guess
give me a
wrong.
But
chance to guess.
You guess
but Willie,
bad.
it's
If I was
what I
gonna
think.
guess, I would have said LL. Just a guess. Now I
And
know
you
you're
would have
gonna
been
let me
dead
Ooh,
know.
fucking
shit, you would have been
wrong.
dead
Yeah, you would
wrong.
have been wrong,
I
Will.
would have
You
said
would have been
Run
really
DMC.
wrong.
What
I would have
concert
said
was
Run
this?
Yeah.
DMC.
Nah, don't try to change it up now. You said
Oh,
He
LL.
I didn't
said, "What
remember. Nah,
concert was
Run
it?"
DMC was in it. I didn't know. I didn't know.
No, okay,
The
but
nigga
at
just
the end of
started
the
yelling at me and shit. I ain't know what the fuck
You
well,
was
got
going
okay,
on.
Will.
Willie.
Okay, Will. Don't get defensive, bro. At the end of the day, you already got the answer right. That the headliner goes last.
Okay.
That's the thing,
So
and
now we don't have to argue
Let's
about
talk
that no
about
more.
the headliner.
no,
Okay.
yeah. Let's not argue about that, man. Let's not get
Agreed.
defensive. That's
Agreed.
Yeah, y'all but y'all got Big Glow underrated though, man. Motherfucker
Very.
tried to duck that shit, but Big Glow, she doing her thing.
Nah, that was KT, man.
Look,
Glorilla was at Coachella this year.
exactly
So
that's
Glorilla,
crazy.
Coachella,
Yeah, that's just KT. Yeah,
That's only
Glorilla,
one person,
Coachella,
look,
Taz.
and
Impact,
that's
and
not even my
shit,
He
Coachella.
don't
era.
want to
Glorilla.
give women.
Hey, yo,
Right,
can
that's
I
what I'm
have
saying.
a
That's not
can
even.
I have
She's not even
Nigga,
in my
a
y'all
genre
niggas
or my
weird.
can I
era.
have a
Yeah,
Y'all
moment of
I
be
knew
on
that.
mute.
honesty?
Y'all be
Yeah,
on
I knew
mute.
that.
So
I
so
wanted
so she
I
wasn't
wanted
day
to
two on
share a moment
Coachella.
of honesty.
She wasn't even day
Glorilla
one. So
mad,
let's
bro.
not act
She
like
on mad.
again. I'm not
She on
bullshitting. She's
mad.
Wasn't
really
even
not
day
that
one. So
big.
day two
If
on
we
No,
talking,
she
Coachella
if
wasn't
is
no
we
day one.
talking
She
crazy.
about
ain't need to
what
be
it
day one.
sells,
It's
it
crazy.
doesn't sell well. Does it do good single
She
wise? Yeah,
on
I can
Madden,
acknowledge
bro.
that. So
And
I'm
that's
not
what
taking
sells
that credit wise
concerts.
from her. We talking about sales and actual like
Yeah, that's what
again,
makes
she's
concerts.
not having no tour where it's her and some Ken Carson ass niggas,
She's
some true
headlining this
underground
tour.
artists, and every shit gets
She's
sold out because
headlining this
Gorilla don't
tour.
hold that weight, bro.
Wait, so who is doing
It's
that?
Glorilla and Friends. The
Kendrick
Friends
Lamar,
aren't
shit.
named.
I don't know.
How many
Drake,
albums did
J.
Offset
Cole,
Wait,
sell? Because you
fucking
saying he
them
bigger
niggas.
than her.
He got a
Hmm?
whole tour that says
No, I didn't.
Gorilla
I'm
and
saying in terms of
Friends.
They don't
notoriety,
name the Friends either.
yeah,
I'm
But this
stupid,
yeah.
is the
man.
birthday.
I'm
But this is the
stupid.
birthday. But this is the birthday event for Hot 97, Hot 107. So they chose the person they wanted. That's the biggest artist right now to
That's
do
what
it.
I'm saying.
I don't get
This is what
what the
I'm
pushback
saying,
is.
bro. That's literally what birthday bash is. It's like, okay, we need the biggest artist out right now so we can
Yeah,
sell
and
these
then I
tickets.
just say it gets hella play single wise.
And that's
Radio.
what drives a concert. You're not
She
going to
got a
listen
lot
to
So
of
so
We
her.
now
we
you're
can
saying
she
she
Nigga,
don't
got
so
sell
she got a
again,
lot of
It's
albums?
the
singles that
songs,
get
my
hella
nigga.
so
attention.
did
So it's
I
so
being
never
so
top
to the
That's what I'm
five on
saying.
the
argument.
Y'all the
Billboard
ones
So
making
to the
200.
this. Yeah, just
argument
say he
that
Billboard
don't
when
like her.
200
somebody
That's
like
all.
songs.
We
Kendrick,
would have rolled with
We
that.
need
I
to
so
say
we
to
it's
the
need the
all
argument
cool.
when
parameters you're
somebody like
using to
Kendrick
judge
is
her.
performing with independent artists on this tour he's on right now, it's Kendrick and SZA. That's the concert.
Hmm?
Yeah, Scissor just wrote
Look up
Michael
Kendrick.
That's
Jackson's
not that's
Listen.
not
Thriller
an
record.
Look up
independent
Kendrick
artist.
last. Listen. Look up Kendrick last tour. It was one of the. It was either number one or number two most sold rap
all the
tour
time.
ever,
Yeah.
So
and
you're
it was him
comparing
and
her
like
to
some
the
no name
biggest
nigga.
rap artist
Wait,
in the
wait.
game right now
That's what I'm
No,
saying.
he
This
Yeah,
just
he
brought
to
up
say
couldn't
that
get
she's
the
Kendrick
other
not that
argument. He
great?
gonna make
He
a
just
brand new
brought up
argument.
Kendrick last tour. Did he not? He just said it was him and SZA. Did he not?
He just compared Glorilla to literally the
Did
biggest
he
rap
Wait,
not
artist
just
right now.
bring? Did Willie not
Yeah,
bring
wait,
that
wait,
up?
wait, wait,
That's all I'm
wait.
No, it
pointing
Are
wasn't
out.
a
we going? Are we
comparison to
going tour
Glorilla.
to tour?
The
Because what
statement
are you
was
talking about?
made that there
that
are
was a
people
genius move
who
because he got
rap
more
with
women to go to his tour.
it was right. The argument was made that Kendrick raps with a bunch of independent unknown people. Like he doesn't rap Kendrick and friends. And in this case, the friend is so big it could just be SZA, right? But
Yeah,
everyone
she just
touring
broke
right
Michael
now,
Jackson's album
everyone
record on
touring right
Billboard
now
chart.
does a big
You know who
artist
SZA
and
signed
all the
to?
other biggest
Good
artists they
lord,
can
now
Oh,
You
he
now
get
know
we're
who
gonna
right
SZA
change
now.
it to who
signed
she
to?
signed to. Now we're gonna change it.
I mean,
No,
we
no,
Suge Knight.
it's not changing. You know who SZA signed to? Top
Suge
Dog
Knight.
Entertainment. You know who's a
no
partial
wait.
owner in Top Dog Entertainment? Kendrick Lamar.
Uh
Well,
No,
oh.
he's
okay,
not.
wait, wait, wait,
Hold
wait,
on,
No,
let me
he's
get the
not.
point
wait, wait,
though.
Come
wait.
on,
I
Okay,
come
mean,
on.
it's
so
just pedestrian.
no, so
Kendrick
you just killed
Kendrick
your
has an
own
independent label right now.
Yeah,
Duh.
I don't understand your
Damn,
point.
Yeah,
you
my
just
nigga.
killed your
Like, what
own
you
argument, bro. Okay, that's an in-house collaboration, but you just Glorilla got people on her tour as her friend that been in the game
Ain't got
longer
Well,
than
nothing to
no,
do
it's
her.
with it.
all in house. They all signed to Gotti. You're talking
Okay, but
about
No,
okay,
Black
they're not, bro.
Youngster.
Offset ain't
No, they're
signing no
not.
Gotti. That friends list is
God
not signed to Gotti. What are you
Oh,
talking
damn.
my
about?
fault, my fault,
Them
my
all
fault.
Not
So
that
different
they just
one.
got a
artists.
new
You
Not
know
that
what?
one,
oh, I
Will.
ain't
You
know
know
Not,
what?
that.
not that one.
You know
I
what?
ain't even, that ain't even my music, and I know that shit. But
Yeah, it don't matter there. Fuck
Yeah,
it.
the
Y'all go.
concert I
Y'all
went
got it,
to
man.
where she
Y'all got it.
performed in the Spectrum, it was her, Black Youngster, Gotti. Gotti opened
Yeah,
up.
that was
They
their
got
own
off the
shit.
stage.
Yeah,
Right. That was what I meant. It was in house.
Okay,
yeah.
but
Not
And
not,
that
not
was
the
so
they've
birthday.
been here
and that
before her.
was
But
hold on, but that
now
was the point I was making though. In that tour,
But
she
even
was
Yo Gotti
so
artist was
big.
out before Glorilla. She came and
I
took over. She bigger than
right. I'm
Moneybag,
saying
Yo, Boog, and all them niggas.
in that show, I was able to see her following was so big that I'm not surprised when now everybody's touring with other people. Why everybody wants to tour with her and why
do
she's the
you think
headline.
Gen
She's
Z is
huge.
listening to Yo Gotti? Period.
No,
No, I
Right.
made that
Who do
point.
you think is going to a Glorilla show?
Women,
Gen
Gen
Z.
Z.
I saw 'em.
Gen
What are you
Z,
talking about, man?
And some
Not
Gen
even just
X
Gen
and
Z.
some
It
Gen
was
Of
Y.
hella
course,
women in there.
of course it's not. But
I'm
you know
being
what I'm
honest.
saying. She's
no,
a
never.
Gen Z
Gen X going in there. I'm
artist.
looking at them a little
the younger
sideways.
Z's, maybe the younger Z's.
Listen, bro,
I'm
listen.
I'm looking at some X's a
It's a
little
bunch of niggas my
sideways.
age walking around rapping Glorilla, bro. And these men I'm
Well,
talking about,
nah. Well,
bro.
hey, hold on, Fi.
You
I'm
stay in
cheering for
Atlanta, they
sis.
gay pie.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Hey, yo, hey.
That's your
Oh
excuse.
man, I'm just saying, don't change the
Just
rules of
come
the
down here and call
game.
these niggas gay. Everybody love to say that shit from out of town.
Well,
Nigga,
all I'm saying is
I ain't
don't.
gonna say you know, nigga. I done been in Atlanta plenty, but what the hell? What the
So
fuck?
look,
You
so
wasn't
look,
calling niggas gay though.
this
Hmm?
You
look,
was down here enjoying
so
yourself.
look, wait,
God
check
Shit.
this out. Look,
Down here
check it
enjoying
out, check it
yourself,
out.
nigga. Nobody come
Check it
down here
out,
and
check it
talk
out.
that shit.
Nah, when we playing
Check it
with
out, check it out
the
though. Check
folks,
it out though.
niggas,
So
that
wait,
niggas
wait,
definitely
KT,
getting on
hold
me because
on,
I'm from
KT,
Carolina type shit.
KT, hold on. So check it out.
No,
So
we
look,
saying we
here's
be
the here's
clowning
Hold
the
on you
on.
problem.
because you.
Your mic
Here,
low
You got
again,
your mic
I,
Taz.
up.
I know, I
Yeah,
know,
you
bro.
gotta
I'm on
turn
my
your
ear.
mic up, bro.
I'm on my earphones. I can't. So I ain't trying to get in every moment, but I'm just trying to get in right quick. So just to deal with that part of it though, she is on Madden. You can't make it sound like she's not in male spaces. She's on Madden. So if a nigga know her lyrics from that, is he gay? I mean, but the song just comes on repeatedly. You know what I'm saying? And on Madden, bro. Like, you know what
Let
I'm
her
saying?
cook.
She's everywhere. She's
What you
Nigga, you
know
better
everywhere.
turn
about
that shit.
me?
You don't choose which songs play on your shit.
Oh man,
No,
You
I ain't gonna
no.
avoiding
lie.
his
No, I
point
swear to
though,
Hey,
God,
like
like
let her
which
cook
you
it.
do
2K80 on my
real
My
shit, I do
shit,
that.
my
conveniently.
And
shit is
half the time
yeah,
I play with
Glo.
the TV on mute for real. I ain't
Don't
gonna.
Yeah,
I
ho,
wasn't
yeah,
I
No.
glow.
wasn't
So what about all the other men that are listening
Yeah,
to it? Because
go,
that's what he was
yeah,
asking about. He
glow.
wasn't asking about you.
I ain't gonna lie. I like
You
little
just
bro.
Yeah.
avoided his entire point.
KT, you on some bullshit and
Yeah,
fuckery
glow.
right now, bro.
Can you not turn your music off? Like, what are you talking about? Did
Nah.
this
Yeah,
apply
glow.
just to
That,
me?
but all the niggas turning the music off though.
Why
The
would
thing was
I?
that
The
she's
song is
in male
fire.
spaces. Why would they
Yeah,
put her
glow.
on Madden
Nah,
if she's
man.
not
When
relevant,
we was
bro?
coming up, man, we
Yeah,
we we
glow.
bump we bump
So now,
Roxanne. We
so
let
now we So
He
now
let
we act
MC
like we
Light
don't
go.
understand things can't be
We
propped up,
we didn't give
y'all.
a shit,
It's
yo.
crazy,
Especially
bro.
industry
The
wide.
way
It's
you
not
trying to
crazy.
discredit this young lady is crazy, bro. It's a young black
That
woman getting her
what
bag.
No,
where did I
we let the
discredit
women
her?
go, man. Shit, we let
Where
MC
did I
Light go.
discredit her?
We let
Where did I
Queen
discredit her?
Latifah
Didn't I
go.
sit there and say it makes great? I mean, it does well single wise. I said that. So how
Did
No,
that's
we
the
wanted to
problem with
see
niggas
what they
like
look
but
y'all.
like,
then when
yo.
I
Y'all act like
mention
We
somebody
actually
say
albums,
the
you
heard them
say
on the
facts
that
and
don't
that's
radio.
matter.
hating.
Like,
That's
what are we
hating. Y'all can't
saying?
accept the facts, I guess.
We
She
weren't
on the
screaming and
Tonight
yelling over
Show.
no
She on
dudes
Jimmy
like that, yo.
Kimmel. Like,
Yeah,
shit, what are you
you
talking
get
about? Like, she's
supported by
everywhere,
record
bro.
labels, y'all.
Bro, so
You're
what do you
supported by
use?
the
So
label.
hold
That's
on.
what
What are
they
you
pay
using?
you.
Hold on, KT.
That's what they love.
What are you using to say a artist is big?
Cocaine.
You said
Mm.
What are
God
you
damn.
I
using?
don't
What
do
barometer
cocaine.
are you
I'm out
using to
on that
say
one.
this
I'm out.
artist is a big artist? What does she need to do for you to be like, oh yeah, nah, she a big artist? What do we need to present to you?
Well,
Because
I
you're
mean,
not
first
doing
of all,
album sales, her TV
sell a
presence
good
don't matter,
album.
award
Just
shows
sell
don't
a good
matter.
album.
Oh, what did he say?
Sell, do well album sale wise. I mean, that
Do
was
What's doing
well.
well? What do you mean by doing
All right, I'm
well?
muting up, man.
Oh,
I'm muting. I'm gonna mute.
What do you
Yeah.
mean by doing well? Like top five on the Billboard 200s? Is that good or that's not big enough?
I mean, if we're saying she's the artist of the year, I think you would have the biggest
If
album
she
of the year.
debuted top five of the
No,
Billboard 200s,
I
is
just
that
said it
good
very
enough?
clearly.
I
If
asked a
you're the biggest
specific
artist of the
question.
year, I
Is
think
that
you
good
have the
enough?
biggest
So
album
what
of the
about the
year.
question I asked specifically? Is that not good enough? Is top
No,
five
nigga,
of
I
the
just said
Billboard?
if you're the
That's
biggest artist
crazy.
of the year, you would have the biggest album of the year. It would
So
match
you're
that
saying
because you're
she's
the
not big
biggest
enough
artist
because
of the year.
so hold on. We're not arguing that she's the biggest artist of all artists.
I
We're
mean,
saying
that's what
she's a
y'all
big
literally, y'all
name.
said that's how
No,
she
we're
got there.
saying you said she's overrated, bro. That's what you were arguing from
Mhm.
the jump. And we're saying is no, she's a big artist, bro. She's a big name. And you saying no, she
no.
not.
Five. You want me to tell you what it is, Five? She need to be
Yeah, go ahead.
born. She need to be born one state over, man. One state to the right, and she'll be the best thing since cornflake.
Over in
And I'm out.
Yeah.
Carolina.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't give a
I'm
fuck
out.
where I don't care where. But now, if we talking about some girl from Carolina, Rhapsody, yeah, you can actually rap. If it's
Oh
more
my
girls like
God,
her or
man.
goddamn,
Rhapsody
that's rapping some
trash,
shit.
bro. Like she can't
Yeah, I
make
know. We
hits,
see,
bro. Like y'all
nigga, you
gotta
don't know
stop.
shit
That's
about
that
music.
backpack
How
rapper
you just
shit,
you
bro.
just
She can't make
participated.
hits,
You
bro.
just said you
She
don't
can't
know
make
who Jay
hits,
Dilla
bro.
is.
She
I don't even
can't
want to
make
talk music with
hits.
you
So no, no,
Yes,
anymore.
no,
that's
no, no,
fine,
no.
bro.
I'm not
She
Five,
even
can't
five,
funny.
five.
name the
Hold on,
hit that
five.
Rhapsody made,
No,
bro.
five.
She
No,
can't make
five.
hits,
No,
bro.
no. That's the wrong question. Five. Where is the Rap City and Friends tour next?
Go ahead and
She
make
got
an
some
excuse.
bars like around probably what Asheville or Charlotte, something like that. Local bars.
Oh no, she signed to Rock Nation. She do most of her shit in New York than
Okay,
anything.
She
okay.
signed the Rock Nation and can't get
Where
a
is the
Rhapsody and
next
Friends
Rap
tour
City and Friends
with
tour?
J.
That's all
Cole.
we asking, bro.
It isn't
Yeah.
one. I didn't say she sell hits. I said she raps better. Do y'all not
No,
get
she
that?
doesn't. That's your
Where?
opinion. That's
Yes, she
subjective.
Okay.
no, that's a fact. We
Okay.
can debate whether or not
It's
somebody makes better
literally
music, like something
subjective.
that makes
It's
you dance
literally
more,
subjective.
or
It's
somebody has
We
lyrical
literally
skill.
subjective, bro.
No,
we
it's
It's
don't
not.
know.
It's
literally
not.
subjective.
Little,
Okay.
it's
Hey man.
not.
Hey,
Skills are
peace,
skills.
brothers. Love
That's not
y'all, man.
subjective.
Y'all have a good evening, man.
Now we're saying music isn't subjective,
No,
it's
I'm saying
objective.
skills are not subjective.
Yes, bro.
Don't you get that? Don't
So what's the
rearrange what I
best
So
said and try
Rhapsody
to make it
joint
so
how
we
you
you're
should go
see it.
saying
listen
that
to?
there's
I'm gonna
no
say
Hold
this
doubt
on.
very
who the
What's the
clearly
best
best
one
rapper
more
of
Rhapsody
all
time.
joint
time
we
is.
If
should
you
go
have a
So
listen
you're
to?
saying
skill,
it's no
there's
Hold
something
doubt
on,
that's
who the
not
best
Quante.
rapper of
Quante,
deniable.
all
chill.
time is. Everyone
I really
agrees
want
who
to
the
know
best
this
rapper of
because
all
this
time
argument
is,
gets made.
right?
What's the best Rhapsody joint we should go listen to? Exactly.
What's the what? What's the question?
The whole
What's the
"Don't
best
Cry," like,
Rhapsody
or
joint we
don't
should go listen to?
either "Don't Cry."
She
I
got a
like "Don't
joint with
Cry,"
the Jizza.
or
She got a
I'm
joint
gonna
with
just
the
say
Jizza.
the whole first mixtape with
You know, I
Yeah, I
Nice.
could
think she
tell
came
you
back in her last
if
album.
Mixtape.
I
you
think
ask
she's like
me
a
what to
lesbian
listen to
now, and it's
on
about
Big
a
Glow, I say
mistake.
let them cook and let them cook. I
That
don't
ain't
know
even the
what you
best
talking
song on
about,
her album.
but that ain't even my joint. My joint is yeah,
Yeah,
Glow and fizz ho, yeah, Glow. And I don't even
yeah,
like
because
this
you
shit.
naming hits, something
I
Rhapsody can't do.
That's my point. I don't
I
even
didn't say
like this shit,
something.
right?
That's what I'm
But I'll
saying.
be
It's now
honest.
talking
Some of
about
these
I'll be
rapidy rap
honest.
making
niggas,
Lil
music
these
that
Glow,
makes you
backpack
move
rappers
Lil
and
versus
Glow
shit.
is
actual
my
talent
guilty
music. See,
pleasure
y'all
out of
niggas weird,
all
and
of
it's the
that
Glow really
crazy
has
thing.
prostitution
talent,
rap
bro. That's
Y'all
why
music
she
that's
really
was
out.
be up
big as
here
she
trying
is,
to
I
bro.
do
preach
People
like
about
just
her
how
hating
music.
on her,
how
bro.
this is
Just
that
hating.
type of shit hurts us as a community, and y'all also defend the shit.
Stop hating,
No,
bro.
give her all credit. She talented.
Now
That's
the nigga
bullshit.
want to
She being
get
propped up. Y'all
Our
niggas
HBIC.
ain't.
community created
Y'all
her.
Now
niggas
we
just
gonna
said it.
get
Y'all only know
positive.
Our
these words
community
because it
created
keep
her.
getting
She's a
played to
result of
y'all.
our community.
Ain't none of
She's a
y'all ever
result of
supported
our
her.
community.
Ain't none of y'all ever went to these shows y'all talking about. Ain't none of y'all
Nigga
copped
turned
her
into
album. Ain't none of
Caesar
y'all
Lawrence
listened to the
Tucker.
mixtape.
I
I
Y'all heard
listened
it
to
on
her
the
no,
whole
radio
I
and
album.
kept
She
took
getting
don't
my
on the
have a
son
lot of
to
radio.
the
mixtapes, but I
Nothing
listened
concert.
to her
more.
whole album. What are you talking
I
about?
took
When it
my
first
son to
dropped,
the concert.
even promoted it.
We had
What are we talking
matching
about?
Pooh Shiesty
I
masks.
believe you.
I went. I went.
So
That was
what you talking
crazy.
about?
That was crazy.
Yo, chill out, Chaz. I ain't even gonna lie. I did tell the nigga bring me one before we left. I was like, yo, I know you
That
got it.
was
Cause I'm always
crazy.
getting on him about not wearing them shits. When we going to the concert, you with me? All right, once we got in the building, yo, you bought that Pooh Shiesty for me? We in there like, yeah, Glow. Yo, Gotti came out, I lost my mind. But yes, I did go to that concert.
Pause.
And Big
Pause.
Glow, I ain't gonna lie. Glow killed it. Like, Glow was the big deal that night.
Let me ask you, Will. I think you just said it. When out of all the artists that came out, the crowd made the most noise for who?
Glow lost, yeah, like, when Glow performed,
This
that
nigga
shit was
called
rocking, my
Glow. Yo,
nigga.
what is going on? Y'all talking
Yeah,
about
nigga, big
Glow?
glow,
Yo,
nigga, big
true.
glow,
Yo, true. The
nigga.
little
Glow
Put
sister's
your
female?
nice,
hands,
man.
bro.
I
Put your
can't put
hands
her
in the
on
air,
Moni
bro.
Love level.
No,
Y'all
I
niggas really
can't I
fans. It's
can't give
crazy.
her
too much.
Queen Latifah spot.
She
Bro,
might
let
very
glow
well
rep
be.
them
And
niggas,
look,
bro.
maybe
You're
that's
talking
the thing for me.
Glow?
It's so easy for niggas to be tricked. All it takes for you niggas to do is move your feet, and you like, that's hard. Fuck the
Yo,
talent,
true.
fuck the skill it took to make it.
Ain't
And
Yo,
about.
you
true.
just admitted
It's
I can't
beautiful
put her
how
on
you
the
tell
level of
niggas their opinion on
nobody with
music is
talent.
wrong and your
Yo,
opinion on
true.
music is
Big
right.
Glow is nice, man.
It's
This shit
not.
crazy.
Big Glow is
Only you
nice.
know
No,
how to
I'm
determine what's
saying
good
if
music.
we know that the shit, the
We
message
don't.
wise,
We grown ass men. We don't know
yeah,
how to
we grown
determine good
ass men.
music.
I think
Only
we
you
should be
know how
able
to
to
determine
understand
good
if a
music.
message is good or bad,
Only
right?
only you. Oh, now we talking about messages in
Yeah,
music.
but if that was the
Just
I
case,
talk
mean,
all
then
yeah,
this shit
that's
about
what
all these
rap.
other
That's what we
rappers.
talking about from
Then
the
we
beginning.
talk.
hold
So
on, we can
Backpack
Offset
only
got a
rappers,
better
discriminate
message.
remember?
Then
now.
we need
Hold
to be
on, hold
listening
on.
to
Remember?
Offset.
Hold
Backpack
We
on.
need to
rappers,
be
If
that's
we're
what
listening to
we always
Offset.
talking
criticizing
about.
the content, we could have kept that in male rapping. Because now it gets real when you want to switch it to
Now you want to talk about the
criticizing the
message.
content just
Niggas been
because it's
rapping
women.
bullshit our whole life. He want to talk about a female rapping
Like you was
bullshit.
highlighting niggas like Pimp C. So now if you want to get to the
Who was I
actual
like niggas like
content,
Jay-Z?
I
We
said
talking
Pimp
about
C.
backpack rappers. That's what we were talking about, backpack rappers. So it's not
We
changing
talking
no context, doing no other shit. Y'all just making it seem like now you trying to change it into no, nigga. That's what we've been talking about from
No,
the
we wasn't
beginning.
talking about the
Glorilla,
rapper's message. None of
Glorilla
us was talking
stepped
about the
Yes,
in, nigga.
message that
nigga,
the
you
backpack
came
rappers
late.
was
I've been
presenting.
up here. This
We
is
was
how this
talking
whole
about them
musical thing
rapping.
got started. We
We,
were talking about
Ain't none of
backpack
them
rapper.
backpack
were
niggas
we
fucking
talking
with Big
about their
Glow, nigga.
message?
Nick, that's
Ain't none of
yes.
them
We were even
niggas.
hold
trying
up.
to break
No,
down
Hold up,
no,
y'all.
we
if it's a
weren't,
difference
bro.
between
Chaz,
a
hold up.
conscious and a backpack rapper.
Yes,
That
not
was
their
literally
message
what
though. We were not talking about their message. We
if
were saying the
a
difference
conscious.
between
So
a
a
backpack
conscious rapper has
rapper.
no message.
That's not what we were talking about, bro.
It
I did
literally,
not say
yes,
they
we
don't
Who,
have a
literally
message.
Kanye?
was. You weren't
Oh
even
my
here in the
Who
god,
your
content
bro.
favorite
in the
content
Crazy,
rapper?
conversation
bro.
to say
Kanye?
we
This
were
shit
You
talking
want to
about
know what
crazy,
anything.
his
You
bro.
were not
message
Sometimes you
is?
here.
gotta literally play
That
niggas' voices back for them to hear shit
nigga
and
message is
believe
I
that
was
they said
sucking
what they
dick.
said. Shit be
Whoa,
crazy.
whoa,
I'm just being
whoa.
honest.
Y'all don't know what happened here, Willie. Shit, damn.
We being honest. We talking about y'all favorite
You too
backpack
honest.
rapper?
You yell that out,
Y'all
bro.
favorite backpack rapper?
At
What
no
is his
point was we
message?
talking about content. We
Said
was
What you
listen
talking
to
talking
that
about?
about the
last
difference
album.
between backpack
Y'all man
rappers
talking
and
crazy.
other rappers.
I just
No,
say
we were
Grand
bringing
Poobah
up
I ain't never say no
back.
weird
First
shit
of all,
like
we were
that.
talking about rap, period, and we were talking about and then we were talking about messages, but we got into
We're
backpack
not
rappers
talking
and
about
shit, and
messages.
then we were talking about
We're
whether or
not
not
talking about
conscious and backpack is a difference. So I don't understand how we can literally bring up conscious rappers and then try to say like y'all was never talking about no message. That's cap. Like
Whose message did we talk about? Go
actually
ahead,
get
tell
to
us.
get
Name
there?
one of the
Maybe
artists.
not, because
Name
you
one
know
of the
how
artists who
it comes.
message. Name one of the artists who messages we was talking about. Go ahead.
We didn't get there.
We never discussed
Niggas
any
Right.
like
We
you, I
messages.
never
That's
guess
my
you
got
can
whole
just hop
point.
up here and now
We were
you're trying
never
to
talking
tell
about
me
we
what
never
nobody
we were
got
talking
there.
messages,
about
bro.
when you were
I
not
agree
here.
with
Never a
That's what
that.
I'm saying.
discussion, bro.
I'm so
We
confused
never
how
got
you're
there.
arguing about a conversation you were not in. You were not here.
What? I was here the
You were
entire
not here,
time.
Bob.
I
You
came
were
up
not
here when we
here.
was talking about Luca on basketball. Then it went to Eminem and rap. I've been here the whole time.
Sounds like you've
What are
been
you
here to
talking
me.
about?
I was
What are
here
you
for that.
talking about? Been here the whole time.
So can we
All
get
right,
together
so
and fill this panel out and
Glory.
start building the black community, or we just gonna
Bye.
get together and go hard on entertainment
You are
topics?
not
Black
participating
Yeah,
in the
Dev.
conversation in any
Yeah, let's
shape,
build the
fashion,
black
or format.
community.
Yeah,
You were
Dev.
not
Build the black.
participating in the conversation in any shape, fashion, or format,
Let's
bro.
support
This
our
is all
black
I'm
women,
saying.
man, and stop
We
hating
were
on our
all.
black women
Was I not
and our
actively in the
community. Let's talk about
conversation?
that, dear. Let's talk about. Nah, I don't want to
Now
start that.
look,
I'm
now
just
that's
teasing.
a
Yeah,
that's
I
a
know when Fire came up. We weren't talking
that's
about
a
rap music
separate
when Fire came up.
that's
We
a
talking about
He's a
separate
basketball,
gorilla.
conversation
and
though,
then it switched.
Fontaine.
Gorilla
Cause
promotion.
I don't rock with all of them, but I
Nobody
do
asked
Now,
you.
like
now we ain't gonna go that way because
I
that's
do
gonna
like
turn into a
Lil Glow.
whole red pill conversation.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. You right.
Nah,
make
and
make
look,
that
we
lesson
was
to
to go
light,
realistic. I am
Fontaine.
not
Make that
bringing this
left.
up because she's no female. I'm saying like, bro, if we want to talk about
Literally
music
was
and how
talking
we
about
should have this
female
shit and this
rappers.
and the fifth, bro, correcting things. That's one of the
You
things
literally
we
said women rappers. You said niggas acting like female rap is that big. It ain't really that big. You literally said that.
yeah, because it isn't.
I
And
mean,
then you
I'm
just
willing to
said that
have
I
the
wasn't talking about
conversation.
females. That shit
I'm
crazy, bro.
I'm willing to
That
have the
shit crazy,
conversation,
bro.
but
What the fuck?
so KC, I
Nigga,
don't think
I'm saying it's
prostitution
not
rap.
something
I
specified.
don't think
Even
prostitution
niggas
rap
rapping
is
trap
half as
music is not as big
harmful.
as it seems. Like if we're talking about in terms of what is pumped to us, is that shown to us more than anything? Yeah. Does it actually sell? Fuck no. People don't actually
Sell
like be
where?
yeah, well
Sell
they in
down
terms of
south? What are you talking
albums,
about?
paying
They
attention.
I mean, they got royalty checks that say what you saying is not true, yo.
Nothing
They
is
can
true.
actually come to you and say, hey,
This is the new
I don't know
wave.
what sales you talking about, but you know these are my royalty checks.
We just
Yes.
gotta
Mm,
slow down. What are we talking
yeah.
about?
We're talking
Sales
about
where
streams
Yeah,
and
motherfuckers is not buying Glorilla in North Carolina, but that don't mean she not selling.
shit.
I'm not
there's
Use
no
a
talking about
lot.
power
nothing
rush.
about
Use
North
a lot.
Carolina, bro. That's what
Use
I'm
a
saying.
lot.
Y'all done made this shit about where
She got
somebody
North
from and shit.
Carolina on tilt.
Y'all
Word.
about to
Just
say
the
Gotti and
headline.
all them niggas, they definitely do. They most of they shit in Charlotte, just to be honest. That's been that way for 10 years plus. Boosie, Gotti, all them
Yo
niggas
Gotti
just
ain't
be in
never
Charlotte like that.
headline birthday bash. Not nan artist on Yo Gotti label has ever headline birthday bash. Yo Gotti
That's
himself
right.
has never headline birthday
Girl,
bash. That nigga,
fine.
like you just said, he been rapping for
What is the
years.
birthday bash?
That's the summer jam of Atlanta.
Atlanta, yeah, it's like they radio station joint.
The Super
I
Bowl
like
of
how you gave
concerts,
us our
Will.
respect. The summer jam of Atlanta. I appreciate that.
But
Yeah,
That's
the
literally
Super
what it
Bowl of
is.
concerts. Yeah.
This what T.I. did his Jay-Z version when he dissed Lil Flip and put his leprechaun suit on the big screen.
Okay.
mhm.
This is what birthday
Oh,
bash
that's where
is.
that
It's a
went down.
big ass
Now
concert.
I'm with you. Now I'm with
Yes,
you.
Willie,
bro.
you
This is
don't
a
even
big
know when
ass
that happened.
concert, bro.
Hey, Willie. Now all of a sudden you know when
To
that was.
headline birthday
Nigga
bash means
said,
you are
"What you
somebody,
gonna
bro. They
do?
don't just let
It's a
anybody
leprechaun
headline
Lil
birthday
Flip,
shit.
I
bash.
heard
I
you in
don't
the back. Bring your punk ass to the
bring your
stage.
Bring
punk
your
ass
punk
to the
ass to the
stage."
stage
Mm,
with
Nigga
a
said,
nah,
lollipop
I'm
"Yeah,
not
shine and some
dude,
listen.
it's a
leprechaun boots.
leprechaun's
Again,
boots."
I'm not trying to take it away in terms of no like do people
that
fuck with them? Yeah, people fuck with them. I'm just saying like when we be trying to like when niggas be like they running the game, I don't know if we can say that like in
Nobody said nobody
organically.
was running the game.
Who
that was
said
that was a
running?
good
You
time
just
for
made
hip
that up
hop.
Who
here.
said she was running the game?
Hey yo, that
No, I'm saying because
leprechaun
this
boots
this is
T.I.
what a lot of
time.
niggas be arguing. Like females running the game, which
But
I ain't.
Like I told
Fuck
you,
them
he
running
got a
nobody
like
on the
problem.
panel
like
nor
He
the
he's
chat.
got a
Did
problem with
anybody
the
in the chat
females
said that
running the
women were
game.
running rap or drill rap or anything related to hip
You
hop?
just made that up.
I don't think
No, the
I
nobody was
question is,
saying
mean,
that.
does it bother
hold
you
on.
if people say
I
women are running rap?
Yeah, and
Who
I have no
cares?
problem going on record saying right now, mainstream rap, yeah, women are killing that. They running that shit.
yeah, that's what I
Lotto,
said. I don't even
Glorilla,
listen. I'm not.
Meg the
I'm not even gonna
Stallion,
lie.
yeah, they running it.
What I said from the beginning is
Cardi,
what is being pushed in front of us more than anything is definitely the female artists.
And
But
you
that's
know
what
it's
I'm saying.
hard.
It's I don't think that's a in terms of an
When
organic
have
thing. You're
women
not.
not been associated with hip hop, yo? Like any level, like rap, hip hop, gangster rap. Have women never been
well,
included in any
Like,
form of fashion?
listen,
well,
you
Dev,
know what
I
I'm
would
saying? I
argue this
love the
though,
shit out of
right?
you, Dad.
Like,
I hate when that straw man argument
no,
come
I
through
would
when
argue.
somebody
So
starts
hold on,
saying,
let me
is there
answer it.
any female?
Dev, what
Because
I
I
would
didn't ain't
say
say shit
is
about it with no
Moni
females or
Love
something's
was
not for
never
women or
where
nothing of that
female rap
nature.
Will,
is
you know
right
damn
now,
well I can't hear
right?
you, bro.
Listen to what I'm saying, Dev.
Oh, Willie.
Lady of Rage was never at where hip hop's at right now. Like, uh, the only person I
If
could kind
Queen
of give it
Latifah
to.
was out. You just played yourself. Let's move along. Queen
Wait, what you
Latifah.
said?
Queen Latifah.
Will,
Yeah,
you're gonna have
so
to
hold
fall
on. I
back
Lil
was
just
just
a
Kim,
little
saying
bit,
the
man.
only two
Put the
people I
brakes
could give
on.
it to is Queen Latifah
Lil Kim was
and
huge.
Lauryn Hill. But other than that, though, like the impact, even when you talking about Kim and Foxy, like the impact women have on the game right now, nah, there's something new. There's
Oh
something
yeah,
new.
yeah.
Of
Now,
course,
yeah,
yeah.
the
Compared
that
to
one
them,
thing,
I
the
agree with
label
that.
pushed that more. That's the
Uh,
only thing I'm pointing out. The
The
label pushes
fans
it out more
want them
because
more.
it's not the fans want
Now I
them
just
more.
wanted to
That's
explain
what I'm
that for
saying.
Oh my
Dev,
God,
where I
bro.
was
People
making
are
the
not
connection.
organically finding and building these artists. That is
These
my
women are
point.
not talented. It's the label giving them fans.
organically
The fans don't
finding
actually want
building.
this.
What
The
are you
label is
talking
telling them they want this. This crazy.
I
That's how
mean,
music
I
about?
has
would.
been for the
So
most
hold
part, has it
on.
not?
But you
Like
like
literally,
the
they
label
have
didn't have
rap
We
shit to
music
touched
do
on
nowadays.
with
something.
Glorilla first
We
single
touched
popping
on
how it
something
did. They ain't had
before,
shit to do
right?
with the label. She
I'm
blew up
correcting
on
myself,
social
yo.
We
media.
Pause,
Didn't
man.
she
we
blow up
touched
off of
For
fuck
sure.
nigga
pause.
free?
I
Fuck
said
nigga
pause.
free
True.
ain't had shit
Chill.
to do with the label.
Yeah, bro.
For sure.
She blew
Because
up
we
off of
brought
Yeah,
fuck
up
no,
nigga
something
no,
free,
Cash
before,
bro.
Kid
right?
kind of was a
We talked
label, but
about
you know, whatever.
Eminem, right?
They don't have
I
shit to
You
think
do
know what
with the
you're
I
label.
talking
think a
about.
lot of these
Cash
labels.
Kid
Will,
was
there
the
are like
label kind
five
of.
other people talking, yo.
I know.
Deb, do you think
That's
he
why I'm
cares?
trying to get in. You let me know when I get the
Your
floor.
ass,
But you
you
don't never
never
wait.
stop. Yeah, shit.
Because I
He's
don't
talking
get the
about,
floor
No,
I'm
like
trying to
y'all
fit
give it to
in,
since,
other
motherfucker.
people. My apologies. I'll wait.
Now he's sad. Look at this.
Hey, yo,
that
true, I have
sympathy card went
feelings.
out the window a
I have
long time
feelings,
ago,
true.
bro. You ain't gonna
I
pull
have,
that shit on me. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I got that. You got that. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'm good.
I have feelings.
Nah,
No,
listen, I'm saying the industry always had a thing. It's gonna play somebody or its best investment. What it feels is its best investments. I personally think it's because let's be real, the girls they can pay the least amount of money. Like
Oh
that's the
wow,
same thing with trap
crazy.
music. That's why lyrical stopped being the thing anyway. They said we can pick trap
Okay.
rappers because shit, it
Lyrical
costs
trap.
less money because you less
Full
talented. It
blown
don't take
gender
too
war
much.
shit.
What is
Glorilla's not
lyrical
that
trap?
is a
talented. This is
terrible argument
crazy.
you just made,
This is
yo.
Thank you.
sad, bro.
But Dev,
Where
This
you
It's
at,
a
defending
Glow?
terrible argument.
motherfuckers is
How?
crazy.
What's
but
a
One
terrible
Dev, to
argument?
what you said though,
minute.
Dev, yes, women have
No,
always
no,
been
no, no, no.
involved.
What's the terrible argument? Stop. What is the
I'm finna
terrible
The
let,
argument?
one you made,
You
like
said
we all
something
heard
about
it, but chill.
lyrical.
yeah, the
I'm saying
paying
Dev,
artists the least, and then
Dev,
you pick women to do that.
yeah, because Cardi getting paid.
Hmm?
I don't know what niggas talking about, but
I'm about to
You
really
need to go
make you
see
mad.
Cardi B.
Glorilla,
I'm
Jay
saying
Dilla.
though, what I'm
Glorilla
saying
over
though,
Jay
Dev
Dilla.
is yes, we've
I
always
see
had
it. You
Money
That
mad
Love
doesn't
and
make
those
me
different
mad.
artists.
You being corny don't make me mad. Shit, you don't even know who the nigga is. What the
All right,
fuck?
I'll wait. I
Glorilla
don't want to
over
talk over
exactly.
nobody.
Glorilla over Jay Dilla.
I'm
That's
definitely taking
One of
good for
Glorilla
them,
over
you.
one of
J
them
I
never
Dilla.
haven't.
headline birthday bash. One of them did.
I'm buying that big glow
Gives no
ticket.
fucks. That if this means equation to you, then hey,
I'm definitely buying that glow
crazy.
ticket over Jay Dilla. I'm gonna just be honest. And I don't even
Yeah,
like
baby.
none of you little niggas' music no more. But if I gotta make a choice, yeah. Glow does make, you know what I mean, decent little songs. I like her
That
out of all
motherfucker
the
got like
female
three
So
artists that
hits
your
I
on the
like.
collection,
radio.
your rotation is filled with female rap. Yes or no?
No. I mean, only
So
when my
basically, your
wife,
Greatest
rotation is
parking
I'm gonna
in
filled
the
be
with
world.
honest,
female
only
rap.
when
Yes
my
or no?
wife has the aux cord. I'm gonna be
Do you
honest.
have Cardi B in your? I mean, what's his name? Playboy
Not in
Cardi
mine.
in your rotation? Yes or no?
Hey
Play
boy,
absolutely not, bro.
You lying. You listen to
Hmm?
Gen Z rap, my
I
You
nigga.
knew
don't
who he
listen
I
to
still
no
was.
fuck with that
Playboy
You got
Cardi,
Magnolia
the
man.
songs
though.
that come with it. You
I
lying.
still fuck with that Magnolia. I do
Which
fuck
And
with
I'm
one?
that
gonna be
Wait,
Magnolia.
real.
hold on.
When I'm on the
Yeah,
clubs and
wait,
shit, niggas
all
ain't
right. Well,
playing
what's
Playboy
Magnolia? I should
Cardi
know
in the
that.
club.
What's that?
Do, do, do,
It's
do,
all women
do.
music. It's all twerk music.
Yeah.
Is that Glorilla?
No, that was
Yeah.
Playboy Cardi.
Okay. Well, I'm old, man. Y'all gotta be like, go slow.
I don't fuck
I
with
No,
that
that
Cardi
was
don't know
nigga
who's who.
Taz. Nah, I can't fuck with homie. I cut
Yeah,
nah. You
rappers
talking
nah.
about
off for
that one
less,
song?
but
That
that
one
nigga out
song,
here
man.
wearing thongs and shit in public, I can't fuck with that nigga.
Excuse me? What? Oh, Dom.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
don't need to be.
Playboy
You don't.
Cardi
You don't
definitely
need to run
did.
that back, yo.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Just let that ride on too, man. Yeah.
And I done stopped fucking with rappers for less than that. So I was like, nah, I can't fuck with this nigga.
Nah, yeah. I don't even like thugging them niggas. I'm gonna just keep it a bean. I don't really even like I know music because I mean I participated in it. I feel like you should just know it. You know what I'm
This
saying?
nigga.
So I listen to it and shit, but
Sound like one of them hip
like,
hop head ass niggas.
Yeah, what this?
He said
nah,
head.
I am. You right,
Them
I
super
am.
hip hop niggas. Yeah, you like
Like
corny
I
music.
take the
Like
the
that jazz.
Nigga
artistry in it
asked me
real
was
serious. You
Playboy
right.
Cardi and
You
my
take the what
Ciroc,
series?
nigga.
The
I be
artistry
riding
in it.
around listening to We Run
Are you an
Things,
artist or
Things
you
That
just a
Run We.
fan? There's
It's
nothing
like
wrong
No,
with
I'm
being
this,
a
an
fan.
y'all. It's like that, y'all. Represent for hip hop.
You
Are
got
you a
Gen A.
rapper
You
as
got
well?
Gen A. You got the Gen X album on repeat, don't you? That Kendrick Lamar shit. You got it on repeat, don't you? That
no.
was your favorite album of
Hell
the year.
no.
I ain't gonna
Nah, it
lie,
was
it
all right.
was it was
It's
definitely
a cool
mine.
little slap.
It was definitely
I ain't
mine.
gonna lie,
I ain't
Peekaboo
gonna
go
lie to that.
crazy though. I do fuck with
That
that one.
shit whack.
I ain't gonna count.
Nah,
I
that
like
shit was
it
whack.
Most of
though.
that
It's
album really
cap.
not
But
that
hold
good,
on.
bro.
I Deserve It All.
Cap.
That
I like
song right there.
that's not
Whew.
even what it's called. It's called Man in the Garden. What the fuck?
Man in the Garden. Yeah, I know.
But nah, but listen, no, I'm just saying. I mean, nah, yeah,
That
I
shit was
fuck with the music
Hey,
because
let
trash.
I'm
me
an
ask y'all a
artist.
question
Like,
though.
You had a, you had a,
Is
Nigga said,
Kendrick
put a
Lamar?
smile on my
why you ain't
mama.
yelling at them, Taz?
Good
You hear
health
this
and good
bullshit
karma,
going
nigga.
on?
I deserve it all.
Now you want
Now,
to
he
be
went
calm.
off on
You
that.
just talking about they Glorilla's fan club ass nigga.
I'm just saying, I
Yeah.
fuck with
Yeah,
Kendrick.
Glow.
My wife lied to me, sent me a text.
Bird,
She said like
with
going
a
to
straight
a
face
better
is crazy
location.
though.
I ain't gonna lie. I was willing to be honest about that. Like,
You have
all
no
that,
choice. Everybody know
all that
your ass. You
lotto
probably
should
go
be playing. I
VIP,
don't want to
all that
hear
shit
none of
for
that.
Glorilla.
Then once that
Went
shit
bought a
come
new
on,
outfit for that
yeah,
shit and
Glow.
everything, didn't you?
Not
Yeah.
he went to the mall and picked out an outfit for the
Hey, yo,
Glorilla
true. That
concert.
yeah,
Yeah,
Glow
you
is
did.
better than your
Had
demo
to.
tape.
Matching outfits and shit with his girl.
I
Got his
heard your
glow
demo
suit.
tape, true. Like that year Glow. Nah,
Man,
that shit
y'all
was
talking
all
all
that.
this shit, bro. Y'all should see all these black men sitting outside this checkers right now doing nothing. Old ass black men with just looking homeless and everything.
On a
Crazy.
Sunday.
Ain't like
On a
Jesus, man.
Sunday.
Maybe it's just hot.
That's not good at all. That means they ain't got nowhere to go tomorrow.
Maybe they
That
having
kind,
church.
that kind of depressed
Maybe
me.
they got some chicken they want when celebrating Father's
Nah,
Day.
man.
They having church
Nah, nigga, they out
outside of
here
church.
sitting on
Waiting on
their
they
ass, nigga.
plate.
Maybe they having
What they
church
be out here
outside of
drinking
church.
and shit? Everything.
Now niggas want to get off and show they glistening
This
pool.
this
Yeah,
ain't killing no motherfucker.
Listening.
get out of here,
Where
Taz.
that's a part
Nigga
of.
shit glistening, nigga.
Yeah, right.
Wait,
That nigga said, "Is that a park?" No, nigga,
That's a
it's not a
pool.
park.
Uh,
It's my backyard, nigga.
that's what I'm
Think I'm
saying. That
just
motherfucker got grass in it. Shit.
And that
where's some
motherfucker got a
grass at?
gate. That motherfucker got a gator in it.
He
You
said
say you got that
grass.
off
Hold on.
Oh, I see.
content,
Oh, that's
gang?
water.
I
My
Hold
need to
on.
bad.
start making me some damn
Hold on.
videos,
He said some grass, nigga.
nigga.
Let me. If you see some grass in one of these cracks,
Nigga got
nigga,
a gator in the
somebody
pool.
getting fired.
I know, right? You ain't got no
Nah, we
grass
just
out there though.
glistening.
That's laid out.
Nah,
Nah,
this
ain't
all
no
rocks
grass
and
in
shit,
Arizona.
man. It's
Ain't
out
nothing
Yeah,
here.
in there.
that's like Austin, Texas, man. I went to my dad's crib. He got a gazebo, full size official tennis court with lights, night with a night light and everything. Big ass backyard. No motherfucking grass. No motherfucking where. Just red
It
dirt.
ain't really nothing out here though, bruh.
I
Shit, if it
know,
doesn't for
man.
you, ain't
I
nothing out here.
know.
That
That's a
shit done
culture
Ain't
burn up.
no
shock for
grass
me.
out here.
That shit done
Yeah,
burn
man.
up
That
out
shit.
there, man. You had to get you some
You
goddamn turf.
you get some fucking bullshit weeds, but not no grass.
Tumbleweeds. Yeah.
Y'all need to
Fuck
get some
this,
grass from
man.
Kentucky. You need some of that bluegrass. You know what I'm saying? It got more melasites in it.
Madonna, you in the fish tank?
Yo, you right next to him. You don't sound no better.
Oh, for real? Oh, damn. What I'm low or something?
Nah, you like, I don't know
Damn.
what that is. It sounds like you inside of something though.
Oh, for real? Oh, I'm inside. Bro.
Yeah, Glow.
It's called a trailer park, 510. Don't
No,
be.
it's called
Yeah.
SpaceX.
That nigga said a
Not working
trailer
at no
park.
Ben Stadium. You better not have
Nigga,
no trailer.
I'm in
It
SpaceX,
better be a
nigga.
duplex trailer or
I'm
something.
Shit.
inside. I'm inside of SpaceX, nigga.
Yeah.
What?
You a space cadet. That's about it.
Oh shit, you a space cadet.
Oh
What?
Oh my
shit.
God. He really. What the kids say you thought you ate?
What the kids that you thought you ate?
Yeah, this nigga be listening to Big Glow. Yeah.
You listen to Big
Every
Mo.
time I step out, yeah, ATE. Ain't that what you say? Yeah, Big Glow shit, man. Nigga be hating on Big
Man,
Glow.
man, fuck Glorilla, man. That goddamn poisonous
Damn, boy,
ass,
these men hating
pollution,
on
Oh
women,
yeah,
bro.
here come the
pollution
number
ass
one woman
music,
hater,
man.
Don't
black
you
woman hater
quote
right
Pimp
here.
C? Don't
Look,
you quote Pimp C?
Nah,
You
I
talking
don't
about
quote
she
Pimp C.
poisoning our
Nah, I've
people, but
definitely
you
heard you
quote plenty
quote
hip
Pimp
hop
C.
rappers that poison our people, bro.
No, bro. The rappers I quote uplifted the community.
Oh, so A Ball and MJG, you never listen to
Well,
them, right?
Nah,
hell yeah, they uplifted.
I
They
done
You
uplifted.
don't
quoted
They
listen to
A
A
uplifted.
Ball
Ball
They
and
and
MJG,
uplifted the
right?
community.
MJG
A
and
You don't
ball.
Pimp
They
listen to
didn't
A
C.
tell you
Ball
to
and
go out and
MJG,
shoot at
right?
nobody. They didn't tell you to go out and shoot nobody.
Tupac
Glorilla
did.
shot somebody?
Nah,
I'm saying
listen,
A ball and MJG didn't tell
Glorilla
you to
shot
go kill
somebody?
nobody.
I ain't listening to no
Glorilla told
female
you to go kill
music.
somebody?
That's it. Listen, I ain't listening to no
Oh,
female
here we
music.
go.
That's it, nigga. I don't get the goal here. Like, regardless, her point is popping pussy and getting money. You feel me?
Well,
What I'm
I
trying to
think you
listen to that
gotta.
for?
I think you gotta be
She talk
accurate though.
about
So
more than
just
popping pussy and
because
getting money.
he just made a claim about 8 Ball that needs to be refuted. So when it come to 8 Ball, you got to remember now that's somebody who came on wax and did the unthinkable. That nigga said that he takes the L for the lifestyle that he glorified. What song is that? On Top of the World. 8 Ball
Yeah.
MJG's song On Top of the World on the album On Top of the World. Remember he said, in other words, I apologize, not for telling the truth, but
Mm,
about the lifestyle I glorified.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
mm.
So yeah, you can't put that on him,
And
bro.
that was
He's a
a
real
bar.
nigga.
Right.
That.
And that's the
Friend,
point. You
when you
can't
have
put it
they
on
made
Glorilla
songs,
either,
they
right?
made songs like
She,
Friend or Foe. I mean, A Ball and MJG, bro. They legends, man. They music is
have you listened
uplifting.
to Glorilla album?
No, I don't have to. I can tell
So
by
then
the
how can you
content of
speak
her
on her
character.
content? How
I
can
can
no
tell
you
by the
can't, bro?
content of her
Because I'm telling you,
character.
she
I can
has
name all
both
her
sides
songs
of the
by heart.
conversation. Well, I'm telling you, as someone who listened to the album and not just judging it, she has both sides of the conversation. She's not just talking about popping no fucking pussy on the whole fucking album.
I didn't say she was.
That's what somebody else did.
I said she's spreading pollution.
Nah, nigga, I'm saying
And I'm saying
I ain't
she's
got to
making
listen
music just
though.
like 8 Ball and MJG did, bro. It's no different.
Oh, what
It's
what
no
what song
different.
was pollution? What
What is
nine
Yeah,
millimeter
relatable?
boys?
when it
I mean,
Listen,
depends
what
where you
listen.
what?
start with the
What is
foundation.
relatable to
So
that
it's
shit,
not
to
like
y'all?
she
That's
started
what
this
I'm
shit.
asking. What's relatable to y'all? Y'all
Shit,
men. What's relatable
nigga,
about a female
armed
rapping?
robbery, break a bitch college, smoke out, nigga, bro. You like
Mr.
nigga
Big,
for
okay,
real?
Mr. Big, Mr.
Like, bro,
Big. They
you
call me Mr.
tripping,
Big.
bro.
You know how
I'm
that
8 Ball.
feel as a
That's what I'm saying.
female?
Some of that shit niggas wasn't even supposed
I'm
to be
saying though, do
listening
we know
to
how
at
that
that
feel as a
age.
female?
Like,
I mean, yeah, I
like
mean that's
the
what I'm
world
saying.
is
Yeah,
different now,
I'm
bro.
saying, do we know how that feels as a
I guess
female? Like,
Glow's prayer
yeah,
was
that
about
shit,
popping pussy.
shit everywhere
Glow's
that
prayer is about
everybody can
popping
relate
pussy.
to, but
So at head
Rain
the
Down on
niggas
definition
that
Me
I'm saying
alone,
is,
featuring Kirk
just so
Franklin
I
was
could
about
meet
popping
a
if we
pussy.
talking
freak
about the niggas is
physically
rapping
from my
bullshit,
head to my
if we
feet.
talking about the niggas is rapping bullshit, and then we listen to a woman who damn near doing the same thing as the niggas, like, why are we sitting there saying, well, shit,
yeah.
she
She
just
gonna have
saying
your
relatable
she
shit?
gonna
Well,
have your
Well,
no,
no one
5-year-old girl.
complained because no one
She gonna have your
complained when the niggas
5-year-old
did
girl.
it.
She
But
gonna
then
have your
he said
5-year-old
that the
girl
women
twerking
is
on the
Not
poisoning
only
football
did
it.
field
niggas
today.
not
Well, she don't
complain, the
have my
niggas
my children
glorified it.
twerking
So
anything.
Yes,
I'm
you gonna
saying
have
if you
your
was
5-year-old girls
glorifying
But
when
she
it,
you
got
ain't
it's
my
not
around,
you talking
yeah,
about
she
accurate.
don't have
in
my
yeah,
daughter
school,
she
twerking
got
in
she
their
got some
room,
she
and
got
in
my
the
some
daughter,
shit
and she
car,
talking
like
about
glory.
straight
twerking,
out the fans though. That's
popping.
what y'all just kept saying. Something about out the feds though, right? Because I don't know the shit. I'm not even bullshit. And I done heard it. It just
Okay, so
don't
let me
sit
ask you,
with me.
KT and Madon, is Glow's prayer, is that about popping pussy?
No,
I'm
I
talking
guess
about the
it's about
Is
song.
that a
I'm
money.
talking
negative
about the
message?
songs the kids gravitate to.
Yeah, yeah. They
The
gravitate to
kids
all of it.
gravitate to all the songs got doing. Hey man,
You
hey
don't know,
bro.
bro. You
When
don't
you
know what
see
they gravitate
4-year-olds and
to. Because
5-year-olds
Nah,
plenty of
nigga, what
dancing
I
kids
like
is
grown
still
gravitate
women,
to
wild.
as a
Yeah,
child.
Plenty of
that's a
yeah,
kids.
but it's
problem.
something about
Man,
getting
I
When you
somebody
wish
see
to
they
4 and
fed
know.
5-year-olds
They
dancing
Plenty of
like
kids.
grown
ain't
women,
Plenty
that's
of
a
kids
problem, bro.
pray. Plenty of kids pray. So what about Rain Down on Me with Kirk Franklin? That she
like
won
I
the
said,
award
when you
for.
have 4 and 5 year olds, little
She
girls
just won a
dancing
gospel
like
award,
grown
but
women,
she just won a gospel award. So that means that
bro,
was
you
the
just
negative
want to
song
talk.
too.
You just, bro, you
Nigga,
chasing
I'm
she's a
asking you.
gospel
She
artist.
won a
goddamn
That's
people,
what
gospel.
you
She
bro.
trying to say?
won a gospel award.
Oh, so what that give it validity?
No, I'm saying she raps both sides of
Nigga,
it. Y'all
Kenny
make it seem
Jason
Nah,
like
got
she
nah,
a
just raps.
gospel
that's what
award
being
so what?
commercial
Real
It's
is.
quick,
like y'all ignoring
real
that.
quick, real
Y'all
quick.
That's what being
hunkering in on the
commercial
negative
is.
shit, but when I
We
bring up
try
the
to appeal
positive
to
This is
shit,
a
all
lane
groups.
for
so
worthwhile
when did any
conversation
of
to be
y'all
A-Ball
had.
and
female rappers
MJG,
win a gospel
A-Ball and
award?
Hold
MJG
on.
ain't have 5 year olds
A-Ball
out
and
here.
MJG won a gospel
A-Ball and
award.
MJG
Hey, yo,
ain't have
Dev,
5
can
year
I
olds out
go,
here
Dev?
pulling triggers, but Glorilla
Yes,
got
they
4 and
did.
5-year-olds out
Nigga,
here dancing
nigga.
like grown women.
Hey, yo,
No,
Des,
Hey,
no,
Bo
they
MJG
all do.
had
This
niggas
my point.
hustling
Fuck all
and
this shit.
once I
scrapping
make
They
my
niggas.
all
point, y'all
do.
scream
My
on me.
point is, why is y'all niggas trying to say, oh, they all rapping the same shit, Glorilla included, because even the street niggas got their prayers and street nigga prayers and shit like that. Nigga,
Now,
let's not act
KC,
like that. But y'all saying, oh, these niggas destroying it, and then y'all saying, nah, y'all hating on this woman, and then
now
y'all
hold on,
weird niggas like,
KC.
yeah, go bump that shit. Bro, you a
KC, I
Well, can
nigga.
get.
I
Go
answer?
listen
Can
to
I
Hold on,
another
hold
nigga
on,
respond?
hold
on
on.
my
Let me get
shit,
in
bro.
my
Let me. When
vein.
y'all ready, I'll actually
KC,
respond
I
to you.
get your argument, right? So now my question is this:
No, I
when
don't get
nigga
his
comes up,
argument, Will,
hold on,
because
hold
I
no,
on.
don't
Will,
either.
hold on,
I
Will,
get his
because
argument. So
no
let
one
me ask
actually
him
said
something.
Wait,
nothing
let that nigga
about
Let
talk,
me
About
man.
ask him
MJG
something,
until
Fontaine.
it was thrown on the women.
Fontaine,
First,
let
the
me ask
women
him
were
something.
accused of poisoning the community. So I said, well, if the women are poisoning the community, then what are the men doing?
I
That's the only reason
understand
I
your
brought the men
argument.
up.
Yeah,
Bro,
so that was gonna be my
I'm
logic
saying they
question.
all poisoning. I'm taking that argument away. I'm saying fuck the men or the women. They all poisoning the well. My point is you're defending the woman that's poisoning the well while you saying, yeah, them niggas poisoning the well. That's
that's
stupid.
right.
I
They
defended
all
Right.
them
poisoning
niggas
the
too.
fucking
That's
So
right.
well.
so so can I get in right quick? So
I'm
now you want to
defending
talk
both.
about you
Mm.
want to talk about poisoning the well that I told your stupid ass was poisoned at 68. Now y'all niggas ready to get back to when the well was originally poisoned? You remedial ass niggas.
Yeah, perfect
Wait,
segue,
wait,
Tad.
wait.
Let's
You
get
said the
back on
well
that
Because what
was
shit.
y'all not
poisoned
finna
when?
do, y'all
I,
not finna put that shit on this generation or the
what
last
Yeah,
one
happened?
or the one
yeah.
before.
Thank
Hold
What
you.
on,
happened?
Yeah.
Taz.
I'm
When did
confused.
you
What
say the
happened?
well
Huh?
Well,
was
This
poisoned?
is
yeah,
modern day
we
black. This is modern day black exploitation, nigga. Let's get it.
That's
yeah,
simple.
yeah, yeah. Because we was about building the
Hold on,
community. We was
Taz.
about
That's all I'm
When
about to
did
say.
you
I'm
say the
confused. I
well
don't
was
know what
poisoned?
happened. Yeah,
You
I don't
said
know what happened. I
68?
wasn't here when Taz made the argument, I guess.
yeah. This before
Oh,
your
you was
time.
Taz, you
Yeah,
said the well was poisoned in 68?
yes,
Yeah, he's
yes,
saying after the.
yes. Once they start handing out awards to niggas and putting niggas on TV and then niggas
Hmm.
following them niggas and
Mm,
watching
Hmm.
their TV
Mhm.
shows and yes, bro.
okay.
That's like so
Not for
now we're
sure.
here. Entertainment is bigger than ever, but we don't ever go to where we start sitting down watching this shit at.
So what makes
When
68 that linchpin?
uh, Bill Cosby, his Black History, Lost Stolen, or what is it called? Lost Stolen and Strayed. 68, they put him in front of a crowd to make him into a black teacher from that I Spy shit. He was the I Spy
I
dude
spy.
playing a police role. He left that role and turned into this teacher and then went into the Fat Albert role. Now, I'm not just saying that to take away his quote unquote accolades and shit. I'm only asking just in context. So if we're gonna get all the way to the 90s to start pointing out shit, what's wrong with pointing out shit in the 70s,
Now I'm
60s?
Oh
trying to
nah,
figure
nah.
out.
I
I'm
ain't
trying to
arguing with
keep
none of
up.
that thing.
Hold
We
on.
was
I'm
just
trying to
talking
keep up
music.
with. I'm trying to
But I
keep
feel
up
you.
with the argument, right? So what was problematic about those changes in roles that Bill Cosby did?
it made black people
I'm
forget
not
about the
asking
fight.
you,
Wait, you said what was
goofy nigga,
problematic about the role?
about the changes in roles that you pointed out from I Spy to him being a household name.
I would argue that's not the position we were in. You know what I'm saying? So we talking about a time where black people are rioting in Watts, rioting in Jersey, rioting in Detroit. Like black folks is real life going against the grain. Dr. King's still alive. Malcolm just got assassinated. It's a lot black people dealing with as black people.
And the
Separate
media
from
is
that,
trying. And the
you
media is
got
trying to give us the Huxtables.
no, the media's giving you a nigga on TV as a police officer.
The
Right.
This is his big breakout role. With that, he's awarded in that. With those awards, he's elevated. That elevation puts him in front of another audience that says, okay, he's going to now teach you some black history. That transitioned into Fat Albert. So what all I'm asking is at some point,
Hey,
these bitches was going to the people on this nigga. And I wasn't making this argument earlier, but I'm making it now. The bitches was going to the people on the nigga. The nigga was dirty. We know he was dirty. Who's to say that all this shit wasn't controlled? And that what he was doing in a lot of ways wasn't at the hands of another motherfucker. We assume that it's not. People like him. But then when we get the people you don't like, you're willing to say, yeah, he might have been controlled.
Now,
Yeah, that might be COINTELPRO.
and
now I want
now
to ask you a
hold
legitimate
on.
question, right? When we get to
Wait. Let me
Hellman,
say this one
when we get
second.
to
Let me say
Hellman,
this one
hold on.
second.
When we get to
Hey,
Hellman in the
Ted.
90s, Do you
God
think
damn
that
it,
was
Willie.
more
Why your ass gotta
beneficial
always talk?
for us
Will, slow
or it
down,
hurt
Will.
us more?
Listen, let me just say this real quick. Nikki in the chat. I do not make no poison music. I ain't gonna sit
Right.
there and say I haven't made some bad music and I wasn't in the time,
So
you
you
know what I'm
want to
saying? I
stop
have
me
been
for this
young.
goofy
All
shit?
right, man.
Shit, I do.
All
I
right,
make
all
The
right.
poison
music is
So
music.
you
the
just
music
talking
is
We
shit.
got,
poison.
we
Nah,
still,
nah,
we,
nah. Cause I
Good
don't want
job,
nobody
Dev.
sitting there
no,
lying on
you
me and
got
sitting
it
there saying
out, man.
I
You
make
got,
Good
you,
music for
job,
real.
Dev.
yeah, you got it out. You got it out. Okay, so Bill Cosby is on TV on a regular basis in the '60s, and we never see him again on TV until the '80s, though. But in between time, he's in what, black exploitation films.
Well, he was definitely in the black exploitation films, but
But I'm saying the black community as a whole was also on some. We're gonna rise up. We're gonna take advantage of these new laws that are in effect, and then we're gonna push black power. Except when it comes to being, I guess, in front or in front of the camera, not behind the camera, but in front of the camera. So, did we trade being in front of the camera or in front of the microphone for black power? And so I'm just straight out said, did we trade entertainment for black power?
Yeah.
so
Yes.
so that's
Yes, that is
that
what I've been saying all day.
All right,
Thank
go
you for
ahead.
saying it that way, Dave. Perfect. I appreciate that.
right, and that's why I wanted to ask you this question though, Taz. So dealing with Cosby, we get to the '90s where we finally get to Hillman. We get to a different world that tries to present to black children college in a positive light. A lot of people my age literally say the reason why I wanted to go to college was because of that show. And a lot of them went on to do great things. So when we look back on it all, was it more detrimental than positive?
You mean a
And the
different
fact,
world? You talking about a different world?
I mean, see, I would agree that I've heard that argument a lot that people liked it and that you know what I'm saying they went to college as a result of it and whatnot. But we never talk about the college debt that the motherfuckers incurred from going to college based on a different world. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them wasn't the college wasn't paid for. You know what I'm saying?
but
So
And
Taz,
a
that's
lot
the
didn't
of
that
whole, and that's the whole next generation. You ain't never addressed what the Xers.
right? So my point is like
I was
once we
just
do
gonna ask you,
that,
like, come on.
it takes it to a
I was
more
just gonna ask you
difficult
when.
conversation of whether college was beneficial for us or not. And that's a harder conversation to really have.
But
But
niggas was
if
getting cash money for student loans in the '70s. Like in the '70s, instead of getting a goddamn authorization or a voucher, they was getting cash fucking money plus
okay,
yeah,
going to school. Yes.
so college was a good thing.
yeah,
When has
for
college
some,
ever been a bad thing?
for
All
some it
right.
was. Yeah.
Let's stay there. Let's stay there. So if we do agree that it is a good thing, and this was something that came from this that tons of kids say steered them to college, how do we now view it in terms of the context of the good and the bad of it all?
So what you saying? Bill Cosby made a different world
Mm,
You didn't
it was
know
his
because it
that?
was a
show.
different world that made a lot of black kids want to go to college. I don't
It
think
was
it was
that
Cosby.
was his show. I mean, it was his show. I mean, I guess I mean, he gets
Yeah,
credit
y'all went
for
from
it.
'68 to '88. Yeah,
Right,
Okay,
and
I
that's
didn't know
that's
that.
what I
y'all
was
had
about
to
to say.
jump
Like,
20 years
so
to make a
so
point.
He was
because
the
I
executive
would
producer of the show.
question, right, but so
Okay,
I
I didn't
would
know that.
question everything else historically though that goes along with that. We are talking about a time where you do need the black community to get a little bit more involved in their own building their own. You're talking about the crack epidemic, and like I say, I'm not leaving out the fact that the generation that incurred the most student loans is the ones that ran a college after the Cosby Show. That generation, that is the generation who had the most student loans. That's who begged Biden to wipe their loans and shit out. That's them.
Yeah, and
So
that's
we
the
can't
that's
we,
the
we can't
bougie
brag
generation
about
too.
them. I'm just saying we can't brag about them going to college, but ignore that you know what I'm saying
The
a
debt they
lot of their
took
debt
on.
was incurred from
Yeah.
college.
Yeah, because a lot of them joined those fraternities and forgot about the black community. They spent more money on getting brands and goddamn Apple File make on their tags and shit than they gave about the black community. So it created a
Madon,
double-edged sword.
Madon, the Divine Nine has done more for black communities than you could do in 10 lifetimes. Like if you
Nigga,
died and came back 10 times, you
okay,
can't keep up with the
what an
things that they
infrastructure at
have
then?
in.
What an I mean, I see Masonic law shit, but what a black infrastructure at, bro?
I would argue that the HBCUs are
Oh
the black
shit!
infrastructure.
That
Wow,
would be
it's one
crazy.
about Donald Trump that you
No,
hate so
we
much,
done
huh?
for. We done for it. Then the
Wow.
only infrastructures you can say that they didn't gave us, man, we over for.
Well, I mean, I didn't say the only, right? But my thing is, if it does produce right now, pretty much all of our black doctors, right? I'm
Nah, man,
saying
man,
that's
listen, bro, that shit don't produce. That
so
shit
you
don't
saying the
produce.
You
overwhelming
know what I'm
majority of
saying?
black doctors don't come from HBCUs? Because you'd be
Listen,
wrong
I'm
if you were
saying
saying that.
most black people
HBA stuff
ain't
different
going to
from you,
fucking
bro.
HBCUs when they go to college for real.
Nigga, my brother's a
I
Sigma, bro.
make
He
that
have a
argument
whole nother type
alone.
of attitude.
I say most black people go to college, they don't even choose a HBCU at this point. That's just being very blunt.
Right? They tired of
Like,
being around niggas. They be like, man,
yeah,
I don't go
like
to school.
nah, they
No,
ain't even
I'm
no
just playing.
tired of being
I,
I'm
around
just playing.
niggas.
I
I'm just
wouldn't
playing.
disagree with that. I
I'm
went
just
to a
playing. I'm just playing,
PWI,
bro.
but
If
I
they
That's
get the
mean,
crazy.
it's
opportunity
a
to
lot
go
of
somewhere that's not a
PWIs.
HBCU, they take it. It could be a fucking technical college in fucking Delaware, but they like shit.
Yeah, my daughter
I
didn't
know
do
it's
that,
popping
bro.
in Georgia.
She could have went to Florida and Florida State. She went to
So,
FAMU.
so here's another thing
No,
that
yeah,
we
I
don't
mean, no, a lot
acknowledge,
of.
right?
Now, I'm not saying all of us
Here's
don't.
another
Like,
thing we
it's
don't
still people
acknowledge.
that do,
If
but
it's not an
on the majority
HBCU,
don't.
we make it a PWI, but that's not necessarily the case. Like there are institutions that aren't HBCUs that have a tremendous black population. Yeah, I mean,
I
so
mean, yeah, but that
we
don't
had the
really mean much
conversation.
in terms of like in what we talking about the conversation of infrastructures and shit building towards us.
Now let's look
Like,
at it. You know
So
what a Q dog?
at that point, you're making the argument that college isn't really beneficial for.
I just said that college is. I personally don't feel college is beneficial. Like, because most
Now,
people, even that do
Shit.
graduate, probably aren't going to succeed in what they graduated in. Even
That's
how you
so
said the
crazy, bro.
so
doctors
let's
and
stop right
Would
there.
you
Now do
say that
y'all
there are
know?
more
That's
Now do
successful
crazy.
y'all
people that
know? Do
graduate in
y'all
college or not?
what do Ricky Smiley, Steve
Nobody
Harvey,
cares,
and all
Madonna.
these? Hold on.
Nobody
What do
That's
all
cares.
these
crazy
guys?
talk,
Hold on.
They
big
All
all
bro.
these guys.
cute.
All
They
these
all
guys.
cute.
They right.
We know who you are.
That got radio
Nobody
stations.
cares.
They got
Nobody
radio
cares.
shows. Right.
Let's stick to the bigger
They
conversation of
promote
black
all
people
kind of
in mass.
deviancies. Bro, come on, bro.
I
You got
gotta
to
get
think
it
about
out.
Bro,
that.
Pause.
nah, bro,
Get
we
it
Right,
out.
not
man.
downplaying degrees though. We not downplaying niggas' degrees
This
though,
Right. I'm
is
bro.
not playing
Thank you.
down
thank
playing
you,
them
We ain't
degrees.
right?
doing that.
This the
I mean,
We ain't gonna do that.
conversation that
no, I'm not
Because I'm
downplaying the
raising both
degrees
my
either
kids to
per
go to
se.
college. I don't know what
I'm
y'all
saying
on.
most of it, like it's two things we gotta admit. It's one thing, one part of it is what you said from the beginning, Taz, which is the debt part of it, and then the second part is the part I'm bringing up now, which is like, yeah, it is a lot of people. They get a diploma a degree for this, and they have to go somewhere else. Like that's not immediately what they get. I'm not saying sooner or later they don't actually use that degree towards that area. However, yeah, it take them a little minute to do it. Like, because it
it
doesn't
does
what
actually.
negate
So
fraternity
what's
you
the
just got
benefit of
it
into?
not
does
Yeah,
going
not
to
you gonna have to
college?
show
negate the
some numbers.
benefits of these universities,
Did
right?
this mic
Yeah,
go
what's
all the
the
way
benefit
out?
of not going?
Because one of the reasons why I didn't go to an HBCU was because it was kind of instilled in me. You want to focus on something that you're going to make money with when you go out and into the world. And one of the things with those HBCUs is you get a, you know, African studies degree, but you can't turn that into money in the world. So
How
Well, we
come?
know that's bullshit because
Uh-huh.
most of your doctors and most of your lawyers come out of those with PhDs.
Yeah,
No, I can
you
right,
get
agree,
more
but
than
that's
you can
the
get
right.
more than
problem,
that
right?
low
So
low
so
Most
no,
degree,
that
college
bro.
is
That's
students
true.
crazy.
aren't lawyers and
But the
doctors.
point
That's the
is
first
though,
thing.
their
That's a very high costing
major
thing, and you're
wasn't
going to get
African
a.
studies. Their major wasn't Afro Am. Their major was biology, physics, whatever got them into their doctorate field, right? So you can go to the HBCU, and if you are pursuing the right degree, you can make it
You better be
profitable.
glad Damo ain't listening.
Okay,
If a
so
nigga had
Yeah,
told
can you
me,
stick this to what the student wants instead of saying the right one or the wrong one? or apply it to
That do
back
make me
into the
want to
community?
What do you mean?
Right. You still haven't shows how these fraternities has helped the black community.
Because I'm not listening to you. I'm not responding.
Cause you can't do it, nigga.
Dev, what do you mean?
You can't do it, nigga.
Well, we was actually on Black Power from the '60s, so you
Right.
kind of you skipped a whole generation and went right to 1988 on that. And the
Well,
reason
no,
why
that was
you
only.
did that, the reason why you did that is because you were not able to produce anything that exemplifies Black Power from 1970 through 1988.
Well, no, that's not why I did that. I only did that 'cause we were talking about Bill Cosby specifically. And I was getting to a linchpin point in his career and what I believe is his legacy. Right. So I was just responding to that. That's why I fast forwarded. So I apologize, Dev. I shouldn't have moved so fast. You want to move on the
Yo, this
conversation.
nigga.
What was your point about that time that we weren't making progress and pursuing degrees and doing things during what, 70s? Is that the argument?
Yeah, Bill Cosby was a key entertainment figure that helped influence people that were initially uh, pushing or inspired for Black Power. But once he came out, once he was awarded, once he was shown on TV in cartoons, black exploitation films, and eventually, to your point, every week as the number one primetime show, Black Power was out the window.
So now, in order for me to understand that point, like what fundamentally is Black Power? Because it was taught to me by a lot of my elders that have transitioned on that a lot of Black Power is going to come from education, elevating yourself in the world when you have to compete. And so, if that's the conversation where we're either accepting that or saying this might not have been right, but if we're accepting that collegiate things are important and that might be a route we want to try to do well in, when I'm looking
So
at
what?
Bill Cosby.
So once you get your college degree, where is that graduate? Is the graduate going back to the black community, or are they taking up shop or residing in white neighborhoods or neighborhoods that are majority non black?
And that becomes the question. I mean, clearly
And
we
that,
know
and
we
that
have
You
both.
got, you got
We
your ass on
know
that one.
we
Pause.
know our people go in both directions, right? Some people come home, they
Pause.
try to get, you know, elected to do local politics and have an effect on their community. And then some, like myself, move and try to do the best for their families. So yeah, there's different directions.
Well, see,
There's
I think we gotta add context because now over the years, black students going to HBCUs have decreased. It was more back in they said 1976. It was more back. It was more back in the '70s. But then it was a different time. So are we creating an environment for them to return to? That's something else you got to look at. Because
I was
back in the
also gonna
'70s,
say,
you might have had more black businesses. You might have had more, and what I'm trying to say is that they were more inclined to come back to the community and let's say open a dentist or open up a
hmm hmm
black
I
community.
would
Are we
to you.
welcoming that in our communities? That's what I was going to say.
I would say to
No,
your
I
point,
agree.
I think a lot of the corporate American stuff started taking our eligible people that are in them fields, and so they went to work for the quote unquote white man, and our businesses shortened up, so we didn't really have as many of those businesses for our HBCU students to go to. Because I was just about to say, like, is it more beneficial for students nowadays to go to a HBCU or to go to a PWI if they're going in the corporate field?
So back to his point. So instead of having the opportunity to be quote unquote on or in front of the camera or in front of the microphone, they wanted to be rewarded in front of the white corporate board. Well, I mean, what's the difference?
I don't think that was the primary motivation. Like That definitely wasn't my motivation when I chose schools. Like
Cap.
I wanted to go to Clemson. You know what I mean? I didn't get no money. So I went up to Northeastern in
Nigga,
Boston.
you wanted to make as much money as possible. And that involves you already
Nah,
know fucking with the
I'll
white
be
folks.
honest, at that point, I wasn't
Yeah, and
even
then come back to
thinking
the hood and talk about how black people ain't
at
shit.
that point, I hadn't even become the man that I am now to be thinking that way. Like I went through different stages. So at that point, I was damn near domo. You know what I mean? I wanted to get involved in the world. I wanted to clean up the environment, all that shit. So I wanted to go the political route. But shit
All
just
right, let me
started.
make my point. You
Mhm,
look at Shador, right? Let's look at
mhm.
Shador for example. His dad is Dion, right? So it was beneficial for him to go to a HBCU because he got his dad. He know he's connected. He know he got a he gonna be set. So in that sense, yeah, it was beneficial to go play for Jackson State because he got his dad that's gonna look out for him. So do we have those type connections like Shador had, and he ends up in the NFL? And see, you gotta understand, a lot of players that go to the ABCUs don't make the NFL. Don't make most of them don't make the NFL. So it
So
would be more beneficial
Once
for him to go
again,
to
both of
the
these are
NFL.
very temporary spots. We knew that his span at Jackson State was not going to be no longer than 2 years. We knew Colorado was going to be that, and we know max his NFL career is going to be over in what 2031, 2032.
so
No, I give him. I
Who
give
are we
him
talking
more,
about?
bro.
Shador Sanders,
I give him
Oh no, you
2038.
tripping.
30,
Yeah, he
30
but
got
what?
I don't
38,
make
38,
Shador,
bro.
38.
but I don't
5
want
more
to make
years.
Long
Shador
term?
the linchpin.
You think you're gonna make a career out of it?
Listen,
Hell yeah.
if we make Shador the linchpin,
He
we
gonna be
go
all right.
into Dev, we go into the entertainment, right? And don't stay
Yeah.
on black collegiate experience, right? So for me, I do regret not going to a blacker school and just having that experience with my people. You get what I'm saying? At the time, my major
A blacker
was
school.
Mm.
yeah, because I do think it's a
It's
benefit in
not.
that.
It's not too late, Willie.
So my thing is, right, when we talk about the HBCUs, they still do provide that education where if you decide to go into that field, they can set you up to be successful in that field. My mindset was you go to the black school, all they're gonna teach you is black things. Everybody around me has been teaching me about my blackness. I'm trying to go get some money and get into a political position because at that time I wanted to go into politics. You get what I'm saying? And so I chose the school I chose. Now, not even really because of none of those. The honest truth was I chose it because they offered me the most money to go to school. We're gonna make it the cheapest for me to pull this shit off. Yeah, I mean, but
Now let me add another caveat. Now I know these several women that I knew when I was in college. One of them, several of them went to a PWI and they majored in engineering. And then I knew some black girls that went to A&T and majored in engineering. And guess who got jobs first? It was the ones who went to A&T. Because what happened was they got some big corporations, they had to meet their quota, whatever. So they went to HBCUs to recruit the engineers that they needed. They don't need a certain percentage. So they went to A&T. They got the cream of the crop from there. And the ones that went to North Carolina State, they didn't even have a job when they graduated. They
here
didn't
would
have a
be
job.
my argument on a national level, right? So Boston, where I went to school, you're surrounded by some of the best PWI on earth, right? MIT is there, Harvard's there, all that shit. In all these schools, you have a very small portion of black people, and because of that, we all kind of socialize with each other. Like the kids from BU is socialized with the kids from Northeastern, socialized with the kids from MIT, and we all rocked out together, right? So when you look at where they landed, like those people, like you talking about some of the top black engineers we can highlight in different companies and shit like that all over the world. So I get your point that in this example, right? Yes, things, and that kind of was my point. Like, you can be a specialist in your field coming out of a black school if you focus on a certain line of education. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna shit on kids who decided to go the other route, because honestly, if you studying engineering at MIT, you golden. You might. You know what I mean? Like astrophysics and all that fly shit. So
But see, I'm talking about state schools like A&T versus North Carolina State. Now you went to the top, and I'm not talking about
national
that.
level.
I'm,
Nah, I get
I'm,
it.
I'm I'm just talking about a state school like A&T and State. And State has the better engineering program in North Carolina than A&T according to the metrics. I'm just going with what they say. They say State has the better engineering program. They say the white schools
So
have the
so I
engineering
would
program.
argue that one of the major benefits of the collegiate university experience is at, and when I use the term, I'm not talking Q's and Divine Nine, but when I say that fraternity, that brotherhood of just going to this university. And so when you're applying with people and they see, oh, you went to A&T? I went to A&T. Oh, I got you. Those are bonds that are created in that space, and they can be beneficial.
So why can't they bonds be beneficial if they don't hook up with some other people that are not a part of those fraternities?
I wouldn't argue that if I think I understand your argument. I'm not saying things can't
So
happen.
I'm still trying to bring this back to Black Power in terms of, okay, even if you went to a PWI, if you get your degree, if you get your paper, and you coming back, and you are either an engineer for a company, and you are inspirational or a sponsor for a project in your company. You help your quote unquote white owned chairman of the board company sponsor a project for your former low income community area, or it may be new construction altogether, or it may be a sponsor to a black owned or minority business entrepreneur type of program, something like that. If you don't decide to become a teacher or become a lawyer or a or something that you can say, okay, now this is mine. Now I'm back in my community, and the black community comes to me for service or for a resource,
Well,
something
let's say,
along that. But if you
well,
just
let me
saying,
give you.
hey, I want to get a job with a white company like everybody else, I mean that ain't black power.
So
Well, let's
now,
let's let's let me
hold
give you
on.
another example. Oh, go ahead.
Give
Sorry,
me
go
give
ahead.
me 1 second, right? So now here would be my question to that, Dev. If I can get into one of these companies, right? Caterpillar, Apple, wherever, right? And I can
Mhm,
facilitate hiring other black men to
mhm,
get great salaries. Is that not
mhm.
black power?
Um, nah, man.
Because if you're saying that it's not,
Y'all
now
supposed
I
y'all
need you to
y'all supposed
really
y'all
define
supposed
for me.
no. If y'all
Now I
at
need you to
Apple,
define for me though what black power really is, if
okay,
that's
okay.
not a
So so
form of black power.
so if y'all at Apple, if y'all are in marketing department, if y'all in the engineering department, whatever department y'all in at Apple, and you do get your boy or your girl or partner that position, y'all supposed to have a plan. Hey, we're gonna rock this out, for the next 2 to 3 years or whatever it is, and then y'all supposed to have y'all fucking transfer to the black community in some form or fashion. You just can't say,
That's
"Oh, we got a job at Apple and
so
that's black
hold on.
power because we working for Apple."
But what I'm saying is, right, if you do get in a position in these companies and you elevate your own, yes, me, someone that has had black men pull me up and black
Yeah,
women as well. I had a couple of
yeah,
black female managers, right?
yeah,
Yes, that's black power. When she see
yeah.
my African name and say, okay, I'm gonna give them a shot. Now, When you say now we have to then make the plan for the entire community, right?
Yeah, y'all are y'all
I
retiring at Apple? That's gonna be y'all pension plan, y'all IRA, y'all gonna rock it out?
I mean for most blacks that go into corporate at a high level, yes.
Nah,
Retire
most
very
black people that go
comfortably.
into corporate do not stay there for retirement, yo. That's not the numbers don't even pan that out.
So you
You,
saying
I
what
mean,
they
you've been in
start
the
their
game
life?
long enough
Wait,
to
wait,
know.
wait, wait, wait. So you saying most people that go into corporate do
No, they
what
don't
if
retire. They don't come out of college and go directly to the firm and then they rock it out for 15 to 20 years. No.
well no that wasn't the argument. The argument was corporate. So no, they might not stay at Apple for 15, 20 years, but they may bounce from Apple to Siemens to
Well, that's what I'm
AT&T.
saying. Bouncing
That's
from white
still
company to white company. No, that's not black power, yo.
well
You
I
don't have the
disagree.
skills to
I
set up your
disagree.
own fucking. Okay, that's where we split the hairs at.
Because
I'm
we're
saying you have enough information. You have enough knowledge. You should be able to network and pull some resources together. Is your company that you look to start going to be as big as Apple? No, that make not necessarily. I wouldn't even recommend that be a goal. But to say, hey, I'm gonna bounce from this white company, and then if I don't, once I get tired of this company, they piss me off, or I get fired, or whatever, I go to another white company, and then I go to another white company. No, Will, that's not black power, yo. You bouncing from white
so
company
how
to
do you
white
define
company,
black power?
coming back to your
Yeah,
neighborhood, coming back to your community,
So wait, Dev,
setting up
if
your own
that's
shop.
so
Yeah.
Dev, if that's not a form
she
of
ain't gonna
black
make the
power,
same kind of
how
money
do
though.
you
Nope.
define black power?
Say that again, Will.
If that's not a form of black
Mm,
power, right?
yeah.
Like blacks being able to hire blacks and
Yeah.
get them in corporations where they can get paid well and
Yeah.
offer their children great educations. So maybe five of those kids can do better than we did and we can
Yeah.
move up the ladder, right? If
Yeah.
that isn't black power, then what is?
Yeah, I'm saying that wasn't the scenario that was laid out. You helping another black person get a job at a white company. I mean, you gave them a plug, but I wouldn't consider that black power. I mean, what power are you
So
are
that's what
you
I'm saying,
exemplifying?
right? Like, I'm
Yeah.
gonna say it slow, right? What I'm saying is fundamentally there is a power in being able to grab your people and give them all the resources they need to not only take care of their family, but give their children great educations, right? Vacations, let them see the world, different things. So now, out of this next group of kids that are gonna come behind us, a few of them are gonna be even better than us. As many of us were better than our parents, right? That should be the goal. Standing on the shoulders of giants. So I'm saying if this isn't black power, you made the statement that that's not black power. I need to know what is.
Just what I said. You gotta show me that you're bringing your knowledge and everything that you have obtained and acquired in your journey back to your community. Your community at least has to be, you know, 40 to 45%. It may not be, in the high 60s or 70s, but for you to say, yeah, I'm just making enough to take care of my family. I mean, you're supposed to do that. You're gonna do that anyway. People do that anyway. Like, who doesn't do that?
But a lot of motherfuckers don't do that.
Okay, then they're not successful in life. It does not have anything
That's
to
the
do with
point.
black power.
It does. Black power is to try to prevent you from not being successful in life.
No, but
That's black power.
you're barred for success. So your definition of success may not line up in terms of the reference for someone obtaining an
So
income
I
and,
asked
and
you to
making sure that
define it
their
for me.
expenses. Well,
I'm
it's not
asking you to
one.
define
It's
it
not
for
one
me.
definition. It's not one definition. I laid
But
out the
that just
parameters
isn't
to
it
it.
though.
So
That lane
so
just
so
isn't
so
it.
so 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 a black person, a black person working at a white company, and then his income make sure that he has enough to cover his bills and provide for his family, but he doesn't live in a black neighborhood. He's not really contributing to a black neighborhood. He's shopping at all white businesses. He's not really networking with any black other business people. And that's not black power, Will. He's taking care of his family.
So
I
now
mean,
though
that's
you've made so now though you've made that black person and made those strides, you've made him a coon,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
He doesn't hang out, but
yeah.
listen,
You put the
you
word coon in
hold
there.
on, listen,
You
right?
you added that.
Listen to
You
why.
added
Listen
that.
to
That ain't
why.
me.
Because of
Go
very
ahead.
specific things that you said. He doesn't come back to his community. He doesn't connect. He doesn't do anything for the community. I would argue that's not the case for all these dudes who try to make them out to
So that's why I
not
was
care about their
specific to the
community.
person that wasn't. Because I would argue that most people are looking to making sure that they have enough for themselves. They may not be
I
in a
would I
position
would
to
argue
put out.
Ursula Burns. I would argue Ursula Burns is black power. And no, she does not have to come back to the community and do everything. If she does come back and puts in the work, she gets even more steam. But when I'm able to tell my daughter that a black woman ran a Fortune 500 company, right, and ran it well, had quarter over quarter of positive earnings, right? Yeah, that's a
It
form
made it made
of
it
black
made it
power.
made it,
But
it
hold on.
made sure she was putting the company in position to make more than what she was able to be broken off.
Yeah, but that's not the issue though.
You want to
What I'm
ask her what
saying,
the numbers were?
what I'm saying is what she represents to the black cause is proof that we can do it. So
But
now we have the
who
optic.
benefited
So
in the
now hold
community
on.
besides her though? Who benefited in her community besides her
My
and her
daughter,
immediate family?
my
Right.
daughter.
You're right.
Now I have someone to point to and tell my daughter, this is what you can accomplish. There's a
I mean, because
benefit
when
in
we
that.
look at Dion, others benefited, bro. Other people benefited from Dion. It wasn't just his son. Other people benefited.
I'm trying to keep it
From Jackson
collegiate
State
though.
benefited.
I'm trying to keep it like average and collegiate. That's why I don't want to involve sports. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
Sports is a different type of money. It's going to create different
No,
type of
we ain't never
conversations.
needed entertainment to go to be attracted to
Right.
HBCUs.
So I'm
HBCUs
saying let's keep it on
already
the
had a
education
staple in the
piece.
South. Yeah.
Right. So what I'm saying is yes, these people that do move up the corporate ladder, especially if they bring other blacks in, yes, that is another. I believe we need to attack this world from every angle we can. But what we end up doing a lot of times is alienating people and we hold them to a standard that we not living up
Because
to.
because because our long term objective is to remain tied to the company, and that's it.
That's your opinion, right? But what I would say is that one black doctor, he can't change the world on his own for us. We all got to work together.
Yeah,
So
we
we
weren't talking
want,
about the world though. We were just talking about his
I'm talking
community.
about
That's
the
it.
black, I'm talking about the black community, right? One doctor can't change the entire issue that the black community is dealing with. But collectively, we can make progress. But when we alienate these people with the argument you're making now, just because he got this job at a white corporation, even though he hired black people, now he's not connected to black and none of that. What are we talking about? And so when you
So is it
fundamentally say,
so see he's moved out. He's moved out. He lives in the mostly East Indian, Arab. You know what I'm saying? Is that his neighbors?
in
What does
my
his
case,
neighbors look
yes.
like?
In my case, yes. His
I'm
neighbors are
talking about
all
the
East
other people
Indian.
too.
Well,
I'm talking about the other people too. I know you
all right.
already
So if
told us
that's
where
the
you live
case,
at.
though, if that's the case, though, some of them move back to the communities, some of them don't. Some of them leave the
I'm not
community and
saying
never look back.
you ain't
Some of them
necessarily
move
got to
to
go
another
into.
community and they're still involved.
Yeah, that's true too. I
right?
mean that would be like a good example. Even if you don't live in your primary residence, could be in the suburbs. But let's say you do go in with some other black investors, and y'all grab a 4 unit. Now that's real black power right there.
So we're
That's
the
direct black
investors.
power.
So we're the investors, right? Like I've dedicated my life to
Yeah,
getting this. Listen, I've dedicated my life to getting this knowledge, knowing how to ink these deals right now. You who criticized me, right? Who didn't take that lane, at least provide the money. Where are you?
yeah,
Where are these black investors who are
yeah.
willing to invest in these people that are already in the system?
Black investors are all over the place, dude. You got black investor clubs, black investor groups. I mean, those those
Yeah, but
are
now you're
readily
talking about the
available.
same people you were criticizing. When you
No, I'm
talk about
not.
those back,
No, I'm not.
listen,
No, no, no. I'm talking about people that have no attachment whatsoever. If you're a black investor, but you're not investing it into black neighborhoods, then no, that's back not black power. Will
all
the
right, let me
fuck?
ask you this, right? Let me ask you this. A young black man goes out into the world, he gets his MBA, right?
Yeah,
He joins the National Black Masters of Business Association League, right? Young Black MBA League. They
yeah.
have they have job fairs and whatnot where they want to go out of their way to get black people hired somewhere. I might not be able to get you the top tier job, but I'm gonna get you some money in your pocket. These are these black groups you're talking about. It's
Right.
called
That
the
that that
BM.
that
Yeah,
organization is centered where? Where's that organization centered at? Like their primary prospects is where?
it's a national organization. They got chapters all
Right.
over the
That's what
country.
I'm saying. So obviously he's got the word black in it. So that I mean, duh, why are you asking me that question?
So these are the people I'm talking. But when you're dealing with those
Okay,
black
okay. You didn't
MBAs,
say that at first. Yeah, you left that part out.
But I understand what both of y'all are saying, bro. And I have to say this. I mean, we got black mayors, got black governors, got even black senators, got a black president. So I understand what my man is saying. There ain't no black power. I get what he's saying. Because I mean, come on, these guys elevate, and then we still got the same problems. So what? So what's? I mean, so what's going on? And there's plenty black investors.
you think you've had the
It's just,
same problems black people had in '64? You really believe that?
bro, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
I am.
There,
That's why I
there
asked the
are
question.
look the problems. We shouldn't be dealing with the same exact problem. What I mean by the same exact problems, because you can look at back then and you can look at now. How much how much power do we really have in this nation?
Power. Let's y'all can quantify that, right?
Yeah,
Like
how much power
straight
we got?
fucking power.
So my argument would be we have tons of power, but we squander it in
You
many.
measuring power
In,
just basic on strictly on economics?
now I was trying to explain,
Oh, okay.
right? And
Okay, because if you talking about education, because
even
that's what
hold
we're
on,
talking about, right? Hold on.
damn.
Let me say this. Because you talking about
See,
education
Dev,
is what
you cut me
if we
off. I
talk.
don't.
Well, just wind your argument up, Will. You've been doing this shit tonight. Go ahead, Mercy.
Yeah, I was saying that if you talking about education, I'm in education, and I got all the data for that, and
All
I
right,
can
no
tell
no
you,
personal arguments. We were just trying to lay out. I mean,
right,
when
right.
y'all
I'm
say
looking at the
power,
national.
somebody that's listening in the chat should automatically translate. Okay, when he says power, they should be able to translate economics, education, community involvement. I mean, what the impact should be. You know, I wouldn't say across the board because clearly everyone's definition is going to vary, and I'm saying the money aspect of it. If you're making 6 figures a month, but you're contributing $0 to the black community, yeah, that's not black power, and you
So,
banking.
so here's the argument I would make. I brought up an event with Jack and Jill in particular that I went to right now. They fit the profile of much of what we're talking about, right? You have a lot of black doctors in this program. Now we know right? Black doctors usually keep black people alive more, right? So for the first time in 10 years, the infant mortality rate in Charlotte has decreased. I do believe that's in a large part due to the of the doctors in these programs. So that profile that I gave you, this is the product of their work. And I do believe health wise, economic wise, these are signs of some form of power.
I
I
don't
don't
know
know
why
if
you're
y'all
trying to make that
disagree.
argument why GQ isn't here. GQ pulled up the stat. I'm not pulling up the record. So yeah, wait till GQ comes back and then y'all can have y'all infant mortality argument.
Nah, we didn't disagree.
But that is a good
GQ's
example.
GQ's argument, right? He read an article that said even though there's been progress made in the black space in terms of infant mortality, the spread between white infant mortality has still grown. But that doesn't mean that there wasn't progress made in the black community. You get what
And
I'm
you
saying?
can't
Can I
really,
So
you
say
can't
something real quick, bro?
necessarily hold on real
Can I
quick,
say
Mercy.
something? Okay, go ahead.
Real quick. You can't really attribute that to only being the reason that gap is being closed is because all of those black people saw were able to have being connected to black medical doctors.
So that
Because
was
if that
never
was the
the
case,
argument. That was never the argument, but what is pretty well documented is that when black women go to black doctors, they have better
we agree.
success
Everybody
rates.
agreed on that.
That's all.
Everyone
That's
agreed.
all.
Everyone
So it
agreed on
wasn't
that.
about,
Everyone.
yeah, like it
I
wasn't an
can make the
all
same
Go ahead.
argument,
But
bro,
go ahead.
about a black student going to get with a black teacher. I can make the same argument, bro. It's the
We
same
had a
thing.
whole live stream on that. We did
I
a
would
whole
agree
live
on
stream
that.
on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't
So
argue
Broke
my
it.
that.
point is this: North Carolina still ranks as the third worst healthcare system in the nation. So what are we bragging about, bro?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can go down Mississippi. You can go down to Louisiana.
I
You
would
can
say,
go
I would say
Alabama.
that I would
Go
say
ahead.
what's worth bragging about is the fact that we do still have black people in that region, and black doctors are making an impact. That is something to celebrate to help them forward, right? Because what the fuck is it
The
worth
third
doing?
worst healthcare system in the nation, and you're bragging.
Third worst in the nation? Let me
Yeah,
see.
Google it. AI, bro. AI is
Nah,
power.
I'm check it.
AI is power. Like for me, I'm a black teacher, right? I consider myself a great teacher, but I teach in one of the worst school systems in the nation. Nothing to brag about.
Yeah, it's not worse than Mississippi or Arkansas.
But I said one of the worst. I'm just saying, ain't like
Right,
we
right,
rank.
right, right.
You know,
Those have been ranked in the bottom 45 percentile for the last three fucking generations. X
I mean,
from
I
boomers
believe I'm
on
a
back.
great teacher. I believe I'm a great
Yeah, that ain't
teacher.
taking away. Yeah, that ain't taking away from none of the teachers. Shit. That's why my mom moved.
So that whole third worst in the nation thing was a Forbes article, and that was debunked. Like, so no,
No,
North
no, he ain't not.
Carolina.
He not reading no article.
No,
That's been
I'm telling
statted
you
up.
where that. No, I'm telling you where that argument comes from. I'll drop the link in the
His
back
North
chat. That
Carolina
comes.
argument.
That comes. Yeah, that third worst in the nation. That comes from a Forbes article, and that was debunked. I believe Forbes actually retracted it.
I don't know. I had to look at the numbers and the data and what they were pulling it from. Was that after or before 2020? Mercy.
This article is.
Let me let me look it up because I think Forbes is a very well. Y'all don't like Forbes, okay? It's another source.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the numbers. I don't know if I've ever compared. Were you what did you specifically say? North Carolina A and T.
I'm talking about North Carolina, just the health
as a
system. I ain't talking
state.
about A&T. No,
Oh,
I ain't
you
talking
talking
about
about the
A&T,
Individual
entire
bro.
state?
healthcare as a state.
Yeah, I ain't talking about
Oh,
A&T,
okay.
bro. I'm not talking about A&T. I like A&T.
Uh, yeah, I don't even know if I've ever done a medical analysis on state by state.
What
I've done
says
the
here, I'm reading
education.
another report. I got another report here. It says North Carolina ranked 10th worst for healthcare access. So, I mean, they not, North Carolina ain't world renowned healthcare, bro. I mean, I don't even know why we have this discussion. I mean,
So
they not.
hold on.
I mean,
So if I could,
that's like me.
hold
And
on.
I'm gonna go back to myself. Hold on, hold on. I'm gonna let you speak. I have to go back to myself because I understand what you're saying, bro. I'm a great teacher, bro, but we don't rank. So it's like, what's the
Wait a minute, you
why
comparing
should I?
education with the healthcare industry?
No, I'm just saying, as far as I feel myself as a great teacher, right? However, when you compare my students to the rest of the nation, nah, we don't rank, bro. We don't rank. When you compare
Oh,
DC
go ahead.
compared to all the other states, no, we don't
So,
rank in the top.
so my argument would be if that's the case, right? And I saw the teachers in your school increase the literacy rate for the first time in 10 years, yeah, y'all would be worth celebrating. It's about morale, right? 'Cause why would anybody else want to be a black teacher if all he's going to be believed as, if he puts in his all, you still ain't getting shit done? You know what I'm saying? Why would
But see,
anybody else follow in footsteps?
well, let me give
The
you another analogy. Let me give you another analogy. See, Black Power and Black History, we always wanted to be the best. If you look at sports, we have to be the best in order to compete. That's why we're in those sports because we are the best. You see what I'm saying? You gotta be the best,
Nah,
bro. You can't.
most people, a lot of, I would say most people going there are not. They don't consider themselves the best. They know that that's uh, a bag. They go there for the bag. The
Many of
bag
us are
is
I
good
mean,
at
you
what
know.
we
I
do.
know that, but they have to compete,
Many of
right?
us are
Somebody
simply
has to
good at what
judge
we
them.
do.
But you ain't got to be that real
Somebody has
good
to
though to get a
judge them
bag
and
now.
say, "Hey, yeah,
Like,
this
like,
person."
like. But I'm saying, even especially now with the NIL situation, you ain't got to be
Well,
that fucking good.
again, no, I don't want to talk about sports because it could get weird, right?
Yeah, it's
We
pretty
could we
much
could even
academics.
we
Yeah.
could even bring it to DEI, right? Is the argument that these black people that get these jobs are qualified enough, right? Or were they given these jobs just because they were mandated by the government?
What's the bar of qualification? Qualified
Relax,
by
Again,
who?
it's
fam.
it's
Relax,
the
fam.
job.
Relax. It's this
All
weekend, fam.
right,
Relax.
pause self.
It's this
Yeah,
weekend.
you know what's funny? I
Only
was
a couple
bringing up some
days.
shit. I was bringing up some shit your last round. You was like, yo, chill, Willie. I'm not doing the Freedom Riders right now because, yo, relax. I was like, all right. And then you used it. I was like, all right, I see why he wanted me to chill. All
Yeah, just calm down, fam. It's this week.
right, I'm gonna fall back. I got money on him. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna trust the process.
Right, right. Just the process.
Nah, but in the context of this black power conversation, like that is a conversation worth having. Like just because people go into a field they studied to be involved in it, their ancestors taught them, yo, get this education and go conquer that. And they did. Now all of a sudden they're associated with black power because they literally did what their ancestors told them to do. My grandmammy wanted me to be smart and get in these crackers companies and get a good bag and be able to offer my children a little bit more than she offered me. Now all of a sudden I'm
Yeah, she's banking. Yeah,
disadvantaged.
she was banking on you. Not meeting some stranger at school and then going somewhere else and not have no affiliation with if not for your community, your family. So I mean, am
So
I putting
so
you in
that
the
never
bag?
happened. That never
Right.
happened. Like clearly, I'm still connected to your ass,
That's what I'm
right? So
saying.
I'm
Yeah.
still connected to my people, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm saying on top of that is a lot of the other goals that my people set for me, I accomplished that. How does that exclude me from doing what my black elders taught me to do? How does that exclude me from black power? I was taught
So
this was a form of black power, a form of. It's not the end game, right? But then what happens is when these people make that success, now we put the weight of the black world on their shoulders. You go fix it. Now, you were successful in that. So if you don't fix everything else, what you did wasn't about us. Nah, my nigga, that's some bullshit.
I mean, what about the reading comprehension levels? What about the math levels? Not gonna look at that.
yeah, who is teaching these people to get to that fucking point? How are they're supposed to just pop out the womb and automatically be enlightened with the knowledge?
So
I mean,
then,
the teachers ain't gonna be there forever, yo. The
so
school
then if
board members,
we,
they ain't gonna be there forever either. Duh.
so then if we follow the progression, right? A lot of these kids from these people that took the path, right? Their kids ain't kids you talking about at all. Their kids are killing those SATs. Their kids are doing better in college than I did. I can say that for a fact, my son. So now, is Black Power not me elevating my family, right? In the midst of me trying to do what I can do for my community,
When you gonna do
how
that
is
anyway?
how is the impact
Did
of
you did
those?
you did you were you providing for your family to satisfy Black Power, or you doing that because that's your family?
I would say both are aligned. I was told elevating my family was my job, my first step before I could
But
do
I'm saying
anything
though,
else.
your family could include somebody that's not black. Like if you have a child with them and they
So
not
did me.
black, right, right. Not you
So yeah,
specifically, but I'm you're saying
I got a
you're
beautiful
saying
chocolate sister.
no,
Let's
no, no,
keep
no,
the
no, no.
argument there. If you wanna
That's what I'm
marry a
saying.
white woman, dad
Okay.
should
Oh,
disqualify. I
that
agree.
no, 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 no. That you okay then? So
I ain't
so that's
talking
what I'm
about the
saying. You
nigga.
can't say a person, a black man or a black woman who provides, who is caring for their family is automatic.
Here's what
That's
I'm
why I was
saying.
trying to bust
Here's
up.
what I'm saying,
But
Dev.
so you don't
Here's
fit
what
in
I'm
that
saying, Dev.
category.
Hold up,
Okay, cool. Yeah,
real quick,
go
Dev.
ahead.
Here's what I'm saying. The context of the argument becomes once that black man goes into corporate, now
Yeah,
he's put
yeah.
in that Jason Whitlock shell of he probably got a white woman, this, that, and the third. No, I'm telling you, these niggas is the niggas that Jack and Jill is made of. And when I look at those groups, they are beautiful black
But
families,
those aren't the
husband and
only
wife.
ones that can be considered successful though. You putting that
I'm
bar on
not,
them that if they don't
no,
get a job and that doesn't require a certain tie, that they not successful.
I'm
Like you
responding.
leaving the
I'm
motherfucking
responding to the argument in the
landscape
other
out.
direction. I'm
Yeah, you
responding.
leaving the landscape out. You leaving the certified
No, no, no.
contractor out.
So
You
I'm
leaving the
responding. Listen,
cybersecurity guy out. You leaving him out.
I'm
The
responding
business
in the other
consultant even.
direction. I'm
But go ahead.
responding in the other direction. I'm not
Mm.
claiming that these dudes are the pinnacle of success.
Oh, there go
I'm
GQ right
arguing.
there. Come on,
I'm
GQ, with your
listen.
inventory stats.
Hold on. Listen. I'm arguing the basement argument that they aren't doing what's needed to be done for Black Power. I'm not arguing that they're the best. I'm not arguing that the huh? Yeah. I'm not arguing that they're better than the security guy or anyone else you name. What I'm saying is you disqualified them. You they're not a form of power. I'm simply trying to qualify them. I'm not saying they're better than anyone else. I'm saying
Well,
when
I'm
you
saying
say
I'm
they're
I'm
not
saying
Black
that's what they
Power,
wanted to do. That I'm saying that's what they wanted to do. So I'm saying I'm not gonna get in the way if that's what you want to do. If you want to work at American Express, if you want to work at Dean Winter, if you want to get a position at Charles Schwab, get an office at Charles Schwab. But
But
if
my
you ain't putting it
argument
back in the
is,
community, go ahead.
but my argument is when you say that, right?
Yeah.
They're not doing this and the third for the community. You are making that argument that that's not the way to go. This isn't someone
No,
you should
no, I'm
think
saying
highly
it's
of.
not black power. I ain't saying it ain't the way to go. That's what they wanted to
Back to
do. They
my
set out to
original
do.
question. So now back
Yeah.
to my, if that isn't black power, what is?
They doing what they want to do.
Come on,
Come on, let's
man.
I
face it,
mean, are you
Will.
saying?
The black population, 14%, 48 million people. The majority of those are not on no black power shit, yo. Straight up.
I mean, that wasn't the argument, but then
Oh, okay then.
we're not even talking about just the collegiate class anymore. We're talking about everybody. So now,
Yeah, everyone.
hold on. So now, when these men go and have this success for their families, and you say,
Success. You
right,
and success is what? Equals what?
success
Not getting
equals
fired?
no, equals giving my child a better education than
You're gonna
than
do
I
that
did.
anyway. You're gonna provide for your child anyway. What man or what woman is not going to provide for their children, yo?
So the argument is that we
I
are
mean, I
all
don't think you understand
providing.
what you're saying. I mean, if you
So
look
is
at
the
the stats,
argument
you
that
look
we're
at black
all providing
unemployment
for our
rate.
children adequately. We know that's not true,
That's what you're
Jazz.
supposed to do anyway.
We know that's what's supposed to be done, but that's literally one of the things we cry about that it's not being done, right? That's
I
literally
mean, you
what
look
we
at black
say.
unemployment. You look at black unemployment.
What
Look at
stats is
the
it there?
Shit. Huh?
I mean, you look at all the stats, bro.
What stats you say come with there?
He was trying to bring his immortality rate
Hey,
for
yo, GQ,
Charlotte
don't
back
come
up.
in here with that shit, man. I ain't in the mood,
No, you got
GQ.
plenty of room. We got plenty of time, man. We got plenty of time for it. We got plenty of time for it.
Oh,
I'm trying
he's
to.
still trying to double down on that shit.
Yeah, he's saying it went the other way.
You gotta start with the bullshit, Will. And you won't provide a source for it. Why you won't just provide a source?
GQ, that wasn't the argument, man. The argument is this, right?
We're
Those
in another
students,
argument now.
the argument is this, right? Those black doctors that do go into the white healthcare system of Atrium Health, right? That they aren't a form of black power. That's what was being argued.
Yeah,
They
The
even if
are
they
a
take up
form of
residency,
black power.
even if they take up residency at Northwestern GQ, so he's familiar with that.
Yeah.
So okay, boom, do your residency at Northwestern. We know that's gonna be what, 5 years, 7 years. It may even stretch out to a whole decade. But
Mm-hmm.
at some point, I mean, you should strive to either sponsor, even if you're not going to invest into opening up your own clinic or whatever. But you can't say, "Oh, I'm gonna just hold my residency at Northwestern Hospital," and that's black power, knowing damn well most of the black community are not going to be able to qualify to get
To get
to
into it.
use Northwestern resources. So
now stop.
no, that's not
That's where you're
that's not
wrong.
black power. All right,
Stop.
so
That's where
that's the
you're
argument
wrong,
that we
right?
in.
Hold
GQ,
on.
go ahead.
I used Atrium Health for a very specific reason, right? This
Yeah.
is where the black community is going. So if those
Yes.
doctors are there, they do have a direct impact on black families.
Okay, in that example, okay, then that applies. That applies.
And
So
I'm
that
saying
goes
that's
to
the
what the young God and I think it was someone else had brought up about the difference between black excellence and black power. So they say they were pointing out that black excellence is more of an individual thing. That's more of a singular thing. Like if you are able to excel and get become a doctor or in these one of these prestigious hospitals or in any hospital, then
Yeah.
that point more to black excellence. But if a group or you bringing in other people, that's more towards the black power aspect. So
Now,
that's
GQ, you slowed the conversation down and made a very good point, right? That I don't even know made, nigga. Because the honest truth is, black power is what got those people there that now claim black excellence. That's a
So
different argument.
did we lay out
You
power
get what
though?
I'm saying, GQ?
not necessarily, brother, because they can be because we know that you can get the tap, from the white man, from a white group, white. You was getting good grades at XYZ college, and you got the nod from some cracker who paid attention and saw that you, and so that wouldn't be black power bringing you
So
into
now
the
wait,
fold.
GQ.
But
But
you
wait,
being able,
GQ.
to hold your own, make them good grades, and get into that house, get into whatever form of business it is, that would be the black excellence. Now, once you in there and you start, like Dale saying, you pivot, you open up a clinic in a black neighborhood, you bring in other kids or mentor other students to, that's the black power thing. So it makes sense to me, when they say the difference between, the
So
black excellence
now,
and the black
now
power.
you made a good point. I think we've made a clear distinction. Because my argument, not disagreeing with yours, was black power tried to push to get our people to these places where we could get this ranking, this employment, this income, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Now, at that point, there does become a divergence between just doing it for yourself and your family and becoming what's called black excellence, or
Right.
doubling down and pouring it back into the community. And
And
that would be black power.
that's the black power.
Now we're
It
making
makes
sense.
sense to me. And then, even pointing out that it's black excellence, so it's still not taking nothing away from the individual who strived and did what he had to do and got into that position. Long as he ain't just turned to a straight coon and turn his back on his
Right.
people. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So we can still give him the nod for black excellence. You know what I'm saying? Because you took care of your business, you did what you had to do, you made it, to where you need to be.
Now
That's excellent.
let's get muddy, GQ. But
Now, if you
now,
if you turn on your people, then we just gonna call you a coon, a sambo, a boule, an asshole. You know what I'm saying? Now you can pivot. I mean, you can knock it up a notch, and you can reach back, bring your people, help your people out, and now you got the black power. You know what I'm saying? Now you demonstrating black power. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what it takes. For that's why black power is so important. You know what I'm saying? Because it take people in them positions to show that
my
they have
argument was you get a nigga in this major
and
corporation.
demonstrate
Listen,
that power
GQ.
that you
My
got.
argument is you get a nigga in this major corporation, he has a black wife, and he's going out of his way to get black people hired into jobs that'll change their life. Yeah, that's black power.
That's black
I'm
power.
not I'm not disqualifying that. And that was the argument that was being had.
Yeah.
But see, this the thing. See, this is the thing. This is the thing. I get what you're saying. All I'm saying is that even all of that, that's why this ranking comes into the stuff. Because things you still gotta look at the data. Things you're talking about that people, and I've seen people say
Mercy.
some
All right,
progress.
hold on. Let me ask Dale. What you think about that? Do you agree with that analogy, like that ideology, that way of thinking, or
Nah, cause you at the mercy. We seen federal layoffs. We seen
Thank you.
layoffs in
Thank you.
chapter 11 bankruptcies by major long
So
term
yeah,
companies.
that's black
That
power.
nah,
No, but
that's no
see, that's
power.
why they said. That's why Trump got in there and say, "Oh no, I'm
hold
taking
on. Let
away
me get
that
an
DEI."
understanding. Let me get an understanding. Let me get an
That's what
understanding,
he's
Mercy.
doing.
Thank you, G. No, you understand, nigga. Go
No,
ahead.
I don't. No. I don't. Because
I'm
he said
telling you, you
no,
do.
because
Go ahead.
you see the layoffs.
Yeah.
I honestly don't. I mean, break it down to me, Dale, what you're saying, bro. Because I'm not.
No. So entire concept, the black power has to translate into what your well-being is. So if you're in position, but you don't, I mean, you still dependent upon majority for of your income and your well-being and your benefits and your resources come from places or people or organizations that's not black. I mean, I'm just not seeing no black power nowhere.
How
Now
much power is
GQ.
that?
Now
Yeah,
GQ.
yeah,
This is where the goalpost gets moved, right? Because again, my argument is if you do get into these corporations, if you don't become a coon and marry a white woman, if you got a beautiful black family, and you're
I-
going out of your way
We're not
to
even.
hire black people into these white corporations,
Yeah,
yeah, that is
you
black
are
power.
demonstrating power. You demonstrating
Yeah.
some power, but they're saying the overall power is not yours. It's coming from you. We still
But that was
dependent on.
never the argument that
No,
was
no, we fuck the
overall.
argument. Will fuck the argument. Will we trying to get some understanding, brother? We
I
understanding going.
no
yeah. You're not
GQ.
demonstrating no power nowhere though. Where's your power
Understand where
them
you
being
from the
Right,
demonstrated?
argument.
this what
I
I'm
get
trying to
where you
tell you,
coming from,
GQ.
Will. I understand.
GQ, this
Let's
the
pivot. Let's
fundamental
pivot off the
argument though.
argument. I understand where you come from, Will. You saying that's not what, but we still want to just get some understanding behind the shit.
How
Fuck the
you
argument.
doing,
Well,
man?
let's
I
put it
understand
this
where
way.
you're coming from because that's still, it's still. But in America, I mean, it's gonna be hard to get the fuck away from that. Outside of entrepreneurship, that's
Yeah,
yeah, outside of entrepreneurship,
yeah.
and
If we was in Ghana, if we was in Nigeria, if we was in motherfucking, you know what I'm saying, Mali or some fucking well, yeah, we probably wouldn't even be having this fucking argument.
So
yeah,
now
so we
GQ
talking
though.
about
So hold up,
because we're in
GQ,
America. So we
GQ.
talking about levels. We talking about levels of power at that
So
point.
now what I'm
Because
asking is,
I agree with you, Will. It's black power. If you bringing them up, if you get to that spot and you bringing people in, I agree. That's black power. That was my point I made when I came in.
and was
But
this not what we
understand
was
what
Hey,
Will
look.
discussing?
Can
coming
I
Is
say
from.
what I
something?
want you to say.
It's levels to the shit too now. Because
I
now
agree.
when you're on the entrepreneur side or manufacturing, entrepreneur
That
side.
higher level of black power.
Yeah, it's a high level of
I'm
black
I'm
power.
fine
Now,
with
now,
saying
how,
that.
now, how about in my room right now, and I turn on the light switch? No, that's not black power. That's Petco. Okay, they
Right.
got the real power. They got that's where the power comes from. I was talking about. Because you turn the light switch and it's light in your room, don't mean you got power. You got power from the company, yeah. You paying them, yeah. It's all
What you
good,
smoking
yeah,
on,
uh-huh.
Mikey?
But
You
that's not
I
chocolate
no
chip?
think
real
I think
black
in the
power. What I'm
context of
talking
this
about, you
corporate
change.
conversation, right?
Power means you
Hold
have
on.
the ability to change something.
All
So are
right,
we
but look,
changing
what
anything?
You
so
Is
here
chop.
real
so hold on, I'm gonna
life
answer
Yes,
that,
you
changing
right?
things? I
I'm
changing
don't
gonna
think
shit.
so.
answer
Yes,
that.
you changing
I'm
shit.
saying when
Bullshit,
you call
bullshit
that
to the
line,
back. Bullshit to the back. We not gonna act like if you sitting up there, you get a motherfucking good ass spot at XYZ corporation, company, whatever, and you bring in some brothers who otherwise would not been able to get in. You are making a change in their life. You changing something. Yes, the fuck you is changing something. So we're
because
not gonna sit there and act like you not
just
changing
like
shit.
doctors are better for black women giving birth.
Yeah.
If you're
So
calling, if you calling about a late bill, trust me, my nigga, you have the best odds. If you get Malik on the phone, if you get Jamal, yo Jamal, man,
I'm not gonna say
just
that. No,
turn
no, no,
my
no, no. I ain't
phone
gonna say
back
that.
on.
No, that's a kind of different argument. But I'm just
Nah,
saying,
listen,
just the fact, just I don't agree with that because them motherfucking for some reason them motherfuckers be more strenuous about them crackers' money than the crackers do, bro. Them motherfuckers.
I ain't gonna lie. It depends on what you come to them with, GQ. GQ, if you come to them with some shit they could justify and they could hide, they gonna let you go. I'm
Sometimes
saying
them
the
motherfuckers,
Indians,
will get rougher on you about that
yeah,
buddy. You know what I'm saying? But I feel where you're coming from. You rather deal with your own. You know what I'm
come on.
saying? And I say, man, it is black power because you change it, you making a change in people's lives, you helping them, man. You know what I'm saying? Because when I reach out to my partner, like right here, supervisor at the warehouse,
Mhm.
um, and he when I need to get the re-entries in, I holler at him, boom, he bring them in. You know what I'm saying? If it's some openings, he gon' man, GQ, we got 6 openings right now, man. I can get you better hurry up, man, before somebody grab, bring them. And then he bring them brothers in. Other than that, the motherfuckers would have just been sitting there, can't
So
get out the
GQ,
halfway.
so GQ, my question was, if one thing isn't black power, what is? Because my argument would be if a nigga is in that position
I
where he
said
can
that's black
hire
power. That's
full.
my
Now I
point.
know you agree, but I'm
Right.
just recapping. Like if a nigga is in that position that he can hire 4 or 5 other niggas, and now
Yeah.
they can pay them bills. Now
Yeah.
they can make sure they kid got a book bag and they can go
Yeah.
to school and that kid can become something. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
power.
That's black
That's what I
power.
was taught to do.
Yeah. Because even on the media, the minuscule level, man, it counts. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We know what kind of uphill battle we be fighting. So hell yeah, it matter. And
And that
otherwise,
was the argument.
your ass would have been sitting out here. You try about to get into some more devilment and be end up back in jail. You know what I'm saying?
Why we still leading? Why we still leading? I'm
What
still
you say?
leading. Exit.
See, you need a brother to fix your Wi-Fi. You see what I'm saying? We
Yeah,
need a black man at your
yeah,
Wi-Fi
you
company.
chopped and screwed, Mercy. Chopped and screwed.
Nigga GQ come with the bullshit every time.
Man, I ain't coming with the bullshit, bro. I'm just, hey, shit. It is what it is, man.
Hey yo, GQ, you know
We
what's
trying to work
crazy?
this shit out, man, because the shit is fucking detrimental, man. Just like Q Butter on Psycho channel yesterday, and then the conversations y'all was having earlier today, I was listening here and there with all the festivities and all other shit. You know what I'm saying? But the shit is detrimental, man. Right now, man, we can't keep running on the hamster wheel and shit. You know what I'm saying? We got to make some strides around this motherfucker. And like Dr. Mo was talking earlier, she said, yeah, when she coming in, she talking about this money, how we gonna get to the bag, and cause she got bills to pay, and this shit is real, man. Because if you ain't getting your finances and shit straight, you know what I'm saying? What the fuck is we doing out here? You know what I'm saying? We gotta, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's bullshit. Yeah, we can't be bullshit, man.
We
We
got
gotta
to
quit.
think in the context of the fight that's going on right now. And finances is one of the primary determinations of what you can do.
Yeah.
Now, if you get them finances and you turn out to be a fuck nigga, yeah, you was a fuck nigga.
I gotta come with the quote, but the quote what Malcolm say, they hate you because you black, but they oppress you because you poor.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That shit, that hold a lot of weight, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole lot of weight, man. We gotta get to the motherfucking bag. We gotta be more, manage our money better. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna even go into the group economic conversation because we know how that end up. But just manage, even on an individual level, man. You gotta manage your paper the right way.
Yo,
Don't be
yo,
acquiring all these
GQ.
big ass debts and
Look,
shit.
GQ,
You know what
I know
I'm
you
saying?
gonna get this one. Like, the nigga kept his head down. He stayed in his books, right? He was the clown in the neighborhood. He ain't get no buns. He ain't get no love, right? And now, once he gets successful, he's given the highest degree of proving his black power. You get what I'm saying? Like he got the community that didn't even fuck with him. Now, if he don't save everybody because of where he worked to get, now he's not black power. That was the fundamental argument, man.
Yeah, you can't do you can't do so much that it's gonna hurt you, but we definitely want to reach back. What I always say. I wish that I could save everyone, but I'm a dreamer.
Have you ever seen a nigga who was stuck in the game?
Overlooking his tomorrows, and they
And they
finally
finally
came.
came. Shit.
See, I think Harriet Tubman was an example of black power because after she made it to the North, she came back. She
Yeah,
was
but
enslaved on
motherfuckers do that though. See, when a
able
cold nigga come back, he can't shoot
I'm
a nigga
good.
in the face for not being ready to move. Harriet was able to shoot niggas in the face. If you ain't on this type of time, I'm gonna leave your ass right here.
Man, that shit goes to necessities and shit, man. The motherfucker, she couldn't be playing around, man. That was life or death shit they was dealing with, man. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker so comfortable now, so you know, it's hard to get a motherfucker even have half of a mindset like that. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't what they call it, lulled you to sleep.
Nah, you hit it on the head when you said my honest opinion is if more motherfuckers was uncomfortable, more will be getting done. We
Yeah.
sit here and make claims like we haven't made progress and we in the same place. That shit is so disrespectful to our ancestors' struggle, nigga. We are not where we was in the 60s.
No,
I don't give
or
a fuck what a nigga think.
even the 70s.
I don't give a fuck what a nigga think.
Yeah. Motherfuckers
We
extra,
ain't
extra,
there.
extra comfortable around this motherfucker. And
You
even
can't
comfortable,
make it shake. If you
and
can't
even
make it
comfortable,
shake
and
now,
even now
you
they didn't made it
definitely
where
couldn't
you
have made
even
it shake in the
comfortable.
60s.
Now they didn't made it where you even comfortable with less, because for some kind of way they was able to pull that stunt off. You know what I'm saying? A motherfucker just even comfortable with nothing. You know what I'm
Comfortable
saying?
But
survival.
what about our family structure though, bro? Our families are
Say that again, Mercy.
our families are not together like they were back then.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, one of my arguments would be these same niggas that we criticize a lot of times, this is where we see some of the best templates for a black family. See that black woman and that black man and them black babies with they
Yeah,
good natural hair.
yeah,
You don't factor that in.
yeah. But the family structure ain't strong like it used to be, man. Because you got, 35-year-old grandmamas and shit.
My dad
Nah,
used to tell me. My dad used to say. He said the reason why black people stayed together because they had to. That's what he said. He said we
At
had
that
to.
age,
Yeah, they go to that necessity I was speaking on. Yeah, we had to stick together, man. You
but
know,
that
now
that that age argument that's been there.
that's been there.
You can go back to the boomers and the silent generation to find out when they start having kids.
Okay.
They didn't wait till they in their 20s.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dad got somebody pregnant in high school.
Yeah, honestly, you're right.
yeah,
Honestly,
but that's the reason why a
I
lot of
give you
them,
that, Dev. You're right about
that's
that.
why a
'Cause,
lot
I
of them
mean,
are
I can
on
see
their
that.
80th anniversary though.
Yeah,
You ain't gonna find too many motherfuckers even en route for their 50th anniversary,
yeah, yeah.
let alone their 80th.
Real talk. I should have framed that 35-year-old single grandmamas. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Versus the
Dad
35-year-old
stated. That's what he said.
versus the 35-year-old married grandmother. You know what I'm saying, that we had back in the gap in the boomer. You know what Dave talking about. But yeah, the grandmama single and the daughter single. You know what I'm saying? I mean the mama.
Yeah, they weren't looking for no place to stay though.
Mm, yeah, yeah. Motherfucker had that home front situated. Then everybody just started letting everything go, man. Man, I be just so disappointed with this shit. Some of
I
the
love my family. Like my niece, for example. My niece, for example. I love my family. She done had several babies. You know what I'm saying? She live in a bigger house than me. Trying to tell you, bro. I mean, a couple of sisters, some of these people out,
if
bro. I'm
if
telling
you want to tie it back to white supremacy, I think the reason we started letting everything go is because everybody started going for self, and I think everybody started going for self. One of the main reasons was our institutions had been destroyed. Things that brought us together. By the time motherfuckers really started getting those jobs, where they were getting a decent income, where they could kick back into the black system, our institutions were destroyed.
Mm.
So that everybody just said, well, I worry about me and my kids. That's the best I can do for black people. And I ain't
But
saying there's nothing
we
wrong with
always
that.
rebuild it though. We came out of Reconstruction. We went through a couple different massacres, Black Wall Street, the Great Depression.
Jim Crow.
Yeah, we still came back.
Yeah, but everything that applied in the past ain't gonna apply tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we came back from all those things, but we weren't dealing with these goddamn Mexicans. We weren't outnumbered. We were the number one minority.
Nah, we was dealing with the white man, nigga. What the fuck you talking about? They were way
We
worse than
still
fucking Mexicans.
we still dealing with the white man, right? The white man is the number one problem, but what I'm saying is wasn't nobody in our way dealing with that problem. Now we got motherfucking Mexicans
They
voting
was
down
in the motherfucking
reparation
way.
bills.
Fuck you talking about?
Hey,
Yeah,
bro,
exactly.
When had a
our
white
black
Motherfuckers
man not been in the way,
politicians,
man?
in the way and still in the goddamn way.
hey, bro, our black powerful politicians are defending these Mexicans.
Yeah,
That's what
forget.
I'm
You
talking
know what I
about.
mean?
They using their political power to help these Mexicans.
Yeah, I put a
So when
link in
I
the
say
chat.
them niggas, is in the way, they in the way of us fighting the real enemy, right? When we talking about reparations and shit like that, you have Latino representatives saying, nah, we have to pay the native and the white man and out. So yeah, you just in the way.
And our and I'm gonna say this again, our black
We said
politicians are
buffer
in the
buffer
media
class.
protecting these Mexicans.
Exactly.
Trying to
And
put
we
the
should
buffer
not let them off
class
the hook
in
for
on
that.
our
Come
We
ass.
on,
should not
man.
let them off the hook for that.
And I can't even
I
fault
put a link in the
they
chat with the Mexican podcasters talking about they going to boycott reparations for black people and shit.
Of course they
but
are.
they've been doing that though. Their
Yeah.
I
politicians
know.
are on record shooting our shit down. Now, this where the Democratic Party with motherfuckers in power, they think different from the motherfuckers who got podcasts, right? And I think this this is one of them where the motherfucking Mexicans is seeing like maybe we do need to align a bit more. You hearing them make them statements and shit like that. So we'll see how it plays out.
Ain't no Mexican gonna get behind that shit and they ain't getting nothing for them.
Yeah.
Our
But
Man,
black
I mean, but to
politicians are
actively
looking out for them.
boycott it, actively try to, go against it. We never
right. Maybe
expected them
they
to
won't do that.
never expected them to really just be with it, like you said. Damn, it ain't nothing in it for them, but to actively go out and speak against it and talk,
Maybe they won't do that after these riots. I mean, maybe they'll just fall.
Well, that was this is new shit with that the link I put in with the podcast is sitting up there talking shit. You know what I'm saying? Talking about they ain't going for reparations for niggas, but like you say, they ain't never did it in the first place. So fuck them. You know what I'm saying?
That's what
Whatever.
I'm
They
saying.
mad at
Shit.
us,
They
bro.
always had a nation to fall back on. Shit.
Yeah, they got it. Yeah, they got a hold. That's why they fly they flag. Shit.
LGQ.
And they mad
I seen them
because
niggas.
we not
I seen
marching
them
for
slam
them.
Padilla and lock him up shit. And I was like, oh shit. The Donald locking up Democratic senators and shit. Nigga Taz said, hold up, slow down, fam. Like, nah, that nigga came in there acting a whole fool. I was like, word. And I really had to go dig and watch more than the clip I saw. I was like, oh yeah, man, drag his monkey ass out.
Yeah, motherfucker acting a
Because
fool, man.
our black politicians are putting their
These
whole
motherfuckers
career on the
want
line.
to pay mad for these. I mean, where was all that energy for us, bro?
That's
God
what I'm talking about.
damn.
That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, James Brown did it. That's my man name with the perm, right? James Brown jumped up in the middle of Donald Trump. What was that? His State of the Union.
Yeah.
And they walked his Jerry curl having ass about it there. So we played the game too.
Not, they ain't doing it like these. They doing it for these motherfuckers. Or they standing strong for him.
I do kind of have a different view on it. Like, you know, not speaking up might be some sucker shit. Like, because the argument then becomes, if you're not gonna support them, just shut the fuck up. Nah, my nigga, I got something to say. Like, fuck out of here. Y'all need to know why we not supporting y'all. Maybe y'all have a different strategy going forward. But this is
I'm not
why we
supporting
don't
because
do.
I want their ass to go back to fucking Mexico any goddamn way. So fuck 'em. And I don't got no problem with telling them. Venezuela, Ecuador, wherever the fuck.
Man, GQ, the nigga Kelvin from the McDonald's commercial, he's
But
selling crack now. Like,
Haiti
he
is
from
also on that list of deportations, though.
nigga
The poor
Kelvin
countries.
selling crack now.
Yeah, I know they yeah, it's always gonna be collateral damage with this shit. But I love my brothers in Haiti. I feel for them, and they won't even let you help nobody in Haiti. You know what I'm saying? They play the game real fucked up with the Haitians, man. They is motherfucking they dogs on Haiti, man.
You think GQ, you think supremacy is really that petty to say because y'all had one of the best revolutions?
That's what exactly. That's my take. That's my take. I mean, honestly, that's what I feel. That's why the motherfucker came back trying to get demanded reparations from them. That's some sick shit, man. To enslave a people, they fight to get their freedom,
and you keep your foot on their neck for the next
you
300 years.
Yeah, you come back and say, well, okay, y'all gonna have to. Yeah,
that was France, right? Wasn't that France?
Yeah, that's France.
Yeah.
I mean, but even under Papa Doc, though, the U.S. is on record for having fucked with their government and shit. You know what I mean? So it was bigger than just France. That's the whole thing about this whole white
Yeah.
supremacy
U.S.
reparation.
U.S. always got their motherfucking
Yeah. You
whatever the
can't
fuck.
I was
go
just
on
talking about the
France.
main actors.
Then the proximity is they right here closer to us than France. So
Let me ask y'all something, because this is what I seem to get every day, and I'm just trying to understand. Do we want everybody to support themselves and we support ourselves, like every group for themselves?
I mean,
I
that
mean,
would
we
be
have
optimal.
to. We have
Support.
to.
That's optimal.
We
I
gotta
mean,
define
if
support
we
though.
could achieve that, right, that every man is good, every man's family is taken care of, then yeah,
Y'all
that would
throwing
be
that
optimal.
terms around, but y'all not defining what that is. I should be able to know what he talking about when he say good, successful, all right. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be a number. It's got to be
All
okay.
right.
At what
So let
point
me,
is it not successful, or he not good, or he not supporting?
But let me ask you this.
if the
Let me say
majority
this.
of us aren't in a good position.
But hold on. Before you go there, let me say this because I want to give some context to what you're saying. Let's say I'm doing well, right? I done made it. Mercy done made it, right? But I can't even walk out to my car because I know some Negro that's not doing well I'm gonna get robbed by. And that's why I tell these other teachers, you don't teach these kids, they might take another road and then you're not safe no more. So you might be quote unquote successful, but you're not safe.
You ain't got to use that analogy, but I see what you're saying on that.
And the YNs love me.
anyway, man. Fine. If the problem is we won't take care of each other the way we supposed to, man. But if we did that, we optimized on the way that we took care of each other, yeah, that would be fine. I mean, we wouldn't have everything. Yeah, we could do it on our own.
Hold
That's
up,
what
I don't crash
Everybody
out.
not gonna make
I don't
100
crash out
bands.
on the chat too
about
much.
Reconstruction. After Reconstruction,
Hold
us
up.
being able to make it during Jim Crow, during you know, through Jim Crow, through mass murdering and incarcerations and, you know, all the shit, and we still
Yeah, those are things
Great
I'm proud
Depression,
of.
the Great Depression, we still survived. And that was us taking care of
Goddamn right.
us, bro. That was only us taking care of
Goddamn right.
us. Wasn't no help. Wasn't no help, bro.
System
I
definitely
would
wasn't
disagree.
helping us at that point.
Yeah,
System
everybody
definitely
not gonna
wasn't
make
helping
100
us at
bands.
that point.
Everybody not gonna make 100 bands a year. Everybody's not gonna be business owners. I
Right.
mean, everybody's not gonna, be
Right, but
celebrity or yeah.
to Fontaine's question of everyone being self-sufficient, yes, that would be the goal,
Yeah.
right? I do think we would be empowered if every soldier is good. I mean, that should be pretty obvious, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
But
he was speaking
in
more as
the,
to the group, like, you know, worrying about Mexicans helping us or white people helping
Hmm.
us or and you know, but yeah, no,
Yeah, like that.
we could do it on our own if we just optimize the way we took care of each other, like you know, like we did in the 20s and early
yeah,
1900s, late 1800s. Then it was only us, bro. Wasn't no motherfucking
my
crackers or
thing is
nothing
this, like
helping us. Wasn't
we all
nobody.
nobody in the 20s, right? Like we all spent history just from being on this platform. We hear niggas break down some shit that some of us go look up and are like, oh shit, that shit is
We
real.
did so
You know what I'm saying?
well.
So
That's when
hmm?
we got the Black Wall Streets and
But that's what I was finna
Right.
say though, GQ. Like, you think that's gonna change these days? Like, if everybody goes separate, I agree
And
we
I'll
can do
tell you,
well. And then the same
nah, I'm not saying
scenario
go
is gonna
separate.
bring itself again because they have the majority, they have the structure, they have the
But look,
power.
Fontaine, I'm not
well, you
saying
talking
go
about the
I
separate,
cracker
don't
money?
right?
see how it
Talking about
benefit
Hold
us
on,
to
talking
want to
about the
be
cracker
hold
separate.
money?
on, hold
Talking
on.
about
And
that?
this really like
Well, you
ties
speaking
to
towards
where
the
we
cracker
are.
then, fact. Hold on, my fault, Will. Give me one sec. But you speaking more towards the cracker, and we can't operate out of fear of what these
What,
motherfuckers gonna
But
do.
wait, forget that
but
real
hold on,
quick,
before one
GQ.
more thing, Will. I
Hold
know
on.
you want to say. All
Real
right, go ahead.
quick,
I just
forget
want to
that,
hear.
Will, they're
GQ.
gonna let you go, man. Chill out, man.
Here's my point, GQ. Forget
Go
that,
ahead.
right? Because there was a reason, a purpose for Black Wall Street being destroyed for white supremacy in America, right? What I'm saying is, in this pivotal time we in, right? These motherfuckers not even paying attention to us, right? So now is a moment where we could just focus on building us, right? Like this world will be different from when they destroyed Tulsa to now. If we
I still I
right
still say
now,
the
no,
same thing,
I don't
Will.
think
Though
their
I mean, we
attacks.
can't worry about if they focus on us or not because
Stay with me though, GQ,
once we start doing well, of course them motherfuckers gonna focus on us. You know what I'm
and
saying? They not
I
gonna
don't agree
lose
with
sight.
that.
They're not
I
gonna
don't agree
lose
with
So,
sight
that.
of us. You know what I'm saying? But we
so I
I
just
can't
think
worry
right
about that shit.
now, I
I
think
think that
right
enemy is
now,
I think that enemy is the illegals, like he's saying. But the problem is we got our black politicians trying to defend them. But
Yeah.
my question
I'm not
is,
even saying that. Hold
where's
on.
the black Wall Street today?
I'm
That's
not
what I'm talking
saying
about.
that the
If we get that
illegals
going
are
again.
our problem. Here's what I'm saying, right? And I want to be very
The
clear.
closest thing we got is
I, I,
ATL, right?
I'm saying
Where
I
the
think
players
these
play.
things, the government
we
isn't
losing
as
it.
focused as destroying these things, or white supremacy isn't as focused as destroying on the things we can create right now, right?
So,
Like the problems that our parents had in what was it, Tulsa and Wilmington. It's a very different situation right now. Even if you're talking about the military, right? Like in Tulsa, it was a lot of motherfuckers that was veterans, specifically in the Air Force, that fucking flew those planes dropping all type of flammable shit, right?
Yeah.
Now our niggas is in there. You get what I'm saying? Like our people are those pilots and whatnot. They don't even have the same full control over the military that they did before.
Hmm.
So if there was a time to really say all
Fuck
of
it.
that, they're always gonna Tulsa us argument. Let's put that to the side. It's right now.
All right.
No,
so
I don't
my
think
my
they.
thing is,
I'm not
I
gonna argue
agree
with that
that.
because I was still. I mean, that's still to my point of whether they is or not. We can't worry about that shit.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. I
We gotta
agree,
work
GQ.
right.
We shouldn't be fearing fear shouldn't stop us from doing nothing. Like
I
fuck
agree.
all that. So I agree
I
with that.
agree.
But my only point is, why would we? To me, we would create more enemies than anything if we go with the separatist thing, because not just white people now it's the Mexicans, now it's the Asians, now it's all the other groups, Indians who are deeper now in America. Now it's more enemies we gonna have, not just white people, because don't nobody want to be allies. We saying fuck everybody else plight, let them all die, or whatever happened to them happen to them, and we'll fight for ourselves, when in actuality we could just have allies with everybody
See
going through
now,
the same shit we going through,
now
some of
Fontaine
us.
though, my response to that,
We
it,
can argue that that's what we've been doing though, bro.
right.
I
But
wouldn't argue that.
even past that though, my argument might sound a little weird, but I don't think white supremacy, which has always been our main enemy, right? I don't think it's worried about us doing for self. Like I think at this point, right? Even for white supremacy, it might even benefit them to see the blacks in a better place. They're not really thinking
They
about us the
don't.
way we think they
I
are,
don't look
right?
at it like that. They
Li-
I think it's two different white groups, bro. I think
That's a
there's a white
fucked up ass
America and then
analogy.
there's a
I'm
white
just letting you know.
racist group.
yeah.
I think there's two different groups
they
in
look
the
at it
Hey,
white
like
bro,
that.
the white
they
society.
are
Them
thinking about
motherfuckers,
us.
they depend on that black dollar heavy. You know what I'm saying? With the as far as they corporations, and they look at it, and we start circulating it less with them and more amongst ourselves. The motherfuckers going to feel that, and they gonna
Now at that point, we would put the
want
spotlight
to
on
feel
us.
that,
But hold on, GQ. At that point, we would put the spotlight back on us. But who's to say that that's even beneficial, right?
Hey,
yeah.
bro, the
Like
spotlight
these
is
things.
always on us.
Always on us. And,
Because
and,
I'm
and
gonna tell you
like I say,
why.
we can't
I'm
worry about it either
Look
way.
at Bill Cosby. Look at P Diddy. Look at
listen.
look
No,
look.
that was years
I'm just
ago.
saying they bringing the stars down. If you
I'm
don't see what's
saying,
going on,
I'm
Those
saying,
are stars with things for them
them
to
white
bring
folk
down
deal
on, though.
with
If you're a
numbers,
stand up
right?
person,
Them white
y'all
folk
got
deal
to
with
name somebody
numbers.
that was stand up that didn't have nothing for them to bring. To like Diddy is doing shit to people. Bill
I'm
Cosby was
saying
doing
no,
shit to
fuck
people.
Diddy.
Who did
I'm
they
saying
bring
Have
them
to
down
white
that
go.
was a
They
folk.
to
Hold
stand
get
up
on.
citizen that
biblical
I'm
wasn't
and
saying
doing
have
nothing to
those white
Bible.
nobody?
folk deal
Yeah.
with numbers, right?
Hold
And even our own geniuses like Claude Anderson understood, right? If you can't accomplish certain things as the number one minority, right, it's going to be even harder for you to accomplish those at the number two. What I'm saying is,
Dog, y'all guys,
I
can you
think,
please stop saying number
hold
one
on, and I'm gonna
minority? That
land
shit
right
is
here. I'm
irking
gonna
me.
land right here. Give me two more sentences, right? I'm
Is that what we
saying,
calling ourselves?
I'm saying, I think we are
on.
fooling
We calling
ourselves.
ourselves the number two
I think,
minority.
I think we're fooling ourselves.
I'm not a hierarchy
I'm
of
saying, I
minority.
think
That
we're
shit crazy.
fooling ourselves, even believing that our enemy even sees us as the biggest threat anymore. I'm telling you, in 2025, they don't,
look at the
and there's a
DEI,
benefit
bro.
to
I
it.
would
Look at the
argue with you
policies
that
they
white
put
people
in
don't
But
place.
consider
fuck
black
if he
people their
how he
enemy.
fucking
I
feel
would
sees
argue that
us.
white people don't consider black people their enemy. Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm
like
saying. Fuck
only racist
how he
white people
feel.
think that.
Right,
So
He's still
Fontaine,
our motherfucking enemy.
so
right,
Damn.
Fontaine, so
right,
Fontaine.
Whether he
He's
see it or
right.
not.
Now I
right,
agree with you, Dev. I
right.
agree
Look
with
at
you
all the
100%.
federal workers they laying
Exactly.
off. We
It's
still
fucking
leading in
facts.
unemployment, bro. That's
I
why I
agree
say
with
you
that.
gotta look at the stats. We still
I
leading in
agree with all of that.
unemployment.
I do.
I
I
mean, so what's?
sincerely
I don't
agree.
get it. I don't
I
really
agree
understand.
with
So
all of that, right? But to Fontaine's point, I don't even think they view us as a threat anymore. I think
they
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 won. All
do.
right. I keep telling y'all they already
hold,
won.
hold on.
We live in
Ayo,
their
Fontaine.
system.
Fontaine,
Fuck.
I'm on that type of time at
Man,
this point.
what
And
that
and
Jew
They
and
boy
I'm
do
say?
I'm
win.
gonna be
Hey,
real,
hey, hold
Fontaine.
on. What that Jew boy
Hold,
say at that small hat conference? Who he say was the biggest threat to the Jews?
blacks in America,
Young black males.
young black males. That was
Why did he
the
say
Jews.
that? And niggas
That
ain't even
was
really thinking about them motherfuckers like that. Like, what the fuck was that?
so.
Oh, they
They
So
just
always
say,
look,
thinking
oh
about
GQ
us,
man,
though,
bro.
we
this is
gotta
the
You
take
gotta
it
play
mindset.
that video
slow.
for me, GQ, because
We
I don't know
moving
what you're
too
referring
fast.
to.
Nah, I seen that video,
That's crazy.
Fontaine. I seen
Yeah,
that
what's
They
the
video,
always thinking
Fontaine.
about
mindset
us,
to
bro.
make a
But look,
motherfucker even
Fontaine,
look at?
that
But they
was an
just show you how they
Israeli
think about us, bro.
nationalist. That was an
Oh,
Israeli nationalist, right? We're
Right.
having, at that point, we're having two different conversations because the fight with white supremacy in America does involve the small hat, right? But that's a
Fucking right.
separate issue as well.
They are white
That's a
supremacy.
separate issue we have to focus on directly as well, right? But the two aren't completely merged like we like to believe, right? Because that's how
But
you
see,
get
this
names
is
Some
this
of
is
the
where
oppressive black people they are though.
but see, this is where white supremacy got you at, bro. See, now we
got
all
me.
want to do our individual thing. We don't want to come together. So that's how they're defeating us. Because you
That's
can't
what I've
get a
been
Black
saying.
Wall Street together if we don't come together. You can't get a Black Wall Street if we don't come
So
together.
so here's my thing, right? Like when you say it has me, I don't agree with the individualism, right? I believe that the bigger things we can accomplish are going to come from working together. That's why I'm
But
Of
involved
course, of
but
in
course.
Will,
certain.
Will,
That's why
GQ,
I'm.
GQ and
Hold
Will,
on.
hold on.
All right.
Y'all don't
Hey,
find it crazy that the quote unquote majority white group has other fucking groups calling themselves the number one and number two minority? Like that alone should let you know, oh, these motherfuckers got us fooled. We really pounding and fighting against each other while they running shit and chilling. And they don't have to worry about nothing because the all the minorities just gonna keep fighting each other.
so no, I don't agree with that because I do truly believe that at in 2025, the white man is way more worried about Carlos than he's worried about Malik.
He's not worried about. See, that's not what you
No, the
see. What
fuck.
he wants us to do, he wants us to get Carlos in check. That's really what he wants us to do. I'm telling you, that's what he wants us to do. And Carlos want us to fight the white man. That's what the Carlos want us to do to help
So
him out.
so that's the
That's
thing
what
though.
Carlos want us to do.
This hold on. This is the thing though. When we're having that conversation, we can't simplify the argument because then I would simply say, which white man are you talking about? There's different white men on different sides, right? You got your white liberal, you got your Republican, right? So when you say get the Mexicans in check,
Carlos,
no,
like for
I would
example,
I would argue that most whites want us to support the Mexican, right?
but
I would believe I
white
would
people didn't want us in their army. But when the
I'm
Vietnam War came,
now
they
we
they,
know
they
all of
wanted us
that.
then.
Listen, all of that we know, but let's keep it 2025. I would say
It's the same
in
thing though,
terms
bro. You
of
got
hold
they
on,
use a
let me
different
make my
playbook.
point. Let me make my point. I'm saying in terms of the white influence in whatever black wherever blacks are going to be involved in this, I don't think Republicans are dependent on us. I think Democrats are pushing us over there to say, yo, y'all should be aligned with this. How are the blacks not involved? Right? Listen
Exactly.
to the
But is
listen
that
to the
not what Republicans did during their campaign? That's basically what they did. The immigrants are taking your jobs. You should fight with us
Exactly.
against the
nah
immigrants.
that's
That's the
nah
same
Exactly.
you
shit.
hey yo
It's exactly
Fontaine
the
you
same thing.
Font, Fontaine, you're 100% right, and you helped make the point I was trying to illustrate. It's two different. Like white folk got their own fight going on. You get what I'm saying?
But how
They
is it two different white people? Because see, the way I look at it, when I fill out the application, it's no two categories of white people.
are there
Do
different
It says
that
categories
white.
of
motherfucker
black?
do say
Are there different
non-Hispanic white?
categories of black? Like, are you in the same category Jason Whitlock and Candace Owens in?
That motherfucker say non-Hispanic white.
Hell no.
Right. You understand what I'm saying? So just as easy as I made that analogy, that plays true in the white community too, right? They got different shit going on. They got their own politics. But I do agree when it comes to us, both sides want to play us in the middle. Whether it's the
They do.
Republicans saying get rid of the immigrants, whether it's the Democrats saying you should stand behind the immigrants. Like, I do like to what Fontaine said, because he said they view us as a defeated people. I think they just look at how they can steer us more so than us even expecting to get anything out of this shit.
They see
That's
us as their foot soldiers, bro. That's it.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. And we do they.
And that's both
They're
sides.
dirty work. They're dirty. They want us to march now, just like our ancestors. They want us to march for those
I
immigrants.
don't think the white motherfuckers more worried about the Latinos than they are black people because most of them Latinos identify as white, bro.
That's
I
not
know.
why, bro. You want
Hey
to be
yo,
honest,
Understand
GQ?
that.
They
hey,
worried
I
about
swear to
them
God,
Mexicans more than us
GQ,
because them
they
motherfuckers is
biggest
productive,
fear
bro.
is that
Like, let's be
everybody
honest,
in the
bro.
House of
No, they not because they
Representatives
identify as
is
white
gonna have a
motherfuckers.
Z in
And
their
Man, them
50%
motherfuckers
last
is
of
name.
them
productive,
motherfuckers
bro.
voted for
That's
Trump.
their
They go
biggest
stay
fear
in
right now.
houses for years all together
You
until
heard
they
me,
all can
GQ?
afford their own houses. They all
GQ, that
bring
white
people
man in
and train
America's
each other to
biggest
be
fear
construction
right
workers and then
now
hire each
is
other,
that
bro. We don't do the same
everybody in the
shit.
House of Representatives is gonna
Unfortunately,
have a Z in their last name. That's their biggest fear.
they
Gonna
not
have what?
Americanized like us.
You said a Z?
Lopez, Suarez, Chavez.
Nigga, that's stupid.
But see,
That's their
you know,
biggest
see,
fear
I'm
right
gonna
there.
tell you when you missing to that. See, this the part you missing to that, bro.
That boy
They
Will
ain't never made
funny.
no policies against them. No new policies. All the policies against us. All policies. All
Hold
laws.
on,
All
what you mean?
policies.
Yo, bro, what
What
are you
policies is
talking
against
about?
us that
Are you
ain't against
watching the
them?
news?
Yeah, what
See,
policies is against us
I
that ain't
just
against them?
named a few, bro. I
Name,
said
I ain't hear it. My
DEI.
bad.
You didn't remember that? I said DEI. You forgot about that
DEI,
one?
how is that not against? I don't get it.
Because that's not a
They want to get
policy
rid of
against
DUI.
us.
They got rid of affirmative
That's a
action.
policy taken away from
But that
us,
also help. That didn't
but it's
just
not
help
a
black people.
policy against us.
I
And
know
in
what
the
you're
black
saying,
community, the
but the reason
argument
why
will
it was
become
established,
DEI don't
hold on.
even benefit us. So is
No,
it
but hold
them
on.
really taking it
I
from
know.
us?
See, you making two different arguments. I'm talking about why it was established. It was established to benefit. Now, what actually happened is something different. It was established to benefit us. So then they said, "Nah, we taking that away. We take DI
So
away. We take the
so if I
affirmative
could
action
build
away."
off your point, I'm saying they're not making policies against us. They're taking policies that we believe are against us, but if we weren't benefiting from them, was this a
I'm not saying we
policy?
weren't. I'm not gonna say we were not. It was a few of us that would benefit. There were a few of us, like those examples you gave, those corporate, those examples you gave earlier. Yeah, they some of them were DEIs, some of them was affirmative action. See, that's the part you're missing.
Nah, I get that. My big argument is what I know from corporate and what I
See,
know
all that
from.
stuff you talk about,
Hold
like
on.
networking, them looking
Let
out
me
for each
just
other,
say
they
this
trying
real
to
quick.
end all that
Two
you talking about.
sentences.
That networking right there, they trying to cut all that. They trying to cut all
Nah, I
that out.
disagree. I disagree.
I said they're
And
trying. I said they will.
no,
They're
I'm
trying to
saying
cut
I
it out.
disagree. I don't even think they're
Okay, all
trying.
right. You don't agree with that? Okay, fine.
I think we're already so infused in their system that they're working something else out without really trying to hurt us the way we believe they are. Like taking DEI away isn't going to stop them from hiring us. They know when they hire LaShonda will work the whole global management department and she will kill it. They know that. We've proven ourselves. So we still going to get them spots. Please believe it. I know I deal with these niggas like them white boys don't be very smart all the time. The ones that's good, yeah, they still gonna get the best positions. I agree with that. But it ain't like we gonna go into the Stone Age
No, I'm
losing it.
not saying that. I'm just saying they always come up with policies and laws. Like you can look through history. They've always come up with policies and laws against us. They've always done it.
But if you're saying that this is a policy against us, we have to now ask how much did DEI really benefit us? And most of the things I
We
see,
know, bro, that it don't. When they do these things, they're
so
supposed to
then what's
benefit.
the argument?
It don't end up benefit. Just like they did the separate but equal. It was
So why
supposed to
talk about it?
benefit, but it didn't. But it didn't. But it did benefit.
So at what point do we move on and not make them the boogeyman for something they took away from us that didn't benefit us? You get what I'm saying? Like,
See these. See the part. See the part. See, I think it's some things you be missing out on. See, you look at Shonda, whatever Shonda, whatever name you said she was, who got that corporate job, probably from a lot of times from a DEI or affirmative action
that's and hold
policy.
on. That's
See, this
my
is the part you're
fundamental
missing.
argument.
Now watch
I'm
this. Now
telling
watch this
you
is the
that's
part you're
not how
missing.
she got her
Because
job.
let me now I'm not saying let me finish. I'm not saying she's not qualified. That's never been the problem. The problem is they ain't even want to hire us in the first place. So they had to
The
come up with a policy to make sure that they were not totally discriminating against us.
yeah,
So
but
they
we
said, well, all you
passed
need to
that.
hire is like 1% or 2% just to make sure that it's not all white. So that's all we could get was 1 to 2%, just to make sure.
And now
That's
we
not
at a point
fair.
where you could take the training wheels off. They're still gonna hire those people. They know that graduate with whatever degree, he's
But you
gonna come
still
in
miss
here.
my point. You still miss my point. They
What's
will
the point?
hire, not Shauna.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Here we go again.
Because what I'm saying is when
They
she
will
gets
hire,
in,
yes, but she's not going to have that same power she had before, where she can hire
yes,
her
she
buddy from
is.
A&T
Yes,
again.
she is.
She not. No, no, no. They gonna look at that. They gonna make sure that Shauna can't just go out and hire her buddies. It ain't gonna be the good old boy system like
Nah,
they
that's
do.
not true, bro. That's not
All
true.
right. So
It
you
was a
think that's
point.
not what they trying
It
to
was a
end? You
point.
think that's
It
not
was a
what they
point.
trying to end?
Listen, it was a point where some crackers asked me, yo, like all the laughing and joking, and then they want to ask you something crazy, and hey, it seems like your team is all black. Why'd you? I'm just curious. Why? And my only response was, I don't know. Why is your team all white? And then I went right back to eating my steak. Right? Like we're still in play where we can get our own through these doors. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm not saying we can't do it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying what I'm saying is like the example you gave before about that
Yeah,
black
no,
power.
I'm telling you, I was only able to shit on them for them seeing my ability to hire other blacks because LaShonda, literally that was her name, gave me that opportunity to get where I got so I could get the management. Nah,
Okay.
LaShonda gonna be able to cook. Trust me, I know her. My sister's out
But
there
but
putting
but
that
what
work in
what
for
I'm trying to
goofy
say
niggas
is,
like me.
so you don't think they trying to stop that? You don't think so?
No, I don't. I honestly don't.
So now
Now,
think
now
about what
I'm gonna
they
be
said to
honest.
you. Now,
I
now
could
think
be
about,
wrong.
hold on. Think about what you just said. You just said this example about they were talking and said, well, it seems like all the people are black. They just said that. So they noticed that. They made an observation and came to you and told you it
Mhm.
seems like it's all black people over here.
And I
So you
never
don't
had
think
a
they're
problem.
noticing that? You don't think they're
And I ne-
noticing that? You don't
and I
think
never
they're
had a problem. And when I left that team, a black kid that I hired took over after me.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is they noticed that, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, they noticed it. But what all I'm
But you
saying
trying
is,
to say that they're
but
not
all I'm
paying
saying,
attention.
hold
That
on,
was your
bro.
argument. They're
Hold
not
on.
paying attention to us. They
No,
not
that's not
watching
my
us. No, they
argument.
watching, bro.
That's
They
not my
watching. And
argument.
they came to you and addressed
Hold
you
on,
to
hold on,
let you
hold on.
know that they were watching. That's
I
all
wouldn't
I'm
be able to
saying.
tell you the story if I'm not telling you that they came to me because they were watching. That's not my argument. My argument is this belief that they're trying to stop us. I'm saying we're so good at the shit we do in their system, they depend on us more than you niggas know. More than you
Oh,
niggas,
we
I
know that.
swear to
Oh, we
God.
know that, bro. We know
So if
that.
we do what we so scared of,
No, no, it's not about being scared. My argument was the fact because you keep saying that we're not a target. That's what your
no,
argument
I
was.
never
They're not. They're
argued.
not.
I never made
You
that
even was
argument.
saying they not even paying attention.
Hold on.
They worried about Carlos. They ain't worried about us. They think yes, they are. They
No,
are watching you, bro.
I'm saying politically, I believe white people in America are more worried about Mexicans than they are us. And I'll tell you why.
See,
It's because of the blueprint they have. Like, they see these motherfuckers in every single city, right? We usually congregate with our own. Now, yeah, they gonna see black folk in different cities, right? But I'm telling you, these motherfuckers see these Mexicans everywhere, right? Now, when you start talking politics, you look up and the AOC is talking this, and this Padilla is over there being Mexican about that. That, I believe, is their fundamental concern. And if you look at where we play out in the mix of all this shit, both parties try to appeal to us. The Donald told me, yo, let's get these niggas out of here, and those gonna be black jobs. The Democrats told me, yo, if you let the Donald do this to them, He gonna get you next, right? Now we have to weigh out the arguments being made. You get what I'm saying?
So now you see how you still a target, bro.
No, I
You
never
still a target.
denied. Listen, when they say, so let me make this clear. They say black people gonna be next. My argument was, we was yesterday. We right now. Yeah, we targets. I'm never disagreeing on that.
And see,
Yeah.
and reason why I say to you, they more worried about us than them because they need us to do their dirty work, bro. They
Now
always need us
more
to do that dirty
now
work.
more worried about is the only thing I disagree with you on.
Yeah, because they need
More.
our help. See, the white man always need our help to clean up, bro. They always need our help to clean up. Even during slavery, we was raising their kids. We was picking their cotton. We were doing. See, they need us to do that type of stuff. They need us to clean up behind them. They need us to take care of this problem with the Mexicans. They need us to do that. You know, they really want us to help them with this situation, to kind of calm them down and kind of be nonviolent. See, they want us to be. See, the Mexicans don't mind being violent, but see, they want